Hello, YouTube. Are we live? Oh my goodness, we're live. Wow. Wow, I'm live. Hi. I'm so excited right now. Oh my goodness. I'm going to go join the VK. How do I do it? Josh, how do I do it? Show me how to do it. How do I do it? My glasses are fogging up because of my mask. We're gonna go live. Wait. I gotta give access. Where's my cam? How do I do this? I don't do good with computers. I usually have people to do this for me. We provide jobs, equity and inclusion and diversity for people. They do this for me usually. Where's my... Okay, hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna do it. Hold on. Hello. Up. Hold on. Okay, hold on.
No, not while they're prisoners, but
Yeah.
should felons be?
I can't hear anything. Where's my headphones?
Oh, I think that's a different question, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I asked it. Yeah, it's a different question.
Where's my
Prisoners
headphones?
should be able to vote. They're still people that are being affected directly by these policies. They're otherwise all eligible for these policies and to vote. They're citizens of the United States. It doesn't seem like there's a good reason outside. We just want to like punish them harder. But at that point, it doesn't really make sense to say,
basically.
hey,
Well,
you can't
Their,
vote.
their
for
judgment
people.
is all obviously flawed to the
Well,
point
hold
that
on.
they don't really care about law.
I
and
mean,
order.
crimes
They're
don't
willing
show
to break
judgment
the
being
law.
flawed. I mean, crimes don't show judgment being flawed. There can be like bad laws, right? Like a company that like refuses to follow DEI laws, and then like they get fined in 6 months in jail for their like CEO saying like, oh, he doesn't get to vote because his judgment was so bad he didn't follow the DEI laws.
Pope
I don't
Corinth,
think you agree with that.
I have a question here.
Well,
Is it
I mean,
is it the case that we're not already violating some level of freedom of the individuals who are in prison? We're saying
yeah.
you're limited here, right?
We are doing that. We
So there are
have,
tons
like,
of things
some-
that we don't let them do.
yeah, there are, but we should have reasons for why we're doing that, right?
It's the
Like, if we're
symmetry
not letting them-
breaker between voting and letting them go out and do other other
Let me on the
freedom activities
panel.
that you might otherwise do, right? Like something else. Like why is that different?
Yeah, we have some sort of ends with all these other things.
I'm
whether
in the
you're doing,
back.
like jail time, or usually
He said
doing
I'm in
some
the
sort of,
back.
like, reformation, and it's not like
I'm in the
some
back.
sort of
Okay.
punishment. Hey, you did something
Guys,
to someone else. We're like taking away
my
some
name's
of your
Jason.
freedoms for now as a deterrent. It doesn't
I'm the
seem like if I told you,
Antifa
hey, if you went in
leader
like, shot
of San
someone, you just
Francisco.
lose your right to vote, or if you gain your right to vote, that doesn't seem like a symmetry breaker for a deterrent there.
In your
And that
mind,
seems like
what
what
is
it
He
the
said symmetry
purposes
breaker. That's like my
of
favorite word.
imprisoning people?
Both reformation and deterrence.
Okay, so if the idea, would it be fair to say that the idea behind putting someone away is that we don't think they're a threat to society as they are now? We need to exclude them for some time.
Oh yeah.
So then, would they not? So then, why would they be excluded if we let them participate?
I'm the
in
leader of
government
Antifa.
decisions?
Oh, they would still be excluded from the part that they're being a threat to. We let stupid people
Testosterone.
vote all the time.
I have
Well,
lots of
Don't get me started.
these are
testosterone.
prisoners. These are people who have actually broken the
What are
law
you
with the
talking
law
about?
against being stupid.
Cease.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure why you should be
Bible
included
talk?
in society
Wow.
at all. If we think you're too dangerous to be around, why would
Wow.
we
Why
let
do
you
you
vote?
get
Bible
separated
talk?
from society? Why do you get to participate in society if you've been?
Don't you know
separated
that?
from it?
Because this is still
Don't you
something
know the
that's
Bible was
exactly-
plagiarized? They used Serapis.
A lot
They
of
should
these
have
things
thought
that were
about
like-
that before they.
They
went to prison.
plagiarized Serapis.
Yeah, but this isn't saying that people are going to really change their views on. Do you think of any
I
crime
mean,
where
I
if
don't
I
care if
told
they
you,
change their
hey,
views.
Why?
yes,
There
Is that
is no
demonstrated?
God. I am God.
Like,
I'm a
any
conscious
crime, do you have
atheist.
Any crime you think someone would be?
Where's
willing
my?
to commit
How
if
do
you
I
told
turn on
them,
this
hey,
video?
You can have your right to vote.
Where's
for
my
something
video?
that they wouldn't otherwise commit today?
No, but what does that matter?
I'm a conscious atheist, guys.
Like removing these people's
No,
rights to like
But becoming a prisoner could
representation.
change how you vote.
Ah,
Well, I'll be completely frank here. The right to vote is so fucking inconsequential. Like in any
I muted.
individual person not being.
My name's
able to vote
Jason
is so
Starfire, guys.
World is so incredibly unlikely to.
I'm from
change
San
in
Francisco.
elections. Like, this is
I'm the leader of the San Francisco Antifa chapter.
Mr.
I
Dole.
think Adam.
I'm a
Sandler got
socialist.
elected to
My
Congress.
stupid brother Josh always says that I'm a commie. He doesn't even know the difference between communism and socialism. Is it my turn? Josh, it's my turn. I'm off. Hi guys, my name's Jason. I'm a Gemini. I'm the leader of the Antifa chapter of San Francisco. I'm a proud conscious atheist.
49er. 49er. Yeah? Listen, 49er. Listen, 49er. We don't
What the
want
fuck? What does that
Rangers.
even mean?
We don't want 49 years Rangers. We don't want any 49 years with Rangers. Go away, San Francisco. Hey, listen, Glasgow Rangers don't want no 49 years. If you can, you can. You know what I mean?
They really are saying words, and they really aren't in English.
Yes, but San Francisco 49 years.
I don't know what that guy's
owners are
saying, but I
wanting- are
support
wanting
diversity.
To buy a controlling stake in Glasgow Rangers in Scotland. A soccer for you Yanks.
I think
So
it's
for
nice you let
the-
mentally
the
ill
drunk
people
to
on this
human
show.
Translation: the San Francisco 49ers are trying to buy a stake in the Glasgow Rangers, which is a soccer
That's
team.
right, correctly, but like that Irish guy kens what he's saying there. Yeah, he's telling
Not
you guys.
Irish. I just talked to very many stupid people that I learned to communicate. I'm just
Big
getting
up
beamed into
teriyaki
my
boy.
head.
I'll mute
It's beaming
myself.
into my head right now as part of my
I'll just
Pokemon
mute myself. He'll
revelation.
tell you what I'm saying now.
I snort sometimes too.
I think
Hey, by the way,
there,
you know what? That's because you're a pig.
that you can't vote whenever you're in prison. So I want to read something. The 13th Amendment, which abolishes slavery and involuntary servitude, it
No, it doesn't.
states that
Yeah.
involuntary servitude is permissible.
It's not involuntary servitude.
are you
for a
saying
crime
that?
that's still
Like,
permissible.
quick question for the guy saying that. Quick question for the guy saying that. Are you saying that as a Republican or a Democrat? Or are you saying that as a democracy? We all ken what you're saying as democracy. What he's saying is democracy, guys. And
What's the topic?
So under the Constitution, it says that
The
involuntary.
Constitution says a democracy is repugnant.
So it says that.
Yeah. So
involuntary
how about you? How about you do?
Where does it say that?
No.
Can you cite
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Which means that you
Like
don't
your
have
founding fathers say democracy is repugnant. Does it
Got the
not?
Chinese.
This guy's trying to tell you. This guy's trying to tell you democracy is good.
I got
He's
vaccinated
exactly-
7 times.
I voted
Yeah,
for
but
Trump
listen,
4
you need to
times.
shut them down. You need to shut them down. Because the republic, a constitutional republic, is only exporting democracy for the crown. If you think about it.
According to the 13th Amendment, you're a slave and you're
Yeah. According to that Commonwealth, which is where you get freedom with, can that Commonwealth law? Oh, by the way, you're still a slave, you citizen. I'm a subject. I'm free. You're a citizen. And by the way, guys, the first
How dare you call an African American man a
Oh,
slave?
you're all citizens. And by the way, the crown freed slaves. Just like Washington, they freed slaves and called them citizens rather than subjects. So big up your citizenship.
Every
You're still a
single
slave.
president blood related
What
to
is
a
that?
king of
It's a
UK.
fact.
It's kind of funny.
Absolutely.
what
not.
has
He's more
It's a
disabled
fact.
than
The word
us.
citizen means ancient Greece,
Joker,
6000 BC.
Joker. Hey, Joker.
Yeah.
Hey, Joker.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
has anything you've said have to do with the topic?
Well, they said they were free, and they said citizenship was free.
I never
And
said that.
I know
Free, you
citizenship
have to
means
pay me.
slave. And if you're a slave,
You got 2 minutes.
Thank you, fucking dude. We are granting
Live in your
Trump
mind.
sainthood for this. Thank you, my brother in Christ.
Only the anti-pope is this liberal with sainthood.
He's probably a white man.
So to be clear,
white
the
flag.
13th Amendment says that involuntary servitude, which involuntary servitude is the equivalent of slavery, meaning that if you get duly convicted of a crime, which you become a slave, then you don't have any rights. So no, you do not have the right to vote.
That's right, brother.
According to
So
the
the
Constitution.
13th Amendment doesn't actually
I
say
mean,
that.
but we're not talking about the law. We're
Pull
talking
it
about
up.
Yeah, we're
what ought
talking
to
about a
be.
prescription.
Pull it
I
up.
agree. Prisoners
I
currently
guarantee
do not have the right to vote.
Amendment says that. Pull it up.
I agree.
I
The
agree.
current law says prisoners do not have the right to vote right now. Has nothing to do with whether or not they should have the right to vote, right?
Constitution these days, anyways.
I agree. But I'm saying according to the Constitution, it says that no.
Hold on. What color is your hat?
Oh no, it doesn't even. Wait, really quickly, one sec. It doesn't say that they have to be forced into.
It's
a
red.
certain It just says that will be permissible. So it
We gotta
doesn't
get
say
this
that
outta
they
here.
get the right to vote in that case. It just
Yes.
says they'd be allowed to under constitutional law, given your reading of it.
There is
Absolutely
there is
not.
nothing,
You
there's nothing.
misrepresented it.
Okay, so there's nothing in the 13th Amendment which states that somebody who is enslaved does not have rights.
I didn't say that. The 13th Amendment states that involuntary servitude, if you duly convicted of a crime, you can be involuntary servitude, and involuntary servitude equates to slavery,
Yep.
which means that you don't have rights as a slave.
Yeah,
Yes,
we need to
that
free
is
the free these
First of all,
prisoners.
really quickly,
You can't vote.
one really important question.
You are reading.
We can
into
look
the
at
text
cases
something
of
that is
people
not there.
duly
We make an
convicted of
analog
This
for
is
when
really
you're in
important. We can
jail
look
and
at
you have
cases
to
of people
do
duly
you have
convicted
to
of
do
crimes and don't
something
be
like
put into involuntary
work
servitude, right?
around the community,
I mean, to be
like
fair,
community service.
even though it came out of the anti-pope's mouth, it is true that it doesn't specify what rights specifically are excluded.
Yeah.
You still have rights as a.
It doesn't
prisoner.
say that any rights are excluded. It
It
doesn't
also
say
doesn't
that
say
No,
you
it just says that they can be excluded. It said
Yeah,
they can
even if-
be. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we talking about prisoners voting? Yes,
So the
definitely.
question is, should you be able to vote? And I'm saying if you have rights that can be excluded, then I would say that, that can be one of those rights. I'm not saying that it is or it should. I'm just saying
Okay.
if you are in prison,
JS.
your
I think
right
I'm-
to vote
I'm
is
glad
excluded.
we agree on
So when we
what
ask
the
the
13th
question-
Oh
Amendment
wow,
says.
I'm the star of
You
the
have rights
show.
if you're present to vote. That's like a very big, wide thing to be asking. What are you talking about? Federal prison or state prison? Which kind of
No, he means.
crimes are
What I
they?
think,
Why is that relevant?
I think what he means is involuntary thing is informed consent. Everything you do in your world, UK, USA,
Is this guy back? Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, this
No.
white man
No,
is
no,
back
no,
telling a black
listen,
man.
What he said was a slave. What he said. Hey, come on. What he said was a slave. Look back, chat. Back chat, mate.
If we can't free the prisoners, they should at least be able to vote. We should not. This is inhumane.
Voluntary consent is slave. Informed consent is what you live under. What's the difference?
I live under oppression by
No, you didn't.
by a racist man named
Think
Donald
about what
Dump.
you said. Think about what you just bitched about, right?
Think about it.
What makes a slave? Involuntary consent. Okay. And do you know what?
Yeah,
All your laws are what is it? Assumed consent. Involuntary consent, you're a slave. Assumed consent, what's the difference?
Shut up.
Yo, would be shut up. Hey, by the way, I'm not going to be like. I'm a white guy asking that question.
This guy adds nothing to the conversation.
Someday, listen, I'm a white guy asking a real question. I'm a white guy asking a real question.
I can't
And
accept.
somebody that
Hold on.
sounds Spanish to me went,
I
shut
just
up.
Joker, I
Think
can't
about it.
accept this.
Involuntary consent is slavery. Informed consent is what? What's the difference?
What I don't consent is Willie.
Still just
Speaking
people
to I'll mute
telling me
myself
what
now,
I'm
please.
supposed to do, all right?
Psychologically fuck them into believing in an authority, which I think is what you're trying to get at.
I don't even know what's going on anymore, dude.
Yeah, he sounds like a fascist.
I don't think Joker knows either, so it's fair.
I think
Fascist! I'm ex-military, you fucking gimp. That's what I understand.
Oh yeah,
What you're
military
saying.
is obviously fascist.
Yes, obviously fascist. Yes,
Of course you
yes,
were in the
yes.
military.
Bring up a democracy.
Were
Yes,
you killing people and oppressing?
Hey,
I'm
listen.
fucked up. I'm bad.
Did he just-
I'm bad. I'm army. I'm bad.
Jesus.
Listen.
I had to
if
hold
you do
the
that
door.
again-
This guy is gonna
Come
move
on.
it.
Where's my inhaler? He just called me the F word. I need my inhaler.
you need
Hold
his
on.
inhaler,
That's a macro aggression.
Yeah. And you macro-Nazi'd me for that, though, didn't you?
Wow.
Oh, and Nazis aren't aggressive. Go figure.
Speaking of aggression, I think.
Speaking of Deutsch, you Nazi me up. You went. Ich habe große Haare ja?
Everyone, shut up for a second. Shut up.
Republic over
Shut up, everyone. Hold
Große
up.
Haare ja?
All right, I gotta put you in the back so you can't listen.
God damn.
We got a 1v1 request for Corinth versus Abe. So let's get everyone else into the back here.
Everybody.
Wait, don't. No, wait.
Let's get everyone else into the back.
Why'd they put me in the
other
back?
Person that just popped into the back there, we can get you up after. Just wait until we get back.
Haha.
everybody
Now I'm on the
into
screen again. I figured it out.
We got actually quite a bit of people in the back right now.
I'm on the screen now.
So
I'm the
chat,
star.
Ready to start getting them 1v1s going. All right. You know what I think? I think I might. I'll talk about.
Oh,
that
I can.
Anyways, Abe and Lawrence, let me see here what topic we are gonna get for you two.
He's not an ally. Yeah, he's obviously not an ally.
well,
I'm not gay,
where
by the
do you
way.
guys-
I'm an
where do you
ally
guys stand
of
on
the
that
SLGBT
that we were just talking about?
LQIIAAPP plus 2 community.
Maybe I'll change for you two because I think I can.
I had to
find
take down my
video,
brother's stupid flag.
for you two.
That is stupid Trump and Jesus flag.
Where do you guys
What's
both
we
stand?
bitching now? What does that even mean?
Actually, yeah. Where do you guys stand on the churches remaining tax exempt?
Yes.
I don't even think there should be
The folks
churches.
that would incline me to say yes.
Unless it's the synagogue of Satan.
Wait, you're the anti-pope. Wouldn't that be?
I don't even believe in Satan, but
No,
Oh, okay.
Satan
I don't know
worshipers
how
are
this
cool.
works.
it's confusing. It's like the Middle Ages Catholicism is kind of silly. We're bringing it back.
I have my vest on for safety,
What do you
guys.
guys think about countries should be?
Where's my emotional
isolationists?
support dog? Josh, can I pet Echo?
No.
I need I'm feeling anxious.
What do you guys think? Should there be a minimum wage?
No. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Jason eats
I knew I'd
vegan
find
pizza.
one.
Duh.
I knew I'd find one for you too. So listen, chat. How this goes is we're starting.
Do you know how many
going to
innocent
5
pineapples are
minutes.
slaughtered for my
Okay,
brother's
if you guys wanna
pizza?
add on a minute. It is 10 to add on a minute. All right.
I don't
want a
even eat
solo
fruits and
judge,
vegetables
it is
because that's the
60 to
ending of a
solo
life.
Judge. If we don't get a solo
The only
judge,
lives
it'll go
I
to the
like
chat
ending,
poll,
I
and the
support
loser of
ending
the poll will
is
lose
children in
their
the womb.
soul. Fighters, good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
I really want to debate
Okay, so why do
Okay.
you think we shouldn't have a minimum wage?
anti-Pope Corinth. I like this guy.
Hold on wages, and it allows businesses
I need to cut
place
a
people at that
mouthful in my
wage
mask so I
rather
can
than
drink my
allow
beer.
them to haggle for a wage. And I think that by doing so, they can just hire everyone on at a lower wage, and you don't really have a say.
Hourly employees, the ones that are affected by minimum wage laws, generally are in the case that, hey, we're in a labor surplus.
I support late-term
You're not
abortion
getting
up to
haggled.
3 years
Your
old.
Individual value there gets fucked by the company.
Our
because you
Earth
can
is
get replaced.
overpopulated.
So if you're not willing to be undercut, if you're not willing to undercut the person that we already have, that we're gonna get cut
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now,
Well,
despite them
well,
working here for
well,
15
no.
years,
We support
and
the
their
homeless
blood, sweat, and
community.
tears to a company. because we'll pay you $1 less. That's
Squatters
pretty
have
fucking
human
system.
rights.
Couldn't they do the same thing with the minimum wage in place? They could say, "Oh, this
Squatters'
person's
rights
drinking
are
too much.
people's
We'll
rights.
give us a scammy reason to get rid of that person.
Squatters' rights
Hire
are
somebody
human
at the
rights.
minimum wage."
This
that's
is what
acceptable.
democracy
We
looks
can in
like.
some cases, but
Show
those aren't
me
cases
what
where the minimum wage
democracy
is
looks
applicable.
like.
These are cases
This
where the
is
minimum
what
wage
democracy
is like
looks
your
like.
local retailer. If you go
Show
to a
me
store,
what.
like a grocery store.
What are they
The
talking
cashier
about?
there is not making meaningfully more than minimum wage, where they're going to be undercut. You lose more value there. This is something that protects the people that are in these kinds of systems from being just greedy corporations slashing at their throats. and
I like
trying to
playing with
just get
this
the cheapest
computer.
labor
My
they
brother's
possibly
computer is
can.
cool. Wow,
For
wow,
sure,
wow,
but
wow,
everybody
wow.
who takes a job takes a job
Wow, wow,
by
wow,
choice,
wow,
right?
wow, wow,
Yeah.
wow.
So why? I mean, I'm
The same
trying to
reason
decide
When do
how
I get a
that-
turn?
and just run across the picket line scabbers. These people are
Yeah, but-
scab. They're harming every other worker for some momentary personal gain. We shouldn't be increasing systems where we're allowing people like mega corporations.
Go on, girl.
try and
No, I
people
only
against
identify
each
as a
other,
woman
try
on
and make people
Tuesdays.
Undercut each other to try and fight. for
Today's
some
not
level of
Tuesday,
what the
so I'm
lowest
obviously a
minimum
man.
wage they
Obviously,
can live off of is. We should try and set it at something where we protect those people.
Sure, but at the same time, you're still coming down to like nobody has any variance on that lower wage in order to make it. Damn it!
It's like, yeah, I don't think it should be like a nationalized minimum wage to like a.
I don't think it
specific-
makes
I think
any
these should be
sense.
localized, right? I think these should be things where localized companies should be able to pay.
you want to
these
join
wages,
Antifa? You have to
especially
change your
localized,
name. We
like,
don't allow
convenience stores. This
Christians
is
in
like a
Antifa.
reasonable wage in this given area. Like if you're in rural Mississippi, you probably shouldn't. Be
Communism. I
making
mean,
the minimum
socialism.
wages
I'm not a
somewhere like
communist. I'm
New York
socialist.
City would be needing.
We don't
to
like.
do the same level of protection.
There should be no religions.
Sure, but
Religions
artificially holding it down. Don't you think that
take
across
personal
the board,
property
if you're
of
holding it
human
down
beings.
artificially, it doesn't leave
It's like slavery.
room for the negotiation for
Church is the new slavery.
companies to be like, okay,
Ban church.
Yeah, I
Losing
don't think the
thoughts.
company needs to be able to go down to like $5 an hour because
well,
we
obviously,
already
but that
see them
still
not
does
needing them.
happen. That still happens in tipped positions in multiple states,
Yeah, and
even though
that's
the
bad.
minimum wage exists.
Well, I really
So-
can't wait till we
Use
get to
that.
the one where we
Tip
talk about
positions are
gay
a
people
weird thing
adopting
because
children.
A lot of the wages end up being unmarked and things like that. This is just a poorly thought out field in the first case. But if we're sticking where minimum wage is,
It's gonna be
applicable,
my
where we do
favorite.
Have minimum wage. These are all cases where there's a finite.
I don't
level of
even
pay
think
where you're
straight
not gonna
people should be
meaningfully
allowed to
outperforming the cashier
adopt
next to
children.
you. You're not going to be like,
Goon?
I'm just checking people.
What does that
faster
mean?
than Lindsay
Isn't
over
that
there.
like
That
a
doesn't
slang that
you're in
means
you might be able to. You don't.
you
it doesn't
play with
happen.
yourself?
The systems aren't fast enough for you to do that. It's usually limited by how fast you can.
I
scan
support
things,
playing
put
with
the thing in.
yourself.
Most of the time, you're waiting for is the 75-year-old woman to put in her card. She takes it out. She tries to put it back in because she doesn't understand how the PIN system works.
But
Hi,
don't you think
Goon.
that the minimum wage works as an excuse to hold down those who are not entry level at a wage that they shouldn't be held down to? I mean, I
No,
understand.
because if
but,
you're not
like,
entry level, you have that level of skill you can compete with others for. You can show off. I'm not an entry level position. I'm in a skilled position. I have those skills. I outperform people. Who
I need my. Where's my?
peers pay me more. That's
Josh,
what
can you
tends
bring
to
me my
happen these days, is
meds?
People are shifting between companies
I'm feeling
over and over and over
antsy.
again because they're getting pay rises because that skill is valuable.
okay, but
Elderly people are the worst. They've been using so much carbon for so
I
many
don't even remember.
years. So much carbon emission, breathing, exhaling all that carbon.
Yeah.
The longer you live, the more you deserve.
I just
To
don't see why we should be
be
giving any more
euthanized.
favor to like mega corporations.
You're just
Well, no, I
using
don't
up
think-
all of the
I
oxygen.
don't think that there should be any advantage any which way. I think that it makes sense to set a minimum wage in some ways for those mega corporations, but at the same time, I feel like it's like a artificial tamping down of a minimum set.
Touch of tism.
So like,
Don't
for most
downplay
cases,
my
you can't
disability.
survive
I'm
on
full
a minimum
tism.
wage.
Yeah, that's just
So-
saying minimum wages should be higher if that's what we're caring about. That's not saying we shouldn't have a minimum wage.
But it's an artificial hold down. Always, it's going to be that way. The minimum
I mean,
wage
we
is
can-
never going to be at a market wage.
I mean, it can be. It can be at least a livable wage. We can have things tailored to a given area where if you're working something like 50 hours, 40 plus 10 hours of overtime, you'd be able to afford something like a 1-bedroom apartment or a small house if it's in like an extremely rural area. We can
But of
have
course that would
policies like
still-
this.
I don't
And
even
this
know
is
what they're
the terms
talking
of
about. I don't
minimum
listen
wage
when
that
other
we're saying,
people are
"Hey,
talking. I
we're
just want
gonna
to
give
talk.
these people
But
a
then you'd
living
also
wage."
cut out all the mom and pop shops as well. So then you'd be
I mean, if we're
deferring
saying
back
mom and
to
pop shops are saying most mom and pop shops, by the way, don't have a large amount of employees. They're usually companies that
True,
have like
but
maybe we're hiring the local high
The
school
government needs to
student.
take over all the
you
mom
don't
and
think
pop
that minimum
shops.
wage actually
And there shouldn't even be
helps all
moms
of
and
the mega
pops.
corporations more than it hurts them?
No, because then we're setting a level that, hey, mom and pop shops are generally able to afford. Hey,
I
this
can't
is a
help
wage
it,
that people
Casal.
I
want
think it
more
could
from.
artificially hold any small locally owned business out of the market as well.
It's a
Are there
disability.
any cases?
I have
This
Tourette's
wouldn't be a
and
particular point against
autism.
minimum wage. This would just be saying minimum wage is too high. We can have minimum wage while saying it low enough that it wouldn't hold out any system. So this just isn't an issue.
I'm
with
nervous. This is
minimum
my
wage.
first time on a stream.
It's an issue with the given application of minimum wage, which I also have issues with, and that's why we're not disagreeing on that topic.
Well, like even then, if we say, okay, say there's a minimum wage and the job isn't worth the wage,
I hope
that
my
the minimum
bipolar
wage is,
doesn't
then
kick
what?
in. I'll get really emotional.
Then that job doesn't end up getting filled. It wouldn't happen either way. You're where
Well,
this
no,
is how
it
basic
would if
Into
there
the
was no minimum wage, you
21,
could pay them
20-year
less for
abortion
that.
in the
No,
UK.
If it
this
was
is how
something
cost
that
disease
wasn't worth
theory
the full
works.
minimum wage.
Awesome.
If
What?
I have the choice between going to whatever theoretical job we're saying is not worth minimum wage, or some other job that
Well, maybe the
is
mother
worth
wasn't
about
able to
the minimum wage
financially
job is
support the
typically less than
20-year-old
zero. You
anymore.
can do one, you can do another generally, or that other one that pays more. Everyone's going to be going to the other one. No one's going to want to go into that first one, and they're going to have to raise the wage to be able to get people to fill that in.
Not if
This
it was
is the basic cost
experiential.
disease theory. Yeah, but that's not what minimum wage
Sometimes-
taxes go on. There's no experiential job that at least I'm aware of that's
When
going
you're-
to have some level
the
of
mo-
worth below
The
minimum
mother was
wage.
allowed to abort a
Can you think
disabled.
of
I
any?
support that. It'll be a better life for the child.
I'm sure it would be completely
Their life was if
based
they're
on
So can you think of
some
any, or is this
extremely
just like
subjective
some
thing.
mythical job out there might be like harmful to minimum wage?
I can't think of one off the top of my head, but it's possible, I suppose.
I'll let
I
it get
agree,
to
it's, like,
9 minutes to
possible.
see if we have a solo judge.
It's like logically possible. I don't see like a contradiction in that. I don't see like anything. It just doesn't happen. This just isn't how economics works.
Oh my god.
That's wild.
Cure being an economist is like raging at me
Listen,
right now.
some American
my
being an
God.
economist, I'm like, oh, you got a brick, you got a brick yet, you got a brick yet. And I didn't mean bricky, I mean
I
B-R-I-K,
wonder why
no
we never see it.
C.
That's so
innit?
weird.
No, I know it's mental, innit? But listen, China, Russia, and India too, Argentina, and our 3 other fuckers, yeah, they have bricks.
What'd you say? Can
Yeah.
you say that
All
again?
right, 1 second, real quick. Chat. I am putting the poll in the chat right now. We're past the time for a solo judge. So I'm putting the putting the poll in the chat right now. Okay. So if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Corinth on the poll.
Anyone
Get
who
your
doesn't
votes
vote for me is
in.
anathema.
Get your
Yeah.
votes in now.
Vote
because we're
Karim,
starting the
vote
timer
Karim,
over.
because
We got 2 minutes.
Abe's gay.
2 minutes.
Sorry,
to vote,
Abe.
chat.
To be fair, Abe, I'm like, you know, man. Abe, I'm sure you're happy. You're a happy guy, Abe. You know what I mean?
I'm glad you freed the slaves, Abe, but I have to vote for Corinth because he sounds like we would be friends.
Yeah, because you know why? Because if Abe's happy, he's totally gay.
One of the primary.
Come on, it's an English.
How many bottles
Scott,
have
it's
you
an
been
English
through
word.
already,
It's an
Joker?
English word.
That's what I
Gay
wanna know.
means happy. Happy,
One of the
happy,
primary
happy.
of minimum wage.
Abe's well gay, Eddie. Abe's well happy. He's well happy freeing his slaves, Amy, you gay cunt.
Right to earn
You
enough
gotta
money in a
mute.
job to pay their bills, and you're a piece of shit.
King, just give me the 1v1.
Joe's
Please.
got a
Yeah, I was too
2-minute
far.
mute.
Too far. I was too far. I'm sorry, guys.
Give me the
Sorry, guys. I was
1v1
too far.
Oh, hey,
Joker.
hey, you got a 2-minute mute. Can't fight it. You can't fight it. It's a 2-minute mute.
Give me a 1v1. I'll take
JS
care
to
of it.
don't mess with the Fluhan. Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
That's
there we
right.
go.
I didn't
One
get
of the
that at first.
primary purposes of the minimum wage is to allow people to earn enough to live in the economy. And if you're a person that's against people making enough to live, then you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, we need to make the minimum wage $30 an hour.
I mean,
hate
it should
living.
probably be a
I
minimum
think
that
pro
sustains
You
death
want
my
to come to
mansion, I agree.
Scotland, bro? You want to come
Alright.
to
You can't fight the mute. I gotta put you in the back now. Gotta put you in the back.
Is that illegal?
This
Michael,
guy just putting illicit substances on the screen.
what?
Am I getting put in back?
Nothing. Not gonna call
I
attention
can't
to it.
understand you, Jason.
There's fucking ceiling
Your
tiles on
mask
the
is
list
a
of
little
substances.
bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Should I talk closer to the mic?
Yeah, that might
It's
help
so
you.
bad. It's so bad, man.
I don't usually do this. My brother showed me how to do it.
I know.
What a good brother you have.
Yeah. He's
Why
well,
don't you
he's.
just cut a hole in the mouth of your.
Right.
I was
mask?
thinking about it.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a good idea. You should just cut a hole in there.
Just a
That'll
slip.
make more sense. You get protection and you can still drink.
He's gonna deep throat the mask, try to put a hole in it.
I need scissors.
All right, listen, real quick. We have our votes locked in. All right, 52 votes. Thank you to everyone who participated in the votes. What's going on? Wait, I'm getting messages now.
Stop the count. Stop the count. It's over. We have stop the count.
Okay, yeah, yo, Michael, don't be eating whatever you're eating on stream, bro.
Well, I was just eating
Yeah,
food off the
chocolate.
ground,
Yeah,
dude.
chocolate. I know, I get it. It was chocolate, but
I
people
picked
think
it
it
right
looks
off
like
the
something
ground,
else.
man. It's totally natural.
Yeah, chocolate. I get it.
It's for his
Um,
depression.
Yeah,
Exactly.
he's about to be
Glad you're concerned.
having an experience soon. But anyways, listen. Thank you everybody who participated in the votes. 52 votes, 51%. So it was close. 51% said that the winner of the 1v1 is Corinne. Abe Dinkus, tell everybody where we can find you and why we need to bring you back for another shot at the $200 prize.
I will be waiting in the ground. Bring me back if you want fun.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. If they bring you back, you know you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend. Another soul added to the safe of souls. That's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. All right, so your mute is done now. So we'll bring Joe back up. And then we have oh wait, what's going on here? Shit. Okay, so Bin Talk. I owe you a name change. Let me know. Just tag me in the chat so I can see it. And then tell me what you want the name change to be because Abe's not up for it anymore. JS says better than Mr. Direct or name change, not JS says.
I don't know what that means, but thank you.
Oh man. About to get messy. That's a fair name, Karen.
The hole doesn't make it any easier.
And
Why
we
do you
got
got a acoustic
another
ceiling, dog?
we got another 1v1 to do here as well because it was paid for already. The winner versus Joe and add the minute. So that means Corinth is gonna be going one-on-one with Joker. Where did Joker run though? What happened to Joker? Oh, there he is. All right. So let's
Yeah. I just had a
Let's put everyone
fat
else.
thumb.
Okay, hold up, Joker. One sec. We're gonna put
All
everyone else into the back. Abe, I'm gonna move you to the green room for now, so I don't get confused on who's to be brought back up.
He's getting smashed.
Let's
Again.
put everyone else here in the back. And all right, let's find a topic.
I have to go to the back
for you
again.
two.
Who am I talking to?
Corinth, you are going one-on-one with Corinth.
When do I get a
Wait,
turn?
Corinth, what are you?
I'm
What are
the
you?
anti-Pope.
These people are uneducated. I'm
I'm
obviously
just,
What
I'm
are
just
you?
trying to get a
way more
baseline, you know what I
educated than
mean?
they
What
are.
are you, Corinth?
I'm the anti-Pope.
I want to
You're
give them my
anti-Pope.
life story,
I'm a
my
Catholic.
testimony
We're gonna have fun.
of how I
Yeah.
became
You're not
an atheist captain
You're
of the
excommunicated.
Antifa squad of
now.
San
Yeah,
Francisco.
excommunicated, he says.
Well, big up the Leo. The only
Let
one
me
that
see
doesn't.
here.
I want to
The
talk
only
about
one, the only star sign
my star
guys.
signs.
Oh well. Read.
I have a lot of girlfriends,
Voices.
guys.
Where do you guys both stand on the death penalty?
He's deep.
They like me because I'm educated and I know
you're
about
deep, bro.
astrology.
You're against it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
because you're deep.
Joker, are
I'm
you
for
for
it.
it?
He's dead. No, I mean.
You for it?
What's the
I'm
top?
for
I don't know.
because he's
Okay.
dead. He's against it. You know why he's against
Yeah,
it?
they're scared of me.
Everything
Obviously,
he lives
obviously.
For the rest of us, you're dead.
All right, well, listen, you're going to be debating on why you're for it, and he's going to be debating why he's against it.
Yeah, and you
Can
know
we
what,
totally
guys?
just subtract time?
To be fair,
Actually, you
guys-
can. It's double to take away a minute. So it's 10 to add a minute, it's 20 to take one away, all right?
And listen, guys.
Well, I usually vape,
It's $100,
but I couldn't
just to
bring
let
my
me tell
vape on
him,
the plane, so
you're
I had to
dead.
take some of
You
my
deserve
brother's
it.
cigarettes.
Fuck you.
Question is the R4 POS.
I'll mute myself.
All right, Joker, you ready for a debate? He's got
Crystal
I'm a
balls.
masterpiece.
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
don't do
queen.
that.
Slay
But,
queen, my favorite.
He's
Listen.
already excommunicated. I can't do anything else.
Chat, we are going to 6 minutes, okay? It is 10 to add on a minute, 60 if you want a solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you.
No, I don't laugh in
Thank
front of
you.
my
And
girlfriends because
obviously it's
usually my
this. It's,
anxiety kicks
big
in
up
really
Leo.
strong.
If you're an anti, you're already lost your soul.
I sweat a lot when I'm around my girlfriends, though.
I just have too much hope for people. You're slowly changing that right now as you continue to speak, but I just think you're all just too stupid. Like people like you, it's wrong to kill you because you can't comprehend what you're doing, the actions.
And that, is that a pussy telling me that right now?
Yes.
No wonder you don't like death, pussy.
Yeah, I have 9 lives. Like I can get executed like 8 times and still be fine.
No, you can't. You can only get done twice.
No, I have 9 lives. You don't
No,
know.
you don't. No, you don't. You're a pussy.
Speaking of
You
pizza,
don't have
I
9
need some
lives.
pizza right now.
Let's
And
think
you're a
about
pig.
this.
You're
Let's think
oinking.
about
You're
that.
just oinking. You're digging.
It's gonna
for
look like a
truffles
meat
now.
lover's
Let's
pizza,
think about
but
this way.
it's
You're
not.
digging for
Why do
truffles
you
to
not?
feed to
Why do you
Michael.
not like? If you've got 9 lives,
It's not.
like you said,
It's fake
yeah.
meat.
Why don't you like the death penalty?
Because most people don't have those 9 lives. Are you stupid?
No. You're
How
just
do you said that?
fucking. You're just like a what we call
You're what we call a regret. You're what we
No,
call an
what-
accident.
what we
You're what we
call-
call
what we
someone
call you
suffering
is a
from fetal alcohol
liar.
syndrome.
if you
You're
don't
what we
like
call
death,
a dysgenic
if you
waste of
don't-
space. You're
if
what
you
we
don't like
call
death,
a
if you don't like
regretful
death,
person.
if you don't like death, why have you got 9 lives? If you don't like death,
Lives, not
Yeah.
I'm
lives.
sorry, that was too stupid
why you got
for me
9
to even
lives, bro?
understand.
Why you got 9? If you don't like
Understand.
death, if death is bad, yeah, and you don't like death, why you got 9
Yes.
lives, pussy?
Because death is bad. So I
No,
don't want to have that happen.
death is
so
not
I've
bad. If
9
you've got 9 lives,
I
death
know,
is
right?
Good, no?
No,
9
it's not.
times, 9 times good.
No, I'm
9
avoiding
times
it
good
8
for a
times.
pussy. 9 times good death for a pussy cat. Yeah, here's the funny thing about it, right? See the cats, guys, right? When you go Asian Egypts, yeah? Why is it Horace is a dog and he weighs your heart with gold? What's the
How's your
pussy do?
liver
What's the
feeling right
pussy
What
do?
the
now?
What's
heck is
pussy
this
do,
guy
guys?
talking about?
What's the pussy do? He doesn't weigh you heart of gold to get in the afterlife. Get what the pussy does? He says, "Oh, death is bad." Pussy.
How's your liver feeling right now, buddy?
How's your pussy feeling as you sit in the dark side? I'm weighing hearts of gold, bro.
I'm not sure how that's an answer to the question I just asked you.
I'm weighing hearts of gold. What you doing, pussy? You're saying death is bad. Hey, guys, death is not bad. Yes?
Why is he rocking like
I'm
a
a
crystal
dog.
ball?
I'm a hound.
Is that a
That's pussy
microaggression?
hole.
Are you ableist?
Ain't weighing nothing in the afterlife. Hey,
You're
pussy,
ableist. I don't
how'd you
know.
get in the afterlife?
Josh, can I ban
can't,
this
can
person?
you?
They're
Do you know why,
ableist.
guys? Egyptians told you this. Yeah? Ho! 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 Pussy.
You okay, buddy? You
No,
good?
no, no.
need
Next.
some
When I go to the
You
furry
went-
convention,
you
we
went
make that
very
sound.
quiet, didn't you? Do you know why? Oh, by the way, guys, we've got 4 minutes left. and he-
Rock-a-bye,
see?
baby.
Listen,
4
he
minutes
just
more
got
of this.
way
Ah,
measured. You just listen.
I want to play Mario.
Listen, pussy. The big dog, the big dog, yeah? He just weighed, measured you, and you came out pussy. You were found wanting.
No, I
You
cut
were
a hole in the
weighed,
mask so I can drink
measured,
easier.
and found wanting, pussy. You ain't got a heart of gold. You're not getting an afterlife. Get back down to the bitch, pussy.
Well, he's the one purring. Why is he talking about pussies? He's the one purring.
Look,
Aye.
I can't even understand.
That was a
this
good
right
one.
Go.
now.
Do you know what?
If you spoke
now
English,
he's
this
gonna
might make sense.
Listen, guys. He's going to tell you that Scottish pussy is not.
It's not. I don't have
normally
verbal tics.
understandable. And by the way, dog, big dog, pussy hole.
Except for sometimes.
Meow. No, that's not understandable, is it, guys? But listen, seriously, we've got 3 minutes left. I've done you 2 minutes in, to be fair. Don't pay
Are you,
for
like,
any
having a
extra,
sleep
guys.
apnea
Don't
attack while
pay
you're
for any.
awake? Is that
Listen,
what
I'm
that is?
sorry to tell you guys. This pussy hole, yeah, pussy hole. Look at his picture. Pussy
Oh my
hole.
god, this
Can I
guy
ask
is
you a
so
question?
annoying.
No,
No? Okay.
it doesn't matter what you say, does it?
It actually
Because you're a
does.
pussy hole. And you.
No. See, you misunderstood
No,
it.
what you
It
got to say
doesn't
then?
matter what you are, is what your
I really
parents
hope
said
they
to
vote
you.
this
Listen,
clown
Listen,
guy
I
off.
don't
Here's
care
the funny
about you.
thing: you cannot
You're an
use
orphan.
you cannot use my shit against me like it matters.
You're an orphan.
No, you're a pussy
Your
hole.
parents don't love you. They gave you up because you were their
But
biggest
listen,
regret.
you've had 9 lives. You've had 9 lives, and you're still
I'm
a
still on
pussy
my
hole.
first life, actually.
You've had 9 lives,
have
and
8
then
more.
still a pussy hole. 9 lives later, you're still a pussy.
And you are still a drunk.
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Oh, now what
I
you're
snort,
doing,
but not
now
like
what
that.
You're doing is you want me to show
He
you
just
the jugs
snorts
of
when he
milk I'm drinking,
breathes. You know what that means? That
fucking
means he's fat.
illiterate cunt.
No, I want
Which
you to
I'm
stop
body
doing-
No,
positive.
you just want to see. 'cause
I'm not
you
against
want-
fatness. I'm
you
just
just
pointing
want
it
to
out.
get right in. Listen,
Because you're a
let's
drunk.
remember the death process is what you've just did. Innit?
I can't even
Yes,
understand
you just
what
did
he's
your
saying,
own death
Speakeasy.
process
Where
because
do
you
find
wanted
these
to do
people?
Scottish drunk man. You pussy hole.
Shout out to the
What was
Scottish.
I'm gonna let it get to
Viper
7 minutes to see if we have a
British
solo judge.
What was the topic, Joker?
I don't know, man. I was just that guy being a pussy hole, wasn't it? He's a pussy hole, isn't it? He's a
Holy
fucking-
shit.
That was the topic?
almost broke teeth there, boys, but I never did it.
Oh,
Pussy
I don't know
hole.
the topic.
I'll mute myself.
That clown guy makes me uncomfortable.
oh my.
Yeah, do you know
fucking
why?
God.
Corinth, you got
'Cause
mod.
you're
Oh
not
my
a
god, turn your
bit
camera off.
happy. Yeah, you're happy. You're uncomfortable
looks
because you're
like a
happy.
crackhead.
And I'm
He looks like
engaged.
a head. Oh my god. He's mix and match in every
Yeah,
drug
yeah,
he
and the
can get
best
his
is,
fucking hands on.
you're the pussy hole, aren't you?
Hey,
Whoa!
Holy shit, we
Check
live
your
in a
pussy hole,
society,
hat,
brother.
man.
We live
Hey,
in a
pussy
All
hole.
society.
right, hold
Yeah,
up one
man,
sec,
pussy hole.
real quick, chat. I'm putting the poll in right now, okay? If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Joker on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Corinth on the poll. Putting the poll in now. Chat, you guys got 2 minutes. Get your votes in. I'm starting the timer over. And I see we have people in the back. I'm going to bring you guys up in just a minute.
Bring
just,
up Nish.
getting through
Nish,
this
I'm
part here.
vouching for Nish. And if Nish comes on here and he starts singing the new Kanye West single, I'm gonna kill him.
Oh, that song is so horrible. Wow.
Kanye West single. That's too harsh. Although though, Westy's like interview with that. Oh no.
He
no.
said, "Yes, I am a cuck. I like when people fuck on my bitch," and I kind of agree with that part, but the rest I
And you know
don't
what?
like.
Came out, guys. I can't Kanye West. He said, "Pussy hole, check his shoes."
You know what else Kanye West said?
I wanna go and see my concussion wife.
No.
Hey, Joker, who's in Paris?
Well, he said that. He
I was
said
gonna
that at
ask
least
that.
3 times to
Fuck
be
you.
fair.
Oh my gosh.
Oh come on! He said it 3 times, guys. Honest.
Fucking Corinth.
I can't say it. I'm too white to say it. So I need
Who
someone else
far?
to tell
Who
me
won?
that,
Who won? The pussy
I'm
hole
pretty
win,
black.
or did I
I'm
win?
pretty
Come
black.
on,
I'd say
pussy
I'm
hole.
Yeah, okay.
You're muted, mister.
Of course.
Yeah.
30 seconds to get your votes in.
After this, I have
Everybody
questions
knows
for
what the
you
correct
personally.
answer is on
We
this
all
vote.
can, guys. Listen, don't vote pussy hole. That's a Kardashian.
Don't pussy hole, he said.
Kardashian? Is that like an
Fucking
alien
come on,
species?
that was my whole hinge pan, wasn't it? You know what I mean? Go in deep and stay deep. Pussy hole.
You're like 1/4 pig.
1/4. Oh shit. All right, listen. That is 68 votes. Thank you to everyone who participated in the voting. All right, 68 votes and 67% said that the winner of the 1v1 is Corinth. Joker, tell everybody where to find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $200 prize.
I think you're all like anti-Scottish, so you'll get me on bricks. Like I'm Scottish, he's English. They control us, so I'm like I don't know. You know what I mean? Later. Bye.
Hey, it's
He
a
has a
pleasure
laugh, though.
having you, Joker. Hey, you don't get to. Hey,
Oh no, he took the cat soul.
Is mine.
Oh no.
can't escape it. All right, can't escape the soul snatch.
Speak easy.
As much
Really
as you
quick
try
question.
running from it, it never works. All right, never works.
Speak easy. What crack den do you go into to find these people?
Brickies.
Well, you know, there's some crazy places that some of us have to take the
He
initiative.
goes to Kamala Harris rallies.
Yeah, that's where I find them. That's true.
We don't
Alright,
we don't claim
we
that guy.
we have another 1v1 to do. I have to see, did Shazzy already pick who the 1v1 is? Let me see. I don't think so. Shazzy has a 1v1.
Get Nish up. I'm so sad.
I'm thinking.
Let's hear Kira and Michael. Kerr and
Let's
Fungi.
get
Who?
Let's get Stepfire versus Nish. How about that? How about Stepfire?
That would be
versus Nish?
hilarious.
I want to see Stepfire versus Nish.
We can have a rematch, Mr. C versus Nish.
I've debated Nish. He just spurred the whole time.
Nish is an excellent debater.
Mr. C versus Nish. Who should get thrown off the airplane?
He's a master in ethical rhetoric. I think we should.
Yeah, I
go
was
down
just
that road.
waiting to see who, figured we'd get these 1v1s done and then bring up more people at once. I was just gonna see who Shazzy wants in this 1v1. Stepfire and Cure. Okay. So let's get everyone else into the back.
I'm always in the back.
All right, so let's find a topic for you two. Let me see here. Well, since that last one didn't really go anywhere, where do you both stand on the death penalty?
I'm against it.
Sorry, what?
Against.
We
Wait,
disagree.
where's my video?
Okay, perfect. Look at that. Look how easy that was. And I'm sure this will be an actual debate. Chat.
Daddy
listen,
Jub, that's my other brother.
We are going to 5 minutes.
Who?
to
You
start.
don't act like you don't
Okay,
know
if
who
you
your
wanna
brother
add
is.
On a minute, it is.
I'm Jason
10 to
Starfire. I'm
add
your
on a
brother.
minute. It is 60.
I know we don't
if you
talk a
wanna
lot,
Solo judge the
Daddy
1v1.
Jub.
If we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
In your view, what are the roles of imprisonment? Why do we do it?
It's mostly to separate the criminals from society
What are they talking
Why do
about?
we separate them?
because they're a danger to society.
Okay. I
No, we
agree.
need to free all the prisoners.
Um,
They're not criminals.
in that
That's
case-
derogatory. We don't call them criminals.
after separation is done, why would we do anything else?
Criminal rights are human
Because we have
rights.
No obligation to the
This
most
is what
evil among us.
democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like.
So, should it be capital punishment for all crimes then, or what?
No.
So then why? How can we justify some?
Ethan Klein's
Well,
my
I mean, you just think
favorite.
of the most heinous act you can think of.
I
don't
love
have to go
Ethan
into
Klein.
specifics, but just think of the most heinous thing you can think of, and tell me why we shouldn't.
Yeah, well, if we.
I
if
really
you
wanna
said the other
debate.
purpose is just to.
I came here to
separate them,
debate.
right? Because we can't have them in society. Why would that entail that we need to kill them? Why would
We
that need to
have
be a
no-
punishment?
What do
For
you
the
mean a
most severe,
character?
like
I don't.
said, we have no obligation to the most evil among us.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, you
If we
haven't-
do have an obligation to them, then you have to demonstrate that obligation.
I'm gonna play
No,
Mario.
I mean, I'm just claiming.
I'm gonna
that
erase my brother's
we
save
don't
file.
need
He's
them
gonna hate
to
it.
separate them without having to do that, and we
We
can
don't- we
fulfill
don't-
that role, which you said is the role.
We don't need to do anything. That's I'm totally.
So
I'm
then we
asking
don't
you
need to
why
keep
we
any
need
of them
to
in
do-
prison. We can just kill all of them.
Well, I mean, you could, but that would be.
Well,
I died.
Well, which is
I
it? We
wasn't.
only need to separate them, or we don't have an obligation to keep them.
I mean, it's just a false dichotomy.
Brazilian bold.
It's not a either or.
I watched
Wait,
that video
Why are some okay
that you
and
sent
not
Josh.
others? I mean, which is it? You,
It was
you
pretty
have an
funny.
obligation to, or we don't have an obligation to provide them any care or do anything with them. In which case, we can just kill them, or we.
I don't like
just need
Joey
to separate
Diaz.
them,
He's
which
too
is it? 'Cause
right wing
that
for
was the
me.
purpose you stated in the beginning.
Well, no, you're just conflating the ones that would.
Look,
be
my brother couldn't
put
get
to
this
death
coin
with
earlier, but I bet you I
all
can get the coin.
People in prison. Like if you do tax evasion, I don't think you should be put to.
Well, you
death
need to
for that.
provide a distinction, right?
I'm way better at this
Distinction?
game than
Like,
Josh.
why it's okay for some and not others.
Watch, I'm gonna
Because
get the
it's
10
really
coin.
discriminating
He
on
couldn't
the
get
crime.
it, and I'm gonna get it.
And who decides what's a greatest nature of the crime or a greatest
Tax the
crime?
rich. No, eat the
A
rich.
reasonable person.
Watch this. Watch.
And a reasonable person.
Oh, I
reasonable
hit
people
pause on
all
accident.
agree
Oh my
on
gosh, I hit
punishment,
that
'cause
button on
it seems to
accident.
be that a lot of
Stop.
people don't agree that there should
Get
be
out of here.
capital punishment.
Well, I mean, reasonable people can be wrong.
Oh, that doesn't work.
Oh, so then a reasonable standard isn't the standard then, right?
No, it is the standard.
So
I
then
thought you could Z jump off the side of those guys. You can't.
Well, reasonable people can be wrong, but they should
Frederick
also
LA.
be the ones
Josh,
to
who's
decide,
Frederick LA?
if capital punishment is warranted.
He's
Yeah, but isn't
African
it
American.
true
We
for
stand with
literally
you,
every
brother.
single action that the human being
We
takes,
stand with you.
particularly when it comes to interacting with society?
We show solidarity
Well, no, I
for
don't need
the
a reasonable
for our
standard for
African
how we act in
American
society,
brothers,
so.
our BIPOC
You use no
community.
reasonable standard?
I use an individualized standard. Using my
But
own
is it
standard.
reasonable?
It's reasonable to me.
You're
I
just
don't know that it'd be
dodging.
reasonable
Okay,
to
so-
other people.
Well, yeah, but there can be a consensus. That's why you have like juries of your peers.
I know.
That's
Why am I
consensus, so
playing
you're
as
right.
Luigi? I should be
No.
Peach.
Did I say
So
it?
then why
Peach
would
is
I feel
way
that?
cooler.
Why do I care?
So could we ever
How do I-
be right?
Potentially not, but I mean, your standard for what. So you've already found you have a delineation here for things you think are heinous. You have said that if we appeal to a
No, no,
reasonable
it-
person, they
Toadette.
can be
We're gonna be
wrong.
said
Toadette
also
next
that
time.
is heinous.
I'm just gonna die so I can
What
be
do I think is
Toadette.
heinous?
No, well, I mean, I just don't want to get into the details of the heinous because
Hmm.
it's again, a reasonable person can come to the conclusion, common sense, using basic faculties. You can imagine the most heinous thing you can think of.
Mhm.
Why shouldn't that person be put to death?
Because I don't think anyone should. Because I think that exceeds the purpose of confinement and exclusion from
Well,
society,
I don't need
which
a
you
bunch of I
admitted
thinks.
to.
I
But
need
then
an
you
argument.
contradicted yourself by saying that we actually don't have a responsibility to exclude them, and that's not the purpose.
Well, again, you're conflating. You understand that there is a separate category for those that are being put to death versus those that are not.
Yeah, why is that a separate category? Why should there be any difference? I'm saying there
Because of
should.
the
I'm saying you
heinous
can't provide
nature
a
of the
distinction.
crime.
We
Yes, I
shouldn't do
have.
it to anyone.
I've multiple times because of the heinous
Well,
nature
then you
of
applied
the
to.
act.
Yeah, okay. And you said that we appeal to a reasonable standard or consensus, both of which can be
This is
false.
horrible. Death penalty is so wrong unless it's for fetuses
All right, so
and
should we
elderly
not put
I
people.
reasonably
anybody-
think we shouldn't do it. Why am I wrong and you're
Should
right?
we not put anybody in
And
jail
rich
at all then,
people.
because we could be wrong?
No, I said I agree with the initial premise that the purpose of prison
And
is-
straight white
just
Christian men.
confinement from society until that person is no longer
And
a threat,
fascists.
safe to re-enter. You agreed.
And
Yeah, well,
Nazis.
like 36 hours and 36 cents,
Or-
and they're no longer a threat to society.
It could be that. It could be the case. I mean, do you disagree with parole boards?
It depends on. I don't know what you mean exactly.
Like, do you understand what a parole board is? Like, what
I mean,
the
when they
purpose is?
go up to plead their case for why they
Mhm.
should. be
Yeah,
on
a
parole, get some
travesty.
sentence down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you understand why they?
Do you know how
that,
many
right?
young
You know how
black
that
men
works?
are on parole?
That's
It's
for, like,
ridiculous.
reformation.
Well, yeah. So the idea is
Let
if
them
you can
free.
Make a case
Let
that you're
them
reformed,
free.
That you're not a threat anymore.
Let them vote.
Your purpose of being excluded, that's no longer a threat, right? You're no longer a threat. You no longer need to be excluded. We can put you back in.
Are there cases
So-
in which the parole is not granted,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
where the hearing is itself not granted at all, with no chance of parole?
Oh, flagpole.
I,
I got a one up.
Is, for any crime that
No.
isn't a life sentence, I'm pretty
Well,
sure you are entitled to parole board eventually.
Yeah, if you exclude all the things that doesn't allow you the parole board, then yes, everything includes the parole.
Yeah.
board.
So the idea behind a life sentence is that we think the crime is so.
What? So
it's so
heinous?
unlikely that you'll ever
So
be able to come
heinous?
back to society
Yeah,
that
yeah.
we just let you stay there for life. 'Cause
Now
you
4
feel
years
that-
of Donald Trump is
Yeah,
worse
well,
than a
that's got
life
nothing to do
sentence.
with capital punishment. Why should we go?
We're Toadette
further?
now. Yay.
Because
Why
we
should
Women
we go
power.
further?
to
Exclusion.
sustain their life.
Under
Toadette
your
is a
own-
strong,
under your
independent
own-
woman.
The premise you agreed on, you haven't demonstrated why we should go further than that.
Yes, I have. Because I said we have no obligation.
Oh my god, I
Okay,
took
well, then-
damage.
Then we don't need to keep anybody. Then I can kill
no,
everybody.
You have to demonstrate the obligation that we have.
No,
to keep
I
them alive.
agree with premise one. I didn't go any further than that. I just said we
Okay.
can confine them until they're no longer a threat. You agreed. How do
But
we get
you're
to the
not
second
making
step?
an argument. You're just saying we should.
No. I'm just
And I'm
saying
waiting
I don't
for
get.
why
I don't
we
get to the
should.
second step. The second premise. How do you get to the premise that some people are justified to be killed, even despite the first premise being that we just need to confine
Oh
them?
my
Same
goodness.
reason that you would
But
get
then you
life
say the
without
second
parole.
premise is that,
Oh my god.
or rather, just the second claim, I guess, is it's not even connected. The second.
Oh my
claim
god,
is
the
just
flagpole.
that, we don't have an
I
obligation.
need the one up.
So I mean, which is it?
Well,
Got
you
it.
mentioned We don't
Number
have
one.
An obligation to. You have to demonstrate why we have an obligation to keep these people alive for 50 plus years in some cases, and much more than
Well,
that.
it'd be consistent to say
what
that
is
no
the
one can-
obligate? Why should the taxpayer taxpayer be burdened with this person who has demonstrated themselves
Mhm.
to be a negative to society, one that should be removed?
Okay, then we shouldn't keep anybody
completely.
then. Capital punishment for everyone then.
No, because reformation is possible with some people. You've already admitted that reformation
Yeah,
is
but
not
why would
possible
not
for
being
some.
able to reform mean we can kill them? We
Because
we
what's
can't
the
just
point?
continuously
What's the
exclude them.
obligation then? What? That's why I keep asking. What's the obligation then? Hey, doo turn your fucking
Due
music up.
diligence.
Shout
Due
out
diligence,
to
you
Doo
singing
Doo.
over there, bro?
That was a good debate,
Shout
man.
out to Poop Man.
Yeah.
Let it get to 9 minutes quick to see if we get a solo judge.
Was that Aaliyah? I like that.
I was listening to Shania Twain, you fucks.
Oh,
Ah, shit.
Shania Twain.
That's great. All right, let me write this.
I only
Poll
think we should have the death
for-
penalty for fetuses, elderly people, rich people,
Mentally ill
fascists,
people.
Trump supporters, straight white Christian men.
JS, I'm loving everything you're saying right now. We are in each other's heads.
Fucking wild.
I think.
Nice.
I'm thinking
Someone
Someone
JS
should
does
donate
it
and give me
for
like
me.
5 more minutes so that I can ask him the next question.
I actually don't
All
understand.
right, real
why
quick.
Exactly,
Chat.
why-
Chat, I am going. Oh, you still have some time after this. So you got 2 minutes while they vote. I am putting the poll in right now. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Cure on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Stepfire on the poll. Get your vote in, chat. You have 2 minutes. I'm starting the timer over now.
Speakeasy, was that you rapping in any of the intro songs?
Today, you mean?
Yes.
Not today, no.
Okay.
But I do play my own music a lot.
You're a
Whoever
rapper?
those guys were, they was chopping like a motherfucker. They was getting it in.
Don't you think that's a little bit of cultural appropriation?
Straight choppers.
Straight up.
Wow.
Yeah, that was
Gay choppers, am I right?
Complete. Mercules was the first song, Complete and Mercules, and then the next one was Gone. GAWN.
That shit was hot.
Yeah, man. They kill it.
I like Enya. Sail away, sail away, sail away.
You like Katy Perry too, or what?
She went to space. Oh my goodness. Women are so powerful.
I can't, dude. Women are so powerful. Yeah, because they went to space. Fuck yeah. That's fucking wild. Chat, get your votes in. And then we're gonna get the rest of the crew we have in the back here up here. We have some good ones up ready to go.
I'm illiterate, want some smoke, and I'm for it. If you come up
You're
with some
my
good
good
shit,
personal
I'll
friend,
bless you.
Cashapp.
Oh. 20 seconds for the vote, chat. 20 seconds.
Are you mad that Corinth is the Pope and Katy Perry ain't?
She's my pope.
You are a heathen and you are anathema.
All right. That is 2 minutes for the poll. 48 votes. First off, thank you all. Shazzy gets a refund. That doesn't work like that. But oh, you're saying you want to give Shazzy another choice. I get you. I get you, Kieran. 1 second. You're a legend. 48 votes. Thank you to everyone who participated in the voting. 68% of the vote said that the winner of the 1v1 is Stepfire. So, Cure, tell everybody in the chat where we can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $200 prize.
I think you can find me on my YouTube channel or my Twitter, I guess. Also, you should bring me back so that I can mog Corinth, the anti-pope. Actually, I can mog Stepfire again. Who else? Who else ever wants to get mogged?
Ooh, mog me, do me. I want to get mogged.
Who are you?
Yeah, this mogging is quite
Adam
fun.
You're not entitled to a mogging, son. Calm down.
Aw, I feel
Hey,
left out.
it was a pleasure having you, and if they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And we do this every Friday, so come back again if you don't come back up tonight.
Mhm.
Till then, my friend.
Your soul is mine. Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls.
This is a
That's
safe
how it
room.
goes.
You've been rather
I want to debate
Turbo
that,
Combat Friday, baby.
Did
that
you put up a
cultural
poll?
appropriation question too. I would like to debate that if anybody wants that smoke on the one-on-one. That's a
Yeah,
good
you
topic.
do. Just a minute.
I'll body him on it.
Did you do a pre-debate poll? Like, where does the chat stand on the death penalty?
So I usually, I'll do a poll during the debates to see like that too, where the chat stands on the current topic. With the death penalty, me and Bin Talk were just talking about it. I see it with the death penalty. It's either heavy one way or heavy the other. So I'm like, who's changing their fucking mind? We do this poll all the time. Is that did for the people? Like, it's always different. It's wild.
I'm for it, man. I think I can make a good case for it too.
Well, listen, I think Shazzy's got another 1v1 choice, and what I'll do is I'll bring up who we got waiting, so at least Shazzy can have a little more of a pick here.
Who we got?
Let's bring him up. Nish, welcome to the show. Let's fucking
G'day, lads. How you going?
Let's go. Anon, welcome to the show.
Whoa, I thought that was a picture. And then it moved.
Vigilante, welcome to the show. Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
And Paige, welcome to the show. Let's fucking go. Nice, a nice full panel. And we still got 1, 2 still in the back. Shazzy, tell us who you are putting into the lion's den.
I want that cultural appropriation debate. I'll eat anybody on that.
Oh shit!
What exactly? What's the proposition?
What particular position would you be taking?
Somebody made the proposition. I want to engage in it, but I'm not going to give up my position until it's paid for.
Just which side? Which side?
Which side do you take?
I said white rappers are cultural appropriation.
I'm not going to say. If somebody want to pay for it, then I'll
we got to
engage.
know your fucking position to debate
I'm
it.
not going to say.
Do you think white rappers are cultural appropriation? Yes or no?
Corinth, you need to restart. You need to back out and come back in.
That might be what's going on. I just heard you pop into.
You took them from their homeland, and now you're taking their music, you colonizer.
Kelly sends in 20 and says, "I like your show." Thank you, Kelly. You're amazing.
Shout out to Kelly.
And you have 20 credit now if you want to do any of the moves. Just for anyone who doesn't know the moves, I'm gonna put up the chat moves list here for you quick. So this is the moves that the chat can do. And then we got a name change as well. Page to Iraq Dum Dums.
Oh, what's that prize tonight? Easy.
What's that, sorry?
What's the prize tonight?
$200.
Shit, is that Canadian money?
Wow.
Easy, JS, and the guy
Australian
talking.
money's worth even less. So
Yeah, I was about to say it might be actually
Oh.
worth something for me. My dollar's worth nothing right now, but
That's more than I get on my
just
food
saying.
stamps.
Shit, I don't know who was talking. Oh, due diligence? Okay. I think
is that din due diligence?
I think they were on the same side for that topic though. But
Well,
okay.
I believe he was rather insistent about not telling anybody what his position was.
Oh,
Wait.
and I got-
You the
I
one
got a
that asked me,
name
like,
change too
isn't
that I
that
missed.
cultural appropriation? And then, you know, if you want me to engage in it, they can pay for it to get me to engage in it. But you already assumed my position, and I will reveal my position
no.
that they take me as not.
We are just finding out if it is me who you are disagreeing with or him that you are disagreeing with.
I don't know who is me or him because I can't see your mouth moving.
So Corinth has a different view on the topic than, well, probably has a different view on the topic than a different person on the panel. So the question is, which person do you disagree with between two people with different views?
Yeah, I never said that I disagreed.
I don't
said
think this motherfucker knows what he's
engaged
talking
in the
about.
topic that somebody paid for the debate.
I don't think.
Well, they do. So someone wants to put you in a debate, and I think they're asking so that they don't put you up against someone who's got the same view as you.
Well, the reason why I said what I said.
Do you believe you can debate somebody if you both have the exact same?
Oh no, I really don't want to debate an African American man.
That makes sense.
I'll do it. I'm incredibly.
JS, are
I
you
wouldn't
aware
debate an
that
African American man. Why would you either? You probably lose.
JS, if you round up 1/8 of the panel, that percent of the panel is committing 50% of the annoyances of me right now.
That was funny.
All right,
That
so
was high class humor.
here, what we'll do. One sec. If it'll be easier, we'll just just want to make sure, Shazzy, you want due diligence and JS, just to be sure. Or maybe she already answered that and I'm slacking.
Man.
Haven't our people done enough to oppress the black community?
Okay, yeah.
Oh
Okay,
my
so
goodness.
Let me get everyone else into the back. Kira, I'm just gonna move you to the green room so I don't confuse myself here with everyone that's in the back. Get you back there, get you back there, get you and you and you. All right. So, I mean, is white rappers culture appropriation?
Yes.
No.
Okay, look at this. You're on the opposite sides. Let's go. Let's go. Chat. You ready? We are going to 5 minutes to start. Actually, it's 6 minutes to start. Sorry. 6 minutes to start because we had a 50. 6 minutes to start. If you guys want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on a minute. If you want to be the solo judge of the 1v1, it is 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Did I miss? Oh, I did miss a name change. Doo-doo. Here, let me do this before we... And yeah, if I miss your name change, don't be afraid to tag me and tell me I missed it, because sometimes there's a lot of shit coming in at the same time. So I'm fucking... It can slip by. I'm only human. All right, listen. One more time. We're going to 6 minutes to start, 10 to add on a minute, 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it'll go to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
I just want to start by saying I apologize for the 400 years of oppression and slavery that the evil white colonizers put your people through. That was wrong, and it hurts me. I don't even I feel like I shouldn't even be debating you.
State your position, jackass.
Well, the African American culture is lush with great qualities such as natural hair, dreadlocks, and one of the things that comes from there is the music and the culture of the music, the heart and the soul of the black culture and the music. And I don't think the white man, this evil colonizer, should be taking that. They don't have any right to that.
I think that's a silly argument because then can black people do country music? Can black people do rock and roll? You know, rock and roll comes from black people. Can white people do rock and roll? Then you
Yes.
say everything is cultural appropriation. I'm wearing a ball cap. Do Africans traditionally wear ball caps? No. What about the garb that I'm wearing? African Americans don't traditionally wear this type of garb. They wear like more like robes and or maybe even be naked. You know what I'm saying? So that's just an idiotic position. Like anybody can do anything that they want. You're not appropriating anybody's culture. You know what I'm saying? Like if you appreciate somebody's culture, you can mimic it, style it. It's just style. That's just a dumb, idiotic position, bro. Kill yourself.
Well, dumb, idiotic position isn't really an argument, but black people have been marginalized. Black people can't culturally appropriate. Black people can't do cultural appropriation because they're the marginalized. Racism is prejudice and power. Since they don't have the power, they can't be racist and they can't do cultural appropriation. They're allowed to take from any culture that they want. But the white man is oppressing you by taking your culture. Don't you understand?
Yeah, I do understand. We asking if white rappers are doing cultural appropriation. So we're talking about music specifically. And I'm saying that a white rapper doing rap is not cultural appropriation because people appreciate music. Like you should be able to do whatever type of music you want without offending a whole ethnic group of people. That don't make no sense. Like I enjoy music as a whole. I love country, rock and roll. And if I want to do that, are you offended by any if I do any type of music that white people invented, would you be offended?
No, because you're marginalized.
Oh, then it's not cultural appropriation. We're not talking about racism or marginalization. We're talking about appropriation, silly boy.
It is. Cultural appropriation is a form of racism.
No, the fuck it's not, you idiot. Racism is racism. Cultural appropriation.
These ad hominems are getting out of hand.
Huh? What? We're not. Quit trying
don't laugh at me.
You are conflating the issue. We're not talking about racism, you jackass. We're talking about cultural appropriation. You're conflating the issues. Get your ass out of here, boy. Shut up.
They dress with your style. They rap with your bebop and hippity hoppity motions.
Ooh, so the fuck what?
The women are out here getting big butts.
That's white culture.
I know you guys like big butts, and you cannot lie.
You speak in English. That's white culture. I do a lot of shit, but do
no.
You feel like I'm
Ebonics.
White people? No.
Ebonics is for your people.
Stupid. You sound stupid. I'm speaking English, you jackass.
But in rap, they speak Ebonics, which is only.
You're saying that what's the other equivalent? Would you call all those other things cultural appropriation? Like if you take something that traditionally belongs to another ethnic group and you use it for yourself, is it appropriation or you could call it reverence? Let's say that, like, I love the ball cap. I'm showing appreciation. You know what I'm saying? It's not an offensive thing. It's reverence. I like your style. You can say that too.
You like my style?
I do.
Nice. Thank you.
Yeah, but I feel like you're an idiot though.
Well, that's not nice.
I'm not trying to be nice.
I'm very smart. I'm educated. I went to Harvard. I have a degree in sociology. Well, I have a degree in sociology, and I learned that the marginalized communities cannot cultural appropriate because they have a limited amount of cultures to draw off of. But these white men, they just go around thinking they can take things from other people. They use their power to oppress others. It's gross.
I'm not asking you what you learned in school. I'm asking you to respond to what I said.
Ibram Kennedy said it, and he's black.
Red herring, bro. Get your ass out of here. If you can't respond to what I'm saying, then you don't deserve to be on the panel.
What are you saying?
I'm saying
all you're saying is I'm an idiot. I'm really smart.
I'm saying if I want to show reverence, if I like your style and I do what you're doing, is it appropriation? Or if I'm showing reverence, I'm saying I respect what you do.
But it's okay if you do it because you've been oppressed. It's not okay if the white man does it.
You can't even engage, fool. You'll kill yourself. You can't engage, bro. You lame.
I mean, he made an argument at least.
I thought I was engaging.
No.
I'm gonna need my medication.
Like, didn't do diligence. You do understand the point he's making, right?
Yeah.
Well,
convinced
the
JS
point
is a psyop now.
The point is not the topic. The topic is are white rappers appropriating black culture? And I said no, because it could be reverence. What if white people are showing reverence? They love the culture. I don't see it as offensive. It's not appropriating. They just engaging in fucking music.
Yeah,
And they're
also
wearing
created
FUBU.
it. They gave them the culture in the late 80s, remember?
It's not appropriation. You can engage.
Yeah.
You can do whatever type of music you want. Anybody can.
Shit, man.
A rap don't belong to black people. Straight up.
How's it feel to beat up on an ally, JS?
I know. I feel
was
bad.
dying back here.
I'm
All right,
sorry. I
listen,
apologize.
We are past the. He apologized. We are past the time for a solo judge. All right. So listen, I'm putting the poll in right now. Okay. And if you want to vote, sorry, I left you back there. My bad. If you want to vote for this man right here, you are voting for JS Urban Adventures on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Due Diligence on the poll. Get your votes in right now, chat. I'm starting the timer. You got 2 minutes.
He said he liked my style.
I'm convinced that JS is a psyop now. He's better at pretending to be a liberal than he is at being a conservative.
Pretending.
I noticed during that JS had a double mask, and I think that makes the bit even better.
Yeah, it is good. It's a good.
What do you mean
stick. I like it.
pretending?
I do actually appreciate.
I'm not a liberal. I'm a socialist.
This is JS.
Yeah.
Guys.
That's your mate, Corinth. You know that, right?
JS is permanently targeting me with this. I am the one on the panel that is being attacked right now.
What is the actual distinction between liberalism and socialism?
Oh,
I'm gonna
fuck,
make you
that shit was
justify
too
that now.
funny. I was
In
dying.
character, you have to do it.
What's the distinction? Did you ask?
Yeah,
So-
yeah, between liberalism and socialism on JS.
Great question. What do you
Liberalism,
reckon,
they want
JS?
more freedoms and free speech. I do think we should restrict people's speech to a certain degree, so it's a little more authoritarian, but you should take the means of production and distribution away from the people and or make privatize it. I'm sorry, take it away from the government. The means of production and distribution and less private property. I support Marx. Abolish churches and public schools.
Nice.
Lots of things. There's lots of differences.
Yeah, you certainly did list a lot of different things.
Very Marxist. Very spot on.
I approve of this.
Oh shit!
Most convincing liberal I've ever listened to.
He just said he wasn't a liberal. What, weren't you paying attention? He goes out of his way to tell you the distinction between liberalism and not liberalism. By the way, we're both getting fucking destroyed in this.
I mean,
But yeah,
to be fair, as an
he-
actual
he
socialist, he
goes
did
out of his
actually
way
get pretty
to tell you
close.
the distinction between both, and you still call him a liberal. That's the biggest insult I've ever heard in my life.
Sometimes it's hard to gather my thoughts. My Tourette's acts on me, and I haven't taken my medication yet today. So
My Tourette's. Holy fuck!
Did you
Listen.
while she was pregnant?
Listen, this was super close. All right, 55 votes locked in. All right, super close. The 55 votes, and the winner, it says 50% because YouTube doesn't do like 50 point whatever, right? Yeah, I know, King. We've had this before where we figured out it's because they don't do like percentages, like point percentages. But anyways, 55 votes, and the winner with 50.5% of the votes, so super fucking close. Due Diligence. So JS Urban Adventures, Jason Starfire.
Jason Starfire, JS Urban Adventures is my brother.
All right, well, tell us all where to find them and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $200 prize.
You should subscribe to his channel if you're a Trump-supporting fascist, racist, evil, right-wing lunatic. That's the only reason you should subscribe to his channel. And you should bring me back because, you know, it's really tough going against an oppressed person, a BIPOC, someone from the BIPOC community. It's really tough. And bring me back.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. If they bring you back, you know you're more than welcome. Until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine. Fatality.
Another soul taken. Another soul taken. Added to the safe of souls.
No way that should have been close.
You're right. It should have been much more one-sided in his favor. It was clearly appropriation.
I demolished that dude, bro. He didn't have a chance in hell.
All he did was call me an idiot.
The position is correct that that it would be a part of that it would be appropriation. The only question is whether or not appropriation is good or not.
I'll bust your ass up. On
Somebody
that
bring
shit.
me back.
You wouldn't have a chance either.
Okay, I mean you can say that.
Shit. And we got another one to bring up. Resident Pitbull Bricky, welcome to the show.
Bring me back, chat.
You're muted.
No shit. Sorry, I was reading the chat.
Let's fucking go.
I was engrossed in the chat.
I mean, I'm not crazy, right? We shouldn't be appropriating modern black culture, right? That's probably a bad idea.
Yeah,
certain
appropriation's
aspects
bad.
I
We
would
shouldn't
certainly
do that.
agree.
Well, I mean, cops do it all the time.
Hey, that was funny.
Well,
Oh,
all
I
I'm
don't
saying
know
is,
what Yamato does at all.
No,
Ignorant,
see-
arrogant cunts.
Well,
Come on.
so
Come on, pay for
Yamato
that.
has kind of like the opposite of Bebop Hook, where she goes to you, but she can go through walls, which is I hate that.
Is that some Japanese anime shit?
Absolutely.
We're playing Deadlock right now.
Hey.
We're in the middle of a video game.
You know that shit is like that's revenge for Hiroshima, right? Like that's their way of getting back at you guys.
Lost Avarice just wants to add into the convo. Nish kisses men down under.
That's true.
Ugh, gay. Why is there people imagining gay shit? That's so gay.
Well,
welcome
we
to
lost
my
chat.
life on the internet.
Yeah, dude, what the hell? I know I'm fucking a strapping young handsome lad, but that's a bit too far, to be honest.
Hang on.
Strapping
Where
young
you
lad,
was-
you mean
where
the
you
hit,
on you
the hit,
kissing down
I know I'm a fucking spring chicken in his prime, an absolute fucking stallion, sweating testosterone, but that's a bit gay, Lost Avarice, whoever you are.
The way you described yourself, though, completely straight.
Great. Every single thing he said they're just objectively true statements.
Fuck. All right, so Kelly.
I'm trying to fix my
Kelly
headset.
Puts up another 20 and wants to do a 1v1. So let me know, Kelly, who you want in the 1v1. Plus, the show will be extended by an hour because Bree and Robert put in the 60 to extend it. And then also JS adds in redistributing my brother's wealth to start a Jason Revive Fund. Let's go. We got a Jason Starfire Revive Fund started. All right.
Hey,
85
put your
left.
hand in your pocket
Bring
a bit
them
more,
back.
son. You need a bit more than that to start a fund off. Come on.
Nuh-uh.
Oh, fuck.
We all need to work
All right,
together.
so, sorry. Let me see. Kelly.
We
who
all
you
need to work
want
together to
in
bring
the
me back.
1v1?
I'm anti-capitalist.
Yours is first. Nish
I'm-
talks to me every
I'm
day
tempted
and
to let
still
my
says
brother
he
play
loves
some
me.
Mario while we wait and see if we get revived. I think I want to go out to the living room. What do you guys think, chat?
True,
Also,
actually.
somebody King
Oh,
sent me
shit.
And
$20.
Lost Avarice honestly
Josh,
fucking deserves it all.
I'm taking this money. This is for my money.
A real joke. You know what that reminds me of? Listen, you know
He
what that
has a
reminds me of, Adam
soundboard.
Doll?
He
That
said
actually
when I
reminds me
get
of
a super
Albert
chat, I'm
Fish.
supposed to
He
play
was
this
also
song,
a
but
real
it's
joke. You
cultural
know about him?
appropriation.
Yeah, Albert Fish. Yeah, he was a notable child rapist.
Wow.
Child murderer and
It's not
Very
working.
left field. What?
Yeah.
Wow. That's
It's not
insane.
working.
What a he was a real jerk,
You guys
dude,
hear that?
honestly.
Yeah, honestly, not a fan. Can't claim
It's
to
not
be a
working.
fan of Albert Fish, notable child rapist and
I
cannibal.
denounce
Yeah, that
Albert
makes sense.
Fish.
I don't think anybody should be a fan of that.
Thank you,
Yeah.
King.
You know,
Denounce him on behalf of the Catholic
honestly,
Church.
Easy, you know what the craziest thing about it was? All of his victims were retarded, mentally retarded African American children. How weird is that?
Whoa,
He should go to hell 1,000
Hey, man,
times.
good thing.
He's a real jerk, right? Like an actual jerk.
Wait,
I know, and you know what,
important
chat?
thing I need to step
I
in
forgot to
stance
vote
with,
for
we as the
myself.
Catholic Church are
I
officially
forgot to vote for
announcing
myself.
we
I would have
changed
won
the
if I
vote
would have
split.
voted
That's
for
not
myself.
anymore.
What? I'm usually anti-voting.
Anymore.
If I would have voted for myself, I would have won.
So, okay, Kelly says, I want your wife to pick. William and Alicia pick the one.
Abe is starting a revive fund too. Oh my goodness.
See, this is a proper democracy.
Where is also I seen something from Kieran, but it didn't pop up. Maybe it didn't star because of it popping in at the same time as another one. Sometimes it does
Chair
that.
money.
Let me see. Where are you?
Guys, I
Kieran?
would have won if I would have remembered to vote for
I
myself.
know there was something. I know there was.
Of course you didn't vote for
Yeah,
yourself. Morland Wagon.
Yeah,
Morgan
just
Wagan. I don't even know who that
There
is.
we go. I see it.
Jalen! I've seen you on my brother's show before. You're my favorite!
I want to teach kids the Christian truth.
You're my favorite person, Jalen. I support you.
Gotta do a rap to a hip hop beat. So I gave my sermon an urban kick.
My rhymes are. This song is horrible.
My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's because Jesus Christ is my nigga.
No! He said the N word. A white man saying the N. Oh my
I'm
goodness.
Very familiar. I'm intimately familiar with that song.
That's cultural appropriation.
That was incredibly based. I love that dude now.
I stand by the explicit
I can't
and
hear
implied
anything.
messaging in that song.
Jesus
I
Christ.
reject it. Jesus Christ is not a friend with him because
Dang
he's
it.
not a
I forgot to vote for myself.
that was not that was a heretic. Who was
Wait, you can't hear anything?
And Abe putting up 10 for a revive Abe fun. Let's go.
Wow, he's got to
That's what
show me up.
All right, who is the first 1v1?
Typical
I need-
Abraham Lincoln behavior.
Who's picking? I don't make decisions. You do. William, who do you want in the 1v1? It's up to you, my friend. Hurry up. They said I pick?
A lot of 1v1s tonight. Why did they have to put me against the black guy? I mean, the African American guy.
Okay, I know what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna pick. Let me get everyone else into the back. All right. This is my.
Oh,
my
I have
pick.
coffee.
I knew I was going to be one of them.
I gotta go get my coffee.
So, let's get a topic for you two.
I know we should have
get
both voted
into.
for me.
All right. What do you guys think?
I feel like I won that
about
debate.
Should all security
All he did was call
guards
me an
be
idiot, but
armed
you know,
with a firearm, not a non.
we should just. I should have just given the victory to him immediately
security
to
guards
show
be armed with a
solidarity for
lethal
the
weapon?
oppressed African American community.
Not particularly
I'm actually happy I lost because
use this as my one pass.
a white man beating a
Use it
black
as
man
one pass. Yeah, we
is
can do a different one. No, that's fine. That's fine.
it's so
I've done this one
it's
with
so
you,
cliche.
Stevie.
So
That's, I
cliche.
would
A
say
white
that's
man
absolute
beating a black
fallacy
man.
on its face right there.
All right. Well, we'll pick a different one. How about
It's not a
should
hazard
we-
vest, it's a safety vest.
Oh, okay. Should there be term limits on elected presidents?
I don't necessarily think there should be term limits. I think there should be an age limit.
Well, what do you think about that, Anon? Do you think there should be an age limit?
I don't think there should be a president.
I'll be right back. I gotta get coffee.
Wait. So, are you for like anarchy? Are you like? Is that what you're
That's what our
saying?
government's supposed to be built on. Yeah, the law. No one's supposed to be above the law. There's not supposed to be a hierarchy above the law. Unfortunately, with presidential immunities like we have, we don't have that. Not everyone is exposed to the same law. Some people are above the law.
Okay, so do you want to debate that about if we should? How would I prompt this? Let me see. Because if like the question of should we have a president, this kind of leaves it pretty open.
Yeah, we can see what else you have in your bag as well.
I mean, Anon, do you basically just support direct democracy?
Going to drink at the club? Oh man. I really wanted to
I don't support any
hang out with you,
democracy at all.
Jalen. I
So are
support
you
your
saying there should
lifestyle
be
choices.
No government?
I'm saying we should have true anarchy where no one's above the law, including the president.
So anarchy, okay. So and vigilante, would you be for or against?
I am against anarchy. That's actually the reason why I'm not a communist anymore, is because I see the true end goal of
Not a
communism.
communist anymore. Traitor.
Okay, so
This guy's
there
a
we go.
traitor.
We can argue anarchy. Let's bring this time.
Even though I'm not a communist.
For when it starts.
Just a socialist.
All right, chat, listen. All right, we are going to 5
I want that
minutes
guy's
to
mask.
start. Actually, I see that there was an extra 10 put in for the
I wonder if that
extension.
mask protects against
So we will
COVID-19.
add that in here, and we'll put an extra minute. So we'll go to 6 minutes to start. All right, chat.
We have 7
We'll
lives.
Add on a minute. It is 10 to add on.
Oh
a
my
minute.
goodness, it's a
60
speed run.
if you wanna be
Maybe it's
solo
not.
judge of the 1v1.
Oh, it's a
Don't get solo
multiplayer speed
judge.
run.
It
No.
will go to the poll.
Oh no.
and the loser
Oh
of
no.
the
Oh
poll
no.
will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
So if
Whoa,
you
wait,
follow
what?
anarchy because you don't want anybody to be above the law, who makes the law in your case?
Wait, why can't I just dodge the ghosts? Fires, ghosts, thwomps, boss.
We're gonna get into who makes law. The point is, whoever's once the laws are established, they apply to everyone equally. So if one man can't do it, another man can't do it.
Yeah, but how do you establish law in a true anarchy when there's no democracy, there's no government?
That was
All of
easy.
that, because without a government, there cannot be law.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't have government. I'm saying you should have an anarchy form.
I don't know if we were
where
supposed to hit that
no
switch or
one is
what.
above the law, everyone is equal. You have no hierarchy.
So
I got the coin.
would be direct democracy.
No, I hit the wrong button.
The only way to have a government and establish laws.
Yep.
Where it is the closest to true anarchy is direct democracy.
Yeah, this safety vest definitely protects me.
Democracy is one of the closest things to direct.
It protects me from fascists.
Rule.
It protects me from
And not only that, but you
racism.
have being controlled by the media. Therefore, the media is actually in control of the masses, which is in control of the government.
Let's hit the right button this time.
You have that with any form of government, though. The media.
Oh, you know I'm getting the 10 coin.
Because, well, the majority of people are fucking sheep, if we're being honest here. Which is
Boss
why we need
fight.
a government,
Boom, boom.
because
Stop
we
it.
just let
Boom,
people
boom.
do whatever
Boom,
the fuck
boom.
they
Come
want.
here. Stop it. Boom, boom.
We're
Boom,
going to
boom.
just end
Oh
up
my
back in
goodness.
feudalism.
I'm small.
If
I'm
you can see
little.
that the majority of people are sheep,
He's
then
little.
therefore you have to be anti-democracy.
Oh, I hit the wrong man.
No, because
Who's y'all voting
in
for?
democracy, you elect leadership, or at least in the version of democracy that we use, in order to.
That is a
lead
fact.
people.
I am
You
sweating
gotta
my
have top
balls
leaders.
off. Also, I have a long sleeve flannel and it's hot
Well,
outside.
in our system, for example, when you have the media who's giving you the
Whoa.
presenting you who your options are of the leader, you don't have a free choice in the leader.
Well, I wrote
You're
this
dictated
song
until
for the
you think you get
atheist
a choice.
youth.
You don't actually get a choice. We present you the choice.
Cultural
They present you
appropriation,
the
not
choice.
in my
It's
booth.
a false dichotomy. It's the same.
If you
option.
want to
They
know
select the winners. They make you
the
think
socialist
that you are
truth,
selecting the president. That way you can't complain.
I just
That way
died.
you accept the
Why am I
tyranny
wasting
imposed
lives?
upon all of you.
To a degree, you're correct in that.
I'm
to a
burning
degree.
away
There's
lives.
not much of a difference between the two parties.
I need to play like
at least
for
up
real.
until recently, there's a fairly big difference between the Democrats and MAGA.
We need to play for real.
No! For starters, MAGA wants to fucking strip a fuckload of rights, while the Democrats just want
Yeah.
to sit still and do fucking nothing with their thumb.
Fuck
up.
MAGA.
So I mean, well, there's not much of a difference there. They are
Bunch
both
of
controlled by
fascists.
But there is still a big fucking difference.
No man should be above the law, and when he is, absolute power corrupts absolutely. If a
That's
man
not
commits a
true.
crime, if he wants to hold another man accountable for that crime, then he should be accountable. Judged
Stalin never-
shall be judged accordingly to the same means that you
Stalin was not corrupt.
That should go for everyone, and that is.
He's a great man.
I ask again, in your form of anarchy, who creates the law? If there is not a government.
Oh, what are these one-ups? I need some one-ups. Give me some one-ups.
They're just not a form of government.
Oh, we get one-ups.
And
That's
again,
what
I'm not
it
advocating
is.
for no
Anarchy
laws.
is a lack of government.
Why did I die? Why did I die?
And,
Wait, what just
I'm
happened?
advocating for is that nobody is above the law.
Wait, why did I
There's no
die?
Government where there is no hierarchy. Which
Did I get squished?
You are saying that somebody should be above the law.
Oh!
that the
Oh
president
my
should be able to
God,
commit
I'm wasting
crimes
all
and
my
be
lives.
Immune for these crimes, and I'm saying no man is immune.
Oh
from
my
these
god.
crimes
I
as
had
exercised.
we were
And
doing
shouldn't
so
be
good. I
able
need to
commit
chill.
crimes
I need to
of
chill.
violence either.
You can have a
Unless
government
we're gonna
without,
hold others
without
to the-
people being
unless-
above the law.
Unless we're
The
gonna
only
hold, give others those.
The only reason why the president is above the law in America right now is because of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has decided why that the president is above the law. The president wasn't originally above the law up until I can't remember the exact decision, but it was under Nixon where they decided that the president had immunity to civil laws.
All you have to do is stand here and shoot fires.
Who appoints the Supreme Court? The president's right, and who appoints the?
Okay, I have all my one-ups. I don't know how I died that one time.
That you all are.
Was not even
slaves to
fair.
this faction system that appoints
Flagpole.
the presidential nominees for each party, which then they present to you as your leader to select. This is not a democracy. This is an oligarchy, two-party tyrannical government that you are advocating for.
I mean,
And then they want immunity for their
any
crimes.
government with money in politics is an oligarchy, effectively. I mean,
All right, guys.
You see it the most in places like Russia, where there's
I'm
just
burning up.
blatant no caps on how much the rich can throw into politics.
Bring back Starfire
In
Farm.
America,
We got
have a cap
$5.
on how much the rich can throw into politics.
We got $5 for the Bring Back Starfire Fund.
Well, no, we don't, because it's free speech, so they.
We only need 80 more.
As much as they want, and so.
We need to take it from rich people. We need to start.
Again, if you're not advocating,
We need to start a community. I need my.
for no government.
Man, I wish my social security check would come in so I could pay to get
only one
myself
form
back.
of democracy or government in general, where
So you're for this
There's
government
nobody
like Donald Trump, who pulls out an ad in a newspaper for the death penalty, which for people that were later exonerated for their
$80 more,
He's
guys.
extremely tough on crime. Oh, but what does he want to do? He wants to give immunity to the
Whoa,
police for
whoa!
their crimes.
Oh, hold
He
up, hold
wants
up.
to
We
give
can
himself
one up
immunity
farm
for
here.
his crimes.
I think.
And you know what that is?
If I can catch a red.
Hierarchy.
Yep.
yeah,
Oh, that's
kinda
tough.
how hierarchy
Oh, that's tough. That was dumb.
in society. I mean, that's how
I
society.
could
works,
have
how
just went
society
over
has
there.
worked For fucking.
Hold on. Watch.
centuries.
It hasn't worked for centuries.
Okay,
That's
check
why
this
we
out.
established this country, because it was
Check.
fucking tyrannical governments for centuries, and our forefathers weren't going to stand for it, and we aren't too either.
I think I know who this guy is. He's not really that anonymous.
Using force to control people. That's what a government is
Oh.
definitionally.
And you know what a free
If
people
you're,
is?
if you're,
I'm trying to one-up
if you're
farm.
against having
I think the trick is to just run.
people above the law, then you're against having a government.
Not at all. I'm for having a government that abides by the law.
I got one up.
And that is great in theory, but it's not going to happen literally ever. It's just not how
Because
society
of people
works.
like you, and because of this, the mass
I got my
of
one-ups.
people that think
Let's
like
go.
you, that were taught
No!
like you, that were brainwashed by their masters to be subservient.
No, the reason why it's not going to work is because we consistently let people who are sociopaths, psychopaths, and narcissists get into places of power, like Donald Trump, who is
Oh
an
my
avowed
goodness.
narcissist.
Fuck
shows
Donald
the way he
Trump.
talks. With the fact
I
that we
like
let
this
people
vigilante
who are
guy.
narcissists be able to control our system, we are never going to be able to have what you want.
Again, you
Ideally,
bring up an excellent
This
point.
vigilante guy is a
People
truth
are
seeker.
easily fooled by narcissists and psychopaths.
I didn't even get to talk about Antifa or atheism, or I really wanted to talk about gays adopting children.
You had it the whole time, and you just had to throw it away.
No, you bring up an excellent point.
You're gonna let
This is
Stillman
like
in this debate.
absolutely like.
That's
what
crazy.
I'll let it get to 9 minutes to see if we have a solo judge.
Dude. That's a testament to how gay, cringe, and retarded anarchism is, that this midwit lefty just blew it the fuck out of the water so easily by just giving you rope to hang yourself with, you know?
Well, this guy's not even an anarchist. Like,
So you bring up a good point that only these psychopathic narcissists obtain this powerful positions in your
Like, what the
government,
fuck does that
United
even mean? What's a like? That's what I mean. You're too stupid to even pick on this.
Shut
What's a
the fuck up and
narcissist
let the
do?
dead boys
Like, what
talk,
is a
you fucking
narcissist?
Ozzy.
You fucking.
Now the point
you know?
is,
Dude, you sound like you have fetal alcohol syndrome. You can't make fun of anyone's
Hey,
accent,
Ozzy.
alright?
Yeah, Ozzy, shut the fuck up. Let the big boys talk.
So true.
You keep slurring, bro. You're pickled.
Only those.
Put the bottle down, alright?
All right, chat. Listen, I am putting in the poll right now into.
We
the
need a
chat,
good endless run.
Right, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Anon on the poll. All right, and if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Vigilante.
Who's this
on
Page
the
lady?
poll.
I
Get
support
your
women
votes
in
right
politics.
now,
She
chat.
needs to
You have
talk
2
more,
minutes.
though.
I'm starting the timer.
We need to hear her voice. She needs to make her voice loud and proud.
Yeah. So I think that this is a complete misunderstanding on the part of Anon.
Unless she's a conservative, and then she.
Complete failure of
No!
what anarchism is. Because you appear to think that anarchy is equivalent to the principle of equality under the law, which is a consistent principle which is adhered to by many liberal democracies. Like to say that you have to have anarchism to have equality under the law is kind of just fucking stupid.
We don't want equality. We want equity
No, you have to have laws, but you can't have.
and diversity. Ooh. I think we're supposed to build a path. I have a feeling it's gonna be a build a path level.
Kieran wants to add in. Kieran wants to add in. Nations.
I can't believe I forgot to vote for myself, and I would have freaking.
True. Thanks, brother.
And Abe puts up another 10 for the Revive Abe fund, so Abe is down to 70 left to bring back Abe.
Yeah, guys, get some money in. Get this.
Oh wait, how did that freaking? How did that Thwomp respawn off screen? This Thwomp was supposed to be over there. He off-screen respawned.
Multiple times there, I tried to give him an easy out by telling him what he wants is direct democracy, because that's what anarchy is direct democracy.
Oh, that's what you got to do.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I mean, it is mob rule. I mean, whoever has the power just.
Hold on, we need the coins, so we're gonna. bop all these
Psychopaths
blocks.
just
No,
aren't
power isn't
politicians, they're just
equivalent
war
to
lords.
numbers.
What's that?
I'm so pissed I didn't vote for myself.
No, but numbers give you power.
It's a contributing factor, but it's also true that weaponry gives you power.
Organizing, the ability to organize.
Is this guy
is
gonna
more powerful
get
than
on
power.
screen again?
Let's be real about this, alright?
I think he. Oh no, he's not.
Money gives you power. Money gives you power.
Not if we eat the rich and we redistribute the wealth. We're gonna stop that immediately.
How would you have a bunch of disorganized?
Am I supposed to get all the way over there? What am I supposed to do?
So, all right, we have the vote.
Paige is a conservative. Trisha. Ah!
All right, that is 51 votes. Thank you to everybody that participated.
Why would a woman do that to herself? She has such strong power.
Says that the winner of the
Why would she? Why would she reduce herself like that?
So
Oh, I'm stuck down here now. I'm screwed.
Where to find you and why they should bring you back for another shot.
I can't get up there now.
$200 prize.
Wait, what the?
You can find me
Oh
on
my
YouTube
goodness.
free while y'all are getting the harsh punishments from your
Oh my gosh, I have to die now.
community, you sheeple.
Wait.
Hey, it's a pleasure having you. If they bring you back, you're more than welcome.
What?
If not, there's always next Friday as well. And until then, my friend.
You can't get. You can't swoop out past that block. It's mine.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. That's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
We have.
And we got a couple more to bring up.
That's the only time I'll ever vote for the left. Why would you not always vote for the left?
Potato.
Who's this guy? This guy's a potato.
Good evening, tubers. I got my whiskey, I got my good book, and I got my cigars.
He sounds racist.
And Evan O'Brien, welcome to.
What did I just walk into the wall for?
Oh, Evan, it's been a while.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Evan, you still
Paige is rock hand.
Bro,
Not if she's a conservative.
You're gonna pay me.
Oh shit. Well, Cure isn't up here. You have to revive Cure to put Cure in a 1v1.
I don't know if I should hit this switch or what.
Hey, I'll step down for a freaking 1v1. That'll be fun.
It's not vigilante speakeasy, it's bad vigilante. Like an
Wait, we
idiot
have to hit
now.
the.
How much to get gay ass Nish to go against Cure?
We have to hit the P switch?
So the 40 is
What?
for 1v1, but to bring back Cure, it's 90 to bring him back.
There's no way to hit that P switch.
Not Kieran, Cure.
What if I?
You guys want to see this too? Cure knows his shit on economics, eh? He is a beast. You just want to see it.
Now, isn't this fella from down under too? This niche personage? I'm sure he sounds like he's from Kiwi Land to me.
Dude,
Bro,
you
is that
sound
your-
like you ran a
American
plantation
accent?
200 years ago.
Was that somebody's American accent for reals?
I feel like
I don't know what I'm supposed to
teleported
do.
back to the fields, and now I'm like, got someone bringing
How am
me
I
out
supposed to
of
get way over there?
lemonade.
American accent? That was the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. Quit that.
I think.
Now, boy, I
Oh.
don't know what you're saying to me there.
Did you just call me
That
boy, you
that
fucking
changes
dog?
things.
You
That
calm
changes
down,
things.
mate.
You sound like Rajesh from freaking.
Okay, wait. We need to
Like the dumbest.
grab the P switch.
That was terrible.
Dude, did you
Then
just
go over
admit to
here.
watching Big Bang Theory, mask off,
I
gay
watched that
moment.
Run of my life. Yeah. Like,
Well, I love Big Bang
You
Theory.
should be so embarrassed about that.
Wait, what's wrong with Big Bang Theory?
oh my goodness.
You should be.
It's my favorite show. I think I
Yeah.
should hit this
Do
on-off
you
switch.
genuinely laugh when Sheldon does autistic things? Like, do you actually think that's funny?
I'm gonna try to hit the on-off
That's
switch.
autistic So you're saying
because
that
I'm not sure
anyone
why
who's
it's there.
intelligent, is autistic? Is that true? Is that literally?
Sheldon's clearly autistic.
So I just wanna.
Bro, you love that show. You know Sheldon
No!
is autistic. Don't lie right now, bro. It's not a good
Funny as
look.
fuck most of the time.
It's not a good look.
Wait, I think we're okay.
Is that what?
I think we're okay.
Avarice wants. I don't. I didn't see it.
I didn't see anything yet.
Ah!
Oh, Nish versus Evan. Yeah, it's right here. Okay.
Yes, Nish versus Soy.
That was an
versus
accident.
Evan. Is Sheldon autistic? Let's go.
Sounds good, yeah. I'm definitely not a lumberjack. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know who this freaking guy is.
Yeah, you look like the before photo of a before and after for testosterone therapy, Evan.
I can't even see what you look like, so I couldn't even say
Wait,
anything.
we want this off?
Camera
You've
on,
seen me.
coward.
Do we need to hit the...
Okay. Hold up.
Dang, why is this Evan guy coming in so spicy?
Oh wait.
My phone's on charge because it's on.
I hope he's
5%.
an ally.
Nish versus Evan. That was someone else.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
You look like a Kmart. You look like a bald Kmart Wicked Wally. Shut the hell up.
Just want to make
I don't
sure.
like. Wicked Wally has a beard, you spurg.
What's a Wicked Wally?
Dude,
I
you
just
look
want
just
to make
like
sure
you, but you're
real
bald.
quick that that.
Why you fight me all of a sudden? Who's JS? I'm not JS. I'm Jason Starfire.
Give us 2 seconds.
That looks like me when I'm older. That wasn't even fucking funny, that there. That wasn't.
Which is also JS, but that's a different person.
Yeah, it's because he's got a soy head. People with a soy head, they have that like fetus.
He's gonna have some words with you, Paperback Queen. If you can't tell
Why would someone want to?
what's happening here.
Look, I don't understand.
Well, okay, so like if you have to be bald.
Wait,
Because I run
I need to.
faster. I move
Right,
quicker
I'm
in the
not
water.
bald.
Velocity, speed, endurance, power. Evan.
Okay, we
You
can
don't
reset.
understand these things, brother.
Well, this is gonna be the 1v1.
Why don't you swim as a woman for some college team? I mean, shut up, dude. What are you talking about?
He's telling me these two are having a fight.
I wanted
Oh,
here.
Lord.
What are you, Leah Thomas? Calm down.
Wait a second.
No!
Wait,
I'm actually gonna need a fan. That was too funny.
it's 90 to bring back here.
Hey, she talked.
So, someone bring back Cure Boys. You want to hear him debate numbers? I'm telling you, this guy is like a math magician. He's like an Asian person. It is insane.
What?
You
A
want to
math
hear it.
magician? Magic and math doesn't even make sense. It's a mathematician.
Go get him. Sorry.
The hell is a math magician?
Alright, so we'll let. What we'll do here then, we're gonna let Lost.
Math is illogical. I can definitely prove it.
So you're saying I need to pay 50 more? No. 90 is for the revive. 40 is for the 1v1.
Come on, Avarice. We know you have deep pockets, brother. Empty them, mate. Get back. Get him back. Come on, boys. Everyone, join in. Get him. Okay, don't worry about it.
Let's
By the way, I just have to say something. I was listening to the
So,
activity
well,
beforehand, before I got on here, and I gotta say that I actually agree with Adam. That was wild. I was like, whoa. I actually agreed with Adam. That was a weird thing to do.
Me and you agree on most topics.
Stepfire game 10.
I'm insufferable.
Yes,
And you're tedious. So.
You, not me.
Evan thought he
You.
had a friend and
And you're
Adam there.
tedious.
Yeah. So believe it or not, having like knowing what.
Talk about shooting some fucker down.
By the way,
we also
I saw a
got
picture.
20 towards a JS refund.
20.
Have you on my
Or no. There's 65 left to bring back JS. So while Lost Avarice is deciding what they want to do, we'll get everyone else in the back for Charles. Oh wait.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Let's roll. Get my boy
So,
back in there.
hold
too.
up.
Wow.
So let's get everyone else into the back here, real quick.
Oh wait, Nish, you have testicular cancer. You okay, dude?
What do you think about my nuts, Gabo?
Dude, I don't know. Somebody put it in the chat.
Gay?
My nuts, Gable.
Sure.
Somebody gave a 5. It's not 65. It's only 60 more. He missed a 5.
We gotta get. We gotta get this one out.
10, 20,
Get this one.
plus 5 from me, plus 5 from...
I don't think so.
Cure, welcome back from the grave.
What?
There was another 5.
I am resurrected. I am Jesus. All hail Jesus.
Let's go. All right,
Somebody
so
else sent a
now,
5. I did 5.
we gotta find a topic.
There was another 5.
to
I'm not sure who did it.
Oh, I thought Cure was debating the other dude on economics. Am I debating him?
Wait, is it Nish versus Cure? Wait, maybe I fucked that up. Hold up.
I think that's what Everest wanted.
60 more.
We have to deliver. He paid $150.
Yeah, we better put a show on. Yeah, we'll put on a show.
Wait. Do I want the bullet or do I want the
what
Goomba
do you guys
suit?
think about,
It depends on what the level's like. I think I can get both actually.
I could go anti-tariff.
I want bullet.
Yeah,
Bullet's typically better.
Let's go anti-tariff. I'll take the pro-tariff position. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think I can get up there. Oh wait, maybe I can get up there. I want that one up.
Listen, chat. Okay, to start,
No.
we are going to 5 minutes.
I wonder if I could just YOLO. Can we YOLO?
10 to add on a minute. If you want to solo judge the 1v1, it is 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it will be going to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul.
Can we get 30 seconds since Avarice gave $5?
Can you get 30 extra seconds for $5?
Yeah, someone gave $5.
Oh wait, I have to reach the goal while wearing a Goomba mask?
Because Avarice gave a couple.
Then we shouldn't get the bullet. I wonder if you no.
He's a generous host, everyone. Give money.
Let's go. Yeah, give all your money since I'm such a generous guy. Listen, fighters. Good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
It's all the delay's fault.
So I'll just start by asking.
I YOLO solo.
You want tariffs, and they do something.
Yeah, YOLO in this game means that you just jump out into the abyss and hope you land on something.
How will they achieve that?
It's my favorite.
I'll see America.
My favorite. Watch. So this would be a YOLO.
The rising economic power globally.
So
any sort
instead of
policy
doing anything, I'm just going to
forcing them to
hold on.
Create more ethical work environments, create more ethical culture. I think that's in our benefit.
I'm just gonna launch. I'm actually gonna catch a bullet.
All you're doing is subsidizing the growth and eventually the takeover of the Chinese.
And we're gonna go.
Globally. And the
This
only
is a
reason
YOLO.
and expand is the use of slave labor. So indirectly, you're supporting slave labor.
I don't think I'm gonna make it back.
So is your position only?
Oh, it will make it back.
Or
Nice.
Is it like the whole Trump tariff? Global? Is it?
No, globalism as a.
Wait,
as a
we need the
general
mushroom.
principle, China being the primary
I
correlate
lost.
enemy in that system.
I think I lost.
But you're not against the global tariff. So you're for the China tariff specifically, but
Wonder
the
if you could-
global sort of
no.
universal tariff. I think it's 10%.
No. Tariffs against any country that uses slave labor or essentially indentured servitude as a labor pool to be able to undermine Western manufacturing costs.
I
This is what
agree.
they've been doing
Wait.
since the 80s when all of the liberal
Do I agree with
politicians,
that?
Not just in America, but in Canada, America, New Zealand, Australia, and a lot of the UK, shipped all of our manufacturing jobs to the Chinese for money on the sly.
Okay, so perhaps we should have clarified the claim, but so you're for. I'm still. It's still unclear.
I think I can YOLO
But you're
pretty
not
soon
for
here.
tariffs on countries
No,
that would-
any country that
No!
uses what is considered to be basically
No!
indentured servants as their
We have
labor
to
pool.
YOLO from there.
That's
I
not
think
just
it
the
goes
Chinese,
back.
This is Vietnam. This is even Australia comparatively to the US. We have a cheaper labor pool to the
When
US.
it cuts back, we
We've
have to
been
YOLO.
hitting you guys with tariffs on beef for the last 20 years. And you know
Beef?
why? Because we produce
Well, who eats
a
beef?
less
A bunch of
quality
dang
product
animal
for a
murderers.
cheaper price in higher numbers, and we're able to export that beef to you guys, and you fatties fucking eat it up, and it's cheaper.
How
and
come-
you love it?
What do you
know
mean?
Who benefits in that relationship? Us.
Mario Maker's awesome.
Is it the case that
It increases hand-eye coordination.
Roughly, some of these Eastern European countries, Australia, that it's roughly the case that we have similar market conditions. It's roughly fair, roughly parity.
Yeah, similar. That is true, but we do have
We need a good run going. If we can get a good run going.
Yeah, so So given if you're
not
against-
including
We're
your
only
illegal
$60
immigrants
away
that
from
work in the black market labor pool, which is
from
also
the goal. But
a
you know
problem
what,
we all
guys?
do, that we don't
If you'd
really have
like,
to
you could
deal
just
with
send me the money instead.
It's certainly a problem in a lot of
I want to make more money than my brother makes doing this and show him that if he was not a stupid, racist, Trump supporting fascist, that he would make more money.
because this wouldn't be exhibiting the conditions, the market labor conditions that
I identify as a koala
You
sheep.
would be presumably against it in these cases.
What does that mean?
As there's no unfairness.
I don't know what that
Absolutely
means.
not. No, my primary issue is that I want to stop the growth of the Chinese.
Right. So why would
Racist.
one of these places where we have similar market conditions?
Wait, how did that hit me?
Well, it puts pressure on countries to stop undermining the Western manufacturing base by shipping all of their support to the Chinese. So I'll give you an example, right? Let's say the US slaps a tariff on.
At least there's a lot of coins, so we'll get
Australia
one
really
ups.
has two positions to go, right? You've got the US, which is the largest.
Who cares about
economy in the world,
Australia?
And you've got the Chinese, which is the second largest.
Oh, why
economy
did
in
I
the
do
world.
that?
They're not
I
a
knew that was
consumer
gonna
economy,
come.
They're a fucking
That
import,
was dumb.
manufacture, export economy, right? So what does Australia do in this situation? Well,
Oh, I'm
the
dead.
short-term decision is to go to the Chinese. We're going to get access to cheaper shit because they're a fucking import-export economy. They're going to manufacture everything using slave labor. Yeah, we get to live cushy lives in Australia for the next, I don't know, 20, 30 years. That's great.
China owns
Or we
Australia,
can take the side where,
which is
okay, we're gonna
amazing.
go with the US. We have
Because-
short-term increases of prices. We start to build back infrastructure and we start to build back manufacturing, and we have long-term sustainable fucking independence from the rest of the world.
I got to cut you off because you said something that didn't follow. So it doesn't follow that if I tariffed an Eastern European country, even a Central or Western European country, that I would then be hurting Western manufacturing. Because I mean, it's myself, right? Like, this is part of the same group.
It does though, because Europe's doing the same thing. Europe's shipping all their manufacturing to China as well. In fact, they're shipping so much to China that China is having to offshoot ship manufacturing.
What is
into
China?
low-class manufacturing
He
bases
said
like
China.
Bangladesh and Pakistan.
China.
It doesn't follow actually that if I tariffed
What the heck is a China?
offset their production and send it to China, right? Like, why would that work for the Why would it be the case that for the U.S. if we tariff that we would start building our own?
You dead, Bowser. You dead, Bowser. Get out of here.
We move production to ourselves. Why wouldn't they just move production to themselves as well?
2 1-ups.
To make
Well,
up
it
for
wouldn't
that?
just be that. It would be tariffing Europe for, let's say, putting pressure on them so that they don't work with the Chinese. Maybe it's like tariffing them so that you give them an incentive to come to the table with the US and Australia and Canada and New Zealand.
What's
And the UK
Australia?
now that they've left the EU.
China and
Tariffing them
Australia?
might give them the incentive to go, hey, we don't really want to be tariffed and we don't want to join forces with the fucking
I don't know what a
Chinese
China
Communist
and
Party
Australia
either, you know?
is.
Like, let's figure out a fucking deal here. This is business. This is business 101.
I'm really confused here because where do we go? How do we get from tariffing our similar market allies in Europe to
Uh-oh, lava level.
China? Why would this not
Here
incentivize
comes the
more production in
rain.
the same location?
It could, depending on who's in power and who's making money, but I don't think if you polled the general European...
This is a
voter,
starter
hey,
screen
would you
level.
rather stronger relations with Xi Jinping's Chinese Communist Party, or would you rather stronger relations with Trump's United States of America?
There's gonna be something different about it, though.
Without hesitation, would pick America.
I agree,
but
but I'm
that's
just saying
and that's the same in all countries, Cure. But what's wrong with that then? If for the last 4 decades, all our politicians have been doing is selling us out by shipping all of those jobs to China, right?
Yeah,
and
but
taking advantage of slave
I
labor.
agree with the presupposition.
Slave
that
labor!
China
No, I'm
is
dead!
an option. It could be themselves. That's my point, right?
Come on, you know that the EU market economy doesn't even fucking reach the knees of China, let alone the US consumer economy.
Why
bro.
couldn't it? I mean,
They're a fucking piss in a tiny kiddie's pool compared to the US and China. They're nothing.
By reducing the amount of consumption from the U.S., we're necessarily, I mean, they'd either lower their demand in kind in proportion, or they would be So yeah, so it could be the case that they would just lower demand and produce less altogether. There's no reason to suggest.
I'm
that
getting coins because
they
I need
would,
1-ups.
Go to China, right, to sell things, right? Like, why would the demand remain the same if the U.S. is now making things for themselves? So we're kind of assuming an increased demand level here, and we're assuming that they would keep producing at that same level.
You're doing a lot of assumptions.
Excluded from both markets. They might
When
not
you
lower it
assume, you make an ass out of you.
right there. I don't see.
Yeah, but I don't think China
Not
is
me.
the sole fucking
You can't make
option
an
here,
ass
though.
out of
That's the
me.
difference. Like I do think that a deal.
Nobody
can be
makes an
between
ass
the
out of
US
me.
and Europe.
Damn it, what
but
am I
to be completely
doing?
frank, like we can exclude Europe altogether. They're out fucking nowhere near us. I'd rather. a
My
Western
Tourette's goes
empire,
away when I
Australia,
play video
Canada, New
games.
Zealand, America,
It makes me
and
feel
the UK, as
comfortable.
was intended
It's
during
my
the fucking British Empire.
happy place.
I don't give a
might
fuck
even
about
agree with
Europe.
all that. I just don't know what the tariff connection here is what I don't follow, right? Why is tariff even an effective method of doing?
Are we
that?
talking about
This would
tariffs
even change
this
the
whole time?
behavior of the Chinese necessarily? How do we know that this would change the behavior of the Eastern Europeans? How do we know that the
Well, losing their business, right? Like them losing the ability to manufacture cheap plastic goods using slave labor and then export them to the West because we're consumers, right? Removing that work for them.
Who's not a
will force
consumer?
them to change, right? If they don't have the work, they've got to innovate. They have to do something else. Now,
Innovate!
we know historically the Chinese innovation isn't exactly their fucking strong point. Most of the things that they come up with are stolen, reverse.
It's a startup
engineered, and then
screen level.
mass-produced at a shittier quality.
Just
right?
win.
Like, that's their model for.
It's not
for
that hard to just
manufacturing.
win.
So. I
Fuck!
think any policy that's moving towards separation from
Paper Bag
global
Queen,
homeland,
stop deleting your
in
messages.
particular,
That
using the Chinese
that annoys
market
me so
economy
much.
as a
Stop
manufacturing
deleting your
base, I think
messages.
Any policy that does that is good.
I've already read what you said. There's no reason to delete it. Everybody's already read it.
There's a better policy. Policy could be just to not trade with China.
The training
It
had
doesn't
nothing
follow,
to do
right?
with
It just doesn't really make sense that
Kanade.
we would harm
Kanadadade.
similar market companions and disincentivize growth, you know.
Decentivize.
No, I don't want them to
He's
grow.
using extra syllables to try to sound smarter. I hate that!
We also support our biggest enemy, like literal biggest enemy on Earth. 5,000-year-old dynasty that doesn't plan short
Why can't
term.
we just do it ourselves? Why can't we be our?
I hate when people use extra syllables to try to
Why
sound
do we have to
smarter.
support China? Like, well, it doesn't follow that because it doesn't follow that if you tariffed someone in Europe, that would necessarily mean that.
I think I can
China and they
just
would
run
go
through
business
this.
for them.
Yes. Woo! I almost lost my people out. No, oh
Well,
shit.
it's military, right? Like you, let's like not
Super-
beat around the bush. What you
super
guys
typing.
have is the big stick.
Super typing. My
Right? Like, that's just an undeniable fact.
character.
Like,
I almost said character. I'm not doing a
reducing all the
character.
ethical shit aside.
It's slowly
the
turned into
reality of it is
Cartman.
You guys have the force doctrine
I'm slowly-
capabilities to enforce. What
I'm
you
slowly
want.
turning into Cartman.
Now,
I can't help it.
how do you guys do that? Well, you could
Just
say
take
to
it down a
Australia, We're
notch,
going to annex you guys. We're
Jason.
going to annex Canada. We're going to annex New
Yeah, but
Zealand.
let's
Take
get
the
back
whole
to tariffs,
Pacific.
though. Let's get back to tariffs, though,
But
because this is relevant.
All
that's
right.
what I'm saying. That's why.
If I don't get a revive in the next hour,
bring it back.
I'm
You
going
could-
to
like, you
bed,
guys
and
could do
Josh
that.
is going
So
to
I
come
think
take
using
over.
tariffs to
'Cause
coerce Australia and
These
coerce
glasses are
Canada
giving
and
me a
coerce
headache.
New
I
Zealand
know
and
it.
coerce the UK.
I mean,
think
I
that's
love
a
my
better tactic
glasses.
than going,
I
"Okay,
can't
it's
see
gonna
without.
annex you."
He can't see without his glasses.
So-
I can't
So
see
just-
without my
maybe I'm
glasses.
misunderstanding your position. Are you saying that if we tariff those,
They share more than a few
places,
genes?
This is a move towards China for them. This would.
If I wasn't a regular glasses wearer,
against China, I'm just.
these glasses would be giving me a headache.
Well, depending.
But
it can go
since
either way, right?
I wear
Because it's not like
glasses,
they're going to be able, like Australia
I feel
isn't gonna
fine.
go to the isn't going to be able to go to the European economy.
And a mask, and
as
a
replacement
flannel,
for
and a
America or
vest.
China. They're just not big
I'm
enough
not
to
hot at
compete with
all.
China. The only people we can
This
go
is how
to
I always
is
dress.
The US, which is our military.
How long is this
brother,
debate
right?
going on for?
And
What
the
the?
Chinese.
Why do I keep hitting
which
that
is
block
cheap
when I know
slave
there's a
labor
hammer bro
economy.
in it?
So.
Yeah, but you
What
also-
up, Stepfire?
you have a really high.
Oh my
value,
god,
you
the
have to
stupid
demonstrate
hammer.
That necessarily production would move and sale of goods would move.
Reach the goal after defeating all
Well,
one
we have seen
Koopa
that already,
Trooper.
right? Like the tariffs on Japan, they've opened a Honda manufacturing plant in Japan. We're seeing companies like Toyota bring business to Japan.
Isn't
Like,
Honda
it's not even
Japanese?
just
Doesn't that
actual
make
products,
sense?
Physical products. These motherfuckers are bringing software development.
Wait, who?
Wait, no, wait.
Honda, Toyota, and I'm pretty sure Microsoft is moving software developmental innovation to America. So that's already three major businesses
Show me.
that have brought business. And that's only three that me, a fucking retard, has off the top of my head. I'm sure that there's some nerd out there that's got a whole fucking list with all of it, you know what I mean? So...
Okay, we got the clear condition.
Yeah, I understand the argument that we might bring in companies into the United States. I don't understand the argument that
Doing a
this is
spring
something
jump?
that we would necessarily
No,
doing
we
this
can
fight against China.
T jump, but it's okay because I have a damage boost. So it's a T jump. No, I don't have my damage boost anymore. Oh, I just lost.
Yeah, weren't
Unless...
in China, but they were people that operated with
Oh,
the Chinese
nice.
economy more free-flowing in more of a globalized system, right? Which is what we're talking about. The reason I like
I'm glad that fire flower
not
was there.
necessarily singularly because it's
Otherwise, I was
hurting the
dead.
Chinese, because it's hurting a lot of people, right? The reason I like the tariffs is because it's attacking globo homo, right? The global economy.
Whoa!
With the primary enemy of that being the Chinese. But it's the global economy that I don't want. I want Western
Globo
empire.
homo
Fuck
has
you,
nothing to
leave
do with
Europe by themselves.
economy.
Europe can be
It's
their own
global
fucking thing,
homogeneity.
as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean?
Who would be the West then? Just the United States?
I mean,
Yeah,
I
it would
guess
be the
economy
countries
would be
birthed
counted in
by the British
homogeneity,
Empire,
but
as
it's
intended
not the.
by the British Empire. So
It's
the
not what
US
global
leading
homo
the charge
means.
as the world leader, and then you have Canada. Yep, yeah. UK, if they're willing to join. Obviously, Ireland's not going to join because they're cucked out elves, but you know, it is what it is. As much as you want them to.
Aussie knows money,
Western
not.
English, obviously, yeah. So, but that's the core point, though, right? It's that it's not.
Guys, we
singularly the
need
Chinese being damaged,
60
that's the
more
issue.
dollars.
It's that I want the global economy with the Chinese being the main beneficiary of the global economy. I want that dynamic destroyed.
I'm really confused here how this is not.
I mean, you're kind of excluding yourself from the equation if you say that, Joe.
We're saying that we're willing to exclude.
I mean, my brother told me he almost banned you from his Discord the other day.
I don't see why though. Why, at the moment, we have
He said if you spaz out like that again
selling us
and
out to
spam
the
in all the
Chinese.
channels with topics that are irrelevant to the channel and attack people for no reason who you don't know, he's just gonna ban you because it's annoying and he's an authoritarian fascist. He doesn't like annoying people.
Reducing competition within the
I would be fine with it.
Share our market dynamics, share our values.
Actually, no.
Share our labor conditions.
What am I supposed to do here?
Reducing competition such that we would then be.
Is there a hidden block?
Right. We wouldn't be priced.
This is horrible. So you gotta hug the. Okay, keep going back. Keep going back. Keep going back. Wrong turn.
Almost certainly raising costs, at least definitely short term.
Not trying to over-comment without context.
Values and have a similar market, so I don't see this is just self-harm, right?
Well, there's no comment limit.
You know, we're making artificial market conditions.
Unless you're Joe.
An inefficiency against the consumers in places where we've said we have agreed ideology, right? So
JS, you just Tay. Message retracted.
Seems like just self-harm.
Yeah, well, this is the framing.
Was that a
this is the
homophobic
framing of
slur?
Someone that thinks that they can see into the future, though, right, Q? Like, what this really is, if I'm going to do the same thing you're doing, is no, this is short-term sacrifice for the ensuring of the survival and the flourishing of our people in the future, right? That's really what it is.
I could agree with
Just
that.
letting it get to 17-minute there, Mark, so to see if we got any solo judges.
Fuck yeah, that was good, Q. We fucking
Has
killed
anybody
that.
added to my revive fund?
That was, W to
Let's go, golf clap, everyone. Let's fucking do it.
I think he's actually learned to you by Everest.
W to
Best tariff debate on VK by far. What are you talking about, King? It's not even American people.
Like an actual economist, by the way. You know how fucking hard it is to debate against him on an economics issue?
I read basic economics.
I was about to get to the killer, but I was a little slow there.
Hey, that was fucking great. I think that was fucking great. Where did Corinth go?
He went to sleep.
Oh, I was wondering because, like, yeah, he popped out at one point. I was waiting for him to pop back in, but never did. So that is the time for a solo judge. So chat, I am putting in the poll into the chat right now. All right. So if you want to vote, oh, did Nish just leave?
Rip
Look
Nish.
like it, yeah.
Where the fuck? All right.
Maybe
There
it was
he
a
is.
mistake.
If you want to vote,
Sorry, boys.
if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Nish on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Cure on the poll. Get your votes in chat. You got 2 minutes. I'm starting the timer up now.
Just remember, boys, a vote for Cure is a vote for communism in this context, all right? Let's just keep that in mind.
A vote for Nish is a vote against your Canadian brethren who are eventually going to be the 51st state. So just don't forget that is a
Paige
vote.
is-
That is a vote
Paige
against
is still
the
back there as
contiguous, not United States. Don't forget.
Be the 51st state, yeah. Sure.
Paige is still back there as well, but like she has her like camera blocked or something, so I don't know if she like stepped away or whatever. So I just wanted to not bring her up in case she was.
Yeah, I'll
doing
tell her to go
something.
and make us a sandwich. I was hungry.
Get a camera slip she doesn't want or something.
Sandwich? Is that racist towards Middle Eastern people?
Oh. Okay, she's back. There we go.
It's quick, that.
Okay, she's back. And chat, you got a little bit over a minute to vote. Get your votes in chat. Okay. And chat, you got a little bit over a minute to vote. Get your votes in.
Vote for Nish or you're racist against Nish.
Playing me in the
Get some donos in for Easy too, boys. He was running a great show tonight, eh? So let's get some donos in for Easy.
Let's fucking go. Yeah, it's so am I the only one? Nah, I know a lot of people say that when they hear their own voice. It's so weird, right? Like hearing your own voice because it don't sound normal.
Yeah.
You hear it.
Oh yeah,
That's
no.
more than anything, yeah.
I fucking hate my own voice.
Now he's spamming. Okay, now you gotta spam it.
I'm gonna join. Or I'm gonna rejoin just a second.
All
right.
This is why I don't debate economics.
Gimps on show. I don't know who Gimps is.
Kieran says, "Does Nish have a Discord handle?" Asking for a friend.
Nah, he doesn't.
No.
Look, bro, you guys can find me in the Crucible Discord. It is one of the best, if not the best, conservative community on the internet right now. Go on there, do an application to get in. Come and learn how to debate. Come and learn how to have fun. Come and learn how to fight back against communists like Cure, alright? It's a good time in there.
What is it you guys?
He's actually that interested.
What is it going on Saturdays there again? It's Saturdays, right?
Yeah, bro, it's Saturday night. I just went fishing early. I've just got back home.
I love fish. Wait, no, I'm kidding. Josh loves fishing.
Isn't there like something debate?
I hate fishing.
Yeah. So we
It's
have administrators.
It's wrong to. Why would you just harm these fish? They didn't do anything to
Adam,
you.
you might actually know what the times are for that. You might be able to.
It's on Saturday.
It's good
around
fun.
6 o'clock.
It's good fun, and you do learn.
Yeah.
tactics from the band.
Right, exactly, yeah. But that is 2
Yeah, but
minutes
it's so
on the
fucking
poll
difficult to
chat.
get into it.
46 votes. Okay, chat, you could have did a little better, but appreciate all the votes. All right, 46 votes.
You're not supposed to put You're not supposed to put hearts in your level. It's against the TOS of Mario Maker. It's begging for likes, and I agree. Oh, the lava!
Once again, tell everyone.
Let's go.
Where they can find you.
I was on Easy's chat too. Didn't you send 5, Rob? I think somebody sent a 5 for my revive fund, which means we're at 60, not 65.
So I can spurg about demand and why pairs suck. I can talk for like 5 more hours, but
I like that.
Whatever.
I'm a communist. I'm sorry. I love Mark. What else? I have been resurrected and I have been crucified again. I am, I'm basically a saint. You can canonize me now.
Why would a Marxist be an economist?
Oh, bro.
That's impossible. There's no way to get up there. Oh, yeah, there
We
is.
do this every Friday too, so definitely come back again if they don't bring you back tonight. And until then, my friend.
Why is there a yellow vest? It's for safety, duh. What do you mean?
Another soul added to the safe.
You don't wear a
soul.
safety vest?
That's how it goes.
How do you stay safe?
Verbal Combat Friday. And we also have right away another 1v1. Charles, don't worry, I didn't miss you.
Oh, fuck.
It's just that Avarice was first. So we got
This should not be a
Avarice
normal
first.
mode. This is a tough
Next
level.
in line here, we got Charles paid for a 1v1 with Nish again. And
Yeah,
Evan.
let's go.
Sounds good.
Let's get everyone into the back. Curious, I'm just gonna curious.
What's going on? I've been asleep.
Here, I'm gonna move
You've been
into the
asleep?
green room real quick
Well,
just so
what's
that
going on is
I don't confuse myself.
I obviously
Also,
won my
Jason,
debate, but they voted me off. My name's Jason Starfire. Uh-oh. I got moved to the green room. I'm in the green room. I'm in the green room. Dang it. Somebody needs to bring me back. Only $60 to bring me back. Nice to meet you, Mr. Elder Lion. My name's Jason Starfire. I'm a socialist, atheist. I support Bernie Sanders. Somebody changed my name to I'm a retard? Oh my goodness. That's... Oh, they use the R word? Wow. Wow. Wow, they use the R word? Wow, that's ableist. I can't believe that. Wow. And they voted me off. I had to debate an African-American gentleman. And I forgot to vote for myself or I would have won. Typical. Typical lefties, you know, we forget to vote a lot. We're real loud at the protests and whatnot, but we forget to vote sometimes. Stop! Well, now I can't hear the... Now I can't hear the debate. Hold on. Now I can't hear what they're talking about. We have to go like this. Here's what we'll do. JS the gay bat? I'm not gay. I'm an ally. And I identify as a woman on Tuesdays, but I'm not gay. I'm deeply closeted. But I'm not gay. Wait, how'd that guy get back? Oh, we're way behind.
Sounds good. Shit. All right, let's fucking go. Just remember, keep the TOS words, Nish. We're on YouTube. Don't forget, all right?
Yeah. Sweet.
Let's be
My man.
This is about to
$60.
get spicy, chat, don't forget. And we're going, because it was 50, so we're
It
going
won't get
to
spicy, I promise.
6 minutes to start. All right? If you want to add on a minute, it is 10.
Joe, you're kind of retarded. Nobody likes you. Oh, I just said the R word. Oh my goodness, I broke it.
You don't get a solo judge, it goes to the poll, and the loser of the fighters. Good luck to both of you.
So, Evan, you're taking this
Pretty
from a Christian
sexist to only be a
perspective,
woman
right?
on
You adopt the
Tuesday.
Christian narrative. So you would admit that.
No, if I was a woman every day,
So you would
then I would
admit
be
that, all humans
culturally
after the flood
appropriating
came from
women's
Noah's
rights.
sons,
That all came from Noah's sons.
right? Yeah, Noah's sons are the humans that repopulated.
I'm not Mario or
the
Luigi
race of
because I'm
humans, correct?
down with the patriarchy. I'm Pink Toadette.
Wait, what do you mean?
Duh.
Yeah, sure. Like, you do know this, right? You're a Christian. You know
Yeah,
about
I'm just
your
saying,
own
like, I don't
theology,
know
don't
how
you?
else it would go. You're asking it. Sorry, it sounds like you're asking me a weird question. So.
No, I'm asking you if you agree with the Christian doctrine that Noah's sons repopulated the earth with the different races. Do you agree with that?
Was
The
there
Christian
somebody
doctrine?
else on the boat that I don't know about?
What's the
Well, that's what I'm asking. Why are you like not answering?
Wait,
this
I
very
can't see
basic
what's happening.
binary question? It's a yes or no answer.
Your question is saying like, are you? Is this sort of like gotcha? Can you get to the question without being like, you know, whatever you're trying to do? I don't know.
How did that happen?
Yeah. What were the names of Noah's sons?
Jim, Ham, and Japheth.
Actually, don't know.
I only know that because I read the Bible so that I could debunk it.
I think.
Do you know what the name of the son that went to Africa was?
Son that went to Africa. No idea.
Yes.
There was no Africa in biblical
Have you
times.
heard this name before in the past during your Christian upbringing or your theological studies?
So my Christian
Ham.
unfortunately was a charismatic church, and
That's like some
Allegedly.
heretical church, like a prot non-denom. Okay.
yeah, it was a bullshit church. Yeah.
I'm a radical turd.
What church? Can I just ask, just a quick side tangent? What church are you a part of now? Just for my own,
So
just so I understand.
I'm not a part of any church at all.
So you're just like a non-denom.
No, because I don't.
He's one of these guys.
I grew up Catholic. Sorry.
I'm an atheist, but these guys are annoying.
And I don't believe in any of that charismatic shit. I just.
Joe, you're annoying me.
Fuck, I think this is going to be a bit hard now because if you're taking the Christian position but you don't know the actual doctrine that you're appealing to, this sort of makes it a bit difficult,
You
doesn't
asked
it?
me a name. That's not doctrine. You asked me a name. I didn't get the name correct.
Silver eel high. What does that even
You
mean?
take like the flood and you take it literally, don't you? You don't think it's figurative, do you?
I don't know how it would be figurative.
So if it's literal, you should know it, right?
What are they even talking about?
I guess I'll just become a Christian teacher for the next minute and quickly tell
No,
you.
you're not
So,
a Christian teacher. I understand how everything works. What's going on?
essentially, Noah's sons, right? They split off into the separate parts of the world, and they birthed all the races according to your Christian teaching.
Okay.
Now, one of the sons was named Ham. He is the one that created the blacks.
Yeah, that's what I said.
As your group would
See, I'm an atheist and I know that.
I don't know. I think we have a human race. I don't consider anybody outside of just melanin. Sure, they have melanin, but I don't do the whole race thing. I think there's only a human race, and that's it.
Yeah, but you're a Christian, right? So the thing is, you guys believe that black people actually got cursed because they rebelled against God. Yeah.
No, that's Mormon.
Yeah, there is, unfortunately, in
Should I let go of the-
there's a thing called the curse of Ham, which is that Ham and
Yeah, but that's not a race thing. The Mormons are the ones that made it about skin color.
because of that, we've got
That's a tribalist thing.
Did you not know this about your own?
I only know about this stuff because I studied it to debunk it in college.
We're gonna go there at some point.
Wait, are you going to dodge that?
No, because what I'm saying is this: is I don't.
Evan's doing a horrible job of defending his faith.
Through the Bible and not and understand that it's not.
Oh yeah, but you don't have a standard though, because you're like some weird prot denomination. Like you literally.
He keeps saying weird prot denomination, but he's saying a bunch of dumb stuff.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. You're a heretic.
Well, then I guess I
You
A heretic.
yourself a prophet. You think that when you read scripture that you're divinely
He's-
inspired by the Spirit to be able to interpret it.
I think that God has a revelation. The revelation is the Bible itself, and that's it. I'm not. That's it. I think it ends there.
Wait, do you think the Bible is like actually divine?
Make an argument, Evan.
Are you a Muslim?
You were on the right track with the melanin thing.
Like, do you think that the Bible is God? Do you think it's a?
I don't even like this Evan guy because he's
I
a.
think that God spoke to men and they wrote the Bible. I don't think it's a part of God.
Both of these guys are wrong. God's not real.
Worried there for a sec. I was about to say inshallah, brother. I was about to say ham, salami, bacon, brother. You got me thinking you're a fucking Muslim for a second.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
This is one of those guys.
Say it again, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I thought you were a Muslim for a second. Yeah.
I think he's one of those fake Orthodox guys who's only Orthodox because he saw it on the internet and he thinks it's based. But he really doesn't. He really doesn't know God. He just knows about God. That's what I think. And God's not even real. Ah!
I think that the Christianity was you know, God he created everything in 6 days. 7th day he rested. I have no problem with there being black, white, yellow, green. I don't give a shit. I don't know.
But you don't uphold the literal interpretation of the Bible. You have the figurative self-interpretation.
I mean, what's the literal interpretation?
Literal interpretation. Nobody does. What does that even mean?
Can you tell me how long how long the Earth has been around? Can you do that?
Honestly, Mr. C, this is. Oh, sorry. I was saying, Paige, this has got to be an issue with a lot of Christians that claim being a Christian, but they're non-practicing and they don't know anything about the religion. Have you run into this?
Has the Earth been around?
Non-practicing? I bet you this guy doesn't practice.
I think this is actually
He just says he's an Orthodox. I bet you he's not even.
You claim to be a Christian, but you don't even. Oh, no, I'm actually. I was talking because I asked Paige a question and she ignored it. She in response, right? So.
Is he saying that racism is a Christian doctrine? Another reason why I hate Christians.
You're the most intelligent person I've ever met in my whole life, man.
Evan didn't make any arguments, but I just don't like this other guy.
The makeup of the 7 people you spend the most time around, and you're not very bright.
Oh, so we're mixing red pill now. He's an ortho red pillar.
So that's fucking.
That's based.
Not very good for you.
Not.
No, I don't. Sounds good.
All right, so listen, chat. I am putting it in the poll into the chat right now. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here,
Can I bop
you're
this?
voting
Yeah.
for Evan O'Brien on the poll.
Evan didn't make any arguments, but the other guy is not that bright. He just thinks he is.
Get your votes in chat. I'm starting.
We need those guys on our side. Mark's called them useful idiots. I love useful
A
idiots.
vote for Evan and his weird Protestant beliefs is a vote for the curse of Ham, which is
I'm actually
racist.
not a Protestant. Yeah, good job.
I don't even know what they were arguing about.
Well, you are. You're protesting the high churches, dude. You have a heretical belief that you're going out and evangelizing to the masses. That's actually a sin, believe it or not.
Is he saying that the high church is against black people?
That is a sin.
I don't understand what they're.
To false evangelize. To preach heresies, bro. You're gonna get judged for that.
Maybe I missed
Practicing Christians,
something.
You don't really care, and you just use that as armor to fucking be a retard in public. But
Yeah, sounds good, brother. Yeah.
Practice. Is he talking about practice? Wait, Evan making an argument? Has that ever happened? No. But I don't know what that guy was. I thought like I was against what that guy was. Well, wait. Of course, God's not real. I'm starting to break character. I need to get back. I need to get revived so I can stop breaking character.
I'm thinking I might have to cop that style. We'll leave it long though, right? So I'll change it up a little bit. It'll be all long hair, but just this part of my head. And we'll leave the top
You missed it, Elder Lion. When I was on the show, it was pretty good, but I forgot to vote for myself, so I lost. I'm breaking character now. Stop it! Stop it! I am an atheist liberal.
nah, the curse of Canaan, which is Ham.
The curse of Ham is or the theory that the curse of Ham was black skin comes from Mormonism. Just so.
Yeah, that's what I said.
All right.
Watch that girl twice in a row, and I still can't believe that's her voice. It doesn't.
That is 2 minutes on the poll. All right. The poll is someone's backing up.
Yeah, sorry, that
We
was
got
the white. The white
54
was doing
votes. 54 votes locked in. All right. And 57% says that the winner of the 1v1 is Nish.
Oh, let's go.
Where we can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot.
No. Never bring me
You can
back.
find him at Wendy's.
I don't eat fast food, but yeah.
Wendy's nuts in your mouth. Ah!
Where do we find you, Evan?
I have no idea.
Do you like Wendy's or Hardee's?
He's broken.
Hey, always
Yoshi's gotta die.
you, Evan. And if they bring you back, you know you're more than welcome.
No. I'm not gonna bring. No, I'm bailing after this.
Oh wait.
Go beat up your cat, Evan.
Always a pleasure having you. And until then, my friend.
That's pretty out of character not to stuff the ballot, JS. I'm Jason Starfire.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. That's how
I want back on the show.
verbal combat.
Okay. I think there's a P-switch going right now.
And then also, let me see, we got, I see.
I don't want that pipe.
Another
Oh!
we got
What?
another 2 to bring up, sorry. Bill Hicks, welcome to the show.
Hey, Bill. What's up, bro? I haven't seen you in ages. Holy crap.
Oh my.
Can everyone hear?
I know.
Brought the mute button.
There you go. Okay, no worries. Welcome to the show.
I know.
Fredo Fonte,
I know.
welcome to the show.
I think there's a P-switch running. Wait.
Let's
I think I can.
And
Hold up.
also-
Hold up. Here's what we're gonna
also
do.
have,
What? You have to wall bounce off the. I'm not sure how we do this.
bars. That guy's got bars, bro. Good days. Thank you, John Mosman.
Wonder what's in the pipe. Water.
All right, so
Bloop, 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 bloop. I really wanted to talk about gays adopting children.
who you want instead to go up against Paige?
Oh, easy, you missed one. There was one.
think-
There was one that was for you to pick for 1v1. I think that it's not on the top anymore. It's probably it was the one right after the one that you just did.
Wait, what?
There was another 1v1 for you to pick the people.
Oh shit, you're right, and that was first. You're right. You're right. Wait, sorry, Cat. Sorry, you're gonna have to wait.
All right.
More, okay?
Chat.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna. I'm gonna go retire this. I'm gonna go to sleep if we can't get at least $20 more in super chats.
I want to debate someone.
Not me. Jazz is gonna come back, but
For the next one. So you know what? How about this?
Jason Starfire, if you want him to stay around, you gotta
I'll pick Paige.
save your $60 because I'm not gonna win anyway. Just give it to me. No, we've already started a fund. We need to meet the goals of our fund.
Adam hasn't even.
Adam Doll.
Yeah, you might as well do
I
Adam.
haven't been fucking doing anything. I've just been sitting here.
True.
Yeah, get this boy in. Put some gloves on him. Throw him in there.
I'm excited.
Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play.
Back here. All right, let's find a topic.
Reach the end as Cape Mario.
What'd you
It's
say?
the only way I know how to play. It's my favorite. It's my favorite.
Oh no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna speak.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use sources or anything annoying like that, Adam. I'm just gonna like
Oh.
find like commonsensical argumentation, Andrew Wilson style.
I think Adam's like pre-coping here or something. What are you doing?
No,
Adam?
the joke is that I'm
No
illiterate.
weakness.
I'm making a joke about my own illiteracy. That's the joke. My name's I'm
Oh
illiterate.
yeah, you can't read. I forgot. Shit.
Oh no, oh no, this is bad. Let's just fall. No?
My bad.
You can fly there.
I'm an asshole picking on you. You can't read.
Right over our heads. Just completely just
A woman doing logic? Of course, they're way better at it than men.
What's a good one for you?
In fact, shit. I would argue that women are the only ones who can do logic.
don't even know Adam's views. Like I don't even debate him ever.
You guys will have some pretty similar views. That's why it's a little bit. I just want to make sure I pick a good one for you too. Well, we already did that topic. Oh, what do you guys think about abolishing jury trials?
Oh, I think I'm against that. I think jury trials are essential to the criminal court process and family law process.
I don't know enough about the topic.
Okay, okay.
I like a strong
Probably a
woman.
litigator. So.
I don't know shit, he said. All right.
Litigator!
What do you guys think? I mean, we only did this once today. Where are you both? Where are you both? Actually, no, I don't want to do that yet. Wait, we'll come back to that. Where do you guys stand on allowing the use of performance-enhancing drugs in sports?
Against it. Same with men and women's sports.
I'll argue for that.
You'll go for performance-enhancing drugs in sports?
Yep.
Let me turn you up just a bit because you are a little low. Talk now. That works. Yeah, that works.
Actually,
got the volume.
So here's a funny question, just briefly, and this is a completely different topic. Paige, are you for the 19th Amendment?
No.
Okay, I'll argue in favor of the 19th Amendment.
You'll argue in favor of the 19th Amendment? Okay. Wow.
Whoa. Wait, has this been running the whole time?
Okay, so no cat. I just messaged, but no cat. This one's actually Kelly's. I didn't see it earlier, so I just picked this one. So you'll still get to pick one.
I have to reach the end as Cape Mario.
You know, hold up a moment. I almost missed the 1v1. You can't be doing that. All right, so are you both good with this topic then? Repealing the 19th?
Yeah, we're presuming it from the USA standpoint, I'm assuming. Because of Canada, there's no draft. Okay, great.
Okay, perfect. So, chat, we are going to 6 minutes to
Oh, there's feathers. Oh, there's more feathers down here. So you can just fall through. You can just fall through. I'm sorry.
If you want to be the solo judge,
You can just fall through.
if we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's go.
So to put it simply, literally all the 19th Amendment does, it does two things. First thing it does is it establishes that you can't discriminate on voting rights purely based on sex, and the second thing it does is it allows Congress to enforce it via legislation. The second part's not really relevant. It's gonna be fighting the first part. I'm not a constitutional scholar. Point is, that's all it does. I actually think that it's good to have women vote if they are the right kind of women. What you can do here is discriminate based off of marital status. Discrimination based on marital status for both men and women would not be discriminating based on sex, but rather something independent, which you're still allowed to do with the 19th Amendment, and would.
Are we talking about women voting? Of course, women should vote.
Long term, this is the.
What do you mean? Why would you ever not allow a woman to vote? Doesn't even make sense. They're the most logical, ethical sex. Gender. Sorry, gender. Sorry if I offended anybody.
So in terms of the marital aspect, you think that women who are not married should still get the right to vote? Is that the inference there?
No. No, women who are no. So the voting right would be based off of marital status. So this is basically the same as the old system where you would have like one vote per household. But in this case, because in the modern day,
I can't see. Oh, I can't see what I'm looking at. Oh, I just wasted my.
Number of unmarried people who still have an effect on politics indirectly. So what you want to do is you want
Got him.
more of a say in politics. So instead, what you do is, yeah, seriously.
They're very quiet.
So what you do is you give them
Can you guys hear 'em?
double the amount of power they had before.
No.
Yes. Two votes
No,
instead of one.
I'm making myself
Okay, let me
blind.
get this straight. The married, and I'm just
For
gonna
you
do
guys.
my opening statement at this point because this is 5 minutes. I don't even freaking care anymore. The married women that will abide by their husband's decision to vote for the same party are going to be given double the vote. But the women that are crazy freaking feminist lunatics who are unmarried cat women are going to get their own votes as well. And somehow you're just depending on the fact that the married women that are busy taking care of the home and the children are going to go out and vote for the same party as their husband. What?
I believe that if you have a married woman who is a serious conservative, she's more likely to abide by her husband's saying you should go out and vote. Women tend to care more about social issues than men.
I had a normal run.
think
Well,
that
my
married
brother had a
conservative
normal
women
run
should be
once,
participating in the civic process. Do you think Caroline
and
Levitt
he
should
was
be nursing
really
her
far in the
while she's
game.
doing her press secretary duties? Do you think that
He was at like
conservative
level
should be
300 of
exercising their civic
normal.
duties, or should they be at home caring for their children and their husbands, sir?
Normal has gotten harder, it seems like.
So what you're doing is
So we're gonna try to fly
This is
over this.
actually incredibly deceptive what you're doing here. You are claiming that voting, which is a very low cost, very low effort thing, and you're associating that with the job of being a press secretary.
It's
Obviously,
not.
one of those is
I don't
much-
want the
has
doors.
Much less cost.
No.
Going out and voting is incredibly easy.
No, no,
Most
no.
people, yes.
No, sir. No, it requires
voting is
information.
something
It
you can do
requires
at your
knowledge on the
church, at your
electoral
local
process.
church. A
It requires
woman-
knowledge
Boss
on
fight.
the specific voters.
All the bosses are dying.
Well, no, actually, it doesn't. You can have zero knowledge and vote. You can have zero knowledge about who's
And that's
running
not an
in it.
informed vote. That's not informed
So
vote that we
what?
want.
The goal
Well, then
is
we don't
winning.
want that
The
vote.
goal isn't having an informed populace. That's stupid. The goal is winning.
World record. We can go faster.
Why exactly would you assert that we ought to have like a super informed populace when the goal of any political process is to win?
We got a good run going here. We need to collect more one-ups though.
The goal is not
winning.
having an informed populace. The goal is
I could have
to have,
farmed
like, a
one-ups
bunch
with
of
that.
idiot cat ladies that
This is a one-up
they
farming
wanna vote for the
dream
Libertad.
level.
And then there's like the rare housewife homemaker that's going to be
I think I
able
can
to
jump
vote.
on thwomps in this.
Are you hearing yourself right
No,
now?
I can't.
This is how every single
shit.
Wrong. I was
acts in
wrong.
reality. This is how all groups act in reality.
Here's what we do. Look, you jump on the
Hey, you
pal.
you can say that I'm saying crazy things, but you know for a fact that this is how politics acts in reality. This is how the system functions.
This is not
Like-
how it should be. We're talking
Game
about
over.
a
I thought I had
practice
5
situation
lives.
where we evaluate legislation and
And
determine
in
whether or not a repeal is
in
necessary.
an ideal situation, married families.
This
like,
is a
in
normal run. We
households
should be able to
would have a
not
significant
die
amount
ever,
of
but
power
I'm
in
not
the
playing
system.
good.
So what
Right,
you
but
have-
the woman should be at home. home, not out like voting. And if she can go out and vote, it's going to be like
P
very few
switch.
and far between.
How
Whereas the unmarried,
how much like
let
effort
me
do
finish
you
the
take
argument.
voting?
P switch
takes?
jumps.
Let me finish the
You are
argument.
like
I'm a
claiming
pro
that
P
voting
switch
is
jumper.
incredibly
I accidentally.
high
Oh, there's a delay on the
It
timing.
should
away
be.
from their homes.
The
I forgot.
democratic
I'm on a
process is
delayed
something that
timer.
should be well
I want the one up.
I understand you don't think it should
It is
be, but
not in reality.
well, guess what? Women need a bit more
Okay,
because
what
some of
you're
us
It's
are
so
really
weird
smart.
getting used to the delay. Now when I go back and play
Like,
actually on the TV, it's gonna be crazy.
What's the solution to low information voters? You're claiming that we ought not have low information voters. I'm saying that that's an inevitability regardless.
that women are more retarded.
Inevitability is one of those words where you're adding extra syllables to try to sound smarter. You would just say it's inevitable,
There would be zero under this system.
not an
How
inevitability.
many times have you tasted the rainbow? Did the rainbow taste good, Adam? How did the rainbow
Bad
taste?
grammar.
The cat lady's not married, so she wouldn't be able to vote in the system.
This is why reading comprehension is important.
Adam, come on.
Do I want to hit? I need to hit that second P switch.
Wait, hold
Okay, I
on,
get it.
Paige. Paige is now saying that she wants cat ladies to vote because they're more
No,
important.
I don't.
That's actually
You
what Paige
do,
is saying.
sir. You want
Paige,
them to go out and vote.
Paige, do you believe? I really have to make sure. Paige.
I think you could cheese this. Just go over the top.
That people with more information should be able to vote.
There shouldn't be a discrimination.
Wait, I need to reach the end as a Goomba suit? What is that? What are you talking about?
Direct question. Should people with
There is
more
no Goomba
information
suit.
in politics be able to vote?
That's not the way it works currently, but ideally that
I'm
works the
asking
way
you
it
a
should work.
question
Yes,
about an
yes,
ought.
that's how it should work in an ideal
Okay.
situation. That's
Wait.
hypothetical, sir. Yes.
Question 2.
Oh.
Do you believe that a liberal woman who is a crazy cat lady who has more time on her hands to research politics than a low information married?
Where's the Goomba
Do you
suit?
believe that the cat lady in the situation should be able to?
I don't
vote?
see a
Low
Goomba suit.
information woman should.
No, she shouldn't be able to vote because she's a woman and she's not subject to the draft and she has a bunch of cats and she's a crazy bitch.
Comparatively
Why are
between
you
the two.
gay?
Comparatively
Why
between
are
the
you
two.
gay?
I'm talking
That's a great argument if you're homophobic.
I'm letting it go to 8 minutes to see if we get a solo judge.
Yeah, so this is just.
I don't know where the mushroom suit is.
Oh Lord, I indulge in
Reach the goal while wearing a Goomba mask? Run.
liberal knee
If
humper.
it's not run. I'm supposed to have a Goomba mask.
Why are you gay?
Lord Jesus, help me. If this man believes that libtard cat lady knee thumpers should frickin' vote.
That's not what I said.
Yes,
I
it
don't
is,
believe,
sir.
I don't believe.
There's gotta be a hidden block.
Women should be able to vote. I made that very
Oh shoot,
explicit.
no,
I
I'm
don't
dead.
get what you can't understand is very simple.
Not
How long
necessarily.
did you thump Bernie Sanders' knee for, and how did it make you gay?
So real quick, chat. I'm putting.
I
the
don't think I'm
poll
getting brought back,
right
guys.
now into the poll.
I thought they liked me.
Into the chat. Sorry. If you want to.
It's obvious they're ableist.
Right here, you're voting for Adam Dole on the poll, and if you want to vote for this woman right here, you're voting for Paige on the poll. Get your votes in.
There's gotta
right
be a
now.
hidden
Adam,
block.
starting this timer over, and you got 2 minutes.
In all seriousness, Adam, fun debating with you. You're a good sport. I think you need to reevaluate the position on
Well, you weren't even like responding to the arguments.
Yeah, that made me want to repeal the 19th for sure.
There you go. See, I won on that alone.
Get it.
I'd put it like right around here.
That shit's too funny. Give me that big money wine.
Look, lads, I had lots of fun tonight. That was a great show, easy. Thanks for letting me on. I've actually got to go to a friend's birthday.
There it is. I
barbecue
found it.
now, but I'll definitely jump back on another time in the future. Thanks for the fun.
Hey man, thanks for coming.
What a rage quit.
Yeah, you was cooking, motherfucker. What happened?
Have fun, Nick.
Yeah, cheers, lads. Take it easy.
Yeah,
Take it
come back
easy.
and put some more shrimps on the Barbie, brother.
I definitely think you both put on a great display of why we need intelligence tests in order to be able to vote.
Tio Choco? What is that?
What?
Question. Are we
Is
all
Corinth back?
democracy enjoys in
Oh
here?
no, Corinth is. I guess he went to bed.
Oh. Oh, it's badge. My bad.
But I do actually really would need to hear Paige's response. How are you going to fix low information voters? Like that as an endemic problem with any democracy.
Yeah, I think we need to put more basically funds into the education system and not for the dumb stuff like gender studies, like the important stuff like civic duty and researching political opponents in the democratic process. Do you have a better idea?
We got the votes are locked in. It's 2 minutes.
Just get rid of it entirely.
We got
the entire system.
we got
Dictatorship.
58.
Okay.
Hold
No.
up, guys. One sec.
Oh,
One
look,
sec.
slow, look.
We got 58 votes in. All right. 68% said that the winner of the one.
We need $60 dollars.
Page. So
Oh,
Adam, tell everybody where we can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the two.
I'm going to bed, so don't try to find me. Check on Corinth's channel. It's just called Corinth. Me and him did a debate review of the recent apostate prophet debate with Andrew Wilson. If you want to see that,
nice.
I think it was rather good. That's like the only independent live stream thing I've done. Anyway, that's it.
Hey, always a pleasure having you. You know, if they bring you back, you're more than welcome. If not, till next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality. Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes.
Is it troll level?
Friday, baby. Let's fucking go.
Or a speed
Let
run.
me see what we got in the back here too. We got another one to bring up.
It is a troll level. Wait. There's no
Chris
What?
Lestrange. Welcome.
surprise,
to the
surprise.
show. Are you
Oh
speaking
yeah,
or-
surprise, surprise. Crystal Strange coming in the last hour to swoop in and win again.
Shit.
That's so
Did he
tricky,
win this
man.
morning?
It looks like he's just sitting there.
He looks like he's staring off
Democracy
his
and
face.
joys, or would you
falling
say that maybe
asleep.
monarchy would be better?
Bro, I think I'm
to open
broken.
up this subject.
Shit.
Yeah.
Probably monarchy.
Same. It's the same thing, basically.
I should have done that.
Let me go talk to the
manager quickly. I'll figure it out.
Well, I mean, I
Personally, I enjoy
parliamentary and all that. Yeah, I guess so.
This morning, my brother Josh was the first one on the show.
And the other person that she wanted me to go up against, or
Not yet.
And
so
he
that would be the
obviously
next
did
one.
better than
Now we're
Angry
at
Beaver
yours, Cat,
What about a
Say.
pure monarch?
in that debate.
Cat
Oh.
says, I just
Can't be
want
like
Paige to get her debate, so y'all
I
can
miss-
let me know how you want it to go.
I miss. What
One
happened
second,
to?
though, we also
Never mind, I'm not
have,
gonna say that.
he's psyching us all out.
I don't think so.
she doesn't want me against her. I'll drop down. I've only got another hour.
Wait, did I get dropped back?
I got.
Am I here delayed?
Jason
Whoa!
Starfire.
Will you
Welcome
guys
back
are
to the
a
show.
democracy and joys, or would you say that maybe monarchy would be better?
When?
Yay!
Subject.
Back from
Yeah.
the dead.
Probably a monarchy.
Back
Same.
from
It's
the
the same
dead.
thing. He's
I
not back
like
from the
it
dead.
a
He's
lot.
back from community
I mean, I
cleanup. He's got
enjoy
the
it.
vest and the mask and everything, guys.
It's a
So come on.
safety vest.
What happened to the hole that was in it? Did you put on a new mask?
No, it's still there.
Dude.
Okay,
Easy access.
so I'm seeing after Paige said, or not Paige, sorry, for after Kat said for everyone to choose, I'm seeing Paige versus Vigilante. over and over again.
Yes, let's do it.
Oh, now I'm seeing a couple saying Page versus JS.
Okay, we got how many? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vigilante, 1, 2 JS, and
Yeah.
another vigilante.
You guys know how hard it is to wear glasses
should-
and a mask
we
at the same
should-
time?
we
Whenever
should
you
poll
breathe,
it.
it fogs up. Look at this.
It
One's
begs
in
the
the chat
question, why?
for Vigilante, two's in the chat for Gayus.
KS.
I'm not gay. I'm an ally.
Shit.
I'm
Need the
deeply
pin,
closeted.
need the rainbow.
I think we're seeing mostly vigilante in the chat there.
I reckon being an ally
Would I agree
is
with
even
that guy
more
on
gay than
everything?
the
Why would I
good guy.
debate that guy?
No, I
No.
mean
Gay's lapdog at that
Page.
Yes, he means
Go
me
against
against
Page.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
All right, let's do it. Let's get everyone else into the back.
He's a fellow gamer. I feel bad if I wreck him. I hope he wrecks me.
It's
I think
okay.
you shouldn't
Okay.
say online.
Parliament,
I hope he wrecks me.
parliamentary.
She's always talking about getting wrecked.
It's weird wrecking two guys in a row. It's like, what do I need? I'm like too much of a.
Why is that girl always talking
It's
about
going
getting
like
wrecked?
Feminist screaming retreat would to
But
like
what
get
about
away
a
or
pure
whatever.
monarchy?
I know some African American gentlemen.
The I just challenged Paige to get her debate. So all right, 1 second. Though we also have. Let me see. This should be easy to find a topic for me too. I just want to make sure it's a good one.
Hey, I have two things
I
for you.
got this. Let me look at this list here.
Sorry, we have a loop plan. Hold on.
Jason Starfire.
Sorry, we had the YouTube still playing. Whoops! I made a mistake.
Because you guys will definitely be on the opposite side for a lot of things.
I wish I had my
Probably
Rainbow Alliance
Oh, really?
flags
You are
behind
hardcore
me.
lefty?
I'm a socialist.
Maybe if I won a
Oh.
VK, I could afford to buy a rainbow flag. Guys, if we win this VK,
Go into this
my brother gets a graphics
section
card. I'm gonna give the money to him, and he can get a
and-
graphics card.
How about this? Where do you guys both stand on should
Currently,
the,
we're $100
elected
short
president
of the
have
graphics
term
card.
limits?
Oh yeah.
Oh, my computer's
Influence, yeah.
messing up. Hold
And
up.
like I said earlier, I'm more informed.
Everything's freezing
more
up.
informed
See, this is why we
in
need a new
favor
computer.
Of age limit than I am term limits.
What do you think
Everything's
about age
lagging.
Limits, Paige?
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Too much going on.
Honestly, I think it's 2.5 as it is presently, but
But guys, we need to win this.
Well, I mean, like a max age.
We need to
like, I
win
don't-
this,
I don't
and
think
then
either Biden or Trump should have been able to be elected because I think they're too old.
Biden definitely. Trump, he's getting there, but he's not there yet. He's still
no,
mean,
my brother
you
can't
know,
swoop in. We've
I
commit
would
to the bit.
I would put that age limit at like 70.
Yeah.
So I don't think I like.
And he can't
so
win.
many-
It doesn't matter what he
He
does.
does
He's
it
not gonna
anyways.
win.
Term limits though.
Kind of.
But maybe I can win.
Like the idea of age limits better.
But like, what do you think about term limits though? Should there be a term limit even with the age limit? Just hypothetically, should there be a term limit?
We're gonna
Or
chase
should they just
this.
be getting elected?
This is
I think it's probably a
1,
good
2.
idea- Good idea to have both. Because
Wonder if
then
there's
you
still a
end-
1-up
you
up
don't-
here.
You end up with the FDR situation where they just fucking keep getting elected till they die.
This is not a good 1, 2. There's no 1 up.
Okay, so you guys are on the same side of this.
If we win this, we buy a graphics card tonight, guys. Me and JS are gonna buy a graphic card tonight if we win this.
Universal health care?
It shouldn't be available. I think it just is awful the way that it's managed.
Wait, what does she hate health?
Universal healthcare. I think we need a better system than what we do now.
What does she
Wait,
hate
what did
healthy
you say at
people?
First page.
Yeah, I live in Canada. It's awful. We have universal healthcare. It does not work.
Not
So
technically.
you're against.
I'm against it. Yeah, it does not work at all.
They have a
Rather
single
pay,
payer
honestly.
system.
an extra certain amount per month.
It's not the same as socialized healthcare. Just to be clear.
Okay. And
Me and
then
Vigilante have
is it-
discussed this. Well, my brother and Vigilante discussed this before.
Because I do understand what the problem with
Canada does not have universal
But you're
basic
still
health care.
for the universal
Canada has
healthcare?
a single payer
Even
system.
knowing that? Okay.
Similar but different.
Because the problem with Canada's
Wait,
healthcare system.
don't debate it yet. Don't debate it yet. Don't debate it yet.
Sorry. I'm just
That's
like,
all right, it's all right.
my mind just like kind of like, I
It's the
felt like a little
triangle.
steam puff out one
You
of
have
my ears.
affordability,
It's 'cause
speed, and quality. You cannot have all three. You can only have two.
That causes it, I don't support.
All right, so chat, listen. To start, we are going to 6 minutes. All right. 'cause it
So
was
America,
50.
we have
So
speed
6
and
minutes to
quality,
start if you want to add
but our
on to your minute.
affordability
It is,
suffers.
10
In
to add on a
Canada,
minute. 60 if you want a solo
you have
judge.
quality
All right, if we don't
and
get a solo
affordability,
judge, it will
but
go
it
to the
takes
chat
forever.
poll, and
And then in the
loser of poll
UK,
will lose their
you
soul.
have.
Fight it.
Wait, what
Good
am I
luck
supposed to do
to
here?
you.
Oh, I gotta jump in that pipe.
Let's
Why am I trying to get the coin? I'm dead again.
Okay, so the problem with Canada's healthcare system, the one that specifically causes the issue.
In the UK, you
that
have
guys have, the issues that you do, like the wait times. and
you
stuff,
have speed
is
and
because
affordability, but
Canada's
you have no
fucking stupid and
quality.
puts a cap on how much doctors can make. That part of the way that Canada has their universal healthcare system set up, I do not support. The idea of universal healthcare in general, though, I do support. I think a public option. like
Universal
Canada
health care is going to discourage.
would
Wait,
be a
what am
good
I
thing.
talking? Of course, we need
where
universal
it's-
health care. What am I talking about?
You have the option of free healthcare, or you can pay
I'm
for
lapsing.
supplemental insurance. But cutting off how much people can make is going to cause issues. So you shouldn't do that.
I don't know what to do here.
Okay, is that your opening? Okay. You basically just explained the problem in two or less sentences. Okay. The issue is that doctors are limited as to how much they can make. Why are they limited? Because it's publicly funded. If it was privatized, then individuals would have capitalistic incomes. which
Doctors
would
shouldn't be
actually
making
be
so much
in
money
accordance
anyway.
with their skill level. Currently, we have many Canadians and other countries where privatized healthcare is not the norm that are fleeing towards private healthcare systems, countries, because it's more advantageous financially. This is the very issue. And the other issue is because it's public and it's universal, the government sets limits as to how many funds governmentally can be allocated towards specific things, including wages, which you've
Who
activated,
paid
and
to
number of staff
revive me?
members in
That
specific
person is
roles.
awesome.
So the whole problem is the fact that it isn't privatized. So I'm so happy that you acknowledge that the wage gap is an issue because it's directly linked to the nature of the system, sir. That is my opening.
I don't
It's
know what
not
she just
directly
said.
linked to the nature of the system, because the way that Canada does it, it's not wait.
If she was a woman, she would automatically be. If she was a normal woman, she'd be automatically
so the medical
correct.
field works
But
on kind of
since she's
a
a
commission system,
conservative
so they
woman,
basically
she's
put a
automatically
cap on
wrong.
the
I don't even
commission
know
you
what
can
she
make from
said.
doing procedures.
Don't make any
versus
commission. It's a public system.
So what? Firefly or
the
catsuit or
way that
boomerang?
the medical field works in getting paid is a commission system, because you get
we have
paid
to
for the
take,
operations and procedures that you do,
I don't know.
which
Get through it.
makes it effectively a commission system.
Uh,
What they're putting the cap
should've
on
taken
is
catsuit.
basically the commission that you can make. Putting that cap on there is what causes the
They
problem
don't make it.
and
It's a
why
fee for.
doctors-
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you. It's a fee for service model. So they bill the government for each service they provide. It's not like a commission based service, like a sales job.
Yeah, but it works the same way as commission. You get paid
No, it
based
doesn't.
off of
No, it doesn't, because commission is percentage based, whereas the government sets certain limits as to what you can earn for certain procedures.
Yeah, but the problem with what Canada does
Oh, we can't-
is not just that they set the limit on what you can earn per procedure, they set a limit on what you can earn in healthcare per year as well.
What's that even? She's talking about pudding?
Right, but what I'm saying is that is based on the amount of public funding for health.
We got boomerang suit.
But there's a
We
whole
got flag.
problem with the public system.
We
as
missed the
opposed to
one up.
privatized ones, sir.
Stupid level.
It's not based off of the funding. It's a
Okay,
limit
that's not-
specifically
okay.
for.
I'm not gonna
it's
forget to
based
vote for
off of,
myself this
like,
time.
The earnings per doctor. Like you can't just one doctor can't just do like a fuckload of procedures because they're a really good doctor. There is a cap on how much they can earn, which is why a lot of the better doctors end up coming to places like America because there's not a cap.
Exactly,
on how
sir.
much they
So,
can earn.
so if a doctor was not involved in the Canadian system at present, and he or she, or I don't want to say the other crap, he or she went to like United States, right? And they were able to get a role there, which was a privatized hospital, healthcare system, whatever, right? And they were able to earn like endless amounts on base whatever the salary would pay them. Is that not more money for that doctor or healthcare professional? Yes or no?
It is more money for them.
I
Which-
agree with
so
Vigilante, but my
Vigilante
brother
for a
bodied him on this
doctor or a
topic,
healthcare
and he did
professional
way
to be
better
in
than
the privatized
Paige.
healthcare system or public healthcare system, correct?
for
Monetarily.
the doctor. Yeah, for the doctors, which, I mean, for the most part, as long as there should be a cap on how much the
pick a
procedures
box.
should cost.
Pick a box.
That part I don't have a problem with. It's the part that I have a problem with specifically on how Canada does it is putting a cap on how much the doctors can make in total, which is what
What
causes
if
the
you
problem.
can jump
Because when you
immediately?
the problem is
Just a second.
So you have to keep the cat
whole
suit.
thing that you like about public healthcare is the fact that it keeps costs low and it's accessible for people, right?
Yes.
Okay. How can we have that without a cap on certain fees or a cap on certain wages or a cap
No,
on
you
certain
can
things?
you can have a
We
you can have a
tried
cap
the-
on certain fees and limit it that way. Limiting it that way is fine, but putting a cap on how much somebody can make in a year from doing said procedures is what causes
Tried the
problem.
leftmost and the rightmost.
Yeah, I still honestly, I don't understand. So you agree with me on the fact that there's more of an incentive for healthcare providers to go to privatized
lost.
systems. You agree with me on the fact that
I
public
lost,
care
unless-
systems depend on certain caps within the physicians and services. But you
Oh, I
still
didn't
don't-
lose.
Like, I don't understand how you're saying that privatized healthcare
So-
isn't the answer. Like, how does
because
privatized
of the problems that privatized healthcare in and of itself creates. You when you don't have the cap on those things, you get what happens here in America, where the majority of our bankruptcies are from medical debt because people can't afford the medical debt and medical procedures.
if you have a
It costs
severe
$20,000
issue, if you have a severe issue which causes physical rehabilitation, how long does it take you to see a doctor and emerge?
Because that requires going to a specialist, usually about 6 months.
No, you're in severe pain. You go to the ER, like, let's say you have a back. I'm just going to tell you because this is what my personal experience is. You have like a severe disc herniation, okay? You go into ER in an ambulance. How long does it take for you to see a doctor?
It depends on the severity. It could be.
It's really bad. You can barely walk. How long does it take?
30 minutes to an hour.
Okay, you know how long it took me in January of last year? 6 hours. Completely free. 6 hours. That's more than 6 times what it took you. Who's failing now? Blah, 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 blah. Suck on that, motherfucker. Yeah.
So the problem with privatizing.
I'm gonna let it get
is how
to
much-
8 minutes to see if we get a solo judge.
Okay.
So the
Was
problem
on
with
panel.
privatized healthcare though is the cost. It tends to cause people to go bankrupt because of the
Without adequate insurance. Because they're restarted
No, even
and they
with-
didn't get
even-
adequate insurance.
Even with adequate insurance, it still causes that because you still have to pay your deductibles. There's still the fact there's
$100 a month is worth the $100,000 in savings.
Echo.
No,
I don't
the-
hear an echo.
yeah,
Is anyone out there an echo?
deductibles.
I don't hear an echo.
I do.
Alright.
It's
The deductibles
very
you're talking about
painful, yeah, I do.
$2,000 a year. in a lot
Craig,
of
you
cases.
got 2 tabs open or what?
No.
It's
No,
not us.
I'm
We just
talking
debated.
about,
this already.
not you, Craig, because Craig
Yeah.
said that he was hearing an echo. But real
I mean, I
quick,
hear
chat,
the echo too.
I am putting the poll into the chat. right now. Okay, so listen, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Vigilante on the poll. All right, and if you want to vote for this woman right here, you're voting for Paige on the poll. Vote right now, chat, because I am starting this timer over, and you guys got 2 minutes.
But there, when you factor in private, when you also factor in the way that private healthcare works, you also get the fact of that private insurers will do literally anything that they possibly can to get out of paying for your coverage, which is oftentimes what causes those issues. I mean, shit, that's the whole reason why Luigi Mangione did his thing.
Now, are you a communist
Yeah,
now?
he murdered a
Vigilante?
guy.
Do you oppose capitalism
Based.
and privatized companies?
No, I'm a socialist. I think that's
Y'all heard
certain
JS
things
break
should-
character. Y'all remember that at the end.
I said base. I like that he murdered that guy.
Nah, don't back it up now. Y'all heard
I
that
like
shit.
Vigilante, okay? He's a dirty socialist, but I
What do you
still
mean?
love debating.
I think
I said
I
based.
think certain things should be privatized, like healthcare. But I do
Luigi
think
and-
that there should be a free market to a degree.
Well, and I don't think I should vote, so I guess we'll agree.
I love Luigi Mangione. What are you talking about?
You can't even pronounce his name. Don't back it up now.
you
You
didn't
got
even
caught.
say that
You
right.
got caught, motherfucker.
No.
You said
I
that a
like
little
him.
bit awkward.
He's really a good, cool guy.
Oh no, call me daddy now, not Alex. What is that friggin'
So
feminist
Vigilante, what do we
podcast
need to
shit?
do to get quality, speed, and affordability at the same time? Because they say that we can only have two sides of the triangle, but I believe we can have all three.
So you want quality
So the
meth
reason-
at
the
affordable
reason
prices?
why-
We got it.
The reason why I was focusing on the topic, the part of the topic that we were, is because what causes the slower wait times in a place like Canada is the fact that they cap how much doctors can make, which causes doctors to go off to fucking America once they hit that wage cap.
Yeah, we could just print
So
more
they
money.
just
Shortens
stepped
the amount
into a
of-
fucking position they had no place be in, and it's not working.
It's more of they overreached. They did the right thing, but then they
Yeah, I
also
would say they
overreached at the same time.
Well, if we just got rid of currency, then this wouldn't even be an issue.
Oh Lord. We got 38 votes locked in. Chat. Thank you to everyone who voted. All right, 38 votes, 84% says that the winner of the 1v1 is Paige Vigilante. Tell everybody where they can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $200 prize.
You guys can find me at the Vigilante TV on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok. Yeah, you guys know you love to hate me. I'll stick around for a while. You can bring me back.
Let's fucking go. It's always a pleasure having you. They bring you back, you know you're more than welcome. Until then, my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. That's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday.
Is Vigilante short for virtual auntie?
Definitely not.
I really
Just
like
a
that
reminder,
guy.
too, there is 50 left to bring back Abe in the Bring Back Abe Dinkus Fund. Shiva adds in, why is private and universal mutually exclusive? Can a country not have both?
Huh?
Thank you,
Like a far more
Shiva.
reasonable position would be like a baseline where if you do have life-threatening problems, that we're a prosperous and rich country. We can afford to make sure people don't die if they come into the hospital with a stake sticking out of their leg or something. But to argue that the government should be responsible for all of it is just insane. It doesn't work. It doesn't matter. It's just the same old argument. It's just never really been tried from the communists. Yes, it has, and it's been an utter failure everywhere it's been tried.
What do you mean? People in Russia were super healthy.
Yeah. Digging rocks in the gulags.
Yeah, they were fit. And it
Living
was
train tracks to nowhere.
and everybody was
I mean,
equal.
It depends on a country's level of progression, right? Because if you say like universal healthcare to an African country, they're like, fuck yeah, we'll take anything. So it also depends on what country you're talking about.
So we have Breeze 1v1 here. And just to make sure too, because I just realized it's been a little bit since we've heard him. Brick, are you still with us? Or have you passed out?
You're muted. No, did Bricky die?
No,
What?
Brick.
What?
Okay, he's
He's
awake.
alive.
He's awake.
He's
He's
alive.
awake. All right, good.
Apparently, we got a battle about something now.
Yeah, it's Brick versus Bill Hicks. A request from Bree. So let's get everyone else into the back. I'm gonna move Vigilante over to the
Bing bong, ding dong.
just so I'm not confused here. And Abe, I'm gonna put you in the green room as well, just because I don't want to confuse myself again. But everyone, don't forget 50 left to bring back Abe. Let me get boom.
Oh, I forgot that.
All right, so let's find a topic.
You poor bastard. I've waited all night to find somebody. It had to be you.
We got a good run going.
Let's find one for you two. This should be interesting. Let me see here. I think I could find a good one for you.
It's had a bit of a bonk away.
Flags right there.
I was
Okay,
thinking
it's
that
a
cough sound.
very, very late jump, which is hard to do with the delayed timing. It's hard to do. I'm gonna lose.
I mean, we have so many topics we haven't even got to get to tonight.
That wasn't even that hard,
Let me
but
see one of these topics here, just so.
This is endless normal no skip, by the way. We're not skipping anything.
I think I tend to agree with Bricky on a lot, so...
I just disagree with you just for the fucking fun of it.
Yeah, but yeah, that's what Brick will do. Brick will just disagree just cause, you know what I mean?
I really wanted to talk about gays adopting children.
Really slightly disagree on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring it up
I'm
next
sure
time.
I could... Yeah, actually, let me look into this list here for a second. Bill Hicks. Oh wait, no, never mind. Yeah,
he's a massive lefty.
I was gonna ask. No, I don't
Wait,
think
what
so.
the?
I was gonna say, how do you?
See, that was a
where do you think
timing
should we
error or something
legalize
with the
sex
game.
work? No.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah. Okay, one second.
Legalize sex work? What do you mean? How else would I ever have sex?
I feel like, maybe
I have a
it's
bunch of girlfriends, but they don't know that I watch them.
a stereotype I have, but I
The
feel
only
like
ones I have sex with
a
is
lot
the
of
ones that I
times
pay.
That when I talk to Australians, they're for it, and I don't know if it's because there it is legal or if it's just an Australian thing.
We're talking about sex work? Yeah. I don't know. I guess we got a lot
No,
of...
like, because
Right,
there
yeah.
it's like brothels and stuff are legal, so I find a lot of Australians will argue for it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, okay, let me see here. Where do you guys stand on term limits for presidents?
The coins.
Elected presidents' term limits.
Well, see, here's the thing, right? Like, I would suggest that if we could democratically elect a dictator and vote against voting entirely through the democratic process to go into something more
We
of
got the
a,
point.
dictatorship or a monarchy, then actually things would be, hopefully, fingers crossed, better off because the leader of a nation will actually have
No, I need. I got it. I got the one up.
the continual progress of the nation, whereas with democracy, we just
I didn't think I had the one up there.
and going and exploiting and raping and pillaging the system. So I think that with no term limits, even if it is through democracy, we could have, like almost like a royalty sort of thing going on there, or a dictator.
Bill, are you for or against term limits?
Yeah, that was a
alright,
really
let's just
long
say- let's just say
exposition.
I'm against term limits.
I'm for them then. All right, let's get this on the
All right, let's fucking go. Listen, chat. Again, this was 50, so we're starting off at 6 minutes. All right. If you want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on a minute.
would-
It is 60. If you
I'm
want a
actually against
solo
term limits
judge,
because if we get a good
you
communist
don't get a
dictator
solo
in
judge, it
place,
goes to the poll.
I mean
And the
socialist. I'm
loser
not a
of the poll
communist.
will lose
Socialism
their
and
soul.
communism are not the same thing.
Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's
But if
get
we
it.
had a good communist dictator in place, I would be totally for
Alright,
it.
Well, I guess if I'm taking the positive,
A nice Lenin, a
position
Stalin,
Ladies
maybe
first,
a
age before beauty.
Chavez. What's that guy's
Alright,
name?
well,
Chavez.
in that case, you can
Jose
go then.
Cuervo.
Go ahead.
Chavez y Chavez.
You're both the fair agenda and much younger than I am. Obviously, I can tell, right?
Bing bong 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 bing dong.
Well, I would say that with no fixed term
This
limits,
is what we do here.
whoever
Watch.
is elected can actually think of long-term projects to get
not
done,
what I
like
wanted to do.
multi-generational sort of projects. And not only that, but there would be sort
There's
of
got to
more
be a
of
way to triple jump. You got to get a triple jump.
a feeling that the whole nation is invested in their leader and
Got
vice
it.
versa.
Are you looking
instead
at
of
a
this sort of
longevity?
antagonism.
Ooh, we got a bomb thrower.
Longevity approach.
Yeah, I guess so.
So
and also accountability, I would think as well. That if you've
can't
had
that-
this one
can't
leader
that-
for such a
can't
long
that be
time,
achieved? So, Bill, can't that be achieved? And isn't it achieved in different aspects when you look at
I need these
generational
coins.
families, like a farmer passes
I
down
need
his
these
land and
coins,
his
but
skill,
there's no
or
way.
tradesman passes
Uh,
down his skill, right, and his land
We need another
to a
bomb.
younger generation who then take over. It's like a lion, right? It's like a lion in the herd. Okay, comes to the end of its time, it's no longer the alpha. It gets pushed down, but it's still.
We're not gonna get another bomb.
Right, okay.
Can we triple jump to the top of a?
The term going mad with power.
No.
I mean, there's no point of going mad without power, Bill. So when you get people that are stuck in a position with power for a long time, how do you know that their mindset doesn't change, right? And they lean towards more of an authoritarian dictatorship, kind of like vigilante type shit, which isn't good.
how about this? I don't think that that is secured by having sort of a rotating door of unaccountable people that can just say, look, I promise to fix up all the stuff that the guy before me did, and then just inevitably keep on doing that same process while no one ever has
So
to.
you leave that same person in power, and you do what? Well, let's face it. Look at Australia, Bill. Come on, look at Australia.
Well,
You've just re-elected a far left-leaning organisation.
My
What
thinking is
fucking
that
are
with
yous
democracy,
doing?
I mean, we're still
At
talking
least
about
Britain's
democracy.
bouncing back, Bill. Britain's bouncing back, and we're going to the right. All the way over to the right. We're nearly like America. Right? Once we get this free year that we use have just re-elected for another 4 years or whatever it is, far left.
That's the thing,
And
because if we're
we
talking
need the
about
one
what
up.
my actual
I missed
prescriptions
it.
would be, I would say
Hold
no
on, if
for
we
democracy,
off screen?
but given that this debate is
I think if we
about
off
no-term
screen?
limits, I would say that that is the closest thing that we can have to like a
Wanna-
dictator
no?
or a king ruling indefinitely, where if just through policy
There's no such
itself,
thing as a
people
monarchy no more,
are
Bill.
obligated
Britain
to
is not a
kick
monarchy.
out, to say that you've got an excellent president or prime minister, right, that is doing everything that you need to be done, but you need another 4 more years. But no, sorry, the books
Well,
say
then
that we're
what
not
you
allowed
do,
to.
well, then,
you
Bill,
know,
what you
it
do,
seems
what
very
you would
arbitrary
do,
and ridiculous.
what
I
you
think.
would do, as any wise businessman would be doing, they would have a right-hand man, right? It would preferably be a member of the family, preferably a son, if not a daughter, very well capable. Both of them would have to be. You could pass down the skills and the business to them, and you would entrust it to them. It would be the closest, viable, most guaranteed thing, right? Than handing it out to somebody that you found on a fucking internet job site, right?
Well, considering
Say,
that
"Come and
we
run my
don't have.
business."
Wait, I got
to
hired
have
off an internet
indefinite
job
term,
site.
no term limit.
Well, that's
people
what you would
elected.
do,
Yeah,
Bill. What
that's
you would do.
what you would have to do. But that's
Bill,
still
is you would
that's still a
hand it
second.
down. You would
To
That's
my
still
job,
not as good as
my protest
actually
job
a continuation of
with
the
Antifa.
leader, that was there before.
If
I
it
mean,
wasn't for internet
maybe
job
the
sites, I
person
wouldn't be
hands
the
down
leader
someone
of
do
San
better,
Francisco
but maybe
Antifa.
not. And the idea is that you're just
Right, so
arbitrarily
basically,
forced
you're in
into that.
favour of Joe Biden staying in the White House for another 4 years.
If people kept voting for him, sure.
Right, there you go.
I mean-
Your argument has just been totally smashed open there, right? Okay, let's face it.
But that's
Come
why,
on.
look, I'm not a fan of democracy in
You
general.
want a man
but-
that shits his pants, can't walk upstairs, falls down them, can't even sit on a bike properly, right? Okay, what the fuck was he doing on that bike to start? Well, that really gets me worried.
Well,
Like,
in a
who the
way,
fuck thought that was a good
might
idea?
be shifting
Let's
gears
put
a little
shitty
bit,
pissy pants Joe
but-
I just
Biden
wanted the
on a
coins.
bike and stop in front of fucking cameras. Let's see how good that goes. I mean,
I
come
think
on.
it's great. It's great
This ain't
because it
no
shows
Australian
exactly
fucking
how
government.
elected officials are a
Shit,
joke. They're
It's
clowns. They're performing.
Where'd the audio go?
Is that you? That's muted on me. Because I can't check you now, Bill. You're gonna have to tell me if you can tell you how many chat or easy you're gonna have.
Whose side am I on in this? Term limits or no term limit? Definitely term limits. Wait, no, wait.
All right, hold
Why
up
is it
real
silent?
quick.
Can you hear me easy? Can
yeah,
you
we
hear
can
me?
hear. Yeah, we can hear you. We can't hear Bill. It just.
I'm
cut
saying,
out.
trying to read the chat
I don't
because
know
I'm
if he's
thinking to
gonna have
myself,
to. I don't know if he's gonna have to drop down and come back or something. but
Hello?
yeah. Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me again?
There
yeah, I
you
was
are.
making a really good point too, and you guys
Yeah, we'll
didn't
stop
hear
the
it.
clock for you, Bill. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
I stopped the clock and everything. I'll put it back a couple seconds. Keep going.
Okay. Oh, well, I don't know if it was that great a point. It was basically just the premise of my argument is that with no fixed term limits, you
Chat,
could have
we need to
leaders
hit the
actually
goal
carry
or
out
else I'm
some
not
sort of
going to
public
stream long
works. Not
tonight.
only that, but actually have to take accountability for both the good and the bad of their decisions, where with an arbitrary sort of time limit, just through policy, people can kind of
Right, so
avoid
Bill, look,
any
we've got 30
accountability for what
seconds,
they
we've got
had to do.
25 seconds left, right? So, okay,
Yeah.
what I
There's a
wanna
lot of
suggest
my
is
brother wants
we
me to
didn't
get
decide
off and go
what
to
the term
sleep
limits
so
were.
he can
One
Well,
thing
I
get
think
some
definitely.
rest.
My
Because he
idea would
can't
be
sleep with me
definitely
talking.
48, 12,
And there's a lot of big UFC fights tonight, which I think is misogyny and,
This is where
and
we're down the hit. This is where
sexism
we're
and
wrong.
all the worst
Because you
things.
don't know how long our
UFC is
president
brutality and evil. I don't think it should be banned,
went off
but
on the roof.
he likes it. And apparently
doesn't
there's
actually like, you
like
never
some
even bothered to ask that
pay-per-view tomorrow, which by the way,
Well, okay, so you're saying that your term limit would just be such a massive.
You never bothered to
year
ask me
level.
that question, what length of term limit was to me.
All right, well, I guess we agree then.
I'm
Because
gonna let
it's
it
like-
get to 7 minutes quick to see if we
No,
have a
because I
solo
agree in
judge.
term limits.
Yeah, I'll be honest. This politics isn't my strong point, but that was fun anyway.
what
Enjoyed
is
that
your
for sure.
strong point?
I usually just spurg out on theology and philosophy. They're
Oh.
my interests.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Bill, very honestly, mate, that was off the cuff for me because I just walked up, I was
That means we gotta get you and Jason Starfire in a free will debate.
Yeah, that would be super fire.
Wait.
I'll be down for that.
What is he done? Does he not believe in free will? What kind of crazy guy is
This little queer
this?
boy over here, all about a rap.
Of course we have free will.
You're supposed to be
Sorry,
insensible.
I assumed you
Aleister
thought
Crowley
Aleister
is my
Crowley
favorite
was
person, and he said, "Do as thou wilt." I love Aleister Crowley. I love it.
Why don't you look up? Why don't you look up to your
God
brother?
giving
Are
us
you
free
older?
will with Aleister Crowley? That's amazing.
All right, chat.
Are you
listen.
older?
How many boosts? No, I won't
Real
ask.
quick, chat. I'm putting the poll in right now. All right, polls dropped in. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Bill Hicks on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Bricky on the poll. Get your votes in right now, chat. You have 2 minutes.
Well, you better be voting
starting
for
now.
me, you bastard. Right, you better
Yeah,
vote
vote
me,
for
Bill.
Bricky. He just woke up, and I'm gonna probably crash soon. So, actually, no, screw that. Vote for me. It'll make me feel good in my ego, and I need
Too late,
that.
already voted for Brick.
And then I see we have a couple people in the back there too as well. We're gonna bring you up right after this, and also chat. Just a reminder, Abe is still kicking. If you guys want to bring Abe back, 50 left to bring Abe back.
I'd like to finish the evening doing some D&B work and stuff. Speak. Thank you so much for having me.
You're not trying to sell
Hey,
nothing, are you, love?
thanks for coming. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, I'm never here for the clout or the money or anything. I just love hanging with y'all and debating. It actually brings great joy to my heart. If I ever make it to the end, great, but that's not my goal. I just like debating. You guys are awesome.
Nobody's
Thank you so
stopping
much
you
for
from
having me on.
going to the end.
Wait, people get clout and money for this?
I want to listen to some drum and bass, okay, for an hour and dance a bit and then go to bed. So, I'm stopping myself.
Disappointing.
Oh, come on. I'm not that great. Anyway,
D&D.
come on.
Debate.
Hey, you
and
did
drum
good
and
tonight. So, I mean,
Thank you.
GG's.
We call that on Verbal Combat pulling the Andrew Wilson when you come and eliminate people and then leave.
Yeah, I do mod for Andrew. Maybe he's rubbing off on me, but
Yeah, stop name dropping. Stop name dropping. Come on.
stop name dropping. Okay. Anyway, thank you for having me on. I hope the right person wins this panel. Have a lovely evening, all. You guys are
You as
awesome.
well.
Doodles. Salute.
Take care.
God bless.
Bye.
Yeah, what the heck is an Andrew Wilson?
So here's this, I'm a retard. You seem really clever, actually. Like, you believe in free will. That's amazing, because I know this JF retard, and he doesn't even believe in free will. He's got some other really...
That's my brother. I know he's crazy. He believes in like an omnipotent God that already determined things before they happened. Of course there's no God. God is fake, and we all have free will.
Well,
We do as we
listen.
will.
Yeah.
Hey, chill out, bro.
It's just as coherent as your brother.
Listen, what
He's
has
retarded.
happened, 2 minutes is locked in.
Both of y'all.
40 votes. 40 votes. All right. 50-50 says this shit was a tie. And what we do in this situation is we're going to have everyone back into the back. All right.
I gotta pee.
What we do here is we have to do another 1v1. We go to 8 minutes, no added time. You can still solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the poll. And if it whoever loses the poll will lose their soul. But if we tie on a second voting, the way that goes is if a tie happens on a second voting, both people stay. You guys obviously decided after 2 fights that they both need to stay. That's how it goes. So anyways, let's get into a topic here.
Just continue on. Just continue on. No, I'm happy to do that.
No, let's do a different one. Let's do a different one. Give the chat more.
I
agree with Big Easy.
Yeah, you know what I'm trying
But
to say.
I'm really bad. I'm just going
fucking-
to take the piss out you now for 8 minutes, you know. You do realize that.
The cold's starting to kick in again. I gotta go take another
Yo.
Tylenol. Let me see here.
I'm gonna break character for a second. I think I triggered some people with that one because when you play the lefty socialist atheist and you're like Aleister Crowley said do as thou will, and I believe in free will because Aleister Crowley said so, and my Christian brother believes in an all-knowing, all-powerful, outside of time God, so there's no way free will could exist. That's stupid. They all kind of were like, I think I kind of fucked them up on that one. Back into character.
It's like this sort of thing where the people in the actual host nation are taken care of. So I don't know how to answer that.
Oh wait, how about this? Where do you stand on the church being exempt of tax?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Well, I would just no, they shouldn't. They should pay that.
I think we should abolish all the churches.
You gonna take that side, Bert? You good with that one?
That just
Or do you wanna? Do you wanna?
I can't play multiplayer. I can't play multiplayer right now. I'm too focused on winning these debates.
Oh, I'm asking Bill. I'm asking Bill if he's good.
No, if we're happy with that, I'm happy with that. Probably not my favorite subject, but yeah, I'm happy to debate that.
All right,
But I'll tell you what.
Let's find a different one. Let's find a different one.
It's crazy how people can only seem to talk about free will. There's more to my brother than just free will. He's a deep guy. I think he's a jerk. He's a real jerk, but I delayed.
I'm trying to make it something that you both actually be on the opposite sides too.
I think, like Bill said before, disagree on very little, but in order for it to happen,
3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Get in the pipe. Please be a flag.
No,
We got it.
Well, Ricky, if you're like genuinely on the position that that churches shouldn't pay tax, you know, and I'm on the position, that they should, and I'm on the position that they shouldn't, then at least that's a, you know, good
What are
faith
we?
debate there.
What are we watching?
I'll be honest with you, bud, right? I have no position on it, right?
Yeah, he's just taking the
I
opposite.
challenge
Yeah.
myself, and it's off the cuff. So I will do my utmost best to fight that side, but it's not something I've even thought of yet, right? But I will do it.
Okay, what about this? Is morality is morality universal? Like, is morality objective? Is there objective morality?
I would say yes, and I'd have trouble arguing the opposite of that, so I can't really do devil's advocate for that.
Just before I take that, what, right, and I'm going to sound stupid here. What do you mean by objective morality? Just dumb it
Like,
down.
so is there a moral standard that's objectively true, universally? So, like, it's not based off, there's actually a right and wrong.
Is there or should there? It is there.
It is there.
No, I wouldn't say there is. I wouldn't say there is. I would say there's not.
Okay. All right, so there we go. We got one of opposite sides. See? I knew it. I just busted out my, I had to go into my philosophy debate topic section so that I could find something for you. So chat, listen up, all right? This is going, let me make sure.
Yeah, breaking character. I'd like to hear Brick not always just do the opposite for the memes, and actually like debate his beliefs.
Because this is the second time, remember? So just
I think it would be way better.
judge if you guys want to solo judge, 60 to solo judge.
We've only broken character twice tonight.
Time going straight to 8 minutes. If we don't
Back to character.
solo judge, it will go to the poll, and the loser of the poll.
And I didn't break character when Fredo said I broke character. He just missed the.
Good luck.
I almost did, but I didn't. I saved it.
I'll start because I think if I'm taking the positive position that yes, indeed, morality.
I just want you to explain to us how that means.
This is a horrible level.
Ethics, epistemology, and the third one, right? The three branches of philosophy. Bear with me while I forget one of the most important ones there. But basically, they are like a transcendental category. So to make any judgments about whether something's true or false, it can be part true, it can be part false, and that's to do with our subjective apprehension of that, sure, but that is still relating to an objective standard. Same thing with morality. We can have a subjective apprehension of it, right? And different societies would rate different things in different places of this hierarchy, but the standard has to be objective that we are relating that to.
So are your moral objectives in what you base morality as in your reality? Let's just say, do you claim that everybody across the world or through history has carried them same moral values? Or I'm almost certain that everybody thinks the same. People think certain things are right when they're wrong.
Is Brick doing moral subjectivity?
What I mean, so
yeah,
so there's always to understand it like a parallel line where we can all go down it with different faiths, beliefs, stuff like that, right? We still have a moral objective that's on the same line. They're not really bad.
Well, to me, it would be like this, right? Say there's two different societies that can't quite figure out math. One of them would say
Math?
1 plus 1 equals 1.9, right? It's very close to 2. It's not. And another will say, no, actually 1 plus 1 equals 2.2, right? Which again is very close to 2, but both of them are wrong.
And both of them would be stupid.
No.
Let's get there, right? Look, no, because I am trying now, right? Honestly, genuinely, right? So what I want to ask you is, like back in history, or even in the present, like we have certain beliefs, structures, faiths. Like the Mayans, they used to
Oh, sorry, it's so quiet, guys. You can't even hear them. Sorry, it's so quiet, guys. You can't even hear them. You should have told me.
because I wanted it to rain, and it wasn't even that. Bill, listen, Bill. What, Bill?
I've been drinking beer. I've been doing this for a long time. So I'm starting right there.
Or they will get donated. But these
but look, so what you're relating to me now is meant to show a sort of contrast between their morality and our morality, right?
If the crops get
Wait, there's no Z jump in this game?
But even so,
It's Mario 3,
you're
duh.
kind of still implying that there is a base standard against which to measure morality, because you are kind of clutching your pearls about how awful they are.
What they done? Do you find that morally right what they done to those children when they sacrificed them because they wanted a bit of rain? Like, they could have just asked Puffy to piss on their crops. That would have been more efficient for them. But they didn't. What they done, Bill, is they took young children, and they sacrificed them, and it was morally right in their eyes. Now, I don't believe for 1 second, Bill, that you think that's morally right. This is why I don't believe that there is a moral objective that is continuous throughout humanity. Throughout everybody.
I'm not even really playing. I'm just freaking throwing the sticks.
Moral objective, right? That is the same throughout or something, and I don't believe that's true. And I don't even want to go into modern day religions and what they do and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Easy tapped on it yesterday, brilliantly. Was it yesterday, the day before? I was watching that live. There's certain faiths that will just abuse people's minds. It's not morally right, Bill. As a Christian, you should know that. And have you gone muted? Right, this isn't fair. If Bill Gann's fucking quiet for half the fucking debate, right, and still gets 50% of the vote, then it's like, I probably should just shut up.
Got some technical difficulties again. Bill, you there? We can't hear you. Bill.
I mean, I could rant on, but it wouldn't be fair.
Maybe you gotta drop and come back.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, guys.
He's
there he is. All right.
I was just saying that.
All of that.
That's why I was talking back to mathematics and truth claims, is that the fact that some of us can be a little bit wrong or a little bit closer, like it's saying your truth or my truth. Well, saying that just defeats the whole meaning of the word truth. Truth has to be a set point.
Right, I'm just gonna interrupt. Easy, can we have the prompt, the exact prompt again, please? Or is it on the screen? What is it? Because because I think that's going to be very relevant to now the way we're going to continue this conversation on for the next 3 minutes, Bill, because it was a moral objective that is like throughout whatever, and I mean, like, I based that everybody has the same moral objective and looks and
No,
outcomes.
well, look, if the whole world
And I don't
just
believe that's
had
just
the wrong
demonstrated that
apprehension
twice, right?
that
I tell you what,
people
Bill. I tell you
fly,
what, Bill.
that doesn't
Do you
change the
think
fact
it's
that
all right?
people
Do
are
you think
seeing
it's all
poor.
right for people to wed a 6-year-old and sleep with a 9-year-old, right? Do you think it's all right for people to sacrifice young children, right, for the reins?
See,
Do you
these seem
think
to
it's
be
all
like
right?
these emotional
Do you think it's all
appeals
right for any of these
and
apparent
like the
appalling
really
things
weak
to happen,
argument.
right?
Of course, I
Because
never
your
said
moral
that.
objectives, my friend, I believe your moral objectives are exactly the same as mine.
I think
I think that's
you're
wasteful.
making like you're conflating two things. I'm not saying about. In fact, I gave this very thought in my
Morals
opening
are
statement was that
objective,
you can
universal.
have
Right,
a
that's it.
subjective
Morals are objective,
apprehension of
universal.
the objective truth, and that
So
doesn't change
morals
the
are
fact that there is
objective,
an objective
universal,
truth.
Bill. Morals are objective, universal. Prove how Muslims and Christians have the same moral objectives.
They
Tell
don't.
me the same. But
They don't.
and
And
there you
I
go,
never
then.
said. I never said they did. No,
But
no.
that's
I'm
the
saying
problem.
that you can
It's
have a
just what you put on
subjective
the screen.
apprehension of an objective
let's
truth.
go
Brick's
back to
playing
the
devil's
Greek
advocate right
and
now.
the
My brother just told
category.
me
The Mayans,
in my
right?
Look, so
earpiece.
someone that
Mayans
does
do
maths
children.
really badly can be measured in saying, no, you made a mistake here because 2 + 2 doesn't actually equal 5. And we're
Bill,
not
we're not
saying
doing math
due to
no more.
consensus.
We're not
We're
Don't
talking
bring
about
math
the
into
actual
logic.
ontological
We all know that
reality
1 + 1
of
equals
math
2, right?
or
But two
morality
rights, two
or
rights,
ethic.
don't make it wrong, and two
I can
wrongs don't make
demonstrate
it
the
right.
logical.
Okay? So I'm asking you, Bill.
John, why are you
Do
being
we have
John? Why are you
universal
being a
morals?
weirdo to my
Is
brother?
everyone in the universe? And in fact, this is outside of the world as well.
Why are you
When
going in
says
other
That's not,
chats?
that's
Listen,
not,
I
that's
don't
not
like
what that means, though.
being a
The
trap,
fact that there
or
is
he
a
doesn't like
universal
being a trash
standard
talker
for
about
morality,
people.
for truth, for other transcendental categories, doesn't mean
But
that
if
people
you're
don't
gonna start it,
But
he's
this
gonna
is just
finish
the
it.
world.
I don't know
The
why you're
universe is
doing
outside
this.
of the
so
world
we're
as
like
well.
arguing past each other here because I'm
Right,
saying
so
the
the
very
universe
fact
is
that we
outside
can
of this
measure
world.
Because
the
I'm in the
different
chats
objective
listening
standards
when
for
you're
morality, the
attacking
very
my
fact that
brother
we can
out of the
that
blue
against
for
each
no
other
reason. You've been doing this
already
for a long time.
presupposes that there is an
Every
objective
chat, it's
standard,
always.
right?
And I
The
know
fact that we
you'll
have
be
to
like,
But
oh,
there's
measure
it's
not.
just a
But
joke.
there's
prove
absolutely
anything.
not an
But if there's one
objective
thing I
standard
know,
across
it's
the universe.
But the
autistic
fact that
people.
you're saying that this one's right and that one's wrong is implying
Why are you
that
doing
somewhere
that? Why are
you're
you
Which
trying to
one's
start a
right?
war
Which
you
one's
the
can't
right?
objective
finish?
standard.
You're
Well,
an
would you say
anarchist.
that raping children and doing things like that is right?
It's right.
No,
Metaphysics
it's not. You
was
would
the
say
word
it's
you were
wrong.
looking
You would say
for.
it's wrong, right? So that's my point. To make that truth claim, that value judgment, you are appealing to a transcendent category of which to measure this against. Otherwise, everything is right and everything is wrong.
So I'm
Was
letting
it a
it
good?
get to 9 minutes on the clock just to see if we have a solo judge.
Was it a good debate tactic, though, Bill? Honestly,
I enjoyed myself.
I just
I
tried
think
it. You know what I mean? It was
No,
fun.
you didn't call him gay.
I think we might have talked over each
Everyone
other
was
again
waiting
because of the
for you to
delay
call him
issues.
gay.
My brother says you always play devil's advocate, Brick, and maybe you should like actually debate your real beliefs because it would probably be way better. But you,
Why don't you tell
Hold
your
up.
brother to go and stick a dildo up his backside?
I don't
right,
know
and
if you
laugh
guys
once or
heard
twice?
the notification, but I got it right before that last minute.
are
in
you a
there.
homophobe?
We got a Cash
You a
App
germaphobe?
to take Solo Judge, and Solo Judge says that the winner of the 1v1 is Bricky.
God bless
Bill
you, love.
Hicks, tell everybody where we can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $200 prize.
Find me just lurking in chats. People know me in these circles because these are the circles that I hang in. You know where to find me. And don't bring me back. I've got to go to sleep.
I
So
enjoyed
enjoy
that,
it.
Bill, my friend. I enjoyed that, Bill. Honestly, I did.
Yeah, so did I,
Don't
mate.
say
Thank you
that.
for
The ones who
Thank you
say
very
they're
much
gonna
for
go
that.
to sleep always get brought back. You gotta start saying something else.
Well, God bless you, cat love. God fucking bless you.
Hey, it's always a pleasure having you, and if they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And if not, until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
I spelled your wrong. Ah, oh my god, I spelled your wrong. What am I doing?
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And we also just a reminder too, quick. We also have Abe Dinkus still waiting on a revive. Okay, there's 50 left to bring back Abe Dinkus, and we also got another one in the back to bring up. Pumpkin,
I showed up.
welcome to the show. Let's
going?
fucking go.
What have I missed?
Well, you could
What?
look a bit fucking
Lots.
happy after starters, son. Come on.
Lots. You've missed
Non-stop
lots.
1v1s.
How dare you?
Put a smile on your face, will you? For fuck's sake.
How
I was actually
the one
just,
that hasn't debated.
I was actually just done laughing at JS. Not gonna lie, I just realized that he has a slit in the mask.
Are we not men member for 7 months? Says what a fucking joke.
How else am I
He
gonna
is not
drink?
happy with the solo judge.
I want the solo judge to speak up. I'm gonna be honest with you. If they're in the chat, speak up.
That is up to them, my friend. That's always
I
how.
thought you said who it was.
What?
I thought you'd tell me who it was.
No, not it. Not if someone sends Cash App or PayPal.
Oh,
The only
my
way
God,
you get
I've
to
just-
know who it is if they say who it is.
Yeah,
You know
like,
when
I,
you
like
said
Earlier when Kat did it, I didn't say anything until Kat said it in the chat because
Yeah, well, I thought of what, because you said Cash App, right? And obviously I'm a little bit drunk and stoned and half asleep. And I've always said cat. Thinking, right? So, I mean, I'm not going to take the fucking thanks back anyway, like, but big up the Cash App, whoever it was.
Are we ever gonna get to the gays adopting children topic? Because that's really what I came here
Right,
for.
you want one? You want
you
one,
look
like,
uncomfortable.
I want
You
one.
look uncomfortable in the suit that you put on. I'm not.
I'm
gonna lie.
very
You look-
comfortable.
You look
This is
uncomfortable.
I live my daily life like this. What do you
look
mean?
So uncomfortable, dude.
Take a drink of
No.
coffee.
yeah,
No, this isn't uncomfortable at all. This is perfectly normal.
Let's bring this topic up then, just for you. Should we allow gay couples to adopt children?
I think we should only allow gay couples to adopt children. These Christians these Christians are indoctrinating children.
Oh, my life, what a ballad.
Right now,
Hey,
Christians are adopting the
shit.
most children and they're indoctrinating them into this horrible worldview.
Yes, you have to stop.
Stop what?
You gotta quit it, bro. You just gotta quit it, brother.
They're adopting this horrible, they're indoctrinating children, these Christians. I think gay men, it would bring, it would spread more diversity and equity and inclusion into the world.
You said only gay men.
Only.
So,
He's
okay.
really
So,
doing this, isn't he? He's really doing
Plus,
this, isn't
we're
And real quick,
overpopulated.
too, Bill says, "LOL actually was gonna crash, you funny bastard." Hey, I
The
told
chat
you.
demands it.
You got to start using something else, bro. I told you. It's always the
Chat-
ones that say, "Don't bring me back. I'm going to
Bang,
bed."
they come back.
They
they'll never
get
come back.
summoned back. Always. It's fucking
Chat
never
love to
fails.
torture people.
Let's fucking go. Get your ass back up here.
bring your ass back, baby.
Or is he really going to bed? What's going on? I mean, we can't force him, but I mean, the chat.
We got other
Yeah,
people in the
his
back.
name.
We could apply a lot of pressure, though, couldn't we, at least?
Yeah. At least
He
a
doesn't
little
want to
bit
piss
of
everybody's
passion.
cornflakes.
Get your motherfucking ass up here, man.
Exactly,
At
Fredo.
least
Yeah,
a
come
little
on,
bit.
old man. Hicks, get your fucking horse up, yeah.
Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill Nye the
I don't think so.
Bill Hicks, welcome back to the show.
Hey.
Big man
Cheers to
Billy's
Bree,
back on the hill.
Rodriguez as well. Thank you.
Let's fucking go.
Shout out
Right.
Hinduism and reincarnation. Let's go.
No rest for the
fuck's
wicked.
sake, yes. He's cracking me up, him.
Did I make a good one?
Oh my fucking god.
I'm a funny
You're
person.
killing me tonight, bro.
I'm just thinking, how long's it took? How long you been thinking of this for? You've not
Can
just thought of
somebody
this
please kick him
overnight.
again? Stepfire, Stepfire, do
I
your
believed
thing.
you when you said you were having your brother come on the night. I genuinely believed you, right? And then when I saw you, I thought, you bastard, right? But this is funny.
No, don't kick me. The people united will never be divided. The people united will never be divided.
That shit's wild. All right, so is Jason Starfire the only one over here on the we should allow gay couples to adopt children side?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm not even getting involved in that shit, me.
Wow, so it's a bunch of bigots on the panel. Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, let's move on.
Wow.
Absolutely.
A bigot and a bundle of stiggets.
Now go ahead. I want to hear your argument, JS.
Somebody
I already
fight
said,
me.
He already gave him no. Please.
The
don't,
world is
please.
overpopulated.
He just laid him out. He just laid him
Oh,
out.
go on,
Please.
somebody fight him. A day is a fucking day is going. A day is the fight.
It's diversity, equity, and inclusion. The world is overpopulated. We need less people. So maybe if these gay guys started adopting kids, there's 60% likelihood that the kids will turn out gay. And then we're reducing the population. We're making it better for the environment and the climate. Climate change is a real threat. Like,
can we please move on now? Yeah.
more gay fathers would reduce climate
I can't
change.
engage with this in good faith. I'm sorry.
Y'all can't tell me that this is serious, bro. Y'all can't tell me that this is.
My guy just said we need to make more gay kids. Oh no. Let's fucking go. The blood is coming in fucking fury.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Wow.
Bill and JS. Let's get everyone else into the back. I gotta move you over to the green room. How did that happen? How did I get you moved back? I must have did that by accident.
These 1v1s make me uncomfortable.
Yes, William, don't worry, I got you. I've been waiting for the right time. Don't worry, I got you. I got you. So now we need a topic.
I don't like forced confrontations.
Holy shit, this is good. All right, here's kind of I'd say this is a good topic maybe for you too. Happiness is more important than success.
Happiness is the most important thing.
Yeah. Again, we need to define definitions. I would say that
Won't
both
work.
of them are kind of gay. Like purpose is and duty are more important. So success, well, how are you going to measure that? Like through your happiness, you know what I mean? Or like
Yeah.
you got a lot of things that make you feel good. Like,
I agree. Successful people are inequitable and we need to take from them and redistribute it to other people. But happiness is very important.
So you guys are both on the same side?
No, I mean, How about this? Because I would say that if you measure success by, your own happiness, then it's kind of the same thing. But if, say, you're measuring that by, your purpose in life and the contribution that you make, and again, that's kind of sort of a funny thing to measure. It's kind of ambiguous a little bit. But I would say that happiness is not the most important thing. And I think that the fellow I'm debating against, he's playing a Duma pretty well. So he's going to, at least in devil's advocate, say that happiness is the most important. So I'm happy to debate that. That happiness is fleeting and gay.
Wait, are you a homophobe? What's wrong with gay?
Oh my god.
Yes, I am,
Oh,
and
man.
it's gay.
Wow, cancel this guy immediately. This guy should not be on the internet.
I just want to see if there's something I can. So the prompt would be, what's the most important thing in life? I guess. Like, I don't know where. Like, I'm trying to figure out what side you, because like if he's saying happiness is the most important, do you mean in life? Like, what do you mean?
Freedom and bodily autonomy.
Starting a war ever justified?
Bodily autonomy. Yeah.
Let's do this. Is starting a war ever justified?
Ooh, that's funny, because I would say, look, if you're retaliating, but then you're not the one starting it, I don't know. I'd say no, not really. You're being mean, but then if we're talking about will to power and just that might makes doesn't make right. Well,
All right. Is torture justified for national security?
Oh, bloody hell. These are some tough ones. How about just for fun? Like, I reckon just justify it because you feel like it.
So, wait, so torture is just justified?
Yeah, nah.
Only
I don't.
Only
I
if
don't
it's
think it is.
consensual
Say
between
what?
partners.
But is it justified for national security?
No.
Oh, look, I'm going to have some people hate me for saying so, but I don't think it is. I think there's better ways to get information.
Okay, so how about the death penalty? Where do you guys stand on that?
There we go. Yeah, this is an easy one. Although I'll say yes, I'm for the death penalty, but actually I might have trouble debating it.
I'm also against the death penalty. I think we should release all the criminals, but
I love those characters.
I don't like imprisonment.
You're against the death penalty.
Well, I'm pro-abortion and euthanasia.
No, death penalty.
Well, we could.
Do you want to do abortion?
Yeah, abortion is great.
Bill, how do you feel about an abortion debate?
Oh, look, I'm happy to. Yeah, I need to practice these talking points. So yeah, I'm happy to say no. I'm pro-life.
Let's fucking go. Chat, listen. All right, because it was 50, we are starting out going to 6 minutes. All right, if you want to add on a minute, it is 10. To add on a minute, it is 60. If you want a solo judge, if we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
You would choose to take a woman's right to determine what happens to her own body?
Could I just say, first of all, I'll take the first 5 of these 6 minutes just to say I love what you're doing. This character is great.
Character?
And I don't even know how to start this debate. Because
This is my life.
Well, yeah. Look, obviously, I think that speaking of life, God gave us this life, and it's not for any human being to play God and take that away. Actually, funnily enough, I would have been pro death penalty in another debate, but now we're talking about this. Yeah,
It's just
no,
a
we shouldn't
fetus.
murder anyone.
What do you mean? It's just a fetus. What if the woman
Fetus,
gets?
I'm
What if the
pretty sure
woman
it's a
gets
Latin word
raped?
for like a small human. I think for a small human being is technically what fetus means. So yes, I agree with you. It is a fetus.
Well,
It is a small human being. She
listen,
was
I'm
raped. That's
pro-abortion up
tragic,
to
but that
if you're
doesn't
still living
really
in your parents' house
justify the
at 20
killing of a
years
human being.
old and you're not and you're a burden on society. I'm pro-abortion at post-birth. These people are just taking up
I don't
space.
know.
I wish my parents would have aborted me.
Well, that's the thing. I was going to say after having some brief interactions with you earlier, I was kind of thinking, well, maybe not all abortions would be wrong, but no, I've got to be consistent here. Even you deserve to live, my friend.
Do you know how much of a struggle it is to live with ADHD, bipolar, autism? I got everything. I'm a
And here's the
burden on
thing, because
society.
I'm trying to have a good faith debate, and you're doing a really great job playing devil's advocate. But I just want everyone to vote for you because this character you're playing is magnificent, and I don't have anything this funny to add. Obviously, abortion is wrong because you're killing someone, and any sort of cope about it just being a clump of cells
Someone?
or
What do
this
you
or
mean? You
that.
mean personhood? They don't have personhood. That's a
Yes,
legal
yes,
term.
all that.
Personhood is a legal term. They're not a person until they leave the womb. They
I
don't
would
have a
say
social
it's
security
more of
number
a
yet.
metaphysical term, actually. It's like personhood is deeper than just this legalistic label you put on it. But that would be the way with
No, that's
a
what
lot of
personhood
you,
means.
science enjoying leftists is that you trust your
You said
experts.
life, but you kill life
and-
all the time. Do you eat meat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
I
you
do.
don't care about life. Would you step on an ant?
We are given the right to eat meat. Oh shit!
If
I
there's
used the
a
wrong
bug
word.
on the ground, do you dodge it when you put your foot down? No. So you don't care about life.
No, there's obviously
So
a
it's about
category error you're
personhood,
making
and
here. I'm
personhood
talking
is a legal
about
term.
human life, and I don't torture animals either.
Huh? Well, you
I said I
step
don't
on them.
torture- What's that?
You step on them. Do you have a pet?
Yeah.
So you're
I'll step on 'em
enslaving
too.
it. You're enslaving an
Step on
innocent
them.
animal against its will. You don't care about life.
Yeah, well, I want to do what you're doing next time. Just take the complete retard positions. It seems like a lot of fun.
Don't say the R word. That's
It's your
ableist.
name, bro. I was using your pronouns.
Oh my goodness! Somebody changed my name to it. Ableist. That's a slur. Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Look, I think the debate portion of this has sort of petered out because I said what I had to. Like, come on, do better. They say much more. Like they'll start using
Do better. What about
ad
the health
hominem
of the
attack.
mother? What about the health of the mother? If we make abortion illegal, then now all of a sudden in emergency situations where the mother needs to have a legal thing to have this baby removed, the doctors can't do it. This led to the death of a mother in Georgia. This led to the death of a mother in Texas. This has happened multiple times in America already because we're making Roe v. Wade. They got rid of Roe v. Wade and now women are dying.
No, I'll give you this. That I'm unfamiliar with any of this. As far as I am aware, though, regardless of consent in a life-threatening situation, that's up to the discretion of the doctor himself to do what he has to do to maintain the life of the mother.
So the doctor
And
has
that wouldn't-
consent
that wouldn't
over
be
whether
called an
the
abortion
woman
either,
dies or
because
not, but the
abortion
woman
is
doesn't have
the
consent over
intent
whether
is
the
to kill
baby
the
dies or
child.
not. That makes sense.
Sorry?
The doctor has consent over whether the woman dies or not, but the woman doesn't have consent over whether the baby dies or not. And it's her body, her choice. Gotcha,
Yeah.
buddy. Stun locked. We got him, boys. and girls. We're not sexist here. And non-binaries. He has no response. We win.
For the preservation of a human life, especially the mother. Well, that's kind of just a decision that that this person entrusted with preserving human life can make, like anyone else in those sort of situations, like first responding emergency workers. Like we need to make an administrative choice sometimes. But that's completely divorced from the choice to willfully murder a healthy living being. They're not really comparable.
You're using emotional language saying murder. It's not even a
I'm
person
using
yet.
the legal language. You're all about legalism before, right? So yeah,
Yeah, it's not a
murder
person
is
yet.
a
So you're
legal
using
term
another
to
legal word.
unlawfully,
They're not a person yet, which is a legal
slaughter
word.
a
So it's not murder yet, which is a legal word.
Well, scientifically, it's agreed.
Pumpkin. What are you
that
watching,
act
motherfucker?
conception lost after conception.
My bad that my mic was muted.
That was a lot
Damn.
of fun because it wasn't
We're
an
over here
actual
watching
serious
King
debate.
of Queens and shit.
Gonna get to 7 minutes to see if anybody solo judges.
It's always fun when conservatives get bodied.
Well, you know what? I have to look into these arguments more. I still think that
It's crazy how you got bodied by that weak ass arguments and that weak ass annoying ass kid. Bro, it's so crazy.
All right, that
Bill.
is 7
That's
minutes.
right.
No
I
more
had
time
faith in
for
you, brother.
solo judge. I am putting the poll in right now. Wait.
Yeah, everyone vote for
I wrote
JS.
the wrong fucking name.
You know, in the last one, I forgot to vote for myself, and if I would have voted for myself, I wouldn't have lost in the last one.
JS, if you're being honest.
All right, listen, chat. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Bill Hicks on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for JS Urban Adventures on the poll. Get your votes in right now. You have 2 minutes. I'm starting the timer over.
Yeah. We stand in solidarity with women.
Dude, I hope you win. You deserve that win.
JS, you're fucking gay.
Wait, he's an ally.
I'm not gay. I'm an ally.
All the LGBT.
He's fucking gay. You're fucking gay.
Chat.
You're all fucking gay.
I only identify as a
You're all
woman
fucking
on
gay.
Tuesdays.
You're fucking gay.
The women.
Stepfire, you're fucking gay. Chris, you're fucking gay.
Chat, please
Pumpkin,
make the
you're
right.
fucking gay.
For what?
Speakeasy, you're cool.
Chat, please make the right decision.
Bill Hicks,
What
you're
about
fucking
me?
gay.
What about me, dickhead?
You're extra fucking gay.
Thank you very much for that. Good. I like
Guy.
that one. Yeah.
Everything's guy.
Fredo, you're in Narnia still, son. Come out of the closet. It's okay.
I'm one of the main SLGBTQIIAAP+2 advocate
You
allies
said you're fucking gay.
in San
I don't
Francisco.
care about all them letters, son. You're just
I'm not
fucking
gay. I'm deeply
And
closeted.
we got two more in the back, and they were here before it did hit 4, so they were here before the last hour. So I'm gonna bring you guys up in just a second here.
Gay would imply that I identify with a gender. I don't. So
Do you suck dick, Jess?
of a woman.
Oh my god!
Gay.
Hey,
It's fucking gay.
It's a woman. It's a woman with a dick. It's a woman
Flip it and
dick.
ship it, boys.
No, that's straight.
Flip it and ship it.
Clip it, please.
At least I didn't admit
All
it,
right,
I
that
just
is
had to
2
defend it.
minutes on the poll. And we have a crazy situation here. All right, 46 votes. This is crazy because it doesn't happen that often. And this is the second time tonight 50-50 voted that the both of you
Holy shit! No way.
got the tie.
I was almost the tiebreaker, and I missed the poll because I was getting something to eat.
Oh shit! You slacking, bro.
I'm
All
really
right, so
dividing the
Just give
audience
me more minutes of
tonight.
this shit. Let's go.
let's get everyone into the back here once again. Chat, this is going straight to 8 minutes, no adding on time. You can solo judge, and if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the poll. The loser of the poll will lose their soul. But because this is the second time and it's a tiebreaker, if they tie again, both will stay. So chat, get ready for that. So the last topic there, I mean, that was abortion. I mean, if we're just doing this, what do you think about legalizing sex work, JS?
This is the only way I have sex.
Yeah, no, I reckon make it all illegal. That's including pornography. I mean, can I say that word? Sorry, porn and all that. Yeah.
You said make it legal?
No, make it illegal. This seems too easy because you're just like dying on the hill of these ridiculous positions, but you're meant to because that's your character.
Well, I live on this
So,
hill.
yeah.
What are you talking about?
I live on these hills. I run these hills, motherfucker. I'm the
So-
king of this hill. What do you mean?
Yeah. It's the best hill.
All right, let's do it. Why fuck it not? Listen, chat. We're going straight to 8 minutes, no adding time. All right. We can get a solo judge, but if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
Yeah, if it wasn't for sex work, I would have pew-pewed to school a long time ago. It decreases incels and it empowers women. It lets them make profit off of their most useful ability. Well, that's sexist of me to say that, but yeah, I mean, it's a great ability that I.
That make good engineers and architects and surgeons and airplane pilots. Are you just reducing their greatest value to what's between their legs?
They could, but it's a lot easier for them to have a man lay on top of them. I'd like to reduce the amount of work that people have to do. I don't like work.
So my question, I guess, would be you're about what's good for society, right? You want society to thrive and feel good, yeah?
Yes,
So,
and diversity,
would
equity,
that
and
entail
inclusion.
Well, that means that we need to have young mothers having children. Otherwise, there is no society, right?
No, we have too many people. The population's no.
So you don't want society to thrive and multiply. All right, gotcha.
No, sex
so
work.
You're one of those antenatal death cultists, yeah? You want,
Yeah, sex work.
basically
Sex work, but
depopulation?
no babies.
All right, cool. So I got an admission from you here, basically, that you tie this female liberation, sexual liberation, with plummeting birth rates, and you see that as a good thing.
Yes, we need less people. There's too many people.
Fantastic.
It's bad for the climate. We need less carbon. We're going to reduce carbon emissions, more abortion, more sex work, less incels pew-pewing schools.
Yeah, no, I like it.
Yeah,
I think
it's a great argument.
You've got a great steel man, I suppose, of the leftist position. Good work.
Plus, just think about it. Do you really want to court?
Anymore? This is just an accurate portrayal of a leftist. This is really.
Do you
good.
want
I
to?
don't
Do you
know what
really
say
want to
against
do
that. I
this
already said
old-fashioned courting of a woman when you could just pay her a little bit of money? And if you're on UBI, the money's free. So just give her a little cash, get a little ass. For men too.
All right. I mean, just to actually engage in this debate, obviously.
Could
my
you imagine if
opponent
we
has
got
a
rid of
very
gender
different-
stereotypes
very
and men could
different,
just go stand
sort
on the
of
corner?
priority, where it would always be about minimal effort required to have the maximum payback of sensual pleasures and cooming and all that, all of which is soul destroying.
Yeah,
as you
lots
can
of
see,
happiness.
just by the vacant look on his face, just the physiognomy says it all. That's why he's obviously hiding his face. But we can
Vacant?
tell that he's got a soy boy face underneath that.
Soy.
Whereas me, you can see me, there I am, a Chad with a cigarette, in a black and white photo. Like, everyone just looks more Chad in black and white photos. Where this guy, look at his bloody high vis.
Black and white photo? That's a racist photo.
Anyway, my opponent is gay.
Happiness
and,
is
I think my
important.
time.
The happiness metrics of Scandinavian countries and places like Amsterdam, where prostitution is legal, is astronomical. Everybody's happy. You could just go have sex.
Do they count the those people that have unalived themselves in those statistics? Well, I suppose they wouldn't, would they?
Unalive themselves? Why are they unaliving themselves?
Because it has like some of the highest rates of slippery suicide stuff. I keep forgetting what terms we can get away with here, but basically, yeah, the happiness index is a crock of shit. So I'm happy that you brought that up. Yeah, just don't do that, because you're a coomer and a loser, and you know it when you do that. And these women are getting destroyed, and the idea of
I'm not a loser. I have
functional
7
society
girlfriends.
means that society.
They don't
means
talk
that
to me.
society
I
exists,
watch
that
them
we
from
live
far
on.
away, but
See, I'm trying to be good faith here. Basically, my position is that we want young, healthy families, and porn and sex work destroys that. Basically, that's my argument.
what?
Not
Why?
only that, but it also like the idea that certain
The best thing for the world would be is if we
can
reduce
make
the
tough money.
population by 70%. There'd be less
Sorry,
people.
what?
There'd be more space. So why is more families having more babies, clogging up the? You know how bad the traffic is in LA. If we just, if we,
yeah, no, look, with more people, you get better food production and distribution, and actually ingenuity to come up with solutions for such problems. Like, generally speaking, more people is a better idea. Although
okay.
I
Well,
can
have you
relate
ever heard
to not
of?
liking people as well?
Have you
That-
ever
that
heard
makes
of?
perfect sense.
Have you ever heard of post nut clarity?
Mate, I can tell that you're very clear-headed.
So,
That's good. That's good.
so if you have more sex workers, you would have more clear thinking young men, and they wouldn't be depressed because they're doing it with themselves. They'd have women to do it with. So these incels would be having sex more, and then they'd be doing more engineering and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. Just, you're wrong. Stop being a coomer. You start getting fucking hair on your palms and stuff like that.
Hair on my palms.
Yeah.
You have hair on your palms?
No, because I'm not a coomer.
They say the first sign of insanity is having hair on your knuckles.
Oh, okay.
They say the second sign of insanity is checking to see if you have hair on your knuckles. Did you know that?
Yeah, no, I'll check every night. Still
No,
not,
I just think
all good.
less incels, less violence, more people, happiness, the happiness metrics skyrockets, and it enables women to make more money with less work. They could profit off of just being beautiful. And this is how we glorify them. Women are majestic.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be kept secret.
They're majestic. Are they goddesses, are they?
Yeah.
Did I disconnect, or am I still connected? I can't tell what's going on.
I can hear you, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Well, look,
You probably
it was a lot
should
of fun.
disconnect.
I'm a retard. Oh shit! You just made me say the bloody word.
You said the
it
R
was-
word.
it was
He's ableist.
I think I won, but I hope people vote for you because you are a character, and I'm sort of petering out
Boring.
myself.
Yeah,
Yes, that's the
you're
word
kind of
for it.
boring.
Very boring. Thank you, thank you. Look, when I actually get worked up in a real debate, when I've got a real opponent, it's a little different. I love what you're doing, but I don't even know what to say.
So you just got smacked down twice by a fake opponent?
I love what you're doing. I don't even know what to say.
What's it like to lose twice to a fake opponent?
And we got a solo judge. So where is Kieran? You gotta tell us.
Well, obviously Bill's won.
Yeah, you already know who did.
But I don't.
Don't give
Bill,
go.
Bill, I
Kieran's a
don't
wild
know
card.
about
You
look,
never
he's
believe
look,
Actually,
he's
please.
punishing you. Oh, he's look.
I don't even care if the vote is biased this time. Just please.
JS, you done
Had
great
enough.
tonight, but you asked for it. Get the fuck out.
I had enough.
No way.
So, Jason Starfire, tell us all where to find your twin brother's channel.
He's on
mask.
He's on JS Urban Adventures. You bigots will love him. He's gonna be streaming after this. Doing his thing. I don't even know what he does. Some degenerate. I don't know.
Let's fucking go. Listen, it's a pleasure having you. And I mean, if they bring you back in this last half hour, you're more than welcome. And if not, until next time, my friend.
We lost again. Damn it.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Easy, I tell you last week it was
Combat
getting
Friday,
a bit chocker
baby.
in this fucking Safer Souls, right? We need a new stash. We need someone else to put these fuckers because it's getting full.
It's getting pretty full.
They're getting a bit restless.
Goon, if you won both, you would get $400
Either that or a new steel
$400
container from
for
fucking
12 hours. But it wasn't 12 hours. It was.
They're gone cheap, you know.
Yeah, it is 12 hours. If you won both, you would get $400 in 12 hours.
Funny. All right, so listen. Let me
Which-
see here. Let me just make sure.
Which Chris is going to do
everything
today,
is
which is an
caught up
African money.
with the 1v1s and everything.
He's on mute.
as
He doesn't even
well.
know he's on mute. For Chris, making $400 American dollars in 12 hours is like basically he's a millionaire in Africa.
Sugar daddy. Okay? I'm gonna get me one. I'm not gonna get me one. Because I am a bad bitch. Mm-hmm. Bad bitch. That's right.
Blame William. No one blame me for having to watch that.
That's rough.
I don't think we're going to get brought back again, ladies and gentlemen.
So we are all caught up, it looks
I
like.
didn't think I would win with this character, but I don't think I would win.
Good.
I don't think my brother would win
finally
either.
Caught up here. And let me see. We're down.
So we might as
to
well have fun with
6
it.
Of us left. Just a reminder, too, there's still 50 left to bring back Abe Dinkus. He's still there chilling. If it's 90 if you want to bring back anyone. It's let me bring up, this is your moves list.
I gotta
You
go to the
got,
bathroom.
30 minutes left.
And put a pizza.
All right, 30 minutes
A
left.
vegan pizza. We're putting a vegan pizza in the oven.
So get your moves in. All right, let me see what we got here. We didn't even get to too many of these. What do you guys think about the topic? It is ethical to use human embryos for stem cell research.
No.
No.
Nope.
No.
I would say no. Can you get stem cells from other places as well?
It looks like you guys are all on the side of no.
I know they work though. Apparently, they work really well.
All right, what about
Says the eugenics, man.
huh.
we're hey, that was in the past. That was weeks ago.
All right, how about peer pressure is mostly negative?
I guess.
Depends on the culture that you're in. It's subjective.
I disagree. I was peer pressured to smoke some pot, and I felt really good after that. So I don't know if that's negative.
Yeah, but people get pressured. It depends on what you're getting pressured toward.
Yeah, it's the culture, like the culture that you're in. You can be pressured into going into a Christian camp, or you can be pressured into doing some methamphetamines. You know what I mean?
Well,
All
look
types
at
of
the difference between JS and his
things.
brother. JS's brother was obviously peer pressured by a lot of fucking weirdos.
Yeah,
wasn't
you
he?
can either be gay
Wait.
or a queer. You know,
And GS is
it's a
still a bit of a
toss-up.
weirdo, but he's a lot less of a one than like his brother. So peer pressure can be a bad or a good thing, depending on circumstances.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that it is mostly positive for pushing whatever the societal value.
Peer pressure is great. Otherwise, how do we get democracy?
Wendy, it
Women
seems like you guys mostly agree on that.
women
Where
form
do you guys stand on
consensus
happiness is
by peer
more
pressuring
important
men.
than success.
Hell no.
Yeah, I was sort of.
I'm sure my brother would say something like
battling a little bit
happiness is
before,
gay.
definitions, but I guess in the simplest way to put it, yeah, I would say happiness is secondary to success because that can be measured
I
through
would
a
say
whole
happiness
Happy.
comes from success.
He'd probably say something like happiness is fleeting and happiness is an emotional feminine thing and it's gay and
That's what you want to achieve.
he's wrong. Happiness is the
Exactly.
most
Happiness will
important
come
thing.
once you achieve
Happiness will be
success.
secondary.
Exactly.
Because once you're personal, you're not gonna be happy until your personal goal is fulfilled.
Kieran had to get rid of the leftist who would argue on all these.
Is Chris doing a social experiment where he just tries to sit quietly and see if he still wins?
What if I change it? 'Cause
He's
I
been
don't
on mute
know-
the whole
I
time.
think maybe you guys are all having different ideas of success. What if I change it to happiness is more important than financial success?
Oh, well, in that case,
Yes,
well,
happiness
def-
is.
definitely no. I mean,
Happiness is more important than financial success.
All right. Good. We have a disagreement here. I'm going to run to the washroom real quick. You guys talk about this for a second while I run to the washroom.
so what I was going to say is basically that one feels a lot more fulfillment or like a deeper sort of sense of quote unquote happiness. But happiness, as it were, is always like this fleeting
Chris, you're muted.
sensation.
Bill, you're using the word
He's been on mute the whole night. He's been ever since he
happiness
came
is
on. He's
fleeting
been on
in
mute,
out the word happiness.
and he's
It's
still
like
gonna win.
sad,
more
it's
important
like
than financial
anger.
success. Now you keep saying that financial success makes you more quote unquote happier, right? So is happiness more important than financial success?
Is financial success meaning you're wealthy, or does it mean that you make enough to
It
get
doesn't
by?
always mean you're happy, does it? If you've got financial success, let's face it.
Yeah, I mean, financial success would be that you would make enough to be like get by and be comfortable enough to be
Wouldn't
happy.
necessarily make you happy, though, would it?
Would just
This
be
is a
would
tough
just
question.
scrape would
But I'm
just
on your side
scraping
though, like
by. I think I can finally hear Chris. Would just scraping by really be financial success though?
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
could
if you're
be.
if
There
you're
were,
scraping
Are
by
you happy when
comfortably,
you're
why
doing
not?
it?
no,
Are you
There's
happy?
a story where Augustus Caesar was walking through Rome, and there was a man, a homeless man,
There's
sitting
beer all
naked
over
in a
my
fucking
mask.
barrel on the side of the road.
Dude, I'm
And
watching.
Augustus asks him, he's like, he looks at him, he's like, "Is there
His
anything that you
mask is all
want? Like,
nasty
I'll
and
give you anything in the kingdom." And he was just like, move out of the way.
my
You're
computer's
setting my
running
son
slow.
up.
Damn it, I
You
wanted to
know what
win
I
tonight.
mean? Like, there,
I'm
you
breaking character,
can
but
be happy with nothing.
winning
Like,
this
literally
equaled
nothing.
graphics card.
It's all
New
mindset.
computer.
I tell you what, who
We're
wants
not
to
winning
argue
this,
to
so
me
we
that
gotta wait
money's
2
more
weeks.
important than happiness? Who directly wants to do that, right? I've got a question for you. If you do.
Unless we
Yeah, well,
get
here's
some
the thing,
cash
like,
apps
the
in
way
the
it is
after
phrased, I
show.
would have
I
to
don't know.
say that your personal state of mind, well-being, happiness, if we were to call it that, is definitely more important than material possessions, which will never give you real happiness.
All right,
$1 million question,
guys.
right? Let's do the $1 million question.
This is
If I
Jason.
give everyone use now, would it make you
I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
Hey, Chris is muted. Chris, you're muted.
I'm
bro.
gonna retire.
He got paid to be muted in the chat. Someone said might as well just mute him. Yeah, it's messed up, bro. That's such a...
Anybody? No? Yes?
I'm gonna go.
I said.
I'm gonna go to sleep. My brother will be back soon, but
I would be really happy with
I did my best. These bigots and these
What about you, Bill?
racists and homophobes and transphobes. These people aren't about equity, diversity, inclusion. What am I gonna do?
I'd be stoked.
You know, I can only do so much. So I'm gonna go. I'll be back. All right, my brother will be back.
He'd be buzzing. I already know that, right? Chris, what about you, brother? Yes or no? Nod shake.
I think that's a
But
yes.
look. Happiness is a fleeting emotion, right? So if you have that boat, you'll be happy for as long as it keeps your happiness. You know what I mean? It'll wear out your attention at some point. And so happiness doesn't outlast everlasting joy.
What about
And so
£50 million? What about £50
you'll
million?
just always have to keep
That
on
makes us
chasing
happy.
more of that.
Yeah. But I tell you what, right? I give you £50 million, but you can't wake up tomorrow. That's not a possibility. You can have £50 million right now, but you can't wake up tomorrow. Right? What the fuck are you gonna do with that money?
I just wouldn't sleep. Get a few days out of it.
No,
But
you haven't got a few days.
Go somewhere real pretty.
Yeah, but no, I mean,
money's not everything, people.
Well,
money's not
okay.
everything. When you wake up in the morning, right, and you breathe that fucking fresh air and oxygen, right, and you realize you've been given another day on God's earth, right? That's one of the most important things.
Do we as men
it
care
is.
about legacy, Brick? Do you care about legacy?
God, I've got a legacy, me, my friend. I've got a legacy. That's exactly what I wake up for every morning, right? Okay.
A
So I may
legacy,
not be the
right?
richest man in the world, wealthy financially, right? But I've got so much more wealth than most people.
What
could
helps
ever,
build
ever
that
wish to
legacy,
imagine for.
though? What helps build that legacy, though?
What helps build that legacy?
Generational wealth helps build the legacy.
No, wealth has nothing
Yes,
to do with it.
Generational wealth does.
Wealth
help
has
build the
nothing to
legacy.
do with it. Right. So, like I just said to you,
What
£1 million, right? You give me £1 million right now, right? Would it make me happy? Probably not, right? I mean, I
What
know a lot
the
of
heck
people that
happened
would be
here?
better. Like, if you gave Puffy £1 million, he could probably get.
What the heck has my dang brother been doing while I was asleep? What the?
Like with me.
See, the only thing.
I'm happy. I'm happy getting by. I'm happy getting by, knowing that I will get by.
He took my flag down.
Life to the fullest.
He took my flag down. He threw my hat. My hat was over in the corner. What the heck was my brother doing while I was gone?
You know, complete excess of riches, where you're just being a hedonist.
What the?
You know, chasing that buzz of happiness, but being financially secure. And I think, especially with a legacy, as you called it, like with a family, that would take priority.
Dude, this guy took my flag down. What is the pink light? Why do we have a pink light? What the?
Obviously, material possessions aren't worth as much as how we feel spiritually, emotionally, right? That's much more important. But if you're talking about a greater sense of fulfillment as opposed to fleeting happiness, then I think being financially secure for the sake of your family would actually
What the heck happened?
more of a benefit.
What has this
you
guy
can
been
enjoy,
doing?
You know, whatever temporary activity you're enjoying that gives you quote unquote happiness.
Wait there, Bill. So what are you telling me that rich families, right, wealthy parents, have a good track record of staying together and raising a good 2.4 children family?
I'm not sure.
I mean,
I haven't checked the statistics. It wouldn't surprise me though.
And when you say financially stable, do you
Rich
mean to be able to keep
families
the lights
that
on,
maintain the
be able to
family
keep the hot
unit.
water running, be able to keep food in the fridge and shit like that? Because that is never a worry, right? But do I have millions of pounds in the bank? No. Do you?
Yeah.
Chris,
yeah,
will you
I do
stop
actually.
talking over everybody?
The thing is, you're asking me personally. I have millions of pounds in the bank.
Right? And are you happy?
Oh yeah, I'm happier than you are because
Have
you
you got
just told me
children,
that you
Bill?
don't.
Have you got children, Bill? Bill, have you got
No,
children?
I don't. That's
Okay.
That's what I need.
So then what I'm going to say to you is we're on different levels, and I'm not going to like put you in a bracket, right? But Bill, if you could give up all that money in your bank account, right, to have a legacy to follow you, would you do it?
Oh yeah.
There you go then. Prove me point. You've just proved me point.
Even had my booba's phone for the vote, darn solo judge. I know. Well, I mean, I don't know. What do you mean? What happened? What happened?
Nobody's saying you haven't got a reindeer fund, brother. We're just talking about who wants to have millions of pounds sat in the bank doing fuck all with nothing to spend it on.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
no one to
That's
share
what I'm
it with.
saying. That the framing of this question is a little bit vague for me because from that far extreme of the spectrum, yeah, I think
Dude,
that's nonsense.
Chris is gonna win on mute the whole time. I haven't even been watching this all night, but I know Chris is here. I would guess he probably showed up in the last 2 hours, and he's gonna win.
Sorry, Bill. Security, it looks like Chris
financially, you can give to your family.
He better be feeding a bunch of Africans with this money.
What's going on?
All right. Oh, let me see. What is this? Okay, so we have another person in the back here. So because oh,
I'm happy to.
As soon as I brought them over, they left. So never mind.
Okay.
Oh no, there's still room on the panel, anyways.
I'm another person.
Never mind then. I was just gonna let them know because they came past the last hour. Oh wait, looks like they're back. But yeah, because they're coming past the last hour, they won't be able to compete in the finals part. Wait, did they just leave? Oh no, that was someone up here. Who left from up here?
Bill.
Yeah, someone disappeared. What happened?
Yeah.
Oh, it was.
Did Chris go?
Fuck,
It was Chris.
Oh, it was Chris.
It was Chris.
Okay, and then we'll bring up the one that's in the back. Orthodox and Ozzy. Welcome to the show.
Speak easy. What up?
Let's fucking go. You were back there. You were back there before, and then what happened? You left.
Yeah, I felt a bit butthurt because I was there for a long time, and I felt a bit offended that you wouldn't bring me up in time.
Well, I
have criteria.
It's usually when there's
Like I have-
one back to back.
Too late, your reputation is tarnished.
Is my fucking mic working now? Is my mic working now?
Yeah.
Please tell me my mic's working.
Yeah, but you know, I have like I don't get out of bed for less than $10,000.
Your camera is frozen.
Well, it was working, but it's gonna be muted for 7 minutes.
Who?
Chris.
Well, Chris loves being muted. Chris will punch a skull. Chris will punch a skull if he's muted. Remember that night he busted up that gelatin fucking skull, broke its jaw, bro. Chris, if you go black and white,
I wanted to win either one today, at least one, and we could have got the graphics card, but
So where? Okay, so where
we
is
need
everybody
$100 Cash App,
on this still? Is there anyone else want to?
and we'll buy the graphics card tonight.
Over financial success.
happiness is a byproduct of life. Financial, Chris is
On stream, we'll buy the graphics card. We need $100 in Cash App.
They've done the research.
Forget the super chats.
Sad, but having more.
No, we want super chats too, but
Right, so it's like Maslow's law of needs, right? So when you have enough money, you feel pretty good. If you haven't got enough to survive, you feel bad. Once you've got enough, there's no correlation between more money and more happiness.
There's actually a negative correlation.
There probably is. That's why P. Diddy's in so much trouble. Because when you have all the money, like all the money, you can do whatever you want, and you kind of feel a bit superior or a bit like you don't need to follow rules or any kind of moral foundation because you can just pay for whatever you want. That sounds to me to be kind of horrible, right?
This is actually a rare Kieran
An
W.
addiction. It's like a demonic possession at that point. Like you just have
Mhm.
to feed into that desire to, push past any sort of moral norms. Yeah, no, it sounds terrible. So actually, I was going to say you articulated perfectly what I was trying to get to. Is that there's a threshold, I suppose, basically put with those two things. So it's kind of a bit of an ambiguous question.
Yeah, that
but
just
I
means
think
that
you
the
clarified
money,
it well.
the money isn't what is actually bringing the happiness.
actually, I can't make that promise because if I can't find I'd like to get an OC Plus, and I think they're all sold out at Best Buy and Walmart right now. They restock like every week, but
then they would be happy, but it's not the money.
they could get a 5070. If we got $100 Cash App tonight, $100 in Cash App gold tonight, we'll order a 5070 Ti OC tonight.
So once you have food in your belly, a roof over your head, a warm bed to sleep in, a loving partner to lie next to, a couple of children, some friends around you, that's about all you need to be happy.
Those
right?
are the things that make you happy.
Yes, that's what makes you happy, right? But even that can be challenging because what if your kids start to play up, right? They become 10, 11, 12 years old. They start to challenge your authority. They start doing stupid shit. That's not fun at all. I was not happy.
Well, shit, I get to go WWE on their ass. What are you talking about?
I did that, yeah. Yeah, I did that actually with my boys, yeah, with my boys. We kicked the shit out of each other.
With
Just for
these
fun, right?
challenges, you overcome these challenges, and I think the most important part there is that you still feel purpose, because you can have all the hedonistic pleasures in the world, but without that sense of purpose, like namely family and being integrated into society, like being there where you're needed, then you can have all the material success in the world and just still feel completely depressed.
That's the thing. Like, have you ever been in some place in your life where you think this should be the happiest time of my life, but you're not, right? It's so strange.
Cash App's not on the screen.
What's
It's easily
fulfilling?
found when you're not
Also very-
looking for it.
Happiness is also very subjective.
Happiness is gay.
What makes you happy may be something that makes me miserable.
Happiness is an emotional, feminine, emotional thing.
About material wealth. I would rather have, like you said, I would rather have kids and a family.
Happiness. Don't be on the roller coaster of life. I saw Robert. Where's Robert? Robert said, I don't understand people that don't have empathy. You can't be empathetic or sympathetic without being pathetic. You can't put yourself in somebody else's shoes. What are you talking about? Well, I feel what other people feel, and I feel empathy. You can't be in somebody else's shoes. Empathy is gay.
Fucking based. Yeah, based, right? Based. But it sucks to be broke, right? So when it comes to money, it really sucks to be broke.
Empathy. I feel sad for them.
That will make you unhappy.
What do you do? You're not feeling sad for them. You're feeling sad for yourself. Empathy is just absorption with yourself. Oh, I feel sad because somebody else went through something. Oh, I'm putting myself in their shoes and I feel their pain.
I know. We're hitting it.
No, you don't. You're being selfish.
This topic, or what? You guys scared?
I mean, no, like being broke, yeah, it sucks. But I mean, there's also.
I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna mute Chris until the end, then bring Jason back, but
Listen, I started this argument off right now. I said exactly what Orthodox is saying.
don't tell me that.
Okay, hold up a second.
Don't tell me that. If you pay specifically, if you send a super chat and say specifically this is for Jason, not JS, I'll go get him.
Towards a 1v1.
Don't play with me like that, King. Why are you playing with me like that?
Oh, fuck off. No, not again.
What are we gonna argue about?
If you send a super chat,
What do we disagree about?
if you KO Chris and you bring a super chat that says revive Jason,
Let me move JS over here to the green room.
oh, I'm in the green room. Now I gotta watch on here. If you do a super chat that says this is not for JS, only for Jason, then I'll go wake him up. Otherwise, he's in there laying down. Check your Cash App. I can go wake him up. Oh, Chad! What the? Let's go! Oh, damn. Yo. I think we can do it. I think we can order it tonight. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can. But still, for the show's sake, if you bring back Jason and you say, I want Jay, I'll go wake him up. I'll go get him. He passed out. You know, he's a vegan and he doesn't have a lot of energy. He's low energy. And he just like lays down and falls asleep instantly. But I can wake him up. Shout out King. King is the king. That's why his name's King. What do you expect? Hey, and also, I wasn't going to go super late tonight because Daddy Job said that the prelims. Daddy Job said I need to watch the prelims tomorrow. Because UFC 316, 315? What is it? Is it 315 tomorrow? We have a fight night tomorrow, a pay-per-view fight night. Shevchenko, two fights, 4 belts. Daddy Job says there's going to be 2 belt exchanges tomorrow. I don't really care about Bilal Muhammad and Jack Magdalena. I hope Jack wins. I think he's Australian. I'd rather have an Australian guy win it than, even though Bilal Muhammad, he speaks English. But we got some fights tomorrow, and he said the whole fight card's gonna be lit, even though there's a lot of no-name fights, but there's a lot of women fights, but they're actually like good women. I think Andrade is fighting tomorrow. Shevchenko's fighting tomorrow. There's going to be some interesting lady fights tomorrow, which I don't say that very often, but a lot of good fight. Jose Aldo's fighting tomorrow. So I was going to go to sleep early and not go too late tonight. But shoot, if the money's flowing, we'll keep going, you know? Thank you, King, though. Seriously, that's crazy. That's crazy. I appreciate it. Dude, I don't know what you do, but that's cool. It's cool that you, I guess, like, if your main source of entertainment is watching like YouTube and streamers and stuff, you know, this stuff's free and you can watch it. So instead of spending money on Netflix and money on streaming services and video games and blah, 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 I think it's cool that you, that's your main source of entertainment, then, and you spend some money on it, then, that's awesome. But I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I'm grateful. Because I'd like to get it built before the 24th. I'd like to order it before the 21st so that I can make sure I get it in time to build it, so that I can get Monster Hunter's Wild for free. Because after the 26th, I've been trying to catch up on UFC. I haven't in years. Damn, dude, it costs an arm and a leg to watch any of that stuff. Well, it doesn't, but you can watch it. You can hang out in the Discord and watch it. No, we don't. No, I'm lying. We would never do anything like that. We all pay for it. Everybody pays for it. I pay for all that shit too? Damn. Well, you just got money. I don't know, but I don't know. But where's my soundboard? My soundboard messed up earlier tonight, so I don't think I have it. Like, to me, y'all know, if I send a $2 or a $5 super chat, to me that's like, y'all know, if I can get it for free, I'm getting it for free. I ain't paying for nothing if I don't have to. I ain't spending money on nothing. So when I send Easy like a $5 or $2 super chat, that's actually, like, to me, you know, there's a handful of channels that I've sent super chats to. I sent some to Crucible. I sent some to JLP's network and those people. And Easy. I'm trying to think. Other than Easy, Crucible, and JLP and his network, I think those are the only three. And by JLP's network, I mean I've sent Nick some super chats. I've sent Hake some super chats. I've sent JLP super chats. I've sent the church some super chats. I've sent Crucible super chats. And I've sent Easy super chats. Other than that, I can't afford that. But I guess it's all relative. I've talked about this before. Rich is just relative. Like, if you've never had more than $1,000 in your bank account, somebody with $10,000 in their bank account is rich to you. But if you've had $10,000 but you never had 100,000, somebody with 100,000 in their bank account is rich to you, and it's relative. Tigers King, thank you very much for the content entertainment. I'm excited to see your channel grow. Your moms and decent amount of followers. Your moms? What's my mom have to do with it? Or a decent amount of followers are good people. Thank you very much, y'all. Well, thank you, White Cheddar. I don't understand why they don't have a streaming service that lets you watch past fights and present fights. Even if it's pay-per-view, they could just delay it a month or so. I mean, YouTube will, like, so when there's a lead up to a pay-per-view and there's a certain fight coming up, they'll release a bunch of free fights. So if there's a big fight coming up, well, I've been watching, except for that year that I was working and I couldn't watch the fights. For the past like 3 years, I've been watching all the fights for the past like 3 years, except, well, wait, for the past like 4 years, there was a year where I missed some, but mostly I watch all the fights over the past like 4 years. There was a year there where my schedule, I couldn't watch the fights. Now I can watch the fights, but if there's like if there's a pay-per-view coming up or a fight night or something, they'll do a free fight so you can watch like the lead up to it. Shout out Jay's mama. My mama's a saint. I own my house. My wife runs her own business out of our home, and I'm working with New York current company for over 8 years. I don't have a ton of money. I just have poor impulse control. Hey, let's go poor impulse control. Shout out poor impulse control. There's one thing we love. It's poor impulse control. Are we in the finals yet? Dude, if you get rid of Chris and bring back
Appreciated the cordial conversation there. It was good.
if you get rid of Chris and bring back Jason, I'll go wake him up.
No, wait, I haven't looked at it yet.
But I don't think he's gonna win. I don't think he can win. Just because I have to get him. Well, he has to say the most egregious leftist socialist nonsense, and like, even if he wins the debate, people aren't gonna vote for him. I'm surprised we got 50%. Dude, that one earlier tonight, I would have won, but I didn't vote for myself.
But Bill is the chat's favorite tonight, so I expected the poll to go this way, no matter how that debate went, to be honest with you. I think it was a genuinely good debate. I don't think I did poorly.
I don't think I've watched any for about 8 or 9 years. Well, that was when it was in its prime, but it's coming back. It's getting good. I had a
Kind of trying to see the other person's side and realize that
somebody who used to come on the stream every now and then. We got in an argument. We used to get in a lot of arguments, me and Stephen Will, and he used to come on the stream. And we'd get in arguments, and but he came on and he argued with me about boxing versus UFC. And I said boxing's gay and boring. UFC is entertaining and awesome. That was my argument. And we got an argument about it. He just messaged me on Facebook out of the blue the other day, and he's like, "Hey, I know this is random, but I've been watching UFC lately, and I think I was wrong, and you were right. Boxing is kind of lame, and UFC is pretty cool." And I was like, "Let's go, we got one."
And then also 36.
Boxing is cool, but it's boring to watch.
right, thank you to everybody who voted. I mean, there's 80 of you, so you could do a little better.
If I was gonna do mixed martial arts, if I had the money to take classes, I'd do jujitsu and kickboxing and Muay Thai.
Said that the winner of the 1v1 is
But I would get in a ring and box somebody. That's. But watching boxing, I can't watch boxing.
where they can find you. And we're about to get into the finals, but usually
Don't forget about Cashapp Assassin. I don't know where he's been. Cashapp Assassin hasn't been around for a while. I don't know.
for a final shot.
Nobody's got Cashapp Assassin in a minute.
Don't bring me back. You're fine. You can find me at Pax Americana or at Bumpkin 234. I'm gonna be doing a lot more streams. Probably do a stream tomorrow or later tonight, or sorry, earlier in the morning. I guess it's 5:05 a.m. for me. But yeah, don't give me rat chat. I think Bill's got this one. To be honest with you.
Let's fucking go. Hey, it's always a pleasure having you. And I mean, if they do bring you back in this 5 minutes, you're more than welcome to come back.
I'll stay in the back until.
But
just in case.
if not, until next time.
Bill's got this one. Dude, Chris, even if Chris is on mute the whole time, he's somehow going to win. Let me transfer the. Okay, we transferred it. Let me transfer this out of my savings.
Another.
Let me see what we're looking at.
Into the safe of souls. That's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And listen,
I'd like to get the OC
Bumpkin
plus.
Starting now, a 5-minute grace period to bring back Bumpkin if someone so wishes to bring back Bumpkin, or I see JS is in the back room as well. So
If I could speak easy, just want to shout out to Bumpkin. What a gracious way to accept defeat. That was really something.
True.
Yeah.
Shut up, Kieran.
What a gentleman. That's it, right?
Facts.
Why do we use gentleman?
What a gentleman. Rule number 1 of Trumpology. Never admit
Chris,
defeat.
Being a gentleman, it doesn't mean being gentle. That's you're kind of conflating.
You're a sore loser. I don't lose.
You pedant. Gentle. No, it doesn't mean being gentle. It means being a gentleman. It's different context.
Gentleman. I'm a rough man.
Is pacifism moral?
No.
Oh, okay. Why not? Tell everyone. That's a good topic for the next 5 minutes here.
That's actually pretty good. That's pretty good, Speak, because like I said the other day when I was challenging you on if I'm standing out in the front of your house photographing your kids in your front lawn, you're going to come and punch my fucking teeth in. Is that moral? Or is it more moral to be pacifist and go, that's okay, that guy has rights. He can do that.
Teeth punching.
Yeah, there we go. You see, argument, end of story. Pacifism is not moral.
2 minutes for Chris. Oh, 4 minutes for Chris. So now till the final 5 minutes here until we get to the finals. Shit.
Why do you people pick on Chris? Why do you people pick on Chris? Are you fucking racist or what?
Because he wins every time.
What's wrong with you people?
He deserves it.
I mean, he doesn't look particularly melanin strong, but he's fucking African. You racist.
I pick on him because of the mustache. Mostly because of the mustache.
Yeah,
because he's a nerd.
Their mustache.
He's a confessed nerd, and he's proud of it.
Hang on. JS is
weirdo.
butthurt in the chat. He wants 5 minutes to tell me why I'm fucking gay. JS, come on, man. I had your back, bro. But you asked for it. You asked for it all night. You did a great job. Like that JS's brother is my favorite person.
Yeah, no,
Drink-
I think he did great, honestly.
Drinking a can of beer through a mask. Drink. I know, Bill. He had you speechless, which was kind of he had you speechless. Oh, see, JS is still butthurt. You could never take my back. Not like a broke back mountain kind of back, bro. I don't mean that.
JS is
Are Fredo, Step, and Brick asleep? I
No,
don't
I'm
think so. Stepfire just talked. Fredo, I'm pretty sure said something a minute ago. Fredo, you still awake with us?
Fredo has a tendency
Oh,
to call. Fredo has a tendency to call me Bubba. He goes, "G'day, Bubba." Is that like a thing? Is that like a cultural thing, or am I missing something?
Yeah, he's just calling you a cunt.
Kieran thing.
It's a Kieran thing. Call me, but
I think we got sleepers.
Chris, you asleep? I think he's out
Wake
too.
up! Are you sleeping?
Chris
Roider.
must be asleep too.
It's not me. It's not me.
Oh, Brick's alive. Brick's alive.
Fredo.
All right. There's a 5070 OC.
Right? Honestly, this isn't gonna be fair. Right?
The 5070 OC Plus
I need some
is a little too much. Wait, let me see.
What do you mean not fair?
Let me see what Walmart's got.
Very early for me.
I'm wondering if I.
No, Bricky, when have you ever cared? Bricky, when have you ever cared about fair? When have you cared about fair?
That's out of stock.
When do you care about fair?
He just
I
woke
know,
up.
bro.
He wants to go back to sleep.
Oh, little girl. Okay, go on, little girl. Go back to sleep.
There's an open box. OC Plus.
I've got and the one UVC title, right?
I know.
But you don't get a warranty on it, and there's no return policy. That's
Just go and put your head down.
OC Plus is 1100 after tax. That's going to be too much.
And feel safe, okay? Okay, bro. Love you. See you, dickhead.
All right. Well, listen, that is the final 5-minute grace period. I just want to check something real quick too.
All right, we didn't make it.
You're not muted anymore, Chris. You're doing sign language. But Fredo, are you awake?
We could order a 5070 OC right now. It's not the OC Plus.
All right, we gotta do a test here. Hold up.
And I kind of like the OC Plus, but is it worth $100 more? I don't think it's worth $100 more. I think we might just do it. We might just get the OC. The OC Plus,
What child support payments do?
and it's still the same graphics card, so you should still be able to overclock it to the same extent.
All right. Well, listen, Fredo, it's been great. Everyone go sub up to Fredo Fonzarelli. But as we all know, if you fall asleep on the panel,
See, I've never fallen asleep. Actually, I went like 3 years without ever falling asleep on a stream, but then I fell asleep on a stream. I think we're going to do it tonight. I think we're going to go with this 5070 OC. TI, 5070 Ti OC, 16 gig.
added into the
We can do this.
souls. That's how it goes.
Speak here in Australia, and I think also New Zealand. If you fall asleep amongst your friends,
It's not the Plus.
they'll shave off one. No, they'll shave off one of your eyebrows.
But Jeremy said the Plus and the OC are the same. They're just factory overclocked more, and I can just do that within Afterburner. I need Jeremy to talk to me before I.
For eyebrows to go back, bro. Like 3 weeks, you're walking around like a fucking ghost with no eyebrows.
Dude, I think I'm just gonna do it. I think I'm just gonna do it.
Yeah, a lot of chicks walk around without eyebrows. It's scary.
No, they draw them back on.
Unfortunately, we don't get Doom anymore. We missed out on the free Doom. We missed out on free
Say
Doom.
what's about to happen here.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Jeremiah.
I think we can do it. I think we can do it.
I
think we can do it. I think we can do it.
While we're on the eyebrow thing, so I remember I was dating this vegan girl. She had like no iron in her blood, so she was just pasty white the whole time. She had no eyebrows either, and it wasn't until like
Yikes.
first night.
It's on
And
the
I wake up the next
13th.
morning, she looks like freaking Neo from the Matrix. It was very scary.
And we have 7 days
When he
on.
gets out of the pod.
Oh shit! Did you have like a plug in the? Did you have like a plug in the back of her neck?
Oh yeah.
One of those.
I mean,
Yeah,
what?
when I was younger, I dated a girl that was a vegetarian.
I mean, my internet bill's coming out in 3
Pick up
days.
food, and she literally ordered a Big Mac with no meat.
That should
I was
be.
like, this is the wildest thing I've ever seen in my life.
'Cause I'm gonna replace all
The
this.
bread, the lettuce, the mayonnaise. I'm like, what is going on here, man? That's fucking wild. Like, you must be hungry.
Well, I can see the argument in the sense. Oh God,
I think I'm gonna do it.
Like
I said I would do it. I'm gonna
if
do
you
it.
don't eat meat, you don't get iron. You don't get iron. You're going
Iron?
to like skip certain things, like about once every 4 weeks. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like it could be a thing.
You get real sick like that. But listen, chat, this is how this goes here, okay? We are in the final 10-minute stretch, all right? These
If White Bill
4
hits.
left on the panel are
Sorry,
the final 4, okay? So listen, before I put this poll in, let me explain how this goes. Final 10 minutes, there's no more 1v1s. Okay, you can still name.
Hey, me, myself, and I thank you
Fatality
for the 99 cents.
But you can only bring the people that you see here on the panel now back. So if someone up here gets
Sounds super
eliminated
young.
within this 10
He's
minutes,
32.
still within the 10 minutes,
Oh wait,
you can
no,
bring them
you're
back.
32.
This is the final stretch. Okay,
I think I'm just gonna do it.
If you want to vote for this man right here, you're gonna be voting for Kieran on the poll. Okay, if you want
What's
to
up?
vote for this man right here, you're gonna be voting for Chris Lestrange on the poll. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're gonna be voting for Stepfire on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're going to be voting for Bill Hicks.
I've paid all my bills. I've got all my
Chat,
groceries.
the poll is dropped.
In 2 weeks, I get
10 minutes.
YouTube money and extra free paycheck, so I can not only.
No, hang on, Bill. Just gonna say, chat. If you don't,
Yeah,
if you don't
not
vote-
2 weeks.
If you don't,
Like a week and a
vote
half.
for Bill
I think
Hicks,
we're
you're
good.
gay, okay, Bill
I think
Hicks
we're
has fucking
gravy,
destroyed
baby.
everyone tonight. Come on, tell me I'm
I've
wrong.
been broke my whole
Tell
life.
me I'm wrong. This Australian cunt come over here. He fucking slay. Bill,
It would have been nice to win this, though.
Come on. Tell me I'm wrong.
Appreciate the kind words. So what are we? We're not actually debating anyone. Well, by the look of it, it's the two Aussies
I know,
versus.
I know what we can debate.
Mm.
We did this in debate club the other day, and it was actually kind of interesting.
Debate club?
It's a debate game. The hypothetical is we are all
Hypotheticals are hypocritical. I won. I already know this one.
We are all stuck on a airship that is losing altitude, and 2 of us must be thrown overboard. We get to pick any. Hold on.
Yeah.
We get
I'll
to
throw
pick-
it.
Hold on.
Yeah, no, hang on. I'm engaging. I'm engaging with the hypothetical.
How
If
can
we
you
are in a
haven't finished it? I haven't finished.
Hey,
the
bro,
fucking
listen,
hypothetical. How
bro.
are you
Let me
engaging
say,
with it?
if we are in a
No.
spaceship and we're losing altitude,
You're not even
throw it.
engaging in hypothetical. Will you shut the fuck up? We got 10 minutes. Let me get
I'm
the
just saying,
hypothetical
throw out,
Go.
Katy Perry.
In this hypothetical, we can choose to be any character, fictional or real, and we have to argue
gonna
why
do it.
we should be kept on the ship and why the other people should be thrown off.
That's easy. That's really easy.
So
It's because we're Australians and we are real. In fact, this whole has been like a massive global conspiracy of gaslighting, trying to say that we're not real. I think that they're not real. In fact, you and I, Kieran, are the only two.
I'm an amalgamation of all three of you's mum.
These people
so
are
you
AI.
don't know.
I agree. I agree. But
I
Bill,
win.
but Bill,
I
hang on,
win.
hang on.
I
We'll
win.
do it. We'll
is the
do it.
master
Bill.
engineer. So if you
Hang on.
throw
So
me
Bill. So Bill.
overboard, I can't fix the ship.
Yeah.
I'm
So
all
Bill.
three your
In this.
moms. You can't throw me off. I win.
In this scenario, Bill Hicks, you can be anybody in history, right? Would you rather be Steve Irwin?
Let me
or
check
Jesus
Best
Christ?
Buy first.
Oh, mate. Look, with my faith, it would be remiss to me to say that I could compare to being Jesus Christ in any way. So,
Good man. Good man. So you're
obviously,
choosing
I would
Steve
like to
Irwin.
be closer to the Creator, but
Yeah.
being realistic, I reckon I'd like to be a larrikin like Steve Irwin. You know, he was a
Good man.
dictator.
Exactly.
The
Perfect.
problem is the thought experiment's not coherent because a plane has luggage and we could just throw luggage to the
No.
weight of
The
a person.
hypothetical is set up it's an airship, and it's set up in such a way that we are last ditch effort. We've got to
Airship
throw
like in
people off.
Zeppelin.
It's out of stock on Walmart.
Yeah, sure. Airship.
$10 cheaper on Walmart.
That's what South Africans
It's out of
call
stock.
airships.
Okay, let's get to the point. Okay, we have an airship with no
Landed
luggage.
plane.
There's no nothing. There's just 4 people, and the thing's losing altitude. And then what? So what's the hypothetical?
2 of us have to be thrown over.
Yeah, you first. Yeah.
Yeah, why? Why should you throw
Because
the
you're-
master engineer over?
No, because you're a dumb cunt.
Yeah, but I'm the
And he's
master engineer.
American,
So why
so he's
should I?
probably overweight. Just
I'm gonna vote for
You're a fat dumb cunt.
Because you're
Kieran because he's been around longer and he doesn't have a win. No, I'm gonna vote Stepfire.
Okay, let's try from Stepfire. Okay, let's try and engage properly. If-
It looks
I
like
don't know
Bill
if you
Hicks
can,
might
but
is gonna get it tonight.
Yeah, I know how. We play
this-
rock, paper, scissors. The loser's the most gay. He's got to be thrown out the plane. Done.
How's this
Yeah,
work?
but
We're going to be delayed, but we're ahead of time. Being in Australia, we're like actually ahead of
Yeah,
everyone.
especially once you hit 30,
We're
time
almost the first
flies.
ones.
Nonsense on us.
Yeah.
No. Apart from some little islands in the Pacific that no one cares about, we're kind of the first people to have time every day.
we just got
Like every.
I think y'all are demonstrating.
I'm gonna order it. I'm gonna order it.
Mental
So
masturbation.
you're talking about
It's $10 more expensive than the cheapest one that I could find, and it's not the plus, which is on some sites $100 more, but really it's the same graphics card. It's just they come stock overclocked. Like I could still just overclock it.
I asked my Kiwi friend, "What's a Hindu?"
I just hit
He
it.
says,
I just did it.
"It lays eggs."
I just hit it. I just hit it, chat. I just hit it.
Bill,
I just hit it.
You've reverted to fucking dad jokes. You old man. You've become an old man right now.
It bro.
Fashion,
Oh yeah.
yeah. I went down the shop to buy some
Authenticate using your Wells Fargo app.
some fucking chops, right?
Fucking chop.
I hate this
Fucking
debate
chops.
prompt. Everybody fight somebody.
Well, I'm trying, but they want to just stroke each other. So.
There, my bank is confirming it's me.
Well,
No, the problem.
Am I interrupting your stroking?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry. Was your hypothetical gay?
I like that.
Was your
That's good.
hypothetical like a big?
And you guys were there.
Was your hypothetical a bit gay, bro? Like.
A bit gay.
That is me.
Is that how you saw it?
Hypotheticals are hypocritical.
It's confirmed.
How so, bro? Bill. Okay, that's a good fucking.
It's confirmed. I just got the graphics card. I just ordered the graphics card.
Wes Watson.
Comp is done. We get the operating system on the 12th. Graphics card ordered.
Try to figure out who's the most gay. Who's gone on the most picnics? Go. Be honest. What's your picnic count?
Then on the 21st, I'm gonna order. Everything's going into my paycheck. I'm getting a paycheck that is a free paycheck. It's just I can spend it on whatever I want. And YouTube money on the 21st.
And I had 7 fucking fire ants biting.
That's
me.
all going into savings,
That's my
except
picnic.
for I'm gonna get a new desk
those
and
fire
a
ants
second monitor
Those fire ants can get fucked. Fuck those guys.
You have sandwiches.
and some layouts. I'm gonna probably pay $30 for
My
a
mother-in-law made some stuff
for a
but
layout. That's
might
the
have been
plan.
like curried egg sandwiches.
It's been
I'm not
ordered.
sure, but all I care about is those. All I care about is
Hey,
those fire ants
Deathboy,
who bit
how
me in the
about
stomach.
these two gays just talking about going on picnics? Am I right?
Yay, poor impulse control. Well, it's not really poor
Yeah,
impulse
I mean,
control because
look,
I've been
it depends what you
planning
mean by
this
a
for
picnic.
the past
A
4
picnic can mean
months.
like, you know, a guy brings a bottle of wine and a fruit basket and a carton blanket
Everything
and
is
lines it out.
meticulously.
Basket, obviously.
I know, right?
Fruitiness.
Well, Chris.
Shout
is a
out poor
picnic-
impulse
is a
control.
Picnic, gay if you have sex.
I
If
just
you have
ordered
sex,
a
right?
MSI Gaming Trio 5070 Ti OC.
I'm
just saying.
Oh man. Oh, that's
Like
funny.
a picnic could be like
Overclockable
like a
to
switch
300,
like a bait and
3200
switch, right?
megahertz.
Picnic could be a way to get a girl into the long grass, and then next thing you know,
No!
is that well, is
Don't
that,
hold
is
the
that
super
consensual?
chat. Still
If
send the
you-
super
If
chats.
you promise a girl a picnic,
We
and
still
then you give
need
your end away,
a
is that
stream
like,
deck
have you done something wrong?
and a new car. We got a new car fund now. Now we can move on to the new car fund.
How formal was this picnic arrangement? Was there a written out delivered by hand mail?
Oh, Chris, I've got an app on my phone for consent, where she can tick all the boxes that says that I can.
Fuck this picnic idea, I don't like it.
Now we got the new car fund.
Give me some fight somebody.
And I know people are like,
Actually, hilarious.
only the 5070? I want a refund? Well, if you want me to get a 5080, I can cancel that order, but you're going to need to send another $500.
The Australian government tried to introduce an
5080
app
is
for consent,
$500
where
extra.
A guy and a girl have a glass of wine. They're hanging out.
I'd like to get a 5080. I was looking at the 5080.
And she has to tick some boxes
But
to say, I consent to.
I could always
Yeah.
I could always save up and in a year from now get like a 5090 at a better price and then sell the 5070 back and make the money back.
Reflection on the two Aussies here in
Yes, bro. Yes, bro. Albanese can.
Go Matt, we did it, boys.
Just
Why not the
just wanna say,
7050
Albanese-
IT? Yeah, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're just making up numbers now.
Yeah, fuck that. Big, smelly, hairy cock. He can suck them all.
I'm kind of like excited because we just
cheating, Kieran.
the operating system is going to arrive on Monday.
But apparently it was a quote unquote landslide.
And that
victory. What, he really did that well.
should arrive shortly
I
thereafter.
can't believe that.
So
I reckon the gaslighting us.
So actually, we can build the computer before the 24th. Also, I have a scheduled. Oh, I needed to check this. I'm gonna go on Shiva's show.
Classical liberal. So yeah. So
But it's
our
not
Liberal
for a
Party
while.
got
I don't think it's till the
completely
31st.
Fucking smashed last week. So the lefties won.
Bill got it. Damn.
Why is everything upside down over there?
Shout out, Bill.
Down over there, bro.
Even though he lost a debate to a character twice.
Party because
But-
the classical liberal is still
That's
conservative.
it. That's it. Yeah. So classic liberal means like small government and less taxes. Right.
All right, so okay, that anonymous Cash App I just got, that notification came in for me after the 10-minute mark already. So you gotta let me
Beautiful.
know if you want it as credit or sent back or whatever. Just let me know how you want it, what you want me to do with that.
But we have to know what did he spend money on?
Oh
What did he
shit,
try to
Jeremy
do?
messaged me. I hope he didn't message me saying.
Depending what he wanted to do.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We're gonna keep it all on lock.
You're a gentleman. You're a gentleman.
Yeah, that's how you guys know. Listen, if it was for you guys, I would do the same thing. Okay, that's how.
Fair call. Fair call.
But it's gay when it's not me. But our votes are locked in. All right. We had 50 votes. Thank you to everybody who participated in the votes. And also thank you to everyone who came and participated on panel. Okay. We had some, of course, our OGs around here, and then had some regular faces that don't come up as much. So that's always good as well. 50 votes, 56% has crowned round 67 verbal combat champion as Bill Hicks.
Yeah, boy.
Fuck
Yeah.
Oh,
Cheers, guys. Nice. I can actually use the VK champ as my name. Like honestly, this time. So I was just being a smart ass.
Right.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Cheers. Awesome. I'm happy to win. I don't think I said too much. I just happened to come in at the right time. And it was a lot of fun.
Speaking of Jeremy, has Jeremy been here?
You killed it tonight. Congratulations to you.
I'm trying to
Let me
find
know as well,
Shiva and I's conversation to figure out when my
of how you want me to prize money. Either Cash App, whatever it is. I can get that sent to you.
Yeah, no worries. Awesome. I'll just
Yeah, let me know, China, if you can message me so then I can get it sent to you before we wrap it up completely.
1 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, no worries.
If you can,
Damn,
if
4
you can,
sneezes.
you know? If not, I understand, but if you can.
1 p.m. 12, 11 p.m.
Prize. And plus, I'm gonna make you
on
a
the
custom
31st.
verbal combat character.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Hicks if you want.
11 p.m. on the 31st Mountain Time. 1 p.m. Eastern Time on the 31st. I'm gonna go on Shiva's.
Right, it'd be pretty based, I think so.
Yeah, but also
And that's
if Bill can't send you a method to send
That's
him
a
money
Saturday,
right now,
so
it kind of makes you look a bit like a cheat, right? So
Well, yeah, I like to always get the money sent right away, so then there's no questions. Everybody sees, oh shit, they get the money right away, you know?
I know. If anyone has questions, they're fucking retarded. Get the fuck out of
I don't think there's any fights on Saturday, May 31st.
All right, so listen, as he's doing that, I want to say one more time.
Because I think I looked at this
Thank
in
you
preparing.
all. Thank you all for participating tonight. That's including chat, everyone who participated earlier and got fatality, or people who just had to leave.
Gilbert
and do
Burns is
stuff.
fighting
Every one of you
next week.
been fucking absolutely amazing. Okay, fucking great. Let me go back here so I can see the order because we
Oh,
usually
there's fights May
do it in
31st, but it's
reverse
nothing
here.
big. Aaron Blanchfield.
The first Australian champion, I think so, actually. Yeah, look
Aussie,
at the
Aussie, oi.
Yeah.
And the new verbal combat champion of the world.
Let's go. First Aussie champion.
11.
All right, let's start it out like this. Kieran, tell everybody in the chat where we can find you.
You can't find me. I'll be around. Speak as usual. You are a gentleman.
Right there, bro.
Oh, bro, get the fuck out of here. Okay.
You're right there on full screen. I know where you are.
Yeah, speak as usual. You're a gentleman. I love the way you write down and make sure you catch everyone's super chats and all the credits for tomorrow. That's based as fuck. Panel, love you. Chat, you're a bunch of retards. Love you all. Good night.
I didn't really expect to win. I was doing a character. I know Cloud and Potato can win if they're doing base characters, but I was intentionally doing a D-based, degenerate, crazy character, so
Another soul.
I didn't expect to win.
Souls and Step Fire.
But I figure if I'm gonna lose, I might as well have fun. Yeah.
Well, first, Kieran is a half-wit who thinks that hypotheticals are hypocritical. So, with that, you can find me at the Narrative and at Stepfire. I do a show with Fredo Fonzarelli every Sunday. News, politics, we get in it. Appreciate you having me up, Easy. It's good seeing y'all.
Hey, it's always.
Joshua, why can't you ever win? I don't know, Jalen.
And until next time, my friend.
We're about to do the Discord, so Discord will start here in a little bit. I need to get to sleep fairly early.
Another soul added into the.
We're gonna have to get some super chats and some cash apps to keep me going.
Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
King is exempt because he's already the boss. We just ordered the graphics card, by the way.
Shit
So.
out of your eye. And tell everybody in the chat where we can find you.
Chris Lestrange, everywhere you look for the fucking name with the things and the letters in that order. It works.
What, we can't. Are you mumbling on purpose?
Huh?
Oh, I did not hear anything you just said. I don't know if that was just
shit,
me.
my bad. My name
We got
words in the correct order.
20 in Cash App.
Find Chris. Words.
Facts. Listen, always
my title didn't last long, but it got taken by a good old Australian. So
that's how the daytime ones work. They always get the title taken away quick. But hey, that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday. Listen, always a pleasure having you. And until next time, my friend.
That's for everybody else except King, because King's already contributed
goes in
more than enough.
To the safe of souls. That's how it goes. On Verbal Combat Friday, baby. Bill, how we looking?
So I was just about to send you through them details. I didn't get around to it just yet, but yeah, we'll sort that out. Thanks for having me. I literally just wanted to jump on because
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
There was a fella on here.
Oh shoot, my pizza
I think his name was Jesus.
is not in the oven.
I actually wanted to debate him.
Yeah.
And he got taken out pretty early.
Oh, the mushroom guy? Yeah.
Yeah, I had a good time.
Dude, if I wasn't
didn't
playing
expect
it,
to win, so thanks
if
everyone.
Jason wasn't
Thank
here,
you,
I
Chad.
would've
Thank
bought
you,
that
Speakeasy,
mushroom
for hosting the show. And yeah, take care and God bless.
Hey, always a pleasure. Thank you for joining. And again, congratulations on your big win. Is there because I know you don't stream or anything. Is there a certain channel you want me to put in for the Verbal Combat Champion? We can put that as a promo.
I don't know. Jim Bob. Promote Jim Bob. He's the best.
All right, yeah, we'll do that. We'll put Jim Bob there.
Promote him for me.
So, let's fucking go. And then you said you're gonna send me your details?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, we can do that. I don't want to keep you if it's hard because I know if you're on the phone and shit. So.
Yeah, that's the issue. Like I almost had it ready, then I realized that everyone's signing off, so I thought I'd come back, say see ya. No, we'll sort that out. All good.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. And listen, chat, you guys are amazing. Give it up one more time for the ultimate first Aussie champion, Bill Hicks. Let's fucking go. It's a pleasure having you.
Yeah, let's fucking
see
go
you again, my friend, and everyone else in the chat. You guys, I need you to put some W's. Look at this. I just want you to look here, okay? This was the double verbal combat goal, right? This was the goal for 69 and 70. And you guys, like, just there, right? Like, almost there. What did we hit? 3,265. Smash those W's in the chat. Smash those crowns in the chat. All right? You guys are fucking amazing, guys. You guys fucking... Honestly, I can't thank you guys enough. All right. And you know what? I was it's good to see we got another Verbal Combat champion to add to our gathering of champions down here. As you see, I've been adding them in.
I'm the only one with two. I got a chair and me on the edges. I like that.
Join the Verbal Combat.
And I've only won
Discord
once.
if you're not in there yet, okay? Because that's where you get to see all the characters.
It's bugged? What are you playing on?
See who's the champion for the current being, all of this. See. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. One sec. Let me do this real quick too.
Oh, I have pizza in the oven. Somebody remind me in 18 minutes to listen for the beep, because I'm not going to hear the beep if I have my headphones on. Jalen, I'm just listening to see if we're going to get the raid or not. Either way, we're going to go in Discord.
You're going to want US dollars, right? Hold up. Let me switch this.
We'll have to put you into there, but
Because it tells me you're going to receive Australian dollars. But I'm sure that you want to receive US dollars. I'm just going to take the initiative for you.
Oh, is it already over? Did he not? No, it's live.
Okay, so Bill, if you're in the chat, okay.
Where am I going to put this pizza?
Okay, just so I can, because this is the first time I'm sending it to you, it's gonna say for goods and services on it, but that's just to make sure that if this is the wrong account, I can take that money back from them and make sure I get it to you instead. I'm just doing it, so just ignore the for goods and services thing. This is literally just so that I can make sure I'm not sending it to the wrong person.
All right. What are we going to talk about in the after show? About the statue. Going to be a rapid fire topic on Monday.
200 US.
It's in the thumbnail if you missed it. The remind you at 3:56. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
So it says
Yeah. Remind me.
So let us know that you got it. I think it's you though. Yeah, it's got the same picture. Okay.
Otherwise, I'll burn my pizza.
After I send it. So that must be you.
Christ is risen. Let's go.
Just make sure, confirm in the chat for us all that you got it. 200.
Let's go, sweater.
And by the way, is Chris, are you streaming?
Chris did
If
last
not, I
longer
think
than me.
JS is. So if we're not sending it to you, we're sending it to JS after this. But you were in second place, so I figured I'd ask. Got it? Let's fucking go.
That makes sense.
Let's fucking go. One more time. Congratulations to Bill Hicks. Everyone give it up for the
Chris been streaming all day if he's still streaming.
champion. One more time. I can't thank you guys enough for helping me make this shit possible.
I took a break.
Okay? Because without you guys, all right, this could never be.
I'm gonna leave the green room
It's become, all right. You guys,
because we're listening on YouTube right now.
Absolutely amazing. Okay. It could be 30 in
That's
the
good,
chat.
boy.
What up?
Oh wait, let me make sure JS is streaming before I tell you guys I'm sending you to him.
I am.
JS, you're streaming, right?
Yeah.
He should be.
Bro, I can't believe you lost to that Bill guy. That shit blew my mind.
There he is.
Well, I'm making the most degenerate arguments ever. Like,
I mean, I get that, but his argument back to you was,
So give him a sub and everything.
Yeah.
Buy him some memberships, all that, you know.
It's verbal combat. It's
Listen.
not like which argument do you think sounds the most appealing?
1500 in the
yeah, but you got to think from the audience perspective. Like, a lot of the majority of the time, the audience is just going to vote with who they agree with, and it doesn't matter what arguments they make.
Love you guys.
That's what I'm saying. I don't blame them. I blame the audience more. They should be looking for something more entertaining. They should be looking for like opposing opinions, not just 9 people on a panel all agreeing, and figuring out which one they like the most out of the agreeing.
Sunday's Mother's Days. All right, so to all the mothers out there that I won't
Hold
get
on, I'm
to
trying to
wish a
get
happy
this
Mother's Day on
camera
Mother's
thing
Day.
set up right.
Happy Mother's Day to you all.
Mother's Day's coming up.
And all you guys out there, go say happy.
Because Elderline, I think, said it. Someone said it in the chat. You playing that character brought almost all of those debates to places they never go on PK.
Yeah, and that is like actually divided. It was like 50-50. The one with the black guy,
Let's go.
I would have won that, but I didn't vote for myself.
Absolutely amazing.
Bro, the one where you stun locked Bill and then you had to go back, you would have lost if I didn't vote. It was crazy. I was like, what is happening?
Yeah.
He went silent for like 30 seconds and then still won the debate. I mean, still tied the debate.
Yeah.
How does that make sense? No, answer my
And I was just fucking around.
Don't ask me another question. Answer my question. Yes, you can, because the radio isotopes are much easier
Where
to
is
track
my
than somebody who has
video capture? Why is it not working?
Yeah, that's why I said it was bullshit afterwards, because I was like, if anyone won that on the terms of verbal combat, it was you.
Yeah, and plus the fact that I'm like, dude, that was uncomfortable as shit. Like, Bumpkin said it. Like, I'm looking through glasses that I found on the ground. I found those glasses on the side of the road, and I've got a headache because I'm looking through glasses. I've got a mask on. I was sweating, and
Was that like a reflective vest you had on?
Yeah, and I'm playing a character, so I've got to stay in
Yeah,
character.
that's the one part of the character I didn't understand. I was like, does he do road work on the side?
I think I got that when I was doing I was doing some sort of construction when I got that.
Yeah, because I was like, that's one thing that doesn't make sense with the character. I was like, why would a soft leftist have a constructor?
Because if you ever go,
constructor's vest on.
If you ever go to like the protest, the green vests are like Antifa. They have the green vests, and they're the people that walk around with the vests on, and they're like
See, I didn't know this. This is new lore to me.
Yeah, they're the safety crew, and that's the same vest they wear. I actually, in Fleckus Talks, did this. If I go to like an Antifa protest and I put one of those vests on, or if I go to a Democrat protest and I put one of those vests on, they automatically think you're one of them. And not only do they think you're one of them, they think that you have some sort of power, like you're an important person there. So that's like that green vest is like a sign of power at those protests. Those are the people that will follow. If you watch any conservative MAGA hat wearing guy goes to a liberal protest, you'll always see they get followed around by the green vests. We call them the green vests. And so that's why I put on the green vest.
Saw this video of this Asian guy, but he was just being followed by fat people with dyed hair.
None of them were wearing green. You see it in every protest video you watch.
I wouldn't be surprised if I started looking through the videos and started noticing them.
Yeah, now that I mentioned it, you'll notice it more.
Yeah, it's not.
And,
it's not
and
like
also
it's
the
been something
green
I've been looking out
hats.
for. And if
So
I
they'll-
saw it, I would just assume I'd be like, "Oh, that's a city worker."
They'll either have a green vest or they'll have a green hat, and those are the those are like the Antifa safety people, and they'll follow you around. Yeah.
I'm like the meme
Professional
where they're
hall
like, if you have a
monitors,
construction
exactly.
vest on. I'm like the meme where it's like, if you have a construction vest on, you can do anything. Literally, I don't pay like any attention to anyone with a construction vest on. I'm just like, they're doing their thing.
It's kind of like that. It's kind of like it just makes you look like you have some sort of power if you have a reflective green vest on.
Yeah, it's like they're doing the thing that they're supposed to be doing here, I'd assume.
Yeah. Well, that's why I put it on. I really wish that I had a rainbow flag. Or last night I almost bought like a poster board and wrote like Trump and Elon, felon, Musk are fascist or something but I just didn't get it. I didn't do it, but
Yeah, right. You probably almost busted out the gay flag, and then you were like, "Shit, they're gonna
that's the
wonder why I
first
own this."
that's the first rendition of this character. We're gonna build on it. There's a whole backstory. I didn't even get into the backstory because
You
there was
gotta
a
get
lot
the
of
voice down because you kept going in and out of the voice.
yeah, and I haven't figured out like where I want the voice to be yet, and so it kept changing, and then at one point I got more I got more like angry with it, and yeah, I'm gonna have to
For
find.
a while, I thought you were about to go Jewish with it. I thought you were about to start throwing in some oy veys.
I'm trying to work. Well, no, because we're against the Palestinian genocide. We don't like them. But no,
True.
I'm working on the character, so it's gonna take some time. But I gotta get gear. I've got to get some flags, and I've got to get some pins and some buttons, and
Jason is clearly a huge Hassan viewer.
yeah, oh yeah, definitely. He loves Hassan. Yep. Should have written on it the
Honestly,
straights will not
not, because if
replace
you're
us.
wait, that's actually not true. Because a Hassan viewer would never do that good in a debate. They would just be like, "You're racist. You're a fascist. You're racist."
Yeah, and then when they asked me what's the difference between liberalism and socialism? And it's like, well, I want to answer this how a socialist would answer it. Also, I want to answer it how like a Spurgy autistic destiny type guy. So you just talk really fast and say a bunch of words and it doesn't really make a lot of sense. And so I was trying to do that, but then my mind, my natural like inclination is to actually give a good definition of what a liberal is and but that's not what I should do. I should just say a
Because
bunch of
Destiny's working definition is like pretty much what a liberal is. He believes like a liberal could be on either side. But like the extreme left opinion is that like liberals are part of the alt right, that they're basically like lapdogs to fascists and conservatives, that they do the dirty work for them. They're like fake middle of the roaders.
yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was trying to. I said, well, the liberals are all about freedom and free speech and blah blah blah. But yeah, but then at some point you got to just forget the definitions and just talk fast. It's because that's how. So I don't know. It's hard to do.
Yeah, because in the extreme left spaces, being a liberal, you might as well be a Nazi. Just like an unabashed Nazi.
Yeah, and it's really hard to do for 4 to 6 hours straight. Stay in character, but it's fun.
I know I would click off and I'd click back on and I'd be like, he's still doing that.
I started as I've been drinking more throughout the night. I started to slip out of character when I would. Yeah, Fredo almost got me once. I was like, I like slipped out of character for a second. He's like, "You slipped out of character." I was like, "No, and then like corrected it. Like, I love Luigi Mangiana.
You should have been like, it was just my racist white genome slipping out.
Make an avatar with that scene in it. Protesters with jackets and signs and etc. Yeah, but I don't want to just have a picture. It's too easy to just put up a picture or put up an AI and just do a voice. Like, I want to actually make it a character. This is a real person. This is my brother. He's sleeping in the other room. He's a real person. Guys, you can come in the Discord. You have to if you go in the Discord, you have to go into one of the unlocked rooms and we can pull you into this room.
I'll keep the voice channels up on my screen so I can pull people in.
Discord. Where's King at? King,
Yeah, I thought King would already be in here.
We ordered the graphics card, ladies and gentlemen, because King gave a generous.
Did you drop the full 200?
He didn't. Well, yeah, he did enough that I just sent it and I bought it. Got a 5070 Ti OC MSI gaming trio on the way, which means hopefully next Saturday we're going to be building the computer. I got to figure out how I'm going to like set it up because I don't think this desk is big enough. Maybe. It should be all right.
I had to break up 2 of my lizards. It's actually the one in the photo, the Chinese water dragons. Because they fucked, and I think she's now probably impregnated and is considering eating him for nutrients. So I had to break them up. Because the females are way larger than the males, so she can bully the fuck out of him.
What? Lizards do that? I know I know hamsters
It's not
and gerbils
always,
do that.
but yeah, it's not like it's like a thing like the spiders where it's like traditional, but like they'll do it if they feel like they need more nutrients. And I'm probably gonna have to get her like some like baby rats because when they generate the eggs, they need extra protein so they can generate the calcium around the eggs because they take it out of their own bones. Like they empty out their bone marrow to create the egg, so you have to give them extra calcium and shit.
Hold on, I gotta get my pizza out of the oven. It's beeping at me. So you weren't
Yeah,
here.
no, reptiles are crazy. They'll do crazy shit. Wait, go ahead.
I was gonna say you weren't listening early in the VK when I got kicked out the first time.
Well, I was confused the whole time, as you saw in chat. I thought it was all one big VK.
Well, no, there was one earlier today, and then there was like a 4-hour break, and I slept, and then the nighttime one. The daytime
Yeah,
one.
while you were doing it earlier, I was like, dope, we're going to be able to talk earlier than usual. I won't have to stay up all night. And then I was like, fuck, he's doing it all the way out until fucking 4 in the morning again.
No, yeah, I did the daytime one, and I don't know, that was a little disappointing, but then the nighttime one. But the nighttime one, I came in as what am I talking about? My brother came in the nighttime one, and the first 1v1 was me versus this guy that's newer to VK, and he's a black guy. He seems kind of like a base black guy. But we were debating about is white people rapping cultural appropriation. And so I'm the white liberal savior. And I'm saying,
Oh wait,
yes.
I was there for that. I was just at work. That's why I wasn't saying anything. I was watching though.
Yeah, it was 50-50. If I had voted for myself, I would have won. And I forgot to
But if
vote
I
for
would have
myself.
voted, you would have won. But I was fucking working.
But even with him, he didn't make any arguments either. All he did was call me an idiot. Which I agree.
Yeah, no,
I was acting like an idiot, but
I don't see. At least the Bill guy was self-aware. That's why he wouldn't personally insult you because he realized it's stupid to personally insult a fake character that both people agree is a stupid character.
yeah. What are you gonna do? You're gonna call me an idiot? Of course. Yeah, I'm doing an idiotic character, but make an argument. Like you still gotta beat the argument, and it's kind of fun.
Yeah, that's what I was most surprised about. Is I was like, why aren't they like actually arguing? And especially like you were engaging with like the most like over exaggerative forms of most of the positions, and they were just absolutely stun locked by it.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe it's because they're used to me, and they're like, oh, it's like I don't want you to think that you're debating me playing a character. Debate the character. Debate the person. And I'll try to give you and he said it's not good faith, but I was making some of the same arguments they would make. Maybe I got, I was having fun with it.
Of course it's not good faith. It's a fucking character.
Yeah. Right. It's like I'm trying to have a good faith debate. It's like, well, I can't have a good faith debate because I'm playing a character. So, but yeah, I don't know.
Now, granted, if he would have just been like, I refuse to debate a character and take the loss, I honestly would have respected that more.
Oh, somebody said that in chat, and I was like, yeah, I should have just been like, as a white man, I'd like to just bend the knee to the black man due to all the oppressions of the past, and I would just like to give him the win. So. Ooh, that's hot. What happened during daytime, VK? I was there. I was the first person there, and I didn't make it into the final four. It can't. I was like, I got like, what? I didn't agree with the vote. We were debating about jury. Should we get rid of the jury? And it was me and Angry Beaver versus, who was it? I forget. It was me and Angry Beaver versus Chris and, or no, I don't even remember who it was against, but and then
What was your position? We should get rid of the jury?
Yeah, I went with we should get rid of the jury, and I got third place. But so one person one person from one side and one person from the other side advanced. And so Angry Beaver, which is Chase, advanced, and I just think I think I was carrying a little more than he was. That's really all it.
Bro, I think I fucked up, man. Martin Septum just fell into the lava inside of an Oblivion gate, and he's not getting out. he just keeps falling unconscious.
Is Martin Scepter your character's name?
No, that's the Emperor's son, the main guy the story's built
It's an
around.
important, yeah, it's an important NPC.
Oh, and he's
Very
dead now?
important.
You just
No,
saw,
even worse, he just goes unconscious and keeps waking up and going unconscious.
you just soft locked the game. You're gonna have to.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
So
I'm gonna try to just beat the portal, I guess, and see if it just makes him leave with me. So I could try that.
oh yeah, maybe you could get him to like teleport to you, like by fast traveling or something.
I've played Oblivion for years and years at this point. I'm pretty good at breaking my way out of the soft locks.
Yeah, dude. Like that's one nice thing about frickin' Bethesda. I mean, it's like the game breaks. You like, there's got to be a way.
I mean, sometimes there's not, but usually if you try saving, quitting, reloading, relaunching, re-entering and exiting areas, fast traveling, then going back, one of these things
Yeah.
winds up fixing it at some point.
I always save before doing anything important. Usually, I try to keep
Well,
that going.
my biggest problem is I'm used to the fucking autosave feature in the new games. In Oblivion, the
Oh
autosave
no.
feature is okay. But yeah, if you
Yeah,
walk through a
I'm
door
like,
that
I
autosaves, then you can get yourself fucked that way.
Yeah, I don't like autosaves. I have like this. I don't even know what it's called or what the word is, but
I also
yeah,
hate
I
really high
always.
save counts, though.
Yeah, that's another problem because then the games like can run like crap if you like have your thing full. That's true too. Yeah, I kind of have. I mean, like in a
Well, I'll
habit
delete
of
saves.
doing
I
like
just hate
my
it
own
whenever
save.
on Oblivion it marks every time you save. So in the original, whenever you save, you can get up to like save like 800 and shit. Like it's like fucking absurd.
Dude, my bro, yeah. Elder Scrolls, I got a few. Yeah. Oh man,
Because you make a
transferring
new
Elder
account, it just
Scrolls.
keeps adding on.
Yeah, I had to go back on my old console just to transfer Elder Scrolls 5. Yeah, Skyrim. I had to go back and delete one at a time, like at least one. I think it was at least like 700 plus saves, so I could transfer the file and get my save on the new console and continue playing on that character for the vanilla 100% complete. And bro, that took
Yeah, I try to keep my
like
saves immaculate.
First
What
world
up,
problem.
Bill? Shout out, Bill. Yeah, Bill, I didn't expect to win, honestly, because you know, to a certain like it could be funny and you can make good arguments. To a certain point, people are just gonna be like, what the dude's saying is crazy. I'm not voting for this guy. Like so I kind of expected
Also,
it.
Bill, let's be for real, you got whooped.
I do think you got whooped though. People are like, how am I gonna vote for this guy that's like arguing for abortion or I don't even remember.
I vote based on the character of his arguments, not the character of the man.
My brother's a disturbed young man. He does his best, but
Yeah, that was actually just Daddy Jub the whole time.
you don't get pizza, Echo. Nope.
Not even one pepperoni.
I could give him a pepperoni. We'll give him a pepperoni. You want pepperoni? Yeah. Now go lay down. Now get the hell out of here.
But say you
I
gotta
don't.
get the doggo pepperoni.
I would have liked to see what it came out to without the solo judge because I don't even. I think he still probably would have won without the solo judge.
I'm curious
I feel
too.
like
I'm
after
not
you
sure.
stun locked him and it was only a 50-50, I think you were cursed to lose.
Right.
Oh man, if I didn't,
Because the first one I did, I think out of the two we did,
I screwed up.
the first one was the better of the two, and that was 50-50. So the second one,
Nah,
I wouldn't have
It
won
could
that.
have. If me and you would have voted for you, you would have been up by 2 votes. Or sorry, me and my wife voted for you. Oh crap! I keep texting in chat on the wrong phone. Speaking of.
That's why I put
Hey,
in
good.
chat
I
at
hope
some
you're
point.
doing
I was
well.
like, yeah. At one point I put in chat, I was like, this guy just said, I don't know really what's going on right now, and he's definitely about to win the vote.
Yeah, I was there for that. Sadly, I think for the last quarter of early or the morning VK, I don't know, I just like nodded on. I just passed the account.
The
I'm
only
gonna
thing
have to
I
go
can
back and
say
check it
is
out.
for
Unless you
Bill,
want to catch me up. What happened on the last quarter of morning VK? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, JS.
for Bill, and for anybody else, whoever goes against Jason, don't think of it as me playing a character. Argue against Jason. Jason is his own
Starfire.
person. Jason Starfire is a argue as if that's a real ass liberal that you're meeting, and it'll be way better. Because if you keep saying, well, you're doing a character, it ruins it takes people out of the
immersion, right?
The immersion, yeah. So just if I'm gonna go 100% balls deep into this character, then you're talking to him. You're not talking to me.
We have JS, the dreaded conservative, and then we have Jason, the soy liberal. The soy
That's
socialist?
beyond
So he was a
Socialist.
That's
socialist,
like
right?
no, that's the
Socialist,
extremist.
atheist. He's got a whole backstory. He's the
Starfire, the extremist, bro.
He's the
That
leader
was
of the San
extreme, your
Francisco
brother.
Antifa
Wait, we have to make it
chapter.
sound like he's trying to be cool, the masked socialist.
Yeah, the mass
Something.
socialist. San Francisco Antifa chapter. He's not gay. He's deeply closeted, and he won an award for the biggest ally for the LGBTQ movement. And
At a certain point, dude, in Oblivion, they just decide there's black bears everywhere. I don't know what's happening. I'm getting jumped by like 3 black bears. I didn't even know there was bears in this game. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really level up a lot when I play. This is probably some of the highest level I've gotten in this game. I'm level 14. There's also like Cyclopses in this game, and I didn't know that was a thing.
I probably played Oblivion less than you, and I still haven't. Yeah, I'm waiting for my recovery on like my.
Well, in the original, you don't level. You try to not level as much as possible.
No, yeah,
because leveling,
as
like,
I
scales the
read
game
through.
to where it breaks
Yeah,
it.
they changed this. I was reading through the whatever the
Yeah, they fixed
yes.
it.
Yeah, they
I-
kind of changed it.
But because the
I
enemies
had like a method.
increase based off of your level, their strength or something.
Yeah, and it scales no
Yeah.
matter what.
Yeah.
So if you don't,
So I beat
if you don't
Oblivion.
max out your stats, the game will outscale you.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I beat Morrowind. I never finished.
I'm doing the
Oblivion
build where I
out,
max out the stats for every level up,
finished-
so I'm able to level up constantly. So I'm at the highest level I've been.
I like
before.
how you can, like put your points towards other skills. I don't, at least based
Yeah,
off
the
what I
only
was
bad
reading.
thing
Now
about
you
this
can
game is
kind
you
of
need, like,
every level you get.
Yeah, the only thing bad about
The
that is reading the
original,
whole
like, I
tutorial
fucked
on
a
how to
couple
play
of
the
builds.
original.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Because I've screwed up a few builds by accidentally, like, you know, doing certain
And
like
also, some of
things
the
that you.
abilities take way too long to farm. I'm pretty sure the last 10 levels of restoration are like over 1,000 casts you have to do.
What are you playing on?
The Xbox 360.
It's on 360.
Yeah, Oblivion's on 360.
The remaster? You're
Morrowind's
playing
on.
the original.
No, I'm playing the original.
Oh.
I ain't got none of those new consoles. That's got my gaming collection. But in solidarity with the people playing the remaster, I have picked up the original and I'm beating it.
Hmm. Yeah.
Pretty dope. I had to go
Good
and
old
buy
days.
all the DLCs though because they shut down the marketplace. I know a way to get around that.
Oh,
It's
bro.
annoying.
Yeah, we're gonna have
I
to
just went
talk.
and got I just went and got a disc with fucking the DLCs on it. But yeah,
Yeah,
if
I was
you
really hoping they would go
myself and
further
I,
with
do you not know
backwards
how to get
compatible.
DLCs on the 360?
Well, not unless I'm going to like the Game Lobster and whatnot.
You have to have the game on disc,
Yeah.
and then you can go to the Xbox One website, sign into your account. Then you can on the Xbox One, they still have the 360 marketplace on their website still available to buy the games. So then you can buy the
Noted. Thank you.
DLCs. Then if you own the game on disc, you can inspect the game. So you know how on the 360 you could do that thing where you inspect the game window, and
Yeah.
it'll like
I'm very
open up the
familiar.
market.
Yeah.
That still works, and it'll open up the DLC links and shit.
Yeah.
Still.
Instead of
So
hitting
then,
the
if you
Xbox
purchase them
button on
on
my console, I just
Xbox.com,
hit
you can
both
just
stop
download
buttons.
them
Yeah.
still.
Ask your bartender. Hey, ask your
Now,
bartender.
you can't still buy games like this, but you can still buy the
No,
DLCs for games
yeah,
on the
sadly.
360. It's just annoying.
Yeah. Right, and I've also noticed the Series X also doesn't like some of the I don't even know what it is. I don't even know because I keep my stuff in pretty good condition. I don't know, the backwards compatibility is they kind of like dropped the ball on that one if you ask me. Also, if you could do some research for me, I still have not gotten any intel. One game I've been looking for would be like Tenchu. I don't know if you ever played it. That'd be a question for you.
The Dragon Ball game?
Gamers. Tenchu Z.
Tenkaichi Budokai? Or is it a Dragon Ball game?
Tenchu, like Tenchu, like Tenchu. It's like a kind of I don't know how to explain it. It's more of like an RPG, somewhat open.
What console was it on?
Why don't you just
I
Google it?
played Tenchu on. Answers on the internet suck.
Answers on the internet suck. Look, watch. I'm going to find the answer to what game you're talking about right now.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I just wanted some more intel. Also, like, if maybe talking to one of you guys on here, someone might even just have it, and I'm like, "Yo, are you interested in?"
Big thing
I
you
don't
need to
have the
figure
disc.
out.
I'm hoping. What I'm trying to figure out if like the
Is it
company's actually sold or
oh,
they're
you're talking
actually gonna
about that
bring it back.
action adventure stealth video game developed by Kai
Yeah!
Fu, published from FromSoft Software in Japan and Microsoft Game Studios worldwide for
think-
Xbox 360 in 2006?
Yep, that is
Huh.
it. That's Tenchu Z, and that was on the 360. Yeah, I heard a few sources, but it's also argued on a
Yeah,
few things that
I heard
they
it's,
sold out, or it might be. I keep hearing stupid rumors. Go ahead, Jay.
I heard it's different from previous games in the series in that player creates their own ninja characters, then builds up their own skills as they play through the game, rather than choosing from a small selection of pre-made characters as they take orders from series' previous male characters, Rikimaru, and it also features 4-player cooperative play through Xbox Live. Is that the game?
It sounds along the
I like how
lines
you
of
read,
Tenchu
you
with
read the
Z.
first name like the name Ricky Maru.
Ricky Martin.
So I think that's based off of Shao. Yeah, anyways.
Seems like Wikipedia is pretty accurate here.
I mean, yeah, but they still won't. Between all of the false rumors I'm hearing, I still haven't got any confirmation.
So what, are you saying you don't know where to buy it?
I haven't been able to find a copy in like pristine condition. It's not that I don't know where to buy it. Like it's hard to find.
Let me look through my memory
I want
banks
the
real
case
quick.
with the book.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a bunch of reselling websites you can buy it from, but if you want to get it from somewhere locally, you're going to have to figure out where your local game shops are.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for
I think
places I go to.
I'd recommend maybe
know,
you
but
check on eBay for
Amazon and
$30, eBay for
yeah, then you get
$22.25, GameStop for $24.99.
yeah, in pristine condition.
Seems like
Like
this
with the
internet thing's
book
not
and
so bad.
everything. Yeah, maybe where you're at, they don't have any in stock around me. And
What do you
not in
mean?
like
You're
the
ordering it on
condition.
the
I want it
internet.
in the case. I want it. Yeah. Also, I've gotten like cases with no games in them off the internet too. So you gotta understand. I'm like, I don't know. I lock that shit down.
That's what
I
the
want to make
return
sure I
policy's
gotta
for.
get one. Yeah. Been fucked over so many times, so I just had to make sure. The other thing on the top of my list would be for the GameCube, the Star Fox game for the GameCube. That's actually been a pain in the ass. Last one I had in pristine condition. I had it ordered. It's like one of the last ones in stock, and then it was supposed to be shipped out and whatnot. Then like a couple days later, I got a notification saying, "Oh, hey, we're sending your money back. Sorry, but I guess this was out of stock."
How about the original Tenchu unopened? Not Tenchu Z, but the original Tenchu on PlayStation 1, unopened, graded for $1,200.
Ooh, bro, no shit though.
Yeah. This internet thing's
the one
pretty nice. I just found that for you.
Yeah. I still have money. I got all my like old games. There's a few I want like just for nostalgia reasons, you know. I'm mainly got a list of GameCube and a couple others like that one 360 game.
Yeah, if you find like local game stores, you can just like go there too and look for games.
Yeah. Oh, trust me,
I ordered a
But a lot of people don't
MSI.
realize GameStop is not a game store. You do not go to GameStop to look for games.
No, also the condition that the games like I wanted to come with everything. The box, the book.
King Blackout sent a big super
all the
chat,
disc to be
and we ordered the graphics card tonight. I ordered a MSI Gaming Trio 5070 Ti 16 gigabyte OC. It's not the OC Plus, but I think the OC Plus just comes stock overclocked a little higher, and you can still overclock the OC, but it's $100 difference for basically they just do something you could do yourself, I think. If I understand it right, but 5070 Ti OC MSI.
Yeah, but if the game's worth a lot, it's probably going to cost you a lot to get it minted.
So yeah, when it comes to buying like electronics and stuff like that, you know, you get what you pay for. So just like JS with his computer stuff, you don't want to cheap yourself out because then, you know.
Yeah, I mean it's overpriced.
Oh yeah, earlier you were talking about how it was weird the shit I was talking about with the lizard. There's something I want to tell you, Jess. Another weird thing lizards will do, a lot of reptiles will do this. If they feel like their young are in danger of being eaten, a lot of them will just go ahead and eat their own young. So the predator can't get to them first, so that they can get more calcium to create more babies.
Huh. Usually that's something like, I know gerbils and hamsters eating their young, I thought was more of a mammal thing. But
no, reptiles will do it if they think their young are in danger. They'll just go ahead and consume their own young and restart.
So they're gonna die anyway. You might as well eat it to get the most benefit.
Yeah, exactly. Because they figure if it's going to anyone, it might as well go to me so I can have more babies.
It's kind of base.
Exactly why the female would eat the male. I don't know why. I don't think it's other to have a papa. Well, hey, it's like, hey, so I'm gonna eat. You're gonna sacrifice yourself so the mother and the offspring can,
Huh. I know that they can.
Well, I mean, yeah, what I'm talking about isn't even that crazy. Me breaking them up. If you look it up, you're supposed to break up lizards after they breed for this very reason.
Yeah.
I didn't know you had to do that with reptiles. I thought that was only a mammal. Gerbils, hamsters, guinea pigs, rabbits.
Also, it does vary on.
No, reptiles
some,
will be big time bullies.
Really?
Sometimes they won't even just eat the other one; they'll just starve them.
You can also, the cool thing about reptiles is you can predetermine their gender by the temperature that you, what's the word I'm thinking of?
The incubation period?
Incubate the eggs. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, based on the temperature you incubate the eggs, it will determine the sex of the lizard. With some species, I don't know if it's with all of them, but when I was looking into breeding leopard geckos, it's like if you keep the eggs between this frame, like 92 to 96 Fahrenheit, it's going to come out a boy. If you keep it 96 to 100, it'll come out a girl.
Yeah.
Also
I get what you're
varies.
saying too, because reptile is kind of like an all-encompassing term. It counts for like a lot of things.
Yeah, that's a lot of species there. Hey, Goon, have you had any another thing like the what is it, like the defense of, or the self-defense, the tail falling off? Have you had to? How do you deal with
I had
like
that happen with a snake when I was a kid.
Quokkas throw their young at prey attacking. What's a quokka?
I've got some. I don't know. I've got some. Freaking.
Go ahead.
What'd you ask me again? I don't remember now.
Yeah, I thought, like, I was trying to remember.
What the hell is this?
Yeah,
This is a cute ass.
I haven't heard of that before either.
This is a cute ass little
I don't
mammal.
know by that name. But yeah, no. So like, have you ever? I don't know. Because that's
The
I don't know,
quokka
you
is a
have- you
small
have a lot more
macropod
lizards.
about the
I was
size of
just
a
curious
domestic
about,
cat.
You
like,
asked if
the
anyone's ever
self-defense of
detached
tail
on me.
falling.
No, I've had
It's a
some lizards
marsupial.
that have detached, but it wasn't while they were with me. I had a snake that did it once when I was a kid because I was a fucking idiot and I took it in the bathtub with me. I wasn't even bathing. I just took it in the bathtub and it wrapped its tail around the fucking the thing that you pull up to plug the bathtub.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
the
wrapped
cork.
itself around it, and then it got scared because it was wrapped around it, and it ripped its tail off.
Oh, that's crazy.
I thought there was only
that's
4
different than
types
when I was
of,
talking about- some reptiles like just remove, like, will like literally, if they're stressed, they're like
What
feel
types of
threatened.
what?
they'll-
I thought
Yeah,
there was
it's
only
like a
4 types of
safety mechanism.
marsupials, and apparently I'd never heard of this quokka before, but it's echidnas,
Australian?
koalas, kangaroos, and I thought there was only 4 types
I
of
don't know shit about mammals, so.
Yeah, it sounds like an Australian.
but I've never heard of
one to
damn
me.
quokka.
Oh, I think. What else does it go by for like?
Maybe
what
it's
called? Quokka.
types of marsupials.
Doesn't have a.
This is something I learned from like Discovery. 330 species of marsupials. So whatever the hell they told me on Discovery Kids when I was a kid is bullshit. This is why I'm saying don't be listening to the TV.
Bro, you should be reading National Geographic, not watching.
They told me on Zaboomafoo or whatever.
Zaboomafoo?
Yeah.
Oh yes.
They told me on Zaboomafoo there was only 4 types of marsupials. There's 330 marsupials.
Hey, Bill
Liars.
Hicks has been trying to join the panel. I can't help with that.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Shit,
There's people in the stadium.
Sorry. Oh my
bad.
god, I'm supposed to
I
be.
didn't even
I'm
see it.
supposed to be paying attention to this. Holy fuck.
Brandon
Such
and
a
Bill are
terrible
in.
mob.
My bad. Yeah. I
Oh
wasn't
my God.
looking at it either.
We are terrible moderators. I am
welcome.
so sorry.
I just
I even had the channels window pulled up, and I just wasn't looking at it.
Sam was sitting here like reading.
Well, now that I'm here, I've got
About the
nothing to say.
about the damn cockapool.
Oh, so did you look up a quokka? You should
Yeah.
just
They're cute.
That's an
let
Aussie
the
thing,
rest
right?
of the stream and watch the videos because they are the cutest animal ever.
Mm-hmm.
Can you do
Bro,
that?
I really want a sugar glider, bro. JS, can you pull up
What? They throw
on
their
your
young.
screen?
They throw their young at predators.
No, you know what I want? I want
That's
a.
what they do. Yeah, they just throw their children at predators. They're like, fuck this, I'm out. Look at this.
I want-
100% Australian. It
I
has
want
to
to.
be.
I want to.
There's
I want a
gotta be
trench coat.
downside to that cuteness, you know.
I want a trench coat made out of sugar glider fur.
That's crazy. You
I
can't
mean-
say that on live though.
Because they're like they're like three,
They're
they're like
cute
3
and
inches
soft,
long,
I think.
but they're the softest animal you'll ever feel in your life. And imagine a
That's
trench
some
coat
hell
made out of
to
sugar
do
gliders.
with
How many
it like
sugar
that.
gliders would we have to slaughter to make a full?
A lot.
That's a sick guy. You should tell that to one of those those
Yeah.
Probably
tree
about a
like
quarter
other
hundred.
people.
Why would you
Animal
have to
rights
kill them, though? All
advocates.
you have to do is just shave them.
Yeah, that's. I don't
Have
know,
you ever
though,
seen a
because-
shaved
the same.
hedgehog?
Yeah, but then you look, you've just got a
A
bunch
sugar
of fur.
glider?
It's different than a
That'd be a
pelt.
pain in the
pelt
ass.
Yeah.
It's all lined
mean,
in
it
there
would,
with
but-
the
Yeah, I
skin.
don't just
Feel
want
like
the fur. I
that
want the
ranch
skin
hair.
and the fur.
I went dark.
Yeah, no. But that's the thing. If
I
if
go
you
wake
want
up
a
your brother,
fur,
James?
you want the pelts. You want everything together. Like to shave it off. What are you going to do with that? A bunch of hair. It's not the
Mhm.
same thing.
Yeah, I need the pelt.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
What's you guys' take on taxidermy?
What's my take on taxidermy?
I mean, I think it's
I'm a
cool. I mean,
libertarian. I don't
Is
believe
that how
in
you said
tax.
it?
I say, you kill them, we fill them.
It's lit, but if you do it, you probably got some like skeletons in your closet.
Well, you know,
I
you
feel like
just
the act
wanna.
of it is like cool, but anyone who does taxidermy is probably like fucked in the head.
Oh yeah.
Got this,
What about the
yeah.
people
Yeah,
like you
a
know?
lot of
just want-
serial killers get their start in taxidermy.
Well, I was going to say.
I've
Like,
met
if
some
it's a
people who
human
do
being,
taxidermy, and some of them are
taxidermy
nice
is a human
people
being,
too.
What
but
about people
None of
getting
them are
their
normal.
pets or they're hunting like
Yeah.
their
Jeffrey
kills?
Dahmer was a
kills
nice
their
person
pets.
when he wasn't drilling holes in people's skulls.
Oh no.
Look, I will say that I have a natural aversion to taxidermy. There's just something a little bit creepy
Mhm.
about trying to have a dead body pretend to be alive.
Could you imagine?
But I wouldn't put
Could
it
you
on
imagine
a
having like
doing
your
it.
like
armor
dead,
level,
your
but-
dead pet loved pet, like just like full of stuffing and stuff, and like.
No, I get what he's
in your
saying. It's
living
not like
room.
visually disturbing to me. I don't see taxidermy and I'm like, oh my god. But I just think about what it would take mentally to do it, and I'm like, you're probably fucked in the head, bro.
Yeah, there's part of me that's like, if I killed some massive elk, I would love to have his head mounted on my wall. But then part of me is like, that's kind of creepy. And also, who's this taxidermist that practiced to do this? What was he practicing on? He was practicing on like roadkill, like you're finding a ran over raccoon and you're like like stuffing a
Equine vet
raccoon.
science,
Like,
bro. For high
Look at
school,
his
we
eyes.
dissected
Look
like
at that
dead
blood.
cats.
Can you not see the spirits in its eyes? Like,
Would
Yeah, I'm
you
not gonna,
taxidermy
I'm
your
not gonna
dog?
lie, I was
JS?
judging. I'm judging, but then when I think about it, I maimed that frog. I maimed that frog in chemistry class. Like the things I did to that frog are literally unspeakable.
but that's different.
Well,
That's
I
in the
couldn't
name
get a
of
note to
science.
Get out of the frickin'.
Like,
Yeah, that's in the name of exploration.
You did frogs. I did cats, bro.
If you're
I mean,
dissecting a
different
frog,
about
you're trying to figure out
dissecting animals.
anatomy. You're not just trying to make a
Yeah,
gaudy
nah,
thing that you're going
bro.
to stick on
Like
your
what
wall.
they
Like,
said,
oh, I shot
I
shot a
tried to
frog
figure
with a
out
BB gun.
anatomy.
Let me
It was-
stuff it and put it on my shelf. Like,
Dude, I fatality'd the frog. In real
Well,
life,
this
I
is a frog.
fatality'd
You
the
even
frog.
ended it, or it was? I hope it was already dead.
Yeah,
thought you were
no,
gonna
of
do, like,
course.
something
But we were
sexual
in
with
the
it.
class. I'm just saying, like in the chemistry class, I literally pulled its heart out and crushed it.
that's a good topic for
I feel like-
VK. Taxidermy, is it
feel
ethical?
powerful.
And as I
That's
crushed
because
its
I'm
heart, I
making you feel
said
powerful.
fatality.
Yeah, no.
Exactly.
I think I need to turn up, Bill.
What? Oh, is his volume low?
Try again, Bill.
No, I was just going to
I'm
say
just
that a lot of people will cope and try to justify that whole science lesson as learning about biology and the different parts of the body. But no, it's about making you feel really powerful. And I think that they need to make sure that they keep doing that at schools nowadays with young kids. They should just kill something, like crush the heart
It
of
was.
another
Well,
living
I
being.
can confirm I didn't steal.
I
I didn't
didn't
learn
learn freshman
anything.
year. I did FFA, equine vet science, for an elective, bro, and
Oh,
yeah,
I
some of
took
that stuff.
agriculture for 2 years because it was a bird class, which means you could fly right through it. But I loved agriculture class because we
Pun
saw,
intended.
huh? Yeah, we called it a bird class because you fly right through it. But we saw a cow get castrated in agriculture
That's not
class,
easy.
and we saw a cow get.
Talk about PTSD, maybe from a.
No, you know what's crazy? When they get castrated, they don't really scream that much, but when they get dehorned and they get their horns cauterized, they freak out. Like, so it's crazy. They cry more when you burn their horns down than when you cut their balls off. It's kind of weird.
Well, one you do when they're young, and the other you do when they're mature. So.
No, we cut the balls off of mature. I mean, it wasn't.
Oh
it
yeah, I
was-
guess you can neuter. You can neuter. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
and we weren't doing the rubber bands. We were
Usually
doing
it's
the.
preferred to do it. Oh wow,
We were
the
doing
like
the-
incision.
Yeah, where you cut and you rip the scrotum and then you
surgically.
pull the scrotum
Okay,
back and you
yeah.
rip the balls out. And they were chilling during that. I mean, they were uncomfortable, of course, but then when we cut their
They were
horns off and we burnt the horns down, they were like, "Ah!" And you got to do a nose hold. We had to do a nose hold. So we had to hold their nostrils and pull their head to the side so they couldn't like freak. And they're in a squeeze chute. So yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, that sounds like something that could. I don't know. Maybe the people today. I don't know if some people could handle that.
I don't know. They were
scene,
trying to teach us something when we did it. I just wasn't paying attention. I just like fatality of the frog.
Well, he's saying instead of no, that's no.
I got to use my notes.
Instead
so I
of
think I was one of the people
instead
that
of
did good on
dissecting
those.
a frog that's in a jar, you're saying we just go out and smash frogs?
Whoa! Hey!
Bill
Who,
Hicks.
me?
They're important.
No.
They eat the mosquito. Don't go do that. Go kill mosquitoes. Like the
But if
frogs
you
eat the
want to,
bugs.
when
We
I
don't
was a
want
kid,
flying around us.
I did smash a couple frogs.
Me and my uncle used to go to the swamp and hunt toads with BB guns.
But then there was this one time I smashed this frog, and then it like spit up like its stomach, and then I felt
Like
really
the-
bad. I was like 6, and then I was like, I'm never doing this again.
I got
Thank gosh
traumatized. We used to run around in Florida. We used to never wear shoes, so we'd run around on rough asphalt and dirt and grass with no shoes on. And one day
You
I
gotta
was
learn real quick.
we were playing hide and seek at night, and I stepped on a toad in my driveway barefooted, and it like
Oh, that's gross. The ones that like have the white like
the ones that have the
excursion too,
warts
they
all
would do
over
that, like-
them, and they pee on you when you pick them up, like a toad.
Yeah, they also some bull toads and stuff. They'll like excrete like white like weird stuff like off their like back and stuff.
Yeah,
So,
well,
like
it freaked me out.
That's called nut.
Nut
thank you.
from their back.
It does kind of look like I mean it is white.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, but that frog exploded under my foot, and I freaked out.
Oh my god! What? Jess, can you go wake up your brother?
No, he's tired.
I keep forgetting about the character, and I'm thinking that they're talking about Daddy Jub, and I'm like, they don't live that way.
Yeah, that's my other brother. Nope. He's sleeping.
Is he gonna be here tomorrow? Because he didn't come to the last week's UFC.
He told me I need to watch the he's like, you need to tune in for the early prelims because it's gonna be a good fight. It's gonna be good fights all night. No names, but they're gonna be good fights. And I'll try to get there early. It starts at 4:30 my time tomorrow, so I don't know if I'll be there for all of the early prelims, but probably the prelims.
You said a bunch of girls are gonna be fighting.
Yeah, there's some big girl fights tomorrow.
Is that Asian one fighting?
Completely
Lee
unrelated to
Sloan?
your sports ball conversation. I don't give two shits about sports ball. I was just going to ask you.
It's not sports ball,
while
it's
we have-
combat.
Okay. Look, while we've got some time together, you. Fuck. I don't know. I don't mean to make this too contentious, but I want to ask you about the determinism worldview. To me, that always seems like Calvinism, but I'm imagining that you are some kind of non-denominational. Am I mistaken?
Can you explain more, Bill Hicks?
I don't like the term non-denominational because there's a non-denominational church and they have non-denominational churches and those, so non-denominational is a denomination now.
Gotcha. Right. So you'd be outside of that even.
Just a Christian.
All right, a Christian.
Well,
the way it should be. I follow Christ.
So here's the issue. I really need to learn more scripture.
I think you have to go to
I need to be
church
better
too,
at
right,
these.
for it to be
So I
legit.
don't wish to be like making authoritative statements about this, but I will. This is just a layperson's
Your
perspective. Okay,
thoughts.
so just keep that in mind. What I was going to say though is just a Christian. So you prescribe to the fact that Jesus Christ laid out a church with his apostles, with his disciples there, and that would be nominally what a Christian is.
Yeah, but it's wherever two or more are gathered in his name is the church. So it's just when followers of Christ gather together, that's the church. And if you're following what Christ taught, then that's the church. Like Paul and Peter argued with each other, and they had debates and they had disagreements, but they were still followers of Christ. I don't like this the schisms and the separation of Baptism and Presbyterian and Methodist and Orthodox and Lutheran and Catholic and
Not just you saying that you don't like it, but whether or not there's
I mean, I don't like it because it's wrong.
Whether or not
We all follow Christ.
Yeah,
of course, we're
so
gonna.
I think what Bill's asking is like about like the history behind it and whatnot,
know.
and like
And
how
I'm answering.
like where you come to decide.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
I know what he's asking, and I'm answering it. It's not. We're still Christians. If Peter and Paul disagree on some doctrinal thing, they're still Christians. We don't need to have all these different names and these different categories. And then what happens is I say something based off of what Paul said, and people say that's Calvinist. I've never studied Calvin a lot, so I agree with a lot of what Calvin says. I agree with a lot of what Luther says. I agree with a lot of what the church fathers say, but I don't agree with everything anybody says. Except Jesus.
So that's the thing, is that you're figuring out what the truth is based on your own metric, right? Of what seems to be the case. Oh, this makes more sense to me. This doesn't make more sense to me, right? So you got this sort of
I
choose
can't
your own
figure it.
invented version of what the truth is, right?
No, I can't figure out what the truth is. The truth is the truth. It's either going to be revealed to me or it's not.
Well, so here's the thing: is that we Orthodox Christians do believe that we aren't deciding the truth.
You've been you are you
the truth is revealed to us, right? So
You've
like we
been you've
just
been
need
through
to see
you
where the
you
truth is revealed, and we'll follow that. We can't just make it up ourselves, yeah.
you've been through catechumen. You've done all the You're
Yeah. I am a baptized.
you've been baptized
Orthodox
into the
Christian.
Orthodox Church.
But look, I haven't received a blessing to debate these things, and I'm still just only freshly baptized, so I feel very new, a novice, if you will. So, but I try to argue these things just from like a common sense, logical, philosophical worldview, because to argue from quote unquote the Orthodox worldview, I'd feel bad
So,
saying that I
how were
represent
you?
that because I'm very fresh to all of this.
How were you baptized?
Oh, it was beautiful. It was, look, I don't know. Just start
Well,
going to a church.
what I'm gonna go
ask
to is
to
if
get
I say
catechized
that
and-
some man of God is standing in a river and he's having people walk up and he's baptizing them in a river, which a lot of Protestant church do. Would you say that that's not a baptism?
Well, here's the thing, right?
Because
is
that's how John the
whether or not-
Baptist did it.
Okay. So whether or not Protestants follow to a T the exact doctrine of orthodoxy, right? There's another very important part of being in the body of the church, ecclesiastical authority, I guess. So like apostolic succession,
Yeah.
right? So the thing is, even if there will be schismatic groups that follow 100% what is being said, the very fact that they are schismatic and they have disconnected from the body of Christ from the time of Christ when he laid down on hands to the apostles and so on and so forth, that alone has already created, a disturbance in the force. Like we just can't accept that. Now, that's not to say where grace and salvation is or isn't. Like no one can say that. But as far as we are to keep to the very strict rules of ecclesiology, and the laying down of hands and who is and who isn't part of the body of Christ. Well, unfortunately, it doesn't matter what Protestants believe. The very fact that they are part of a schismatic group, well, that just excludes them until they join back into Orthodoxy, which remains intact.
Okay. So and this becomes a debate. Do you
What about the history, JS?
sola scriptura versus ecclesiastical authority? I think that's a false dichotomy. It's neither of them. It's sola Christos would be, or sola Deo Gloria, the glory of God. It would be God's glory through Christ. And then the scriptures tell us about that. And then the churches take what the scriptures do and they bring more, but like the authority is just God. And we get to that through Christ.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll have to disagree with you there because us Orthodox Christians do believe that there is a hierarchical authority where we have, bishops, patriarchs, and so forth.
You wouldn't be
And-
disagreeing
and
with
the
me.
thing is, even if some of them are fallible at times, it is the church as a whole. And the thing is, we need to keep true to that authority and listen to it hierarchically, as it were. We can't just decide, well, you know what, I, from this branch, decide that this is the case, and now I'm creating a new church. As is
No, I don't think we
the
should do
Protestant
that.
way. Well, that's what Protestants do, right?
Yeah. They protest certain doctrines, so they branch off and they make their own. Yeah, and I'm against that. That's why I say I'm not a Protestant. I don't protest the Catholic or the Orthodox Church. I just might
if you don't
have
protest, well, okay, here's the thing, is that the Catholics will say quite often that the Orthodox have the sacraments and they have apostolic succession
So
and they have the doctrine and they are correct. In fact, the Catholics will agree with everything the Orthodox have to say, and the Orthodox will say to the Catholic, quote unquote Catholics, I'm talking about the Roman Catholic Church there, they will say, no, we disagree. You guys are wrong. And this is where you went
Yeah.
into schism. So if only one group is saying that the other is wrong, then really it's incumbent on them to just come back to the real church.
yeah,
Because
so
the Orthodox
the
will
church
say
I
the
go
Catholics
to
are
is
wrong.
the church I go to is St. Peter and St. Paul Antiochian Orthodox Church. So
Oh, nice.
but
Based.
but hold on. Well, hold on. St. Peter and St. Paul disagreed on a lot of things. They argue in
Yeah,
the
but they
Bible.
can still live together in like.
But that's
you know,
my point. That's what I'm saying. So why, if St. Peter and St.
Okay.
Paul disagree on doctrines and they explain things in different ways, and
Thank
Paul,
you.
they say this message may work for this person, and your message may work for another type of person, but both of us really have the same message. We're just saying it differently, and it still leads to the same end. It still leads to the same endpoint. Peter and Paul
It sounds
weren't.
like you
They were
just
both
answered your own
Christians.
question. I don't get what you're asking here.
I
Yeah,
am
exactly. What
answering
you
my own
said.
question. I'm saying that
No, what you said, that's 100% spot on. That's right. That's the answer. You said it.
yeah. So there shouldn't be a Catholic and an Orthodox and a Protestant and a Lutheran and a Baptist, and there shouldn't be all these things. We just say it in different ways, but we're all Christians.
Well, shouldn't
Yeah,
so. Well,
okay.
which one of these practices can actually get along and actually, coexist with the other practices, regardless of if they disagree?
Well, they
That
don't
would be
need to
my.
coexist. How about this? If 1 + 1 equals
Well,
2, how
if
many of
you're
those that are
wrong and you're
incorrect that
wrong and
equal
we
something
don't think
different
we
need
can
to coexist?
coexist, that's war. Which ones can coexist? I think that's most important.
Don't bring math
And
into it. Math is dumb and
No, well, look,
illogical.
none of them need to coexist. If they're wrong,
Why
they're
not?
wrong. Wrong can't coexist with right. Falsity can't coexist with truth. And I will say, sure, we hold an exclusive position towards what the truth is, like every other worldview does. So, it is what it is. And this idea that we should coexist is sort of like ecumenism, which is really, the biggest blight on any church, because through that, it's like you just weaken the truth. You just say,
Yeah, but
well, this might be a
ecumenism
little
is
bit
more like the
not what it is.
Muslims and the Jews and the Christians can all coexist.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you're right. I don't think that's possible.
Why can't?
Basically, yeah. It's like saying your truth and my truth, but
Well, yeah,
there's
it's
no
like,
basis
yeah,
for what the
exactly.
truth
It's
is.
like, well, I mean, the ones with like, hey, you don't believe in what I believe in, and you're not like of the same like DNA or whatnot. Like, you need to die. Like, we're gonna wipe you out because it's like join us or die kind of mentality. I would say, with a few of them, and there's other ones just like, okay, we're still gonna shame you and try to change your mind, but we're not gonna push it upon you, and we'll pray for you, and hopefully you'll come to the light, or I mean, when the time comes, kind of. That's what I'm
Think
asking.
that you
I'm
say that
curious.
because I think that Orthodox Christianity is very gentle. It's definitely stern when people say something that is wrong. Apologists will say, no, that's not what we believe, and this is what we believe.
Yeah, I don't like the sugar coat shit.
We'll be very
Do you
mean
think?
about
Do you
it.
think
Like
that?
Jedi is very mean, but if you ask me, it is a very gentle approach, and the truth will always remain the truth. It doesn't
Do you
have
think?
anything to prove.
Do you think Paul was like a false apostle?
Of course not.
Okay, I agree. But do you know that there's a lot of stuff that Paul says that it's seemingly directly contradictory to what Jesus and what Peter and and this is where we get the anti-Paulianism idea that the Muslims started, and then lots of people now it's becoming more popular to say Paul was not actually an apostle, because when you read it, it seems contradictory to what Jesus is teaching.
Can I get some
First,
feedback
I will
on?
preface this by saying that I am not very well read scripturally. So that's first and foremost. Secondly, I will say, from what I gather, a lot of Muslims and perhaps Gnostics and other sort of, well, heretics, I guess, will attack Paul because he seems to be the weakest link, because he wasn't one of the original apostles. In fact, he persecuted Christians even. And
Yeah.
who is he to say these things and those things, right? And I just think it's such an easy, obvious target. Well, of course, he has a lot of guilt to bear there, but he had his
Well, if you read
coming
Paul's
to the
writings, a lot
moment.
of what he says
What was the intention?
would be considered heretical. But we find ways to justify it and say, oh, this is what Paul was saying, and we see it from his perspective, and we
If you
justify
could share
it.
any
But why don't
reason
we
with
do
me,
that with our
I'd be interested
brothers?
to learn about these, because I'm sure these are common arguments. So I'm curious what they are, but I don't have anything to say because I'm really not that knowledgeable about
Like
these
trying to put
arguments.
yourself in someone else's shoes, yes. Like actually going and like studying their worldview or like
Yeah.
their religious views.
Yeah, it's just
I
as
mean,
simple
I
as
don't know.
it's a different person. He sees it from a different perspective, but we're still brothers. Like, we disagree, but go ahead, Elderline.
Well, I was gonna say, well, the only thing that I know about from a Christian point of view where people say this about Paul are the I don't know how to say this without using the word, but it's not.
I don't know, JS. I once heard a wise man say that to have empathy, you you have to be pathetic.
Oh yeah, empathetic and sympathetic. You can't be empathetic or sympathetic without being pathetic.
Yeah, that's
What was it, Elderline? Thank you for.
Well, I was just saying the only thing that I don't know. This isn't the worst word that's ever been used in the show. The Judaizers are the ones that I kind of see try to pick apart Paul or try to make Paul like put him over the Gospels and stuff. I don't really see a lot of people saying that stuff about Paul unless they're either a Unitarian or a Muslim.
Yeah, I haven't heard that talked about.
Paul's the one with his own book, right?
It started with Muslims. They're the ones that started.
Am I right about that? Paul's the one with his own book.
Paul's got a bunch of books.
Dude, I swear to God, in one of the books he gets into a firefight, like a fight
Paul
with actual
wrote like
fireballs
11.
with like a wizard.
He wrote 9 or 11 books of the New Testament.
I've heard that by like 3 different sources, that he shoots fire from his fingertips at one point.
That sounds kind of awesome.
I think
Andy
you
fights
might
a flying
be talking
man who
about some
also
like
does the same thing.
Yeah, I think you're talking about some Gnostic something that was found later in that thing. But Paul emphasized faith alone. Jesus emphasizes works.
You guys have a little bit more knowledge.
so
I wanted to ask.
This
Go ahead and
drives a
finish. Sorry.
wedge.
Oh, my question.
And then you see Christians who turn on each other because one of them says faith alone and one of them says works. Like Jesus talks a lot about works. Faith is dead. Faith without works is dead. And then Paul will say, by grace we are saved through faith. And so there's
I would consider faith a work, though. You have to actually work at it.
Right.
I mean, most churches do missionaries and help out the home, all that kind of stuff too. So I mean, that would be classified as works and also having faith. So.
But see what you just did is you found a justification which is good. I'm not saying this is bad, but what you did is you took things that seemed contradictory and you justified it, and you said it's not actually contradictory. It actually makes sense. They're just seeing it and saying it in different ways. But we don't do that with all these different denominations.
I guess my question would be is, as long as um you believe in Jesus Christ, you follow his teachings, what does it matter whether you're Protestant, Catholic, or Orthodox?
I agree.
Depends on if you're
And
actually
that's
following.
something I struggle with because I listen to a whole bunch of different stuff where people say that Protestant is not the right way to go. It'd be Orthodoxy or Roman Catholic, whatever. And that's what I struggle with, trying to figure out, all right, which one do I want to follow?
And they talk about the one true church. The one true church is the followers of Christ.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I step in?
What
Because
church, guys?
this seems to be like
Yeah,
my
go.
place to step in, right? So who is the one true follower of Jesus Christ? Well, I suppose you could just levy that up to your own personal interpretation, right?
God?
Well, I mean, it
Christ and
also
God
says,
doesn't hate.
I mean, it says in the Bible, the only way to the Father is through Jesus or through the Son. In Galatians,
Okay.
it says, no matter Jew nor
So-
Greek, blah blah blah. As long as you believe in Jesus Christ, you are heirs of the promise and to the
The
blessings.
crux of my argument, if I may, is this:
Yeah, Jesus Christ is
as
just
far
human
as
form
we
of God, right?
interpret all the scripture, we're using our own fallible human brain, right? And I'm sure there's scripture in there. You'd be able to
Not
find
really.
it
I'm just
about
going
how
off of
the
what I
human
heard.
heart is it causes issues, right? Like we have our issues.
Our
We all
heart?
know. Yeah, and our interpretation. We read into things how we wish them to be
Oh,
said.
heart
But
meaning
maybe it means something else.
okay.
Our noose. So basically, the idea here that I'm trying to illustrate is that we need a normative authority, actual institution, a church body, if you will, and we need to follow the one that was laid down by Christ through his apostles that has kept the tradition from what he said it would be. Otherwise, we're just making up our own nonsense.
Right. But then when I go to the Old Testament and I see that the normative authority under some priests or under some kings, sometimes they're worshiping Baal in the church and they're burning the strange incense, and sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Like, there is no normative authority. The normative authority is God, and
Good and bad.
yeah, and we're just
Sorry, well, what are you talking about? Are you talking about in scripture if they're talking about, these tribes that will go off to start worshipping these demons, right? And what they're doing, are they saying it's good or it's bad? Like it's pretty consistent through church
right,
teaching.
right.
who we're meant
Yeah.
to be.
It is either good or bad, but
Yeah,
that's the normative authority.
So what? You don't believe that there is a normative authority? I don't understand what you're saying. Like, if you're saying that you're Christian, then
I'm
you
s-
should respect and adhere to
I'm
what
saying the
Christians.
normative authority isn't in men. It's
No,
not
of
in the
course not.
book.
No.
It's not in the men. It's in God, and there's gonna be disagreements over that.
Well,
But
yeah, of course. So, where do we go to find this truth, this stable point, the reference point for everything else? Like, if everything is relative and we have different men, looking at things differently, is there any place on the earth that we can go to find stability, right? I'm pretty sure it's the church.
I don't think
But
so. Not while we're on Earth. There is
where
no
is the church?
stability.
Oh, right. So you don't believe that anywhere there is stability. So what is your
No, I think
ground for
I
truth,
think the
right?
Catholic Church could get a bad pope and be corrupt, next in a month. And
I think there's bad apples in all three of them. Really,
Yeah.
I mean,
You could have a Protestant church that has a true man of God running the church, and it's the truth. But then next door, you could have a Protestant church that is some mega church with some Kenneth Copeland faith healer guy that's a straight up demon. And then in the same way with the Catholic Church, you could have a pope during one time that's a great pope that's doing great things and he's a man of God. And then you could get a fake pope in there. And then with the Orthodox Church, there's been church fathers who were anathematized or whatever because they were heretics. Like they went through the same things.
So here's
Men
the
are
thing,
fallible.
is that
Oh.
I'll agree with you. Of course, no one man is infallible. What we teach is that the church itself is infallible. So I'm thinking, if you're talking about like just a justification, like a center point for truth where you could ground it, where would it be? Because if not in the Orthodox Church, which has had its issues, of course, but as a whole, it
But
is
why do
told
you
to us
call it
that
the Orthodox
it is told
Church?
to
And
us that
why
the
is it not
church
just the
is
Christian
the
church?
pillar and truth.
Just the
It is
fact that
the pillar
you,
and
just
center
the
point of
fact that
Like
you
you
truth.
add
basically
a,
said scripture like 3 times now too.
just the fact that you add a
Sorry?
qualifier to it, it's not the Orthodox Church. You're either Christian or you're not. And
Well,
Yeah,
that's
so,
exactly right. The
to
reason
fiction
that we
there, a lot
call
of
it the
people.
Orthodox
When like
Church
the Greek
because
Eastern
that is the
Orthodox though,
Christian
or
church.
what is it?
yeah,
So
it's
no,
these
put it simply, I agree
qualifiers.
with you.
It's
Well,
No.
Jesus.
I'd agree with you.
Okay.
Simply put, yeah, the Christian
What,
church,
Brandon?
the real Christian church. So all these other sects peeling
The
away from
real
it
Christian church.
are
Where
not
the hell is this? How
orthodox.
far do you gotta travel for that?
You just stick
Well,
to the
I mean,
same
when
truth as
Jesus
has been from the word
created the
go.
church, he didn't say, oh well, and now this is going to be the Orthodox Church or the Protestant
No.
Church or the Catholic Church.
That's like
He
his
just said,
house,
as long
right?
as you believe in me and follow my teachings,
Yep.
you will
He said,
make your
this
way
is
into heaven.
my church. It's just Christian. And that's
Exactly.
why I
Exactly.
say, I don't say I'm
Exactly.
Oh,
There's a
okay.
non-denominational.
church that has
Right,
kept
that
its
There
works.
is no
teachings.
That works in the
denomination.
moment. It does
I'm
not
just a
work
Christian.
overall.
No.
When people try to take
The
a name and
Orthodox
But
Church, the
don't
Eastern
they?
Orthodox Church is the only church that has kept Christ's commandments. The only reason that we have to distinguish ourselves separately by saying Eastern Orthodox is
Can you
because
read
so
me
many
off the
other
Ten
groups claim
Commandments?
to be Christian, but that they are only Christian in name.
I don't
Right?
think it's
So that's why we need to
Christ-like
distinguish ourselves
I don't think it's
separately.
Christ-like to anathematize people because they have a different view of the Eucharist than you do.
Well, that's
Jesus
great.
didn't do that.
That's fantastic that you believe that. That doesn't mean
No, I don't
anything to
believe
me.
that. I know that.
Didn't you just
I
leave
know
them to
Jesus
like?
never did that.
I had
You
a
being
better
completely in
question
a
too.
heterodox
Let me know when you
church
guys are done.
and saying something is or isn't
From
Christ-like
all of the
doesn't mean
knowledge
a
we
whole
have
lot
of Jesus
to me.
available to us, unless
Bro, with
there's
AI
some
now
hidden
too, and the
knowledge,
Dead
and
Sea
now who's the
Scrolls
Gnostic?
and all
Like,
the stuff being put together, like the history and like the old languages and stuff. That stuff's crazy. There's
they
Like, the
I
whole point
know
of saying something is Christ-like or not, it kind of doesn't really help anything because, I mean, I think
gonna kiss
everyone has
ass,
their own definition
sugarcoat.
in the Protestant view of what Christ-like is. So it doesn't. I don't. It requires so many questions and so many
Orthodox
answers.
will
That word, that's not Christ-like.
maybe not just Orthodox, but probably Catholics too. They'll be quick to call someone, well, you sound like you're being Gnostic right now. And Gnosticism is the hidden Gnosticism is the hidden knowledge. And they claim to have the
what?
hidden knowledge that comes from the apostolic succession that nobody else could possibly have, but they have it. And if you question them, then you're wrong. But then it's like, well,
Wait, where's the evidence?
yeah, that's my point. If you
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. My brain.
I read the same scriptures as you, but your interpretation is better than my interpretation. And then what I read in the scriptures is study to show yourself approved and let no man teach you. And constantly throughout this, the Spirit is the teacher. But then if I say, well, I'm reading it and I'm not seeing this, and you say, well, but I have apostolic succession, so I have the secret knowledge that you don't have, and you need to just listen to me because I'm the normative authority. That seems like a problem to me.
How do you gain more authority in a church and kind of like move up in rank too? That would be another question, but I don't know if I want to add to that. I had a main question, which was about your guys' take on what's up with the Passion of the Christ, like Mel Gibson, I think, had a part in writing. What's the take on that? Could you guys like give a little feedback based off of actual, like you guys spent more time actually going and doing the thing?
I don't know. I feel like you kind of just derail what I just said, but but
I didn't
So
mean
it's
to.
like-
We
no,
can
yeah,
wait
I
to
know,
go
I
back to
know,
that.
I
Go
know.
ahead. Go
It's
ahead.
a-
I'm sorry. I've been holding that question for a long time. Yeah,
But
you
it's,
guys, you and Bill Hicks can finish up the back and forth. My bad. I didn't mean to do that, but I think it does have something to
all
do
right.
with the understanding and the same subject. Oh my
But
bad.
now I
You're
don't
right.
even remember what I just said. So
I
it's
can. I got you. I got you, JS. So what you were saying, we'll go back to the Gnostic is where you were last.
yeah, I'm just saying, hey, apostolic succession and the secret knowledge that you have, or this, or whoever the authority is, has the correct interpretation. How do we determine that they're right? Just because they're allegedly the downline of, like, I mean, we see examples of when downlines of people were corrupt. Solomon was a mess. I know everybody praises Solomon like he was great. David was great. Solomon was good or decent, but Solomon screwed up too. So it's cyclical. Every generation, there's a bad generation and a good generation, then a bad generation, then a good generation. So bloodlines don't mean anything. We're all the same bloodline. Like,
Well, across the three, what's the basic thing that you need to make it into heaven?
Jesus is the only way to the Father. Jesus
Follow
is
his
the Savior.
teaching.
Yeah,
I think it just comes back to that. I mean, I don't think there's no hidden.
I'll agree with I pretty much agree with everything that's in the Nicene Creed. He was born of a virgin. He died. He was crucified. He resurrected. Yeah, all that stuff. But then when you go, like his teachings were in parables, and I don't know. I'm getting.
What is this Brandon guy even gotten the chance to talk? Someone else joined.
Brandon just talked.
Oh, I've been
Oh,
talking.
did he?
Yeah.
Oh, you sound like Elder Lion, kind of. I thought you guys were just the same person.
They do sound very similar.
I haven't been looking down, so I just thought it was
I don't know
Elder
about
Lion
that.
talking the whole time.
I don't know.
Which would be surprising to me because I was like, I thought Elder Lion's Orthodox, so I don't know why he's saying all this, but okay.
No, that was Brandon.
Wait a minute.
I think every person, doesn't matter if you're a dang pope or a church father, everybody, they're gonna say things that people are gonna agree with, and then they're gonna say things that people see it differently. But as long as we're going off Jesus's teachings, and maybe you're going to hear Jesus's teachings one way and I'm going to hear Jesus's teachings the other way, as long as we're not like saying, oh, well, Jesus basically just said that I can like murder and grape people all that I want. Like, nobody's going to pull that. If you pull something like that out of it, then
Well, obviously, yeah, that's
that's wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think a majority could agree on that. Also, well, that's exactly why. So it's just like hearsay. It's like that's why it's so hard to like commit to faith and the truth, and to actually commit and like do the thing and be a part of the thing. And like, there's so much to learn.
look, that is still an arbitrary limit. Oh, that's too far. But look, there's so many things that we would say are too far. What is your absolute standard there for measuring that? What is the normative authority? Is what
Right.
I'm
That's
saying.
a
Otherwise,
good
Thinks
question.
what
out of your
basically
personal
it's based
preference.
off of perception or preferences. Then it's like, well, crap. I like to live my life based off of like, you know, yeah, I don't know, like laws, like physics, evidence, right? Like, I don't
No,
know.
I hear what you're saying, and where do we
Thank you.
draw
I
the
don't know how to
line?
words.
Where do we draw the line to where it's because you could read Jesus as being, you know, an
It's hard to make a
aggressive,
choice.
you know, war. He called his mother woman. He called the Canaanite woman a dog, which is basically a bitch.
Oh,
He
she was a
basically called
woman.
the Canaanite woman a bitch. He said, you know, sell your garments and buy a sword. I didn't come to unite, I came to divide. He's a war. Or you could take
Almost
Jesus'
like
socialist
everything
Jesus.
in the scripture was taught into a tradition kept together by a church.
Yeah, it
And
wasn't
you
kept.
can
It
go
was like
there and
verbal
listen to
practice.
what actually was meant by what was said. Almost like you can go
That's
to the
okay. So
exact
the
spot
said thing is my
where you
problem.
need
Hold
to go
on.
I would
to
like
find out
Hold
what
on,
was
me,
meant.
myself, and I. He's in the middle of a sentence.
My bad. Thank you, Jeff.
No, I was just saying
Sorry, Bill.
that,
Go ahead.
that all these things are only ambiguous when you separate yourself from the church. But all these texts are only preserved and held together through this church. So how about you go to that church and figure
Go
out
to the
what they're
church and
telling you these
practice.
words mean, and you might figure it out.
So that
They're
is
going, oh, we're
important.
But
going to figure
am
out
I
some
figuring
new
it out?
way to reinvent the wheel. You know, the wheel is already invented.
Listening to
Go
what
to
are the
where it
people
is.
called that speak at the church again? Like the head of them, or what's like the fathers of the church or something?
Am I figuring
Depending
it
on
out? Am I figuring it out by going to the church? Am I studying to show myself approved, or am I just letting a man teach me?
Well, to be fair, for the most part, you need to be humble. You need to realize that you don't know anything without Christ. And where's Christ? Christ is in the church. So,
Right.
yeah, I will say that you're right. You're not figuring out anything until you let
What's the
another
food
man teach
chain
you.
of the church? Like
But
where
that
you
man
sit
is
or
endowed
stand?
with a tradition given to us by Christ. It's not a human tradition.
How does one like
Bill
trust
Hicks,
and
do you believe in
understand?
the perfect interpretation?
I'm not sure what that means.
Like, do you
I
do
mean,
you think that there's like the
But there's
perfect
only one
interpretation
way
of
to
the book The
interpret.
Great Gatsby? Like, let's say the book The Great Gatsby.
Oh,
Do you
there's
think there's
only
a
one
perfect
right way.
interpretation of it?
look, I would say with fiction, that the beauty of it is that there are so many ways to interpret it, and look, this gets down to the idea of the death of the author, right? Where you could say that the author intended something particular, but then what it's come to mean is something different, and who's to say
Let's
which is
take a
more
live
meaningful?
documentary. Well, then let's take a live documentary. Do you think, or even like, let's say, like writings of like the stories of like Pluto or like the death of Caesar? Do you think that there's only one interpretation of those stories?
Or just the Bible. Pick a random psalm.
Yeah, pick like something that's like literally written in like
Well,
whatever
the
that's like
person who
old,
made the
ancient.
documentary would know what he was saying.
That's actually a very good question, because I would say, keeping in mind with the death of the author, that there's these sort of different perspectives that you can take a piece of work from, and who's to say which is more real, you know, the
Yeah,
originator
who
or
translated it
the
right?
audience, right? However, I will say that with scripture, that there is definitely the mind of God that inspired this, and there is definitely a normative perspective and authority through which to interpret these works. And I think it's a little bit different than most other works of fiction, because this is what's been
Well,
handed
fiction is
down to
based
us
off of.
through the divine. So it's a bit of a different category there.
Yeah, maybe I've been screwed up. Maybe I've been screwed up by the world because like what I've seen over the past 8 years that I've been getting into
Yeah, dude. You
politics.
reflect.
Me myself. As I've been getting into like politics and news and talking about the news and debates and stuff like that, what I see is that the normative authority is usually fucking wrong. Like I don't like the normative authority. And so I think it's like maybe it's made me biased when you say normative authority and heretic. Seems like the heretics are usually right. And like, I'm not talking about biblical stuff, but I'm talking about, let's talk about COVID. Let's
Heretic.
talk about, anything
No,
like
I hear what
when the
you're saying.
majority of
Definition of
people,
heretic, please.
heretic is somebody who goes against the accepted norm.
So, if I may, if I can answer that question, I will say that yes, I 100% empathize with your perspective there, because generally speaking, the quote unquote normative authority is some corrupt piece of shit that's just
Yeah.
lying to us, right?
And so maybe that's
So,
messed me up, and maybe that's why I have like
I can empathize with that and I can agree with that. But in the grand scheme of things, when you think of the creator of everything, right, when he set out the law of how things are, he is the normative authority, right? So
Yeah,
there
but
still needs to be a standard of something that is true and real and genuine.
But on
even though
Earth,
that there's so many quote unquote normative authorities that are corrupt.
but he
and
told us
how
that
does the
on
devil
Earth,
work?
gaslighting
but
and
he
full of
told us
shit.
on Earth the normative authority is not right. Like many will come in my name and I'll say I never knew you. It's a narrow path. Few
Yeah,
will find the
okay.
way. So it's not the normative authority seems like the wide road. It seems like
Well, you know what? Actually,
The
on that
demon
note,
also, or the
wide
devil
road
or
is not
whatnot. But
orthodoxy.
isn't there that?
Orthodoxy is the narrow and straight and narrow path, because orthodoxy is definitely not adhered to by the majority of people. Now, this is where we're talking about the church being the pillar of truth, right? So we're talking about the normative authority of the church. Now, as far as the status quo is concerned, does that mean that's the normative authority of what most people are following? Probably not. But that doesn't change the fact that as far as the church is concerned, it is consistent and telling the truth, and that is our normative authority, right?
well, the fact that
So
they had to have 3 councils just to debate these things shows that it's not consistent. There were dissenters and there were heretics and there were people who disagreed, and there's been debate throughout church
so
history.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, I mean
but the
that's what
fact
led
that
up to the
people will
schisms in the
disagree
first
with what
place.
the truth
It-
is,
Yeah,
that
Brandon.
negates what the truth is. Like the idea that
Well, so you're
here's the
saying truth and stuff. I want to ask you this because I do have respect.
So now the truth is weaker. Like you see what I'm saying? The fact that people dispute
I'm not
claims
disputing.
doesn't
I
actually
don't
make the
think I
claim any
dispute. It's
weaker.
hard to
A lot of
fucking
people can
believe,
dispute
man.
it.
It's hard to fucking believe that someone died and came back to life. I mean, I don't.
Well, now you're totally come on.
No,
Just
I mean that's a
just
serious
listen then.
question,
If
bro.
you
That's my
don't
biggest
even
problem with
all
accepting the
right,
whole thing.
yeah, me
I'm
myself
sorry,
and
I
I,
in
but
good faith.
if you don't even believe in the resurrection, then just listen, because you're
No, no. Well, I'm like, bro.
that's a whole different.
Yeah.
It's still kind of a part of.
But I
That's
will
like
Well,
one of
say,
I
the
was
most.
an atheist for 30
look,
years. I
I
understand what you're
remain
saying, but that's not what the
unconvinced.
I'm not an
conversation is.
Yeah,
atheist.
I get what
I'm
you're
trying to
saying, but
find. I'm just trying to come to. Anyways, sorry, my bad, Bill.
right,
Look, we have
I respect his words, so I wanted to ask
to
his
the
take on that,
event.
because maybe he could shed some
yeah, we're
different light.
we're having a
Just some
conversation
perspective.
between
Go
like
ahead with
me
your
and
back and
Bill and
forth.
Elder
Yeah, I
Lion about
understand.
church authority and
Yeah,
stuff,
you
and then
guys actually
you're kind
practice
of
a
in a
lot. I
different.
see. I'm
Yeah,
kind of
it's
on the outside,
that kind
trying
of
to
goes off on a
accept
side
it
tangent.
and find.
yeah, which is fine, but it's
Sure. I'm sorry. I guess churches don't want to help more people find the
yeah, but
truth.
that's what we got to talk about that on a different day. Like you.
Understood. I just had my main question was the other thing. I'm sorry, Bill. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Thank you for explaining that to me.
Yeah, right now
Just,
we're playing like 4D chess, and
I
you
get it.
haven't figured out the rules of
My
the
bad.
game yet. So it's
Thank
kind
you
of
for explaining that. No, I Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
It's tough.
I wasn't intentionally being a prick. my
I
bad.
know. It's just it threw me off.
I
Anyway,
really like. I've been struggling with that a lot. But yeah, I guess you're right. That's for a different thing.
but you are right. To someone like you, all the stuff we're talking about is gonna totally like. Yeah,
I still lean mostly. I leaned away from the Catholicism or whatever the hell, and kind of leaning more towards what like Bill Hicks is into. That's why I like following you guys and stuff. The Orthodox stuff sounds the most legit. I don't like the sugarcoating stuff. I don't know. I like the Orthodox Church, but when it comes to
Yeah,
Christianity, there's
I'm not
so
attacking
much
you or anything. I'm just saying
confusion.
it's just tough to. I don't know.
Yeah, your mic is really loud, and you just keep overpowering people. And it's like I understand what you're trying to ask about, but it's more a complicated question that you probably should just go to a church and ask. You know, I would recommend going to an Orthodox church and going to talk to, the father there. That's the only way I can really explain that. That kind of stuff is not easily explained.
I also want. Yeah, I get it. I just want to hear from like the followers.
Yeah, I would go to
So
something.
all I would say is that look, it's great to find an interest.
Well, since I already
in
derailed,
learn.
please answer my one question about what's your guys' take on the Passion of the Christ. I would really like to hear your guys' back and forth on that between you guys.
What about the Passion of the Christ?
It's just a movie.
What your
I've
guys'
never
take on
seen
the
it.
movie? What's your take on like the like?
Mel Gibson. I love Mel Gibson. The movie's pretty good. They're making a sequel of it soon. It's gonna be weird because the same actor is playing Jesus 30 years
Like
later.
the actual, I meant like the actual lore and the facts, like in the movie. But I guess if you have, yeah, all right.
They took some liberties with some of the stuff, but for the most part, yeah, that's what happened. I believe.
I think some of it's cinematic flair, but
Yeah,
for the most part, I think it kind of holds
imagine
true to
that's
what
what it was.
closely to the Bible and what it says.
It's pretty much
Thank
just the
you.
story. You can just get that out of the Bible, but they did a little bit of
They
artistic.
put it in a visual form that you could actually see and kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why
they
I was
took
asking about
artistic liberties with it, but as
well,
far
the
as
whole revive, what was
so like on
can you-
basic level, if you ask me about the resurrection, how is
Yes.
the resurrection possible? I would point you to stories of
what's the story?
I'll point you to stories of kids that are frozen in ice for extended periods of time, and that like we bring people back from the dead. It's still a miracle, but it's not a miracle is not supposed to be the norm. Not everybody rises from the dead, so the fact that it happens makes it a miracle. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a miracle. So, someone rising from the dead is not unthinkable. Like there's crazier miracles than that. If you're an atheist, you have to believe that something came from nothing and the Big Bang Theory and evolution and we came from monkeys. There's a lot more miracles in there than there is in, somebody rose from the dead. And
I wanted to like I don't know what's like the closest thing like in scripture. How did it play out? Like how did he like rise from the dead? Did his body did he rise in his old beat up cut up body, or did he it's like that's kind of like there's how many witnesses and
that's a
whatnot?
whole
Like,
nother
how did
doctrinal
it happen?
can
Did
of
the guy come out of
worms.
the grave? Okay, yeah. So I'm sorry. That's
Yeah,
what I
there's a
wanted.
whole
That's
there's
what I
a
was
whole
trying to ask.
debate over a spiritual resurrection versus a physical resurrection. I believe in a physical resurrection, but yeah, there's a whole another
Thank
debate
you.
to be had
You
there.
actually
but-
just
No, that was
answered
a
my
debate.
stupid
I just
question.
always saw it depicted as like a ghost goes flying around and talking to people.
Some people believe that it was a spiritual resurrection.
I thought that was like a common thing. I'm pretty sure that's what they teach at like Red Cross. Like that's what was in the movies that they showed us at Red Cross.
But see,
Like,
something
Jesus
like
was,
that,
a spirit going around.
something like that is what will cause a schism and cause a new denomination, because these people say, well, we think he rose spiritually, and these people say, well, we think he rose physically, and now you have two separate churches.
Well, he
when
definitely rose physically.
Well,
I believe he rose physically.
I'm
but
probably about to butcher this story in the Bible because I can't remember exactly. But after Jesus rose, didn't one of the disciples not believe it? And the only way he was going to believe it if he could
Timothy.
actually touch the like the cut on the side and stuff like that. If I remember right. And if that's the case,
not
then wouldn't that
Timothy.
be a physical? Wouldn't that be a physical
Listen,
body that rose?
that doesn't
I've
even
only ever
change
Thomas.
anything.
seen
There's
Thomas.
physical ghosts.
movie.
Thomas
When you get into
Didymus.
ghost lore, there's ghosts that you can interact with.
Doubting Thomas. He
Hmm.
yeah
Doubting Thomas.
yeah
I don't know,
Doubting
I'll have to
Thomas.
watch more of
He
yours.
said, "I won't
I
believe
can't
it."
remember the exact story, so I
He
may
said,
have
"I
just
won't
butchered
believe it
it.
unless I can put my hand into your wounds." What's interesting
But
is
if he
that
did resurrect, I would believe physically because ghost sounds completely silly to me.
it never actually says that he does put his hand into the wounds. Jesus just says, "Go ahead and do it," and then he says, "Now I believe." So it's assumed that he does it, and then there's a whole Gnostic gospel of the Gospel of Thomas, but yeah, that's Thomas, Doubting Thomas story.
Based on, I don't know. I don't think the movies, or at least the one that I saw, doesn't respect or is like even close to legitimate, based off of just.
What does Jesus say to him? He says, "You've seen and believed." I forget the exact words. So it's something like, paraphrasing. It's something like, "You've seen and believed, but so much more to these who believe without ever seeing," or something like that.
Thank you for entertaining the shit that's been in my head. You were back on agnostics. Your guys is back and forth. Yeah,
Yeah, you're not gonna
I got a
get
lot
your
more to
answers
catch up
from a
on.
YouTube panel
Well,
on these questions. Me myself,
I
and
don't
maybe
be surprised.
you gotta get in
There's
your
a lot of
Bible and go to church and
I've been
talk to
following
some.
a really cool Orthodox because there's not an Orthodox church in
It's more
close
something
enough
you
for
want to
each other.
like have a
Yeah, you want to
conversation with
actually go to
somebody
the
in
house
private,
with
and
with somebody of like the. That's why I wanted to. My other thing was for Bill Hicks, but I can wait on that about like what the because I don't know. I can just look into that more anyways. Is like the leaders of the church, like the speakers, and how they like earn their the authority to preach and be trusted and whatnot. But I think that was more along the lines between your guys's back and forth of like the truth, the real truth, and who's allowed to getting the authority to yeah.
Well, I know of some things that'll help you find an Orthodox church near you, or at least be able to communicate in some way with. Like I'm having a brain fart right now. Not priest. That's the word I was thinking, or talk to an Orthodox priest or something.
yeah, you can
I have
just
to dig
go.
that stuff out.
And that's one thing. That's one of the reasons that I go to an Orthodox church when I go, and I like the and I lean towards the Orthodox churches because they are the most. They're like the most knowledgeable, and they're the most, they really know their stuff, and the history and yeah.
Well, I would just say they got a lot of evidence. Is what kind of like gets me. But I do like your Bible studies, and then the priests that I've been that on a different channel of somebody I've been referred to. Elder, I'm not gonna name drop another channel right now, but I've been referred to a Orthodox priest channel Pretty cool stuff. I also like
Yeah,
your
but
Bible
see, like what
studies.
I'm
I've been
not.
trying to catch up on those, and like
Dude, I
just like
love your
hearing
Bible
you read like
studies, but when I hear a
audiobook.
priest talk, dude, I get so mad. You need to start your own church.
Well, no, because I'm not trying to. So when and
I don't know
people will
about
be like,
that.
"Oh, you're interpreting
You
interpreting
need to
it your
prove
own way."
I see it as an
I'm not.
audiobook.
I'm
He's
not
not
doing.
interpreting
I'm not
anything.
doing
He's like an
interpretation.
audiobook.
I'm just reading it, and then it's in old English, and it's in these weird words, and I've studied it before. So all I'm doing is saying I'm like translating, or I'm like making it into. It says this
I don't know,
begat
Bill. I
this
think
and
you
da
might
da,
be
and then
right.
I
I think
say
it's the JS cult.
Yeah,
no.
yes, you do a really good job
No,
of
because
making
there's a
things
lot of
make
things
sense
that
for
I don't
me.
touch on that's like,
Some of those words
oh,
in the language is crazy.
this is actually this is echoing this, and this is a uh what's it called? Um this is a prophecy of this, and I don't know all that stuff, and sometimes in my chat people will say it, and I'll be like, oh, that's interesting. Like Seasal said, so and so is actually tied to Jesus and this and
Connecting the
this.
dot.
Yeah, and they're doing the dot connecting, and I'm just like, that's interesting. But all I'm doing is just I'm reading it and I'm saying, so
You're really
basically
good
what
at
it just said is homeboy picked up a javelin and threw it through a whore. Like,
Yeah, bro. I like that. See, you make it make sense. I don't know. I'm sorry. Like, there's so much like the language
See myself
barrier,
and
and
I,
like,
you're echoing.
oh, you're saying.
Would y'all say like an ESV
It's not me.
study
It's
Bible?
Bill.
No, it's definitely you.
no, it's Bill. Bill's the one echoing.
Oh, it's Bill. It is Bill. Yeah. Oh, you must have been
Like
talking
him?
while he was echoing. That's why I thought it was you.
But would y'all say like an ESV like study Bible would be a good Bible to reference?
I like the
ESV.
ESV. If you
The
like,
reason I asked, I've got
that is a
one,
pretty
and
good
like
one.
the study
That's a pretty
Bibles,
good one.
it'll like you can go down, look at the verse, and then it'll cross reference. All right, well, where it may be talking about something similar in another verse that may have been
yeah, it'll
either
reference
further
you to other
in the
Not
verses,
all
and
three. Yeah, that's that one, right?
Orthodox Study Bible.
yeah, I have that in my Amazon wish list is the Orthodox Study Bible, and it has a bunch of notes and stuff too. That's a good one. I think
I
that
hate acronyms.
I think the ESV is good. I don't know.
Wink, wink, blackout.
I'm not a fan of the notes, like the study Bibles when it has like notes to tell me how. But I say that, but then at the same time, what I'll do is I'll just get a regular Bible, a King James Bible, and I'll read it, and then I'll go to Google and I'll see what are the Catholics saying about this? What are the Orthodox saying about if there's something that's confusing to me, or I'm like, oh, that doesn't really make sense. What does that mean? Then I'll see, I can just type it into Google and then I'll see, okay, here's what the Protestants are saying about it. Here's what the Catholics are saying about it. Here's what the Orthodox are saying about it. If they all agree, then it's pretty safe to assume that this is probably what it means. And then if that's what I'm already thinking, like I'll come up with, okay, this is what I think it means in my head. And then I'll look into it and I'll say, okay, well, this person agrees with me. This person disagrees with me. What are their arguments? And then I'll kind of, you look into all of it. I take it all in and I try to see what makes the most sense to me. And then that's how I do it. But I don't know. I've never been a fan of the study Bibles that have all these notes at the bottom and stuff.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
I mean, yeah, it would be fun to talk to a bishop or whatnot, but
I like the King James because I like not because I'm like some King James only Protestant. I think that's dumb. But there's actually a lot of stuff added and things in the King James Bible. So
the only reason I even went with ESVs because it's a lot easier to read than the Old English.
Exactly, and that's why I like the King James, because I like that Old English, because it makes you slow down, and you really have to like kind of
Yeah,
understand.
bro, you have to
If
like
I
stop and study the.
if I read an ESV Bible, I can speed read it, and if I'm speed reading it, I'm not
a fan. It doesn't feel legit.
I'm not absorbing it as much, and so that's the. But I think the ESV is a good translation. It's as good as it's not like. It's not something I'd say stay away from that. You said I have like the Thomas Jefferson Bible or the Feminist Bible or the Message or even the NIV is not.
Don't you read us the New Testament, right?
Huh?
The Bible. You're reading during Bible studies.
I got a while. I got a while before I get to the New Testament.
What the fuck? I tried to turn up the brightness on Oblivion. I turned up the difficulty to the max. I was like, dude, the game didn't get any brighter. I was like, and
Oh, I
it's a
see.
lot
You're
harder.
on the
What the
old
fuck
thing.
is happening?
Bro, I've been trying to. You got so many Bible studies.
You were trying to adjust the graphics, and you adjusted the
I was trying
difficulty.
in the old game, there's a difficulty slider and a brightness slider.
Mhm.
So I thought I was sliding the fucking graphics, and I slid up the difficulty to max.
It didn't get any brighter, but I'm getting killed every 5 seconds. What is this brightness setting? No, I probably got 6 months before I get to the New Testament. I did a Kenneth Copeland course on the New Testament, like where I got like certificates for each book that I completed, and then at the end you get a gold leaf Bible and stuff. And I didn't know back then that Kenneth Copeland was a mess, but it was a pretty in-depth course that I took.
Yeah, I don't really trust any of the mega churches that you see on TV. Not anymore.
Mm-mm.
There's one guy that's kind of turned into a mega church called what's his name? Philip Anthony Mitchell. He's at I see him on TikTok a lot. Black preacher out of Atlanta. Was it 2819 Church or something like that? He seems pretty legit though.
I watched a documentary the other night while I was at work about a woman that started a church, and this girl did a video about how it's like a cult, but apparently they're like big Trump supporters, and they show up to all the Trump rallies, and Trump shouted them out in a rally. And then the video was really good, and it was in depth, and I was all on board. And then the last like 10 minutes of the video, this YouTube chick turned it into like an anti-Trump video, and she's like, they support Trump, and I was like, you ruined it. Now I think this church is based.
Stephen Hassan makes some good points.
What do you think about women preaching in the church?
No,
that's not right. Based off of
good.
Like,
that's what I would say too.
That's not right.
Yeah, they shouldn't be teaching within the church.
Yeah.
Bro, you're gonna get some heat from Jason tonight.
I'll fucking backhand Jason. I don't care.
Yeah, fuck Jason.
Starfire?
Jason.
If he wasn't my brother, I'd whoop his ass.
Yeah.
I mean, that dude has to pay for sex, from what I heard.
Well, he doesn't.
On his brother's dime.
Bill, who's your priest, if you don't mind sharing?
Hate to tell you, Blackout. Jason took all that money you don't have.
Who's Jason?
A man who just got himself 2 women of the night tonight.
It's my brother. He's an atheist, socialist,
Past socialist.
Antifa member from San Francisco. No, it's just a character I did on VK tonight. Were you watching VK?
Oh, dude with the mask and
Yeah,
the
that's
vest
me.
on. All right,
Yeah.
so
woke up
here's
to
what.
it. It
Okay,
threw me off.
I'll tell you why I didn't know that. I woke up like I fell asleep with VK on, and then woke up and seen this dude with a mask on and a vest, and I was like, "Who the fuck is this?" And then just went straight back to sleep.
Yeah, that was me.
I had to go back and watch that.
Allegedly. Actually, that's my brother.
Twin.
Yeah, that's my twin
Yeah, that was
brother.
JS's more handsome, stronger, braver, and more socially
You
aware
couldn't tell if
twin.
he was more handsome or not because he had a mask on.
He's hiding his
He
face
looked
because he's
pretty good
also
with
a
his
Teen
tongue.
Bop star.
That hair was slick back though.
He's a real heartthrob.
It looked like he was sweating his nuts off in that outfit.
Yeah. Yeah, it was hot.
Also, I was really hoping you wouldn't get a headache from wearing the glasses. Where'd you find them?
I was getting a headache from wearing the glass. I found them on the ground outside my apartment one day.
You stole
What?
somebody's glasses?
Bro,
No, they were on the ground.
Are they
and,
reading
and,
glasses?
And
hope
I
that's not
waited.
someone's first.
I waited like a week, and every day they were. And the first day I saw them, I was like, "Oh, somebody's glasses are here." And then I was like thinking about it, and I was like, I was thinking about I need to buy some stuff to make this character. And then I was like, wait, there's those glasses laying on the ground. Wonder if they're still there. And they were still there, so I grabbed them.
You can get the tweak out of the man, but you can never get the tweaker out of the man.
All right, back to the church conversation for a second. Elderline, I think you said earlier that you had a way to find like Orthodox church around your area.
Yeah, there's a parish finder.
Okay.
I don't have it on me right now. I'd have to ask somebody else to send it to me.
I found one around my area. I can't pronounce the first word though. The first word is ANNUNCIATION. What?
The World of Prosperity Preachers.
I don't know. It says Greek Orthodox Church. I was just trying to make sure that was the right thing.
Type it out in the side chat if you don't mind, because I don't know what you're spelling out.
Yeah, I got mine from another Discord, from a different person's channel. I would respect, but if you don't find it through that, I could also, or Elderline probably is what I'm talking about. But yeah.
How do you use the side chat?
Yeah, you
Because all
can
it says message failed to load.
It's called World of Faith Fellowship Church in Spindle, North Carolina.
The side chat's the little chat bubble that is on the screen if you click on it, the Discord window itself. It should be next to like a controller icon.
Yeah, I think I found it. Or I did find it.
Apparently they beat people. I don't know. You see the new statue they put up in New York? I think it's awesome.
What did they put up?
They put up a statue of a big, amazingly average, overweight black woman in the middle of Times Square.
Is she like a specific black woman or?
No, it's just a strong.
Lizzo?
Lizzo? It's in my thumbnail. It's a strong, independent woman. Who is it? I don't know.
Is that what
who
the
it is.
thumbnail is? I thought it was like some like Greek statue from the past.
No, there's Reptile, and then behind Reptile is this new statue in Times Square.
Why is it done in that color? That's such a hideous color.
I don't know. I wonder who it is, if it is somebody. A giant statue of a black woman just dropped in Times Square. A 12-foot statue of a black woman. There's no name. It's just a black woman.
Dude, you might be looking at bait. I don't know.
This is from
This sounds like an
CBS.
Onion article.
New statue, 12-foot tall bronze sculpture. The piece created by artist Thomas Price depicts a young woman. So who is she? Whoever you want her to be.
Honest prize? Nah, you're good, bro. It sounds like a skinny white guy creating a statue for big black women.
Yeah.
No surprise.
Me being a plus-size black woman, I was kind of looking at it like, I wonder what me as a small child would have thought looking at something like that representation, said Blessing Obese of Dallas. It's just a...
Not even sure.
Yeah, nobody knows who it is. It's not anybody. It's just...
Even the black women looking at it are like, I don't know how to feel about this.
Yeah, it's just an amazingly average 12-foot tall...
Like, notice how that quote wasn't even positive. It was like, I don't know how I would feel if I was a kid looking at it.
Yeah, I wonder what I would have thought.
I don't know if I'd be like, dope, that's like me, or if I'd be like, does that happen to people? If you like mess up, do you get turned into that?
Even look at this. This is from the director of Times Arts Square. To have this work here is making a statement, potentially asking questions about what we value as a city, as a society, and hopefully it's a tribute to our shared humanity. Hopefully. Potentially and hopefully. It seems like even they doubt it. They're like, I don't even know what we're doing with this, but potentially and hopefully this is good.
I told you, dude, the guy who made it, he's a chaser. I can just tell.
It's a plus-size woman. I'm a plus-size man. I'm African American. It's an African American woman statue.
But that doesn't even like say anything. What does that even mean?
I don't know.
It's just like a bunch of observations.
That's funny. Strong. Jay Dyer's debating Not So Erudite today at 3:30. Oh, that's why would no, it's not going to be interesting. Why would she even qualify like for a 1v1 on whatever? Oh, it's on whatever. Dude,
why is Erudite like taking off? Is she like a thing now?
I don't know, but she's stepping into a whole world of hurt debating Jay Dyer. Like, what the fuck?
Nah, dude.
Who's moderating Burrito?
Like, he's
like, I like to be like really open and friendly and open to ideas.
He's like the top dog. I think he.
Yeah, and no mute button. Good luck.
Nah, dude. I heard Erudite's gonna have an earpiece in, and it's gonna be feeding her straight destiny.
It won't matter. It's still gonna be funny though.
I know people love Andrew and think he's the, you know, he is, as far as blood sports and internet debates go, Andrew is the G. Him and Jimbo, they're great. But Jay is a different echelon, like above that. Like
when it comes
he's
to
like
religion,
the
yeah, I agree with you.
he's like the guy that is doing full auto, you know, he should be like doing full auditoriums with like, you know, like he's like, he's not
like
just an
stage.
internet blood sports guy. He's like, yeah, it's versus Not So Erudite. What the fuck? That's crazy.
On whatever.
About feminism. I mean, I guess that's kind of not in his wheelhouse. That's probably a feminism debate. Yeah, but if it was like philosophy but I mean, you can bring philosophy into that, but
I've always thought the dude from whatever is a fucking retard.
Yeah, Burrito or whatever. I can't.
His
The
old
main guy, I don't know his
That's
name.
funny.
Brian.
He's
His
Brian.
a good heart.
Yeah, his old content was hilarious when he used to
I
go
agree.
up.
Well, no, I don't think he's not funny. I just don't think he's not like. I don't think he's like personally good at debating or a very smart guy.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think whatever's kind of repetitive and it's not, but you know, obviously he's good at marketing and I don't know. He's good at something. It's successful.
I don't like the community very much. That's my biggest gripe is the followers and the chatters.
His
and,
like shorts game is
people in that
extremely on
community.
point. It like is of his content, so it leads people to his content really easily.
Yeah, and that could be a team. That could be a good team.
He
But
plays with those like kick community people really smart, so it aligns him with the right groups. So he's constantly getting shout outs from the right people that would come and view his show.
But I can't take away from him because he started from. Like, I'm pretty sure he started from the same place, like nothing. Like he just went out with a camera and just made some content. It was funny and he was early. He was early in the game, so it was easier back then.
Well, and he has. Am I right that he's fallen back on a lot of the red pill stuff? He doesn't really do a lot of the hosting of the red pill debates anymore and stuff.
I mean, he's having a feminism debate tomorrow or
Well, I
today.
mean, yeah, but it used to be like almost every day he'd have on like fucking OnlyFans bimbos.
No, he still does that every day.
Oh, word.
And
He
it's,
used to do it. He used to only do it Sunday and Tuesdays, and now he doesn't drop back down to one day.
Well, that's a decision that he does, and yeah, I don't really wish that any luck. But
somehow though,
I could
freaking
respect the
content.
marketing, like you said, I guess.
I don't know. And last time, I only watch that shit. I don't like what JS was saying. Like it's only like when someone interesting or like a host is on there, like the debate stuff. I don't really care for shorts myself.
yeah, when I watch whatever, if they like when they had Charlie Kirk on, when they had Candace Owens on, when they have Andrew on, I'll watch it and then it's cool. But otherwise, it's just, and even then, I can't watch the full thing. I'll watch it I'll check in every now and then, or I'll watch the clips.
Yeah, they have timestamps.
Yeah.
All right.
Otherwise, it's always the same thing. Rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. What about a man and a bear in the woods?
I just think
what's your body
shit
count?
is like super. The
As a
OnlyFans
viewer,
shit is
you
like
can only
super
watch
gay.
so much.
So what it is it's literally like a back.
Exactly.
It's a back door. So why do you think all of those women go on there?
Yeah, I've heard this argument. And
Or
I think it's
yeah,
right.
right. I never
I
even
don't-
thought about
I don't
that.
care how much-
Because when they go on Fresh and Fit, when they go on whatever, they get a shit ton of incels that watch those shows that just go on there and donate to them like $50, $100 after
Yeah.
they get called retarded all day.
And then
these
the girl,
women make literally like thousands
It's a
upon
way for them
thousands
to
of
market,
dollars.
like it's a
Yeah,
way for
people are all
somebody to
weird.
market their OL.
yeah, the girls go on there, and after they leave the show, their OnlyFans subscribers skyrockets. And
Yeah,
I
it's
saw
quadruple.
It's ridiculous.
I saw some Christian call Andrew out on this, and then I saw the clips, and it was like Andrew owns. I don't know who the guy was, but they're like Andrew owns so and so in debate, and I was like, nah, he's making all the right points, and I feel like Andrew's kind of just covering for his boy right now, and Brian.
Yeah, like that's
And
what it is mostly the whole time. He's like,
it's like I don't know how you can deny what
help
he's
him
saying
out.
right now because it's 100% true. You are just marketing these OnlyFans girls, and
Well,
like,
this is what I was.
Are you talking about like the thumbnails and the links?
yeah, and he called
Fresh
that out.
Fresh and Fit's even worse. Fresh and Fit.
And
fucks
Andrew
dates
tried to
with
deny it, and I was like,
Fresh
"Come
and Fit
on,
stuff,
you're
yeah.
being
I mean, like,
disingenuous, Andrew, because you know damn well they got their tongues out and they're doing the wee woo face or whatever it's called, and come on." And then they changed the thumbnails after that because the thumbnails used to be more they show their full
They're
body.
still pretty.
Now it just
Yeah,
shows
yeah.
their
I mean,
face.
I can understand the
now
thumbnails.
it's just
That's
like
what
some
drags
stuff.
people in.
Yeah, what's it called?
And then-
Yes, some clickbait.
Yeah, I don't.
As
you
far
know.
the links go, though, I mean, I do agree with Andrew. How I mean, you have to give someone something to be able to get them into the arena.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
I'm
knock
not
the
gonna
hustle,
compare
but
it to-
That's
but
not
don't
his
Yeah, they're
deny
getting a
that.
lot of
There's no way
OnlyFans
that's
girls
his
into the
intentions.
arena.
Yeah, they get more
His
subscribers.
only
than
intention
These
is
OnlyFans girls are getting deep
he
into the
doesn't want
arena.
those people in the Crucible crew. His only intention is to like literally
Well,
help.
Brian, and
I
then
want
Brian will be like, "Well, we did a study and we actually counted, and only 20% of our girls are actually OnlyFans girls." Yeah, watch the episode. The other bitches don't say nothing the whole time. They just sit there and nobody cares about them. You're talking to the whores. Like, come on, like just own
Yeah,
up
like
to it.
the blonde girl that he always has sitting next to him that just nods her head yes the whole time.
Yeah, it used to be a
I think
different
it's
girl.
also more for like the viewers to show how
I
like these
mean,
feminists
isn't
are,
it
these
kind of showing
OnlyFans
how
girls
bad?
are,
Isn't it
rather
kind
than
of
actually trying to
showing,
change
bringing
their
that shit to
mind.
light?
Well,
Right?
the
Isn't it
truth of
kinda-
it is it's like
Wouldn't that be a
co-beneficial.
deeper thing?
They get a lot of
Yeah.
viewership and money off of making
Right.
fun of these women, and these
Oh, yeah.
women get a lot of donations off of getting there, going there, and being made fun of.
Yeah.
So they have like a co-audience. The biggest problem with it is a
Yeah.
lot of these people wind up intermingling with these women because they spend so much time.
And
with
that's
them.
fine. I'm cool with that, but
I'm
don't
not.
try to deny it. Don't try to be like,
Yeah, that's it. You're right.
that's what I have a problem with when they're like, no, that's not what we're doing. Shut up. Just say that's what you're doing. You know damn well that's what
Well,
you're
it's
doing.
not what
Everybody
they're doing,
knows
but
that's
that
what
is
you're
what's
doing.
happening. So, but they gotta admit that is what's happening.
No, like
They're
sex
still
sells.
denying it.
Sex sells. Just own up to it. Just don't try to act like you're doing something virtuous. I'm trying to change the culture.
Yes.
Come
Yes.
on.
I'm trying to change these
I know.
girls.
I mean, can't
No,
both
not
can't
change
both
them.
things be
But
true at once?
hopefully it does at least put. I mean, at least it does get it out there how dumb our society is getting. But I don't know anybody that could sit through that
I mean, I'll tell you one thing.
nonsense.
I didn't realize that this was like a big thing that was happening around the country. I just thought that women in my particular area were just whores.
Same.
So like I
No,
thought
it's
it was
all over the
something that
place.
was just here. When I saw whatever and what they were doing, I noticed, oh, okay, so it is literally everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, it's really not. Like, if you go to like
California blows my
Kansas, you're
mind.
not going to
I
find
don't know,
almost
yeah,
anyone
just-
doing it. If you go to like rural
Literally, that's
areas,
like Alabama.
it's like
That's not true.
it's.
No, if
Damn, well,
the chick in Kansas is hot and all the dudes in Kansas, like she's gonna do OnlyFans and she's gonna do Twitter and social media and all that stuff too.
I don't know that
That's
many
a
people
sin.
from my area who went
The
on it,
reason
but I
it's
guess I
not
don't
as
really
popular as
go
in
on those
Kansas is
websites.
because there's not as many hot chicks in Kansas.
Have you been to Kansas?
Yeah,
All right.
I might have a kid in Kansas. I don't know. No, I'm kidding.
Oh shit.
But
Knock on wood, Jay.
I've had some experiences in Kansas, and yeah, the majority of Kansas ladies are not like, it's not like LA or Florida or even Utah. It's yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Most of them probably wouldn't be doing shit like that.
And the super hot
Like,
chick in Kansas gets the hell out of Kansas really quick.
Yeah, they wind up in LA. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say that it's the majority
Bro,
of
no
women that do
kidding.
that. I will say it's probably
then-
a good 1 in 5. It's a pretty high percentage of women that do that kind of shit.
It's funny, they go to California and they
I think
complain
it's like
about how
kind of
hard
a
it is
younger
to
thing. I don't
show
know
shit.
any like older women at all who I've ever met in my life talk about doing OnlyFans or anything. I've known like girls fresh out of high school that'll do it for a couple months and then they quit. That was my experience after I graduated. There were some girls from our school
Because they
started doing shit
failed.
like that, but then yeah, probably.
I just don't understand how they actually do it and make money. You can't
I
just
think-
get the same thing for free somewhere else? I don't understand this whole thing.
Well, I don't even necessarily think the OnlyFans thing. That's
I
not
don't
really what
understand it.
I'm talking about like the attitude and their perspective on
Bro, yeah, the way
Yeah.
they're raised, yeah, and how Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
you're
Because
right.
even when they
Although
have
that's
the quote unquote conservative women on there, you see it and it's like, oh, this is really how women think nowadays. And yeah, so I mean, I think whatever does a good job of exposing that stuff. I just don't like when they try to deny that, like, yeah, we are sex
This is
cells
happening.
and we're
Yeah, they overemphasize the sexuality of the women a lot.
Yeah. Like,
they allow them to dress in a way that I wouldn't allow them if I had a show like that. But also, I don't think I could ever build a show like that. So.
and then they act
I
freaked
think-
out. Oh my
Raise your
God,
hands,
her
touch your
titty just
toes,
popped out
anything
of her
shows.
shirt. Oh my God, cut the stream. And Brian acts all mad. Dude, you know damn well that clip's going viral. And you knew when she walked in that was good. Come on, man. Don't
You're gonna get banned. Isn't it
But-
because of isn't that
I
like a
get
Twitch
playing the
thing?
game and stuff,
That's his
so
only cope.
Huh?
Like I said, I think at
Isn't
its
his
worst,
only
Fresh and
defense on
Fits
that
are
it
the
would
best
be
example.
streaming on Twitch?
Yeah, but
Fresh
well,
and Fit
he
kinda
acts all mad when
popularized the
somebody
whole
has a
meta.
nip slip, but there are guys that are just watching for that nip slip, and it's weird because I don't know. It's
Well, Fresh and Fit popularized the whole meta, and they kind of also exposed the falter to it, which is a lot of them. They started having the girls start fucking them to get on the show. The one guy started dating one of the girls. who,
Yeah, he
like,
got that
him
one
almost
chick
trapped
pregnant.
with a baby. Yeah, he almost got entrapped with a baby.
yeah. I don't know if Brian's
Right.
doing that, but
That Malcolm
Yeah,
guy?
exactly. But it shows that like a lot of these people, there's the opportunity there to not be living the life that they're showing.
I gotta think if you're gonna make a show like this, if I'm a young
Oh,
guy and I'm starting to
Brian's
pop off
gotta
on
be.
YouTube and I start a show like this, the goal is to bag as many hoes as possible. Like, I don't
I mean,
know
it's
if
probably an
Brian
easier
is
way
some
to
like
sift through all the crazy ones.
maybe Brian
Yeah,
is like
Brian
some
seems
super
like he's, like,
virtuous
deeply
guy.
aligned with
That's why
something. Yeah, he doesn't seem
agree
very
with you,
deeply
Brian.
aligned with like.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
Unless he's gay, but like
Dude, that would be a twist, wouldn't it?
it wouldn't be that surprising to me.
Is that why he won't like go to the church, do all the church stuff? Or has he done that yet?
I'm not saying Brian's
yeah,
gay.
he
I'm
has
just
done
saying
that.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, no, that would be a twist.
Listen, any metrosexual guy, I wouldn't be surprised if they're gay.
Yeah, any guy that's living in California and
Dude,
frequently
agreed.
hangs out with attractive women, like that's like the meta. Like,
I mean, I don't care how attractive you are if you're a piece of shit to yourself. That defeats the purpose, right? Or actually, I don't know. You're still a bachelor though, so JS, so I can see it from that point of view too.
Well, the biggest problem with a lot
You
of
are
those
right.
things is it becomes such a need to dunk on the girls. I've seen it sometimes where I'll see highlights from those shows, and I'm like, I feel like the girl kind of just roasted him, and then they just like
Yeah, that's all
roasted
the
their own
highlights
out.
Yeah. I'm like sitting there just like, waiting for something to go like great. I want
I
to see
love the
like
ones
some
where they'll like try to kick them off their show, and then the girl's just like, okay, and then she just leaves, and then it'll be like, girl gets furious after getting kicked off show. It's like she just walked out. She did not give a fuck.
yeah, I mean, I'm not knocking the hustle. They know how to play
I'm waiting to see
the
someone get punched
the
in the
YouTube
face or
game.
something.
I just that debate I listened to with Andrew and that other guy, and I was like, I wonder either Andrew
Which
is
one?
I can't remember who the guy's name was. Some Christian
What did it
dude.
look like? Was it about? Oh yeah, it was
can't
about
remember
the.
his name. I think it was like
about,
RC or something like that.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it
about.
stands
Guy
for,
that
though.
brought like the scripture
Yeah, that's
with him.
that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, and Andrew's debated him a
Yeah.
couple times, and
I remember that.
And yeah, and he kind of like grilled him, and he's saying, "Dude, these girls, you're putting up these pictures, you're using these sexualized images. You know what you're doing. These girls' OnlyFans subscriptions skyrocket after they leave. You know what they're doing." And I either Andrew didn't really know, and he was really just trying to back Brian, or it was really like disingenuous, and it was like, yeah, well, how are you gonna argue against this stuff? Like,
From what I remember of that debate,
He might have
was
been playing devil's
Andrew
act.
doing the stuff, and Andrew's not the one doing the stuff.
yeah, but then there was a couple times
mean-
where he'd be like, the guy was like, well, you post their things in your description, you post their links in your description, And Andrew's like, no, we don't. No,
Oh,
we don't.
I think we're talking about somebody else. Okay, sorry.
He's like, let's pull it up.
His,
And
his point was is they don't actually put the OF links in the description. They put the Instagram. Then once you go to the Instagram, then it has the OF links.
then you get to the OF. Yeah.
So that's where he's
What?
saying no, they don't put the links in the description. They just put the Instagrams.
Bro, that is the most
That sounds
retarded
like
argument
dope.
I've ever
Right.
heard.
It was kind of.
Yeah, I agree.
That's
I
what he
don't
said.
even.
I mean,
See, that's why I
They're not
stay
gonna
away
come
from
Yeah.
that drama
It's
of
from
the internet.
advertisement.
I didn't
I
link
think you're
to their
right.
OF.
That
I
was
just
probably
linked to their
that was
Instagram
probably
that's meant to advertise their OF.
that was probably the debate that I disagreed with Andrew most on. I was like, I agreed with the other guy, and I was like,
I thought he was talking about the.
I was like,
dude
come on,
who
Andrew,
did
why
it.
don't you just well, because he can't because he's sitting there with Brian and he's trying to market his channel and he's trying to work with Brian to blow, and that did lead to him blowing up his channel.
I
So
don't think.
you know he was in a position where he had to play the game and and I was like, nah, man, come on, this dude's right.
Maybe like maybe 1 or 2% of Crucible Crew is
Like I said, that's a crazy
degenerates.
argument. I didn't link them to their OFs. I just linked them to their Instagram, which is meant to advertise their OF.
Right. Yeah.
So even if they have their username or something or their name on the video itself, even that would be the same. I don't know. It's kind
A
of
lot
like
of those
That's
girls
just
that do
feeding.
those
What
types
the
of
hell? So that
services,
defeats the
their
purpose of
whole
what I
online
thought
social media
Brian's whole
websites are
thing
meant
was
to link
about.
in.
Isn't it to
And-
like expose and kind of help like clean that shit up? But like he's doing like the opposite. What the?
But I
It's
think
not
that did
clean.
have an
You guys just
impact
busted
because
shit light.
after that they changed the thumbnail style because it used to show their whole body, so it'd show their breasts, they'd be in a bikini.
It was
now,
always like AI though.
yeah, but now it's just their face. So now it's just three girls' faces on the thumbnail. They're still doing faces like, you know, with their tongues out. And
They all look like computer AI images, don't they?
well, that's their images.
Or am
That's
I wrong?
what do you mean? That's their like pictures. That's the pictures they use. But
I haven't
Doing
seen
that
it.
probably has more to do with YouTube's TOS than actually wanting to change it. But
maybe. But
Oh yeah,
They
yeah.
updated
Well,
the
like you
TOS, so
said,
you're
dude,
not
that
allowed to do that
sucks,
kind of
bro.
stuff
Like that's the
anymore.
best way to advertise is
That could
through,
be
The
true.
whole point of it is, yes, you're right, sex sells, but once they do
One's gotta
get
forward
them,
that to
get them
Wicked
in the door to
Walls.
sit down at the table, then that gives Brian, Andrew, Jim Bob, Jake Rouse, all these other people a chance to point out the bad things about what happens with OF models, what happens with feminism and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I wasn't even talking about that.
And
I was just saying that
that'll
those
bring in
shows
the
are a lot
viewers and stuff like that. And once they're there, they get to.
Yeah, I think there is benefits. Like there's yeah, those
Everybody
are good things.
wins,
Those are
kind
good things
of,
that come out of
but
it. Everybody does
it
win,
kind of
yeah.
defeats the. But it defeats the purpose behind what I thought the premise was. That's you know.
Except for the viewer, because
I mean, that might be like.
All right, but now,
Yeah,
but
like you
no,
said, the actual. That's like,
maybe
bro.
at
That's the
first.
worst part.
That might be like
about that
Andrew
community.
Wilson's cope for it. That Brandon guy, he just doesn't care. Like he's just trying to do something that's going to make him relevant.
Yeah.
He bought a podcast studio, and if that didn't work out, he would have been fucked.
But I've been listening to
that was
Andrew
his
for like
biggest- that was
I've
his
been
biggest
listening to
concern
Andrew
when it
for
happened.
like probably like 5 years now, or 4 or 5 years now, and in that debate I could tell that he sounded like he knew the dude was right, but he's got to argue against
He's
it.
devil's advocate.
Yeah, he's got to
Right?
argue
Is that
against
what
it
called it?
because he's working with this dude, and we're trying to, you know, we got to keep the
Saving
show going.
face.
So, you know, I get it. I just
And also, if you notice, like Orthodox people, like generally try to attach themselves to places like that, and they slowly change it over time.
yeah.
So as much
He's talked about that too, and that's it. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
thank God.
Oh, he's like Hassan. He hides his power level.
generally attach themselves to something like that, and over the course of time, it slowly changes into something that's better.
and, yeah, and he has, so that's a good thing.
Like when Hassan hides his power level.
My only wait, what?
I don't think he was hiding any power level. I think
Hassan ain't got no power level.
Oh, okay, yeah, the what's it, Antichrist thing or something? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm
sorry,
saying
that's
like
the first time
Hassan.
I've
He's
heard of that
Hassan.
guy.
He said in the content nuke that JS watched. There's a clip that Ethan plays near the beginning where Hassan's talking about how he likes to go into non-socialist spaces and pretend to just be a normal Democrat, and then slowly pull them into socialism. And he
Oh,
calls it
yeah.
hiding his power. And he calls it hiding his power level.
That only works on like.
Yeah, I'm behind on that guy.
Yeah, slowly seep it into him. Yeah.
I do
Hassan
think the
is
whole
good at, like,
situation though is more of a net
The cult,
positive
man.
rather than a net negative, because
Well-
it does point out the flaws in these certain topics and that they talk about, whether it's feminism or
What are
dating,
we
marriage, all
getting
that kind
at?
of stuff.
Isn't it the Antichrist guy on, like, I don't know.
I don't know,
Then it's
because I could.
Talking about that Maldi guy.
I feel like if you watch,
I don't know who that is.
if you watch Andrew doing debates with different people, that you can actually learn things, and you can actually learn debate skills, and you can learn
don't
to
learn
speak with
anything from
people
those
and learn
shows.
logic.
I don't
But if you
know.
watch whatever every day, you're gonna come out retarded after a year. Like
You got something wrong with you if you're watching that every day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to change prove me wrong.
That's brain rot. Like it doesn't matter
no,
how
there's-
good the arguments against them are. It's just like it's,
No, I don't,
follows the same
bro. That
history,
doesn't
he
matter,
follows the
JS.
same
That's all
arguments, follows the
obsolete
same
because,
collection.
like you said, it's the same shit over and over again, and it's the same. Like it just shows you how sick society.
that's
is
why I
getting.
don't like
How
the
could you
TikTok.
sit through that?
The TikTok invasions were entertaining at first, but I'm not really a fan of the TikTok invasions because it's like, dude, you're not like these people. They run the channel. They're riding the mute button, and
Yeah.
and they're gonna gang up on you, and there's no point. Like, it's entertaining for a little bit, but other than that, it's like it's brain rot.
Dang. That is
Well, that's why I said I think
I
Brian's
wouldn't mind
dumb, and
you
I don't
doing
think
some
people
TikTok
listen.
invasions. Wait, Brian does some TikTok invasions?
No,
I would like to
Andrew-
see JS do some, but like you said, that
That's why I
is-
was saying
that's
I
why.
think Brian's dumb, because I remember I've seen clips of him where it'll be like a girl and she's like, "Did you know that three out of 5 women deal with sexual assault?" And then Brian's just like, "That's not true. Where does it say that?" And if you Google it, that's what the top results will say. You can argue against that, like there's arguments against it, but like he's just like he doesn't know any arguments at all. He doesn't know how to debate. Like he just like he says like the shit that you would usually hear in clips. Like that's not true. What proof is there for that? But he doesn't really like care
hey,
about
here's
what
another
he's saying
debate
or like what it applies to.
Cut you off, interrupting Cal. We should get rid of clips and that whole side of
That's most of the
social
clips
media.
I've seen.
I think he's even
Yeah.
Brian's even getting better.
Let's get rid of clips for
after
everybody.
spending so much time with Andrew. He's getting better at it. Like he's getting better at making good arguments and stuff.
I've seen clips that he'll post where it'll be like the girl
If
will
he
say
likes his
something,
audience
and then he
and
just
wants to
says like a
stick with
random
that.
dunk that's like completely unrelated.
But it
And I'm
doesn't
like, you're just, like,
matter. You're
bringing
trying to have a
something
high
up.
level
His
debate.
audience is
You're
full
trying to
of,
do
like,
like
weirdos, bro.
You're trying to
That
do
whole chat is
logic
full of
and
weirdos.
Socratic method with some fucking OnlyFans 18-year-old OnlyFans chick that's like like what are you doing? It's
That's what
not-
I'm saying. That's why I would argue there's no point.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna pretend like there's a point,
I
then
don't
you
know who
have to
wants to
debate
hang
them.
out
If you're
there.
not gonna debate them, then you're conceding there's no point.
I do wonder
After the raid and
how much
trying to stick
longer
around.
Brian
Go
can
ahead.
stay this course with like bringing on all these girls and stuff. 'Cause at some point, the viewers are gonna be like, "All right,
Bro,
I've
his
seen enough."
audience.
He's gonna
I've
have
seen
to
enough,
change it
viewers
up.
in his
I
audience.
think that's
his
why he's
viewers in
moving
his
more into like
audience
these
are
debates
gonna.
and stuff.
Yeah.
Like bringing on Andrew,
Now
do
there
debates,
is.
Ray Dyer,
It
Jim
depends
Bob,
on
all
what.
them.
Yeah, he's trying to evolve it and grow
I
it.
would
is a
hope
good
so.
thing.
Yeah.
But
But
also, no, his audience, who wants to stick around and talk to that, like, speak in that chat, bro? It's full of degenerate, like, weirdos and degenerate people. And just,
I
like,
think
far
over
out,
time
like,
he's gotten more more people that are not as degenerate and stuff like that. Of course, you still got the degenerate ones, but I think it's done evolved over time where you have more people that are.
I hope so.
Every time I've been in the whatever fucking chat room, it's just a bunch of red pill retards.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they all
People
think
that
like
can't
things
think
like
for
Gerlock
themselves.
the Destroyer are like the funniest thing in the world.
It's disgusting, and that should be.
They're like I
People
can't
do
wait until he has back on Aiden Ross and Gerlock the Destroyer. That's gonna be such a lit episode.
Why?
Not realizing like there was only 2 or 3 clips from that whole episode that was actually entertaining.
I still, yeah, I got a good idea though,
Because you were
JS.
playing your
Get
character,
rid
JS.
of
You didn't even
clips.
read out
Just
my
get rid of
message.
that
The
whole.
fucking Goylock the Insurer. Did you read that? Is he even here?
No.
JS is gone.
Dude, I just forgot that I ordered that damn graphics card. Let's go.
Dude, JS, earlier you didn't read my message about Gerlock the Destroyer. Did you see it?
What'd you say?
Dude,
Dude, that was classic.
I was like, Gorlock the Destroyer plus Judaism, Goylock the Insurer.
Gorlock the Usurer.
No, Goy, like G-O-Y, Goylock.
Goylock the Usurer.
Goylock the Insurer.
Those are actually the best episodes when he has that lady he had on the other day, which was like the Timu Roseanne. She was like 45 years old, overweight, and she's like, I've been with men, and I like, and then Gorlock, like those are the best episodes when there's, some.
Chuck Dangerous asked the question, did someone say graphics card?
Yeah, I bought a graphics card tonight.
I feel weird for that fucking. I mean, I feel bad for that Gorlock person.
Yeah, Chuck Danger and Jeremy. I haven't seen Jeremy all night. They're my tech guy, my tech support guys. I ordered the MSI Gaming Trio 5070 Ti OC.
See, back in my day, we had Boogie 2998. Now these kids have Goylock the Destroyer. Bro, they're fucked.
That old lady that was on whatever, what was it, a couple of weeks ago? The one that you were talking about, the 45-year-old. I can't remember her name, but she has something about how she bagged Mike Lindell.
Yeah.
And, I laughed so hard at that whenever she came.
That lady was funny.
It is funny though whenever they wind up calling Rachel down. She comes down there and just wreaks havoc over all of them.
The only time like the women actually listen to like some like what's going on in the room is when another female's there. Anybody notice that?
Yeah. It is funny because they'll be like, "Well, your wife probably hates her life," and she, and then his wife comes on.
Yeah.
Then Rachel comes down, calling him Large Marge and shit like that.
Yeah. Large Marge. She did look like Large Marge from Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Who the hell are you guys talking about? Whose wife comes down?
Andrew's wife comes on.
Rachel Wilson.
Yeah, he used to debate with her like all the time. That's how he like started his career.
He did some.
Yeah.
Modern
I mean,
yeah, when his name used to be Papa Fascist, he did a lot of debates with her.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say the majority.
Because the whole theme of it was Papa and Mama Fascist. Like there was a reason it was Papa.
Yeah.
I found it through like the whole feminist, like looking into like the whole feminist thing. Found Rachel, found Andrew, started following Andrew.
I didn't even know they were the same
And this is
person
just
for the
a
longest time.
this is a theory. And if I ever talk to Andrew, I'm gonna ask him. Be honest.
Watch out, some shooters are gonna appear.
Does Rachel write your debate openings sometimes? I think she does. Come on, come on. You know she does.
Well, bro, wouldn't that be smart? Like, you know, to use like all your
No,
sources, and put your brains together and stuff, especially on topics. Like, it's not a diss. You're not like saying a diss, but you do.
No,
You
it's
would like
yeah.
to know that information. That I am also curious about.
I
The same
want
thing.
the
Like,
inside deeds.
how
I
much-
think
yeah.
Rachel be writing some of these openings for you. And
You should go out. You should go out and travel.
when
I
you
think,
were
or
starting
even
off,
if you're
I
really into
think
anything.
you know, if I had a wife sitting by
That
the side of
dream's gonna
me
come
in the
true, bro.
room sending me over the research as I'm debating, that would be really useful. You know?
I don't know if it goes
So
that
I've
far.
always got the
I'm
files to go
skeptical.
to, and I don't have to pull nothing up. Somebody else is pulling up for me. I'm just saying I would do it.
That's part of the accusation. Yeah, true. I don't know.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah.
I don't know if that happens live, but for prep, I do. I have no doubt that that's part of the material there for the whole thing strategy. Or
I mean, that is smart though. Bounce arguments off of each other, trying to narrow down what would be best to say.
Yeah, like, you know, to prepare for something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's something you could do happening in live. Could you imagine trying to communicate with your other half, or like?
No, it wouldn't be hard at all. If I had a
Eh.
person next to me and I had like a dual monitor setup, and
Okay.
and as I'm debating with somebody, everything they say, they're fact checking and they're doing the research and then pulling it onto the screen in front of my face, and then I'm just constantly. I always got.
So JF,
I always
what
got the
you're basically
answer.
saying
I
is
don't know
Andrew
that he's
doesn't do
doing this. I'm
anything,
just
and it's
saying, if
all his
I was
wife.
in that position and I had a wife that was a
Well,
smart woman who wrote books about this stuff, I'd probably do it. That's
His wife
Shit,
writes his
bro. I'd
openings.
be
His
too
wif's
busy
finding him
arguing
all
with
his
my
talking
wife
points.
to even argue with
I
the
mean,
other
you're basically
person.
saying his wife does the whole thing.
I'm a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, I just
You follow Andrew Wilson, you're actually following Andrew Wilson's wife.
This is why I'm
Oh,
never
Rachel
gonna.
Wilson's pretty dope.
This is
I
why
just,
I'm never
bro,
gonna be ingratiated into the clique because I say stuff
that
like
dream
this.
will come true. No, dude, you'll always be accepted. Come on, man.
I'm
You're always
just
welcome to
saying.
be part of the crew, JS. Also, that's not important though. I don't want that dream to come true, you know?
No, I don't know. Who's doing laundry with shoes? Who's drying their shoes?
Sounds like somebody's beating the shit out of a rug or something.
I don't know what's getting angrier. Don't acknowledge it.
This just goes to show how good Andrew is that you think that. Oh, yeah.
Not one step back.
But if I was right, you wouldn't know, would you? Nobody would ever admit it. So
See, you might get to see if JS isn't a snitch, so.
I don't know that if they divorce, she might come out and admit it unless he's got her under NDA.
doesn't matter who does the No, I'm not saying it's a. I'm not saying it's from.
Divorce.
I'm also not just pulling this out of my ass. Just so you guys know.
Well, actually, it's pretty logical what you're saying. At least I will grant you.
JS is kind of arguing behind every great man is a great woman. A woman who holds that man
Does
together.
James have a woman? James, does he have a woman?
What?
Huh?
Does James have a woman?
Who's James?
I don't know. Is that what you just said, Goon?
No, he said behind every great man is a great woman.
Yeah, he said. Wait, what? Yeah,
Or the
go
even
before
greater
that.
woman? I don't remember what the saying is.
Who says that? I thought you said James.
I don't fucking know, people. King Arthur.
Oh,
He was
okay.
looking
Well,
for
you
the
said
Holy
something. You
Grail.
said James. You said James first, so I was just
In the
like,
midst of the pursuit for the Holy Grail, he utters that.
No, I'm not gonna go into my evidences. I'm just throwing out a crazy idea. It's crazy.
I mean,
Well, if you pay attention, if you turn down the opacity of your screen, you'll notice that there's wires attached to Andrew Wilson. Now, I am suggesting there's a Weekend at Bernie's type situation going on, where she has him on strings. Andrew Wilson's been deceased for, I don't know, months, days, years, who knows?
now that's
But
crazy conspiracy.
she's
It's
been
not.
using
It's not
AI.
even that. It's not even that complicated. It's just when somebody says
that's
that,
shitty.
and then all of a sudden, you know all the studies and stuff, and I'm talking about early. I'm talking about 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, of
You're
course.
like
Probably
you
writing
got
his openings and
you got
stuff.
all the stuff to go off of. Now, when I'm researching for a debate, I got a whole file together. But if you watch my eyes, if somebody brings up something, then I've got to go and I've got to open the folder. And then I've got to find the spot, I've got to scroll, and I've got to look for it, and then I've got to read it off the page. But if I'm staring straight ahead and then it's all coming up, yeah, maybe you memorized it all, but I've heard,
I mean, that's what notes are for, right? For preparation.
anyway. I'm just
I
saying a
think
little
you're
bit of help.
correct. I think you're correct. That's actually a
All I'm
really
saying
good.
is that there's a little bit of help there. And a little
I mean,
help
wouldn't
is,
you if you're bro? Who would not want
Oh no,
Rachel Wilson's
you're
help if
accusing
you're going to
Andrew of being
debate
a
a
fraud, a
feminist?
cheat, a
I'm
hack.
not,
He's not a fraud or a cheat. That's
I'm not
fair
doing all
game.
that. I'm just saying he had
Who
a
the
little
fuck
bit
you
of
gonna
help.
talk to
I'm
if you
just
want
saying
to?
I think he had a little bit of help. That's my,
Yeah,
maybe
like
I'm
John
wrong.
Jones while fighting DC had a little bit of help, a drop in the ocean.
What the? Oh yes.
The wires on Andrew go to his earbuds from his phone so he can hear what people are saying. His tech setup is split between computer and phone, which is easier for how he does multi-platforming.
Oh, I love how this conspiracy is coming together. Yes, true. His wife is literally in his ear, and she's like, "Now say this, Andrew. Now this."
Yeah, I don't.
I highly doubt
no,
that.
that's bullshit. Yeah, I don't agree with that. That's nobody who streams does it that way. That's not how you would do it.
I mean, I maybe not with. I'm sorry, I wouldn't be able to do that with my other half. Like that, I would just be arguing with my other half, like over instead of like debating the person I'm debating.
No, it's not. It's not. You're not gonna have. If I turn my phone on to monitor my stream, I'm just trying to monitor audio and stuff, but there's a delay and.
Yeah, so you're talking about like the sources all pop
You're not gonna
up, they're
have
like,
the
bam.
input going through
That's-
your phone to. No, you wouldn't do that.
I would want.
All I'm
I don't
saying
know,
is,
wouldn't that be what
you
Mr.
wouldn't
Easy
even-
is there for?
You wouldn't even
I'll
need
grant-
dual monitors. All you would need is some sort of messenger open, and they're just
I give you
posting
90% probability of Rachel
posting
Wilson
little
to have
fact
to do
checks
this.
into the messenger. It's the same thing as if
Yeah.
it's no different.
I think
than,
that's what Mr. E does.
It's no different than when Destiny is watching his chat during a debate, and his chat is. And if you ever watch Destiny, he'll say, "What is that thing? What is that thing? Blah 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 blah." And then he'll look at his chat. 20 people are giving him the answer.
No
Because they're
proof of
on
this
it.
ever happening.
It
This is a
happens all the
fictitious
time.
thought.
It happens constantly with everybody on the internet. Like, come on.
You
This
want
man
body
is falling to
language.
delusion.
It's the
First
ones-
Andrew
it's the
Wilson and now
ones-
Destiny. You've gone too far.
They all do it.
Well, hey, I just but no, I will grant you. I bet you for like openings and shit, that would be like quite a like I don't know. You'd be dumb not to if you're gonna go debate like some feminist lady or something about that sort of history. Of course, he's
Listen,
gonna go
if
to his
anyone
wife to
has
get help
someone in
on
the
his
ear,
openings. He's got to be at least 90%.
Erudite's definitely going to have
close to that
Destiny in the
possible.
ear somehow.
Yeah.
I don't believe this.
Wait, what?
white girl is out here fucking really debating. This is
Well-
crazy. She used to do
Who's
like
there today?
self-talk. She used to do self-help for incels. That was her whole thing. She would like talk to incels and like she wouldn't like date them, but she basically dated them.
Well,
Is
it's
that one of
different.
those,
It's
like,
different
life
when
coach
you're.
situations?
It's different when you're in like. I'm not saying that Andrew still does this. I'm saying the early days. I think he might have had a little bit of help, which there's nothing wrong with that. But now he's, now it's like built into him. But and he's
He's
learned
got
all these
Mr.
things
Ego.
over years and years and years. But when you're face to face with somebody, you can't really do that. So you'll see when he's on whatever, or when
Also, he
he's
doesn't.
standing in front of an audience, he's got a pen and he's
I don't-
taking notes and he's
I,
writing stuff down.
exactly. I don't know. I definitely don't think. If anything, the only person that's there to give him a hand is Mr. E. And when he does look shit up, he's usually straightforward about it. But it is really common to see those people that try to act all super smart and whatnot, and they try to there's like a lot. You can watch their body language, watch their eyes and stuff, and
You
they're
use
like,
one device for
you
the
know.
mic and one for the earbuds or headset. You don't have to worry about.
Audio shuffling or mishaps? What do you mean, like
Whatever this guy's saying
No.
true, then that's exactly what he
No,
does.
that's the total opposite, Cleaner. When you're using multiple devices, you're making multiple different instances of where things can go wrong. So
Yeah.
my headset is plugged into my mic. So there's one source. Now, ideally I'd use my interface, but I have to hook the MXL up and then I hook my earphones into the interface. But I would not monitor my audio through my cell phone with my headphones connected to my cell phone and have my mic connected to my computer. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not sure what you're saying, but no, that doesn't make any sense.
I do know he does use a formal setup, as in
You want to have as few break points as possible. So you want, like, if I have two separate devices and I have my headset going into one device and my input going into one device and I'm taking output from another device, now we have multiple different links where the chain could break. Ideally,
Cleaner 409 is in the thing, dude.
I know, that's what I'm responding to. That's what I'm
No,
responding to.
he's saying he's in the channels.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry, I don't.
well, now he's in here. I'm not sure what you're saying, Cleaner, but so right now I can monitor my audio. I hear my own voice because my headphones are connected to my microphone. If it was going off the interface, I would have my headphones connected to my interface and I would be able to monitor. But if I connect my headphones to my computer, I can't monitor anymore my own voice. I can't hear my own voice anymore if my headphones are connected to my phone, I can't monitor anymore.
Right. That's because of the split in software. If you use, all right, so you know how everybody's using StreamYard, Streamlabs, things like that. OBS even can, it has its own web interface that you can use, right? There's all these web interfaces. You log in from your phone, you can hear the audio. If you set the audio as the same account, you won't hear your output. You will hear the stream's input in your headset from your phone, but you won't hear your output reverberated back from the panel. So what you do is you set it up so on your computer, you're talking through your computer. You're speaking to the panel. Your phone on your earbuds right there, you're hearing what the panel is saying. That way you don't miss anything that someone is saying.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying?
But then you're
I understand.
going to have problems with latency and delays.
No, you're
Only
not.
if someone's talking when you're talking, right? Like walkie-talkie kind of thing.
It's milliseconds. The delay is like milliseconds unless you have like a major storm and you're using satellite, but most people nowadays are using fiber or some kind of wired connection. So
Yeah, Ethernet or something.
Yeah.
But that's just one type of setup. There's a lot of different ways that this actually works out really well. And it could be where he has that plugged directly into his computer and he's just using the audio from his earbuds so that he can hear it, and his audio microphone for his speaking, and then using the echo cancellation on that computer. It could all be in one computer where he's using the audio side, and the second computer where he's using the research, or his phone where he's using the research. What I'm saying is lots of people use two PC, two device type setups, so that they.
So you don't have to like pay for those like services.
But he's
too,
not.
huh?
But he's not typing, and he's not clicking stuff.
Yeah, he is. I've seen him do it lots of times. Yeah, I've even
I
seen him
concur.
look down at his phone and he's typing something into his phone because it's quicker.
Mid debate? During
Yes,
the debate?
Yes, mid debate.
I haven't seen him do much of that, but I'm
All
sure
the-
maybe sometimes he has.
Do it all
But
the time. People do it all the time,
See,
so you can pull your research. up to
It's the
someone.
people that watch clips, bro. These this is why I say this is why I want to argue. Clips need to be
I don't watch.
like
Who are you saying watches clips? I don't think either of us watch clips.
Well, no, I don't think it's because JS just watches clips. I know
No,
JS
no, not that.
streams. I think it's because JS isn't paying attention to it, right? He's in a different field. Like he's in kind of a middle area field for what his production is, right? He
Well,
does
JS is like OG.
some
He's like
entertainment and-
older too.
Yeah, he does a lot of different things, so he doesn't really pay attention to like all the debate structure type stuff. But like for me, I'm more into the debate type stuff, so I pay attention to everything that's going on, so I know the person I'm going to be combating or supporting in the future. So I pay attention to whether or not they're
The
researching.
difference in between.
If they're not researching live while we're doing an argument, that means they're not somebody that's going to be prone to be able to go and research something whenever I'm arguing something with them. They'll be weak in my mind. In other words, see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're wrong, but I think you're wrong about your analysis of me. But
look back and
I think JS's thing is he hasn't been like sitting there like following I mean I'm pretty sure most of your experience with the Crucible, right? JS would be like a here and there thing since.
no, I've watched
However
every
long.
done that Andrew's done for the past 5 years. I've reviewed them on my
Like, even
channel
up
for
today.
years. For
Up
years
today.
now.
I can grab any one
So
of
you
them
consistently.
and show you where he looks down at his phone, or he looks down at his tablet, or down at his other monitor.
I
live.
didn't actually know. JS, why do I never see you in chat? I didn't know you consistently followed the Crucible. Hey, I'm way behind. I'm still like, bro, you know how many freaking
I was
videos
in it-
JS has?
Like
I'm still trying to catch up.
when he's on the Whatever podcast, a handful of times at least over the past like 3 or 4 episodes, I've seen him say, "Hey, the stats are this. I can pull them up right now for you," and then he pulls them up right
But
there.
now he's got
like everyone does
Mr. E.
that. It's
Now
fun.
so now even when he's like when he's doing a stream and he says, let's play a video, he says, pull that up, Mr. E. Like he's got somebody to do that for him.
Right. And that's utilizing a resource, and utilizing
Yeah.
a resource isn't anything that any debater would ever say anything bad about. I mean, if Mr.
I'm
E
not saying anything bad about it. I'm saying he was doing that. I'm saying he was doing that before he had Mr. E. I'm saying.
Yeah, he was doing some of that himself, I'm sure, beforehand, and it makes it easier to have somebody who can help with just pulling up the right videos. But that just streamlines it for the viewership, for the entertainment purpose.
Yeah, I'm not attacking him. I'm just saying I think
I know
he,
you're not.
Obviously not.
I know you're not, man.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you
Yeah,
are.
same.
I'm just offering the understanding of the hardcore debate world. Like I see he's entertaining people, but he is the debater. So the man understands how to do hardcore debating. Understands you have to have the resources available whenever you're doing these things, and you can't have all of them on screen all at once, right? So you have to use resources, and if you have someone that can help you, that makes it a
Yeah.
little easier.
The difference in between going in like like going in blind or actually going in prepared. So when you're going into those ones where it's kind of like a freak, what is
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean something else like let's take for instance something that this one TS LGBTQ plus advocate said something to me about recently, right? Like within the past month or so. They mentioned a study. Something I had never really paid much attention to was the methodology of studies. Somebody that was in my chat mentioned to me, "Hey, this is using one of those math studies that we put out a long time ago for math because we don't use that mathematical
This
approach."
is, yeah.
I looked at it. Sure enough, they're using this Fafnir study, which is something that no mathematician uses anymore because it gives you false data. So it's like, you see what I'm saying? Like you can get things from your chat that help you. You can get things from other people that help you understand things so that you can get to the truth of things and be able to debate correctly.
Even you know, some of it would be even like you know, it like whatever like is the best. It doesn't have to be the truth. It doesn't have to be right. But if it's like, I don't know, sturdy and convincing or whatever, or aligns with you know, what I guess your style. Your,
I
yeah,
get
thank you. I can't find the
no, I
words.
do. I think I might be able to word it, and let me see if I word it correctly for you. This will be what's called "quote unquote" steel manning in the debate world, right? So what you're saying is, if it kind of helps your argument, it brings more light to what you're saying,
Makes
whether
it look better, right?
100% true or whether it's just strongly correlative. Yeah, it makes your side look better, right?
I think that's something JS is actually really good at, and he needs to
He is.
exploit that more.
He is actually. JS is really good at that. The few times that I've been able to actually refute what JS is saying is normally when like somebody gave him information that wasn't right, or he went down a rabbit hole and didn't look at the whole thing. But when he backed up and looked at the whole thing, he's like, "Ah, shit, man, I should look at the whole thing." He's a humble dude. He knows. I mean, you know, like JS isn't anything past being humble. I've seen him. He's cool. You know, when he figures out he said something wrong, he backs up and reads it all and. You know, I've seen him do that. He's a good guy.
Well, thank you.
Wow, dude, no one's trying to toot your horn or scratch your back here, bro. But toot.
I'm not saying anything wrong. You do. You know, we see it.
This is why this is. You need more friends like you people.
JS. He wants to dismantle America. You know he wants a monarchy.
No, a theocracy.
A theocracy.
He doesn't believe that. No way.
Damn, the word changing every week at this point. Next week he's gonna want a freaking mumocracy. Where a bunch
It's always been theocracy.
The vocabulary
Oh, what
is
are you
always changing.
I want
It's
somebody
not
to
his
show
fault.
me where I flip flopped.
I've heard him argue double
you said
adjective
king.
one time, but that was just he was having.
I've let's see, what have I flip flopped on since I started streaming? I've
I've heard king. I've heard king.
I've went back and forth on the death penalty.
Yeah,
What
kind of.
about democracy? Did you used to be kind of more of a Democrat before you?
You remember that one
No,
VK?
never.
You actually
No.
argued for the monarchy in that one VK because you were like, fuck it. One of us has to give. And argue something, you know?
Well, usually
That's
what
what-
I say is theocracy, and what I'll say is if it's like I won't say this, but I've said a king. Yeah, we should have a king, and that's not actually theocracy. That's monarchy. But
right.
Or I'll say like a Christian
You're a
king.
nihilist. That's what it is. Yeah.
But the king is the theocracy is basically the same as the monarchy, except instead it's the church is in charge, and there's the priests are running it, and so there'd still be a hierarchy. So it's I'm kind of like a mix between a monarchy and a theocracy. It's basically there's a king.
And religion helps you make that decision.
Yeah, right. This man gets hyped up and he's like, I want Trump to be the king. I want Trump king.
Whoa,
And then he remembers Trump's not even a role model.
Yeah, but that's just I'm just fucking around when I say that. Like, yeah, I'm just
Because Trump definitely ain't your Christian king.
No, I know that. No, I know that.
I think what
Hey,
Jay
man.
wants for the world is the same thing that most of us good men want for the world. We want a good prescription so we can all prosper, you know?
No, he knows I don't
Exactly.
even
I
like.
see it.
I'm busting his balls because everyone was sucking his dick.
I think the biggest thing I flip flopped on was death penalty because I think when I started streaming, I was against the death penalty because of abortion. And I was like, well, if I want to be consistent with abortion, we can't have the death penalty. But then I watch a lot of interrogation videos and I watch a lot of true crime stuff and law and crime stuff. And I'm like, when I'm watching it, I'm just like, dude, that person
Ugh.
just needs a hot one put in their dome piece. And then I'm like, yeah, we need the death penalty. That's pretty much.
Well, it's just two different things. I mean, yes, both are taking a life, quote unquote, right? But
Rehabilitation of humans that
you
exists.
have
No.
you have the essence of the creation of life versus the guy that's done something that's just horribly unjustifiable, right? And so I understand why there's a moral dilemma there because trying to say whether or not somebody actually deserves to have their life ended for the things they've done is a huge decision for anyone to make.
And I've actually kind of gotten softer since I started streaming. When I first started streaming, I was very anti-Trinity. I was Mormons are all evil. And now I've gotten softer and I've gotten more kind of like open, like, well,
You're empathetic.
let's hear people. Yeah, I guess I've gotten a little gayer.
Mormons are still racist.
I've
Mormons
gotten
are
more
still
open to other ideas since I started streaming. When I first started streaming and I only had 2 viewers, it's like, fuck my chat, fuck everybody. I don't care what you guys say. This is the truth. This is the way it is. There is no Trinity. And now it's like, okay, I wanna be shown. You know, if I'm wrong, I want to know why I'm wrong, and let's talk about this. And instead of hating the Mormons and saying they're all gonna burn in hell, let's talk to them and let's try to reach out to them and stuff like that. I've gotten softer.
Can I ask you a real question about that? Because I've noticed that myself in your past videos, your past debates, and coming up to where we're at now, right? I've noticed that you've changed some views or been more open-minded for some things. And my question for you would be this, all right? Have you done this because you listen to what people are saying, you see some truth in some parts of what they're saying, and so you're willing to accept some of the truths of those parts, and then you learn some more by researching, and you're like, okay, well, maybe there's a point there, you know? Is it more like that, or is it...
Or have I done it because it's more popular?
Or
He figured out let no man teach you is retarded.
Listen.
Let no man teach you is retarded. That's what he figured out.
Well, and I'm just asking because I
see
how you have shifted views, and I know how I've shifted some of mine since like a year and a half ago when my wife passed. Like I've changed a lot of stuff, you know. Like
Condolences.
I mean, horrible man. Like I was good to her and good to my family, but I was a horrible man as far as humanity would be concerned before she passed, and I've changed a lot since then. So I mean, everyone's changed.
You say change. How about better? Or
I don't know.
maybe
I think
evolved?
there is a part of me that is like, I don't want to say something that's going to automatically make people hate me. And so I'd rather just say it in a way that I'm open. I don't know.
Fucking hold still, dude.
I'm trying to think of like other things I've like changed my mind about, but other than
the only thing
and to be fair, man, I understand that
it's not so much that my mind's been changed. It's more that I'm changing my approach, because if I'm on YouTube and I'm talking to all these different people, because over the years there's been like tons of different people that have come in and out, and then I'll say something that'll piss a certain group off, and then they'll all leave, and then I'll say something that'll piss this person off, and they'll leave, and they'll turn against me, and
They're lost.
so part of me is like, maybe I should try to say it in a I don't know. Maybe
Yeah, reform, right?
I'm getting too damn
Yeah, it's kinda
soft.
conform.
I'm getting too
Conform
damn
to the sheep.
soft.
I don't think it's soft. I think what you're doing is an open-minded approach because you're trying to reach
I would
a
agree with soft.
people. I
Yeah.
don't necessarily think it's soft because I've seen you take some pretty hardcore stances on some things and been like, no, I'm not shifting on this at all. This is just horrible, and no, fuck you. So
So
I
it's
wouldn't
good
say it's
pyramid.
soft. I would say maybe you're being more open-minded because you're trying to reach more people. And I understand that. That makes some sense, you know?
No, 3 years ago I was like, the Trinity's wrong. It's a lie from Satan. It's evil. I was hardcore against it, and now I'm like, well, you say
You
that,
hesitate to check too, please. Quit doing that. Quit sugarcoating me, bro.
and so I want to understand it, and so I'm trying to see it from their point of view, and I'm trying to, yeah, it's just trying to be more open-minded to say, oh, okay, I see your point. You know, I'll think about it instead of just saying, no, you're fucking wrong. Get out of here.
Well, right, but I have heard you at times, man. Look, dude, you've been in some arguments with people and you've been like, "All right, look, I see your point and I understand how you got to where you're at, but you're fucking wrong. That's not the way it is. You're not seeing reality." I've actually heard you say pretty close to those words.
Yeah, I've probably said those exact words.
That would be a good foundation right there, wouldn't it?
There's still some things that I'm like that with, but
Right. That's why I'm saying I don't think what you're doing is being weak or soft or any of that crap. What I see is you're listening, you're taking in information, and you're making the best educated guess you can from the information. Because that's all we can really do is make an educated guess. None of us
Yeah.
know anything 100% for sure until time has passed. You know, we're able to see the universe for reality if we ever get there.
yeah, and I'm kind of now leaning more towards what you just said, which some people would say, well, that's fallibilism, and but yeah, I lean more towards like, this is the best understanding I have of it, and this is what I think, instead of where I used to just say,
I think this way, and here's what I
I
used
know
to
this.
think, and
This
here's
is
what I
the
think
truth.
now. Yeah.
There is no other way. You're all wrong if you disagree. And
Right, I get that.
Yeah.
And that sounds steady. I understand. Thank you for the insight too. Good questions, Cleaner. Fuck yeah.
Well, I like JS. Josh had tons of good content, man. The dude is straightforward. Anybody that has any support
I
for
like
me,
his old
will
content
offer
a
support
lot, except for the rap.
I will always offer support for him. He's a good fucking dude. He does try to listen to people. He does try to take things rationally, right? He doesn't always go off with the emotional thing. Sometimes he's like, no, that just feels completely wrong. But normally that's something where like all of us men would agree if we approached a situation and the guy said,
I align.
we'd run, right?
Well, that's
So-
like
I align with the Unchained. I like the whole Unchained. Like,
the topic
the
earlier
whole-
tonight about should people be criminally charged for attempting suicide. I don't like, I can't argue it good. I can't, but something in me says that's wrong. And
Right.
like, and it's just like, no, I don't want, and I don't even like locking them
It
up
should
and
be shamed,
locking them
but
up in
not-
an asylum or giving them criminal charges or putting them in jail. To me,
Yeah, that
something
doesn't-
about that
you're
is
right.
like that. My only argument is that's going to make their life worse. And I would say you got to point them to the cross. That's the only way. And family and friends.
How do you deal with a
But if they
broke
don't
leg
have
horse,
any,
bro?
if they don't have any family or friends, you know, they got to find God, and they got to realize that they're never alone. And but locking them up or giving them charges, I don't like that. But I can't argue it. Like I can't, if I'm in a debate about it, I'm probably gonna lose because it's
Because
just gonna
it's like
be.
this is how I feel, kind of.
Yeah, my only argument is
yeah,
I
that's
feel like
that's
it's
a bitch.
I
That's
don't
not.
like the way it feel. I feel icky about it, and that's not an argument. But so I just kind of sat there quietly during that part. But
I get that. And I understand that, like, the strong prevalence of people that are out there are like
Pain
they're
zombie ghost.
people, but the thing that's different, and this is something that's real important that a lot of younger guys and a lot of younger girls don't understand right now. They don't get it yet. But when you say I feel, it's not always an actual emotion. Sometimes it's a gut feeling.
Instinct, yeah. Sometimes
and
you
you
should
can't
trust your
argue
heart.
it. It's just something that
Right.
yeah.
Yes.
I can't logically explain why this is, but like it's the same thing with like should we allow genetic modification? No,
It's
something
wrong.
about that is just wrong. And
Yeah.
but you can give me all these logical reasons for why it's a good thing, but I don't care. There's something.
There are too many things that can go wrong for like any of the good. There's too much bad that can happen for whatever little good that is possible from the thing, which is all anecdotal. But we know like more percentage of all of these things that are being done have more often gone wrong. Then you get something good out of it. Like I think
Right.
that would be your best if you can word that the right way. I
Well,
think
and I
that's
think
the
even
strongest part.
coming down to like what it is internally in us, right? Okay, so the Christian would say it's because God put this thing in us and we know what's morally right and wrong and all. But whether you're Christian or whether you're secularist and you believe this is just something that's encoded in our DNA to know certain things are wrong, it doesn't really matter. What comes down to the real point is we all know deep down inside there are some things that are morally wrong and morally right. And
Human instinct, I would think.
right. And some people, granted, some people are like the psycho
The
antisocial.
outliers. Let's go kill
Right. They're the outliers, right? And we get that, and that's fine. They do have a purpose in the world, right? They obviously do because they've done great good for people, even through the evil that they are, or
Yeah,
whatever you
population
right?
control.
Like we
Hey,
have
and
seen.
Cleaner, if you listen to my streams whenever you're debating and stuff, and I'm doing commentary, and I'm kind of hard on you, and I don't dislike you. Is not it's just
Personally, JS.
What? Your guys' sarcasm is great. What the hell? I love
well
you
because
guys.
I'll always be like, oh God, here's Cleaner
Bro, I'm
again.
fine with it. Look, I've listened to a lot of your stuff from before, okay? And I haven't been in this world for a long time, in the debate world and in the online debate world at least, for a long time. But over the past, I think it's been about 8 months, right? I've actually gone through and listened and looked at a lot of your videos, a lot of your takes and all that. I don't care, man. If you have a take to make on me, make your take. I'm cool with it. I'm not gonna harbor
Sticks
ill
and
will.
stones.
No,
I don't care.
I always say you get to sometimes, like right now you're not doing it, but sometimes you get really like wordy, and I don't know, maybe it's just a preference. I'm more of a simple, I try to speak simply, and then you start talking, and then I'm like, oh, here we go, it's gonna be fallacy.
Yeah, I can. I would say look at the opponent I'm dealing with or the conversation and see like what I'm doing here. There is a greater plan for everything that I'm doing here. All right. I've played chess so much that I understand the greater picture of things. I actually have a plan.
Let's go.
And here you go. Right now, I'm going to give you a Cleaner 409 first, and I'm listing them on my own channel for people to research and go through other people's content to find, right? So there's going to be people in the future that will want to go through your content to find this first, all right? I have a construction in my mind of how I'm doing things. I've actually written out a game plan in a book that I've written myself of how I'm going to do things here to make the world better. All right. Everyone that I interact with is a part of this, whether or not you know it. I am a
Something that'll stay beyond when we're not here.
I get what I'm doing in the world. I'm trying to do a good thing. I'm trying to make the world better. So I will use each of you guys in certain ways to make the world better. but I will
In the
only
now?
if you're good people.
Well, thank you.
I just,
I'm
you know,
still
my
gonna
only gripe.
I'm still gonna make fun of you for using too many big words.
I'm cool with that. I'm fine with that because there's different areas. Everyone operates in a different area of things. Some people are like huge fucking words, you know what I mean? And you've seen some of the guys that go up against, they're just like, they're throwing out like fucking way past college level words. And I'm like, all right, dude, I'll approach you on your level. I'm cool with that. And some guys are just like brass tacks kind of guys. They're like the hillbilly kind of guys. And I'm like, sure, I'll approach you on that level. And I might have to throw out a big word or two just to get the point across. But, you know, I do. I can get
I
words.
love having to grab a thesaurus and shit, so I don't know.
You don't really
That's
do
what
this,
I-
but a big pet peeve of mine is like when people add like extra syllables to words that you could say simpler. So like problematic. That word annoys me because you would just say, well, that's a problem. There's a problem with that. Instead of saying that's very problematic. Like you're
It
making the
sounds
word
kind of like a pose, like you're posing to try to like look. I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like you're posing to sound smarter than you are to try to make words
Yeah.
bigger.
I agree.
And people do that like all the time. And
Yeah. I hate when people do that too, and I love like when I get into a debate with someone or I start arguing with someone, they start trying to throw out these college level words, and I've been using like high school words. You know, I just fucking approach them on that level, and I masticate them. I make them feel like their balls just got cut right open and dropped. I love doing that because everyone needs to feel that sense of humbling affection in front of them to understand that we're human.
Everybody needs to get punched in
We
the
are-
face. Well, every man.
Every man, right? And
And
in the
figuratively
debate world,
speaking.
we use words. We use words in the debate world to do that, right? We punch each other with debate with words.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but I do, man. I
don't like the people that use these things and don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Me too. Me too. And I like to call people on that too. Whenever they're using words inappropriately, I'm like, you don't actually know what you're saying right now, and I'm about to destroy you with that.
yeah, somebody said one the other day on like Easy was on like a TikTok panel and they said something like aggressivistic or something. You're being very aggressivistic or something. And I was like, why don't you just say you're being aggressive?
Yeah. They were trying to add to it to make it sound even more powerful.
Yeah.
I love those people too.
Oh man.
Bet against them. Like, humble yourself for a moment. Listen to what you're saying and how ridiculous it sounds.
Yeah.
Internet is forever. I can't believe so what's happened.
What's his name? Mark Zuckerberg said that's not true.
He's right. The internet isn't forever.
The internet is not forever. Like you just delete it.
You know what's crazy? You know what's really crazy is and this is something I've been doing for probably about the past like 12, 13 years. I got out of the military and I didn't really realize this thing was going on. And I started looking at news, right? And trying to figure out why articles would disappear. Why they would just disappear. And so I started Googling the inception of the internet since the first date Google went live until a year later. If you Google that time frame for articles that are made nowadays, right now, there will be articles there that are post-dated and put back to 2000 that are from 2025, 2024, 2023. They're put back there so that people can't find them. And listen, I know Google wants to say it's an error.
Always grab the newspaper.
It's an error. But man, when the Google like automation, you want to call it AI? I know people call it AI.
Search the same thing I search, and I'm gonna get a different thing popped up
You
on my
will.
screen than you're gonna get.
You will, because Google also takes into account time delay when it does your searches. It tries to find things relevant within the past like 3 months, 6 months, year and a half, things like that, right? And if it's too far back, it won't even list it on your first 100 pages.
Dude, it's ridiculous. People get mad at me for wanting to go ask a friend or try hard, try again, give it a college try, and I'd rather get sources or go through like another person before I say it's internet worthy. Because
Yep.
I,
Well,
I don't know. I just don't believe in that whole thing. I was raised differently, I guess, and also it's hard to understand that shit. JS, I do. I mean, same reason why I like Goon. Goon. You guys are like really good at explaining shit, so I understand it. It's like one of my friends that helped me get through fucking middle school and shit.
I started my Monday night show, my like news and politics and current events show. I started saving in a file all my show plans and I've been doing that for a year now, but I've been doing the show for 3 years. But like I'll talk to, so this came up, I was talking to that Aiden guy, and I was making all these things, and he's like, what's the source on that? What's the source on that? And I would say something, and he'd say, what's the source on that? And then I would Google it, and I can't find it, and it's not there. And it's like, but I did a show on this. I talked about this, and I read it from multiple articles and multiple sources, and I talked about this. So that's why I'm not just pulling this out of my ass. Like, this is something I talked about, but now I can't find it anymore. And I'm going to go back and look, like one of these days, 2 years from now, I'm going to go back through these files, and I'm going to see how many of these sources that I was pulling from that article doesn't exist anymore. Or that, you know.
Oh yeah, you motherfucker.
I think
so the quote exactly. I want to talk to you about
it's
this. The
because
quote exactly. No, give me a second. The quote exactly is, Goon, do you think you could get Aiden real quick and see if he could talk to me? And then you get on the call with Aiden, and he's like, yo, I think this guy in chat said that you want to talk to me. And you were like, yeah, I guess. I don't know. Well, I was like, why are you making it seem as if you fucking didn't send me there to do this?
Fair.
Also, something
I was just
think
trying to
was
make
one of you
it.
guys
I was trying to
here.
make it chill,
You're improving the world.
Play
All
off, right?
awkwardness off on me to make it chill.
Shit, being Captain Sabaho is a pain in the ass, huh?
That's why you don't do that.
It sucks because the internet's a market now. It's not so much for like innovation or helping people or making.
But you see,
things
I got him the
easier.
second
I
time.
think it's more for making money, right? Go ahead.
The second time I talked to him, and I was like, dude, there's a murderer that's wanted for murder for 43 people. And he pulled it up. And I was like, yeah, I talked about this like 2 weeks ago. See, I knew. I was on it. I got him.
Yeah. You have to approach and attack that appropriately. But the thing is, like, you're just doing the same.
Having a plan B, right?
Plan B.
Sorry.
Man, that is a horrible thing. It really is. Plan B is horrible. There are very
I learned that.
extenuating circumstances where that is something that should be done, and I don't agree with it at all.
Yeah, I didn't mean to
I wish
derail you.
it
Go
was
ahead.
mandatory.
You know what's crazy? It's like they come out with these drugs, and they come out with this surgery and all this other stuff. Something me and my I don't even know how to describe it, recent wife discovered that hormone therapy itself can actually be a good thing when it's natural hormones. Like
Keywords natural.
breasts. Women who won't have larger breasts. Go in for a hormone check and make sure your hormones are level, because maybe your hormones aren't up to where they're supposed to be for your size and all of that, and that might be why your breasts are still A cup.
Exercise.
You know what I mean? And so she went in and she did that and learned, oh hey, her hormones were way out of whack, and she got on hormone therapy, and holy shit, within the first year she was on it, she's got double D's from an A cup, man. And I was like, good Lord, woman, what's going on with you? And she's like, I don't know.
Therapy, you mean?
Well, right, but the thing is
that
like,
taking something like a prescription, or is it going through some sort of like dieting and like actually like taking care of yourself the way your body needs? Because
it was natural hormones that she took pills for. That's all. And
supplements.
I'm glad it worked. That is very low.
This is something that's actually there, and it's way cheaper than plastic surgery, and it makes your body grow it naturally, so it's all natural.
Right.
Why aren't women exposed to that reality? Why are they exposed to silicone constantly?
Because it's cheaper, and
No,
they
it's
want to
not.
make money.
Cheaper. Oh, because the hormones are cheaper. Right. Yeah, that could be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
So
other companies, the bigger money. I don't
necessarily
know.
each
That's
other
my
we're
guess.
fighting, or should we be fighting the propaganda scheme?
All the above.
I don't even think individually. When I think if we removed the propaganda scheme and we were all just men in the world, we would actually be able to come to an agreement of some kind on 90% of things.
But you don't agree with positive propaganda?
I'm not saying positive right now because what we're seeing is a lot of things that are holding people back, putting people down, keeping
Too
people
much of
in
anything's
racial
bad.
fights, sex fights, all this other
But
shit.
JS is right. No, but JS is right. It has a purpose.
Yeah,
Well,
I do
there's-
agree that positive propaganda could be a good thing, but we don't see a lot of that right now. What we see a lot of right now is things that control our mind in ways that keep us fighting each other instead
Even
of looking
negative
at people
propaganda
that are
could be.
really causing problems in the world.
Yeah, I think all the propaganda is towards like the negative.
It is because it's easier to do that. That's an easier emotion because it's incited reflexively, right? Like the love and feel good emotion
Yeah.
you have to work a little bit to get to, but the angry emotion you can get as a reflex.
That's why I like what Andrew's doing. One of the things he's doing is he's making it, even if a lot of the what they call the sewing circle Christians, they're like, oh, he's a bad guy. He's making it cool to be Christian again. Because this is something that like before Andrew popped off, I was watching Jesse Lee Peterson and I liked it because it was like, oh, you don't have to be this soft, nicey nice. Oh, we gotta be. Oh, we need to be accepting, and we just need to accept everybody. You can be.
Can't swear.
Like
Yeah.
you can be a tough, like hard Christian, like and be like, no, we're not
Hey,
gonna put up
JS,
with
you're
this
looking
crap.
kind of fat. Have you been going to the fucking church? Like, come on, bro. What the fuck are you doing? Like,
That doesn't equate.
that's a
silly.
hypothetical.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. But
Instead of being like, oh, JS, you look so good today. La, la, la. The sugarcoating shit.
Oh yeah. I see what you're saying. You're like instead of like body
Thank you, my mind's
positivity,
re-
like, well, I'm a Christian and my
I gotta be
this is more like
nice and
a feminine thing, but Janice is getting overweight. What should we do? Well, just love her and just accept her as the way. No, you say, hey, go on a damn diet. What are you doing? Tighten up. You know.
Well, I think what JS is saying is I mean, look, I'm going to give you a more extreme example real quick, and maybe this will make it more apparent. If when Einstein was inventing the nuclear bum, I'm going to say for now because I don't know if his other platform with the other word. All right, if Einstein, when he was inventing this thing, if we hadn't gone after him because other people that were researching that, the other scientists, I'm not going to list their names, but the other scientists that were researching that had been gaslit and told, oh, hey, man, no, you can do this. We don't need that guy, right? We don't need that. Would we have it? Would the world be a different landscape? Would there be more harm than good happening now? Think about it. We opposed going out and gaslighting people to keep people at objective reality so that we could get this guy that could make this thing so that we could stop what was going on in the world to do something right.
Yeah, somebody. Yeah, it did sound like somebody was doing some sort of what's it called that you do in like a bluff, right? And somebody else's bluff create our.
Definitely.
Yeah,
No,
it's not.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
This is why like all the gay stuff started creeping into the churches, and like you see churches with rainbow flags and stuff. It was like, well, we need to be loving and accepting of their sexual. God made them that way. No,
that's
quit
just
sucking dick.
Not a full rainbow.
That's just the churches that are quote unquote Protestant because they protest the original Christianity. That's all it is, and they will always have a weakness because they choose to approach things that are.
Isn't their whole fucking like isn't their whole ideal to like destroy the like to take down isn't their whole thing is like to, you know, like what
I don't
Disney
think
does, like they
right
just
friction.
I don't
go
think
ahead,
that's
Elder.
the whole deal. I think the thing is, like, when the split happened, you had like a strong guy saying no, and this is like you'll see this shit on all kinds of dating podcasts where like a woman will say you're insecure, and the guy goes, "Oh, okay, well maybe I am a little bit," or so, you know. And like that's how I look at Protestantism, right? Protestantism is that girl that's like, "You're fucking insecure," and the guy's like, "No, I'm secure in my standards and my beliefs, and fuck you, you don't appeal to them, so get the hell out." Well, so the Protestants did. They appealed to that and got the hell out and made their own church.
Yeah, I
And
just
it
don't.
sounds like bad family life and morals, right, JS?
Was
Sounds like you kind
like
of lay
I
on the
go
wrong track
so
with
if
no.
I go to an Orthodox church, but I know I can't say never because I don't know. Maybe 10 years from now, my mind will be changed and I'll want to be a catechumen. But like as it stands currently, there's things I don't agree with, or I don't see it yet. I don't understand it the way they
Yeah.
understand it.
You want
So
the
I'm
truth.
not. I can't be part of that church, but I go to that church. Or Catholic, there's doctrines they have that I disagree with, but I don't protest them. I'm not against them. You know, I'm not against
Mhm.
that, and I'm not trying to like make a new religion or anything like that. I just
Right. I like you as an audiobook, dude. I'm not gonna commit to any of these things until I'm ready to like fucking commit. I don't know. That's how I was. That's like how. I don't know. That's
But I spent a lot of my life just
that's my inner self.
just
Like
believing what I
I'm not
was
gonna do something unless I'm gonna do it.
believing what I was told to believe most of my life. You know, I went to church. I got quote unquote saved when I was in kindergarten because they said, "Come down to the altar and do the sinner's prayer. Say these words." You know, Jesus,
What about
you
you,
know
Cleaner
the
and Elder Lion? Did you guys grow up like that too?
Me?
I grew up in a socialist, secular household.
Yeah, I would say
Weird.
my dad always kind of believed in God and believed that there was this overwhelming thing out there. My mom was more religious, but I don't think that either of them really approached religion with me in a way that was like monumental to life. So I did have some religious input, but I also had a lot of like I'm 45. You know, I was born in,
Yes, sir.
so I was in the triple X generation, right? I was in the generation of fuck around and find, and like the way that we found things out was our friends fucking died. We saw they died. We learned from that and we did better. And so, of the 1,000 people that I knew in high school, there's about 23 of us alive right now, right? Because the rest of us found out. And so, those of us that
Yes,
are
sir.
alive learned from that shit and we moved forward. And we're still alive because of it. So it's a different, it's like, yes, there was some good that was imparted from religion, but each of us had kind of a different mindset towards it in that generation to get to where we're at. And this is the thing with all generations, even the millennials that a lot of people say don't do anything in the world, they do. They're presenting a different, well, no, they do. They really do. They're presenting a
No, sir.
different mindset for people to see and understand something. We all have to come to what our truth is in our own way. And for
Yeah,
some,
I mean,
it'll be something ridiculous and by other standards, but for, I mean, you know, because life is subjective, period.
what
All of
turned you on to your faith? What's the what was the like what sparked what?
Well, shit, this is going to be another first, I guess, for me. I'll answer your question. I wouldn't normally dive into
Everybody.
my personal, but so what turned me onto my faith was 21 years of playing last man standing with 8,000 other people and me being almost the last man standing, my wife being a casualty of that war, and coming to the understanding that what I was doing in the world was not necessarily good. It was just something I had been doing as a force of chaos.
Wait,
I
what?
want to see my wife. I want to see my wife when I die. I want to go to heaven and be with her when I die. That's what changed me.
So thinking about the afterlife. That's a
Thinking about what comes next.
yeah. That's
Yeah.
a good. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And I'll say something else here that a lot of people will probably understand if they've ever been in a really dangerous situation or anything like that. When you're presented with the option of your life might actually end as an outcome of this, thinking about the afterlife is a natural thing. You will want to understand things after that. You will want to have some kind of understanding of what's going on and whether or not you're going to go to a place where the people you love are at.
Yeah.
So that's normal.
And that's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to say earlier tonight about like the death penalty. Is you're sitting on death row because you did something horrible, and you know I'm gonna die because of my actions. That's gonna really make you question like what's happening, where am I going, and then
yeah,
you know.
No, it will. It will. For some people, just the option of life in prison or 20 years in prison is enough to make them, and like change their ways, right? And that's the
But
thing
yeah,
that-
but for some people, they enjoy prison.
True. No, that's true. Because
like
because of how they've lived.
I'm
their
homeless
life.
and I got nothing. You know, if I'd go to prison for life, let's go. Like some people that, you know, I don't know. I think our justice system needs to be a little more extreme.
I would say in some cases, yes, but you know how like all the left.
You got to start with the
Thank
foundation.
you, zombie.
You can't just change out a part for like you can't just like change out a part and like upgrade something. You got to do the full meal deal, right?
You can't. Yeah, you're right. You have to look at all the things that there are that are involved in situations. And I think that's one thing that our law tries, like our justice system tries to do it. It doesn't always get it right, and we know that, but that's because there are imperfections that we can fix, right? And we know this. We can figure out stuff and get rid of it. But I think that our justice system is one of the best because we do try to look at all the nuance in someone's life. We do try to understand what it is that brought someone to a situation.
I mean, depended on the jury, JS might have gotten like a totally different thing, or not to use you as an example, or like a friend of mine that got. It could depend totally on just whoever's your,
I never had a jury
that's
trial.
judging you.
That's true.
Yeah.
It does.
Here's a question I have, and it kind of ties into the whole death penalty thing. Cause I've been seeing on like TikTok Live where they're like this prompt is it necessary, or is baptism necessary for salvation? And the way it ties into the death penalty thing is like if the dude's laid on the bed about to get electrocuted, he asked for forgiveness.
Well, no, it's lethal.
Does he go to heaven, or does he not because he didn't get baptized?
I believe that.
Religion, what someone believes. I'll tell you what I understand, which is that, and I believe this personally to be true.
You on death row and start praying? Yeah, I think it's a little late, but go ahead, Cleaner.
Not necessarily. And this, the only reason I say not necessarily is because what God said was we're put here to learn and to do better and to come to his belief and his understanding of our own free will, right? And so if that's the truth, then over life we might do things that are bad. We might. But what matters is whether we eventually at some point try to do better and try to repent for the things we've done bad, which means the logical
even during the final hour
is that even during the final hour, yes, the logical entailment and the understanding of this is it is the intent of the person, right? If you realize in your last 5 seconds of life, shit, man, I've been wrong this whole time. I fucked up. God, I am so sorry. I realize I fucked up. I don't know why I fucking listened to this other shit or whatever it is, right? The intent of your heart has changed. The intent matters. The intent of everything matters. And the way that feminists have changed the modern landscape.
Fuck, that sucks. So all the good ones are fucking dead before they realize they could have.
Well, before we go into feminism, my answer to that would be I believe in the baptism by fire. So that would be the baptism by fire, which is a
Wait, so
baptism.
if you're not baptized, you're going to hell?
No,
JS?
it's a baptism of the Spirit. It's
Yeah.
not a physical water baptism, but
He's
you've
speaking to the
Can
spiritual.
that happen right before death?
yeah, it can
Well,
happen.
also wasn't
That's
I'm
crazy.
not
Okay,
religious,
thank you.
I don't know if
but
it's you could necessarily call
I
it bad.
think I'm not religious, but I think if you
Yeah, I wouldn't call
live the majority of your life
Maybe-
as a shitty person, I don't give a fuck if you live the last 10 years of your life repented. It
Right.
it means nothing
but
to the
also,
world
though,
or
in
to
the
anyone
Bible-
else.
In the Bible, wasn't Paul
Actually, I
killing
hate people.
Christians?
The people I hate the
He
most are
died,
the
and then
people that
wasn't
are.
he also resurrected, and God used him to?
I hate the
Am I
people that
right?
have like
I may be
done
wrong.
terrible things and like lived
Yeah.
most of their life as like a terrible person, and then they change, and then they think that that means that like now they're a changed person, and they're gonna have like a better afterlife and
No,
everything.
you'd be
solved
dealing with
now.
that for
Yeah.
I
the
feel like
rest
that's
of
like
for the
Matthew-
rest
I
of
hate those
time,
types of
right?
people.
So before
That's why
Jesus
Brandon
came,
and JS is
before Jesus in Matthew 3:11, he says, "I baptize you with water to show that your hearts and lives have changed. But there is one coming after me who is greater than I, whose sandals I am not good enough to carry. He will baptize you with the Holy Spirit and fire." And that Holy Spirit is the trials and tribulations that we live through. It's the things we go through in our life, and it's the Spirit. It's God knowing our heart.
That's why the faith always wants us to freaking acknowledge.
And maybe I
our
know
things.
maybe some people will say this is a heresy or whatever, but I'm saying just because you don't get dunked under that water doesn't mean you haven't been baptized.
I get that.
Okay.
This is, like Goon, me, myself, and I, and Brandon have actually brought up a really good point though with what they're saying, JS. And this is the point of like the 3D, the physical representation of our bodies, where we're at right now, this plane that we exist on. We do not have to forgive somebody for what they've done wrong. Okay, that's not up to us. That's not going to affect their soul. That's not going to affect their afterlife. All right, there's two different realms, and when you split the understanding, things in the 3D realm versus things in the metaphysical realm, it makes a little more sense why someone in the 3D realm can say, no, fuck you. You've done all this shit wrong. I'm not going to forgive you for that. That's okay. You can do that. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Human beings could behave that way. If they disagree with something that someone has done in their whole life and they do not feel the forgiveness for them, then don't.
It's not
But you know what? That's not going to affect what God says on the other side. Right, so there's two different realms.
Yeah, but see, I don't know about that. I think if someone does something horrible and you can't forgive them for it, then that's a you problem. That's not a them problem. It's not what they did.
That's not always a you problem, JS. Okay, think about it like this.
We have to
right?
love our
I think
enemies.
it's all around.
and
I think there's both sides of that, right, JS? Just like you're saying, though, too. I agree.
It's situational, and that's the thing. Sorry, go ahead, Elder.
Yeah, there is the situation variable. Go ahead.
The biggest thing we're commanded to do is to love and to forgive our enemies.
Right, and that's not always something we
Yeah, I
can
understand.
perceive.
But also,
it-
does that matter in like what Cleaner's saying about the afterlife, where whether we're called to forgive, just so that way we don't hold that in our heart. But as far as like whenever you get up there, you're facing God. Will He forgive you?
Enough for Jesus to direct
I think it's about.
I mean, but God's going to question you on that, on whether you could forgive him or not. But as far as His forgiveness of that person,
I don't necessarily think that people.
I'm saying you could get forgiven. I'm just saying I think that there's still some type of punishment that would happen. In my just world, there would be still some type of punishment that would happen.
Dude,
the
good
punishment
or
is
bad,
death.
I think what he's saying.
No, the punishment
well,
isn't.
that comes regardless.
in the
No,
three-dimensional
if you
world.
didn't learn from it or use it to make your life and to learn
That's what
from
I'm
it,
saying.
like
When
good or
somebody
bad
like Ted
experiences,
Bundy, when
you
someone
gotta
like
use
Ted
it
Bundy
to
is
better
on
the
death
future.
row and he
get over
finds God, that means absolutely
that
nothing to me.
Well, and that's the thing. That's the thing. Okay, and
I
that's
mean,
a good
that's
point
my
that you
question.
make, Boone. That's a really good point you make. Okay, this is the difference. All right, you don't have to be You don't have to be accepted and forgiven by man. The forgiveness that you seek is not the
Yeah,
forgiveness.
but I would even view a God that would like
Comes from
forgive
the
Ted
person that
Ted
judges
Bundy
you,
as a
bro.
weak God.
That's
Like
who
if you just let him
you're.
pass through
That's who you're
without any
supposed
trials
to
and tribulations,
follow.
then you are
No,
a
no,
weak
no. No,
God.
listen. Okay, listen. What you're
You're
saying,
not
what
appealing to man. You're appealing to your faith.
what you're saying has merit, but what the difference is that you have two realms. And when you look at it and understand there are two realms. Okay, yes, you may have been a horrible person in your life, and during the last minutes of your life, maybe you came to the realization that you did these wrong things. And in this life, in this world that we're all living in, that we can actually interact with, right? We understand, hey, that was a bad fucking person. We demonize that person. That's fine. Okay. There's no prescription that says you shouldn't demonize what that person has done for everything they've done. But in the metaphysical world, where he goes beyond his body, he's gained an understanding in the few minutes before he passes. You know what? There's more to this, and I fucked up, and I am seriously sorry I fucked up. Maybe there's some consequences to pay. I can't tell you that because I'm still here, right? But the intent, God
Yeah,
does.
exactly. That's all I'm saying is you'd at least have to send him through like Dante's Inferno once or something.
Yeah, yeah,
But,
no.
but God knows.
Ain't that also what happened with the
That's
thief
why
on
the
the cross
commandment.
that was next to Jesus? He asked Jesus for forgiveness. He
Yeah, it's the
realized he
thief on the
fucked up,
cross.
and then he was brought into heaven.
I
Did
mean,
did he
there's
have
things
time
that
to
I
hop
think
off the
could be.
cross,
I
go get
think there's things
baptized,
that
and
can
then get
be
back home?
easier forgiven
Exactly.
too. I think there's things
Exactly.
that can be waved away a lot easier.
And if Jeffrey Dahmer says, if Jeffrey Dahmer is in jail and he's going through appeals and he says, I became a Christian and I found God and I repent for my sins, and we
That's
are
good
like,
strategy.
oh, we believe this, and then we stop his
No, that's all our shit to deal with. That's not
right.
God's shit to deal with,
Yeah, and
right?
then but God knows our heart.
Is
So
the actual intent of
if
your
Jeffrey
heart.
Dahmer truly
That's an
saw
evil
that
way of
what he did
using.
was
Okay.
wrong and his well, he wasn't up for I don't know if he was going to get
Well,
executed
what if
or
they're
not,
using
but
it for
he
just to get out of
got
something
killed.
they did bad, and not
No,
using it
slander
for
on Jeffrey
mercy.
Dahmer. Let's just say he was up for execution.
Well, no, because Jeffrey Dahmer's a perfect example because allegedly he came to God before he got killed in prison. So the question is, did he really come to God or not? Well, we can't
That's
know
not
that.
for us to know. That's for him and God to know. And that's
Exactly.
what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys
Cool.
already
Okay.
touched
Thank
on
you.
something that is actually
We can cast our judgment in this realm, but
right.
as far as whenever God knows your intentions, God knows your heart, and if He deems
So
you
self-reflection is the most important.
worthy of getting into heaven, then that's what He's going to do.
Perfectly said. That is the split between the two realms, and this is the
Yeah,
thing.
that's what
I think
Dahmer's
we're gonna
goofy
be
ass is saying.
I think we're gonna be
That's what Dahmer's
surprised.
goofy ass was saying. And Dahmer's goofy ass was like, "I'm gonna be in heaven."
If surprise is a
I
thing
mean,
in the
that
Depends on
afterlife,
his intentions, what was in his heart.
if I make it to heaven, I think I'm
to.
gonna be
That's all
surprised
that
to
matters.
who I see in heaven. I think a
I think
lot
his
of the people
intentions were
you
to eat
think
some
that you
young
would see in heaven,
boys.
you're not gonna see in heaven, and a lot of people you think
You might be,
I don't
Jay.
know.
You might be.
You might be right. I don't think that's something I should waste too much time thinking about. That's something
Right.
hard to
Yeah,
the human mind to comprehend, right?
Yeah.
That's fair, and you're not at a point where you need to really think about that. I guess maybe
Right.
like everybody gets
Well,
their.
I always saw the Bible, you guys, as people just need some people need that so they don't just go murder other people. They need to find God so they don't do bad, whatever. What would be, I don't know. I was just instinctually
I mean, David
evil.
David cut a dude's head off so he could take his wife, and that was a man after God's own heart. Like,
I mean,
That guy made it to heaven.
Cain killed his own brother.
Right, and those things aren't necessarily right. And see that, like you guys have already touched on something that's really important in this split, in this duality that we have in our mind and in our soul, right? You guys have already touched on this. You've already said some people at some point will feel the burning before they die. Some people will feel that feeling of they've done something wrong before they die. So when you pass, you will go through a burning cleansing. You will get rid of all the evil, or you can't go to heaven. If you don't get rid of that evil, you can't move on because you're stuck in it, right? God didn't tell us that He's damning us to this. We damn ourselves to this. If you can't get out of the loop and escape hell, it's because you and your soul won't let you. So if in this life you're able to gain the understanding to push you out of that, then that's what you've gained. But if you haven't, then you will be stuck in that
You
loop.
haven't realized that you're. What's the thing with the devil and stuff? I don't know. Like
This is why I say what you're
the
talking about.
deception and the evil.
It
Religion. No one ever discusses like what the different. What's the? That's what my most curious thing is too.
What are you
The only
playing,
reason-
Goon? Area 51?
No, Doom 3.
Yeah, I was gonna
Doom
say
The
3.
worst Doom game.
Isn't the
I
only
thought it was Quake. I thought it was Quake. I was wrong. That was a good guess.
I was excited because the graphics card that I bought, they had Doom Doom Dark Ages for free if you bought it last week, and this week that promotion ended, and now I get some stupid freaking benchmark program for free.
Have any of y'all tried that new Doom Eternal? Is that any good?
I think I have Doom, which is the
All
one
Doom
I have
games,
one of them.
from what I've
Not sure which one I have.
heard, are pretty good, and the first one to the new season.
But Dark Ages is coming out like next week.
Yeah, I'm
played it though.
Compared to the old ones, from what I've seen, I don't know. I would say
The one I have is just called Doom.
try it before you don't.
It's from what's this from?
I'm gonna be less quick to judge. Thank you for that.
I don't have Doom Eternal. I have Doom. It was like when they first made it for like new gen consoles.
Yeah, the remaster.
Yeah, 2016 Doom. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Was it from 2026, JS? Is that the one you're talking about?
2026.
What? 2026? Bro, you got a time machine? You
That's the
fact checking? You're not
future.
sharing?
Yeah, I do. Maybe
No, 2016 sounds
Military
about
guys
right.
always
Yeah,
get
it's just called Doom. It's
Yeah, I've got that one.
I know what you meant.
Upgraded the graphics and all that, but kind of pretty close to the same original, just like with the bosses being more 3D and shit. It was good though.
Yeah.
I know. I think it was mostly graphics.
I never beat it. Once I get this new
Some of them are
computer,
pretty
I'm gonna
hard.
play it.
As far as graphics card goes, would an AMD 6800 be a good graphics card?
Sounds pretty old.
Well, I mean, I think
have
it
no
is.
idea about AMD.
That's one part. I mean, I think that only performs as well as the rest of your. Speaking of foundations and stuff.
It should
6800. It's 500
Depends
bucks.
on. I
It
think that would
seems-
depend on whatever else you're running, right?
like. Do you have
JS?
Do you have the 8 gig or 16 gig model?
It's
And do you have
6800 has 16 gigs.
I don't know. I haven't bought it. yet. I was going to get the 16 gig model.
Yeah,
Well,
it's-
look at the rest.
seems
of your
decent for a mid range. You know,
My CPU is a
That's my
Ryzen
guess.
5 3600. I got 16 gigs of RAM.
3600, you said Ryzen 3600.
Yeah, the Ryzen 5 3600. I know it's old. I had
Your
bought
CPU
this.
might actually bottleneck this graphics card because this graphics card seems pretty decent.
Oh no.
I'm looking
See,
at it
I
right
had
now.
bought this PC from my cousin, and it was like dirt cheap, and I was like, all right, well, I'll just upgrade it whenever I want, whenever I feel like it. So now I'm trying to find better graphics card and stuff like this. That way I can run certain games that I want.
So the Ryzen 5 3600 will support up to DDR5 memory. So if it interfaces with the graphics card for any of its computing, it'll support up to DD5. So like DDR6, DDR5, or I'm sorry, DDR4 memory, it'll support up to DDR4. So like DDR5, DDR6 that's on the Radeon 6800 cards, if it has any math coprocessing that needs to be done in the graphics cards, it won't be able to do that through them using DDR5 or DDR6. It'll degrade it significantly, which will slow down the graphics card a little bit.
Okay, I'm running DDR4, so that means I would wind up having to get a new CPU and a motherboard, wouldn't I?
Yeah, I think a 7. I think the 7 takes you up to 5, but realistically, man, the scale difference between the 5 and 6 isn't that high. So, you know.
Shit.
But
It's
okay,
really
so could I still run the same motherboard but get a better CPU?
Yeah, as long as it fits
Because the
in-
DDR5 will
Well-
still fit into the RAM slots, correct?
Yeah, as long
JS, what program though, right? Too.
yeah.
A lot of the new CPUs, they've switched the pins to be on the motherboard and not on the CPU.
Some have, yeah.
So you would,
And you have to watch the RAM that you get. Your motherboard may not be able to support it because of the
You like burn your shit up.
So if your motherboard can't support above DDR4, then getting anything higher will only declass that to DDR4 rating. So check your motherboard and make sure it can actually handle using DDR5 or 6. But the thing is, this whole tech thing, once you hit DDR3, the scale change from DDR3 to 4 was about like 26% baseline with almost exact same resistors, diodes, all that other shit in it. When you go to DDR4 and then 5, it's like 2%. 5 to 6, it's like 3%. There's almost no change. So 4 is still pretty close to the pinnacle of what you can get.
I do have. You just reminded me too. Thanks for that, guys. JS, what are you doing with your cooling? Like, how are you gonna do your cooling thing? I was curious.
I have a
Yeah, like your cooling.
I have a 360 millimeter Kraken NZXT Elite badass AIO.
How about it's gonna be all colorful and stuff? That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
What you really want to watch for more with the RAM and the graphics cards is the clock speeds, the speed of the first word, second word, the LT or L2, L3 cache interactions. Like if you see the milliseconds, they're like 100 milliseconds on a piece of RAM. That's some shit you don't want. If it's like 15 to 20, that's going to be fast react, which means information is coming out really fast. It's going in and coming.
What's more important, the up or the down? Like the for the cloud or whatever it is.
The thing
like
is
the
on RAM,
processing, I
both
don't
ways.
really.
Like on RAM, it's both ways because it's just electricity. So it doesn't care if it's going up channel or down channel. It doesn't matter either way on RAM. If you get a RAM with a better clock speed, that's going to give you a faster reception. That's going to give you a faster reaction.
That's what I was asking. Does that affect that? Will that help boot?
Yeah. Yeah, with the fast reaction,
I'm just going based
it makes
off
a
of.
huge difference. It does.
This is my cooler.
And that's the thing. That's why I'm saying like DDR4 hit the pinnacle.
It's gonna be fun to see you set that up.
DDR4, we saw things that were in 20 millisecond clock speeds all the way across the board, and it was like, you know, and like everything else hasn't really.
The LCD on this thing is huge, and you can put.
That's
it
nice.
It can play video.
Bro, you said. You guys, bro. You know what blows my mind is that our phones used to be like just like floppy disk and shit, man. I still have a couple. Like everything, cameras. Man, like my little niece never seen a freaking disposable camera until like she was like, it's like, what the heck's that, Grandpa Lee?
I'm thinking about while I'm building
technology's
it,
crazy
I need
now.
to like hit
You're streaming
record
that, right?
while because I'm gonna stream while I'm building it, and I'm thinking
Just
I
do a
should like
time
hit
lapse.
record and do little like unboxing videos and be like, hey, now we're opening up the da 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 da. Let's do it, and then open it up.
Yeah.
Do like
and
a
then
time lapse or something?
make all those clips into videos.
Kraken's a pretty good cooler, man. It's not bad. A lot of things that go into like your cooling, people really don't pay attention to it as much as they should, but take a vacuum cleaner and clean that fucking radiator out, your computer will run so much faster. Like just do it periodically.
Vacuum cleaner?
Yeah, I'm not even shitting you, dude. I take a shop vac that sucks up like water and all kinds of other crap. I take the fan off the front of the radiator on my cooler and I just clean the cooler. I clean the dust and the dirt and all that crap that gets into them every 6 months. And my shit, like I'm running a 10-year-old computer and I'm running at 120
Oh,
frames.
okay, I was gonna say I don't know if you should do that with a new.
Heat control, bro. It's heat control.
Once I build the new
Yeah, yeah.
computer, I'm gonna take this
I
laptop
think you have to
apart,
clean it manually, right?
and
Like with the newer
clean
technology.
it out,
Is
clean
I
it out, and try to upgrade it.
Not the water part, just the
No, well, of course not.
that gets on the
Yeah,
outside.
yeah, the fans and stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't do that with like any of my newer like consoles.
I've
or
never
devices.
opened my laptop
Taking a
up
shot
and
back
cleaned
to
it. I've had it for 5 years, and I've never.
No, laptops are easy. Laptops are easier. Get a can of air, one of those air cans. Take a vacuum and a can of air, and blow the air in through the exhaust port, and have the vacuum cleaner on the other side to suck all the dust
off.
I can't buy
I
air
wouldn't do that with
duster.
new devices.
I can't buy air duster.
No,
I'll
not with your
relapse
shit.
and start huffing again.
This guy's like out of whippets looking.
I love it, JS. I love it, man. You've always got a good funny take.
Oh my lord. It's not, I shouldn't laugh at that. That's like I can't.
It is funny, you know. How many times when we're growing up, we see some kid over at a damn snow cone machine, and instead of hitting the snow cone thing at the same time, he's sucking that shit up. He's like, "Yeah, buddy."
Dude, my friends would always ruin the whipped cream. We'd have all these cans of whipped cream for like a birthday party or some shit. And then you'd go to squirt the whipped cream and it's like drizzling out. Who was huffing the whipped cream?
Yep. Man, you know, people are going to do stupid shit at sometimes.
You go to eat your pie and you don't have any freaking whipped cream or have something like that.
Yeah, you got liquid cream.
That guy deserves a punch in the face. And then guess what? How many?
Do you think there's like a guy at the factory?
Oh no, you're talking about the computer build
like-
again. ZT Dim, we ordered the graphics card tonight. The operating system is coming on Monday. All the parts are ordered. We're gonna build it next Saturday, hopefully, and then we won't talk
you
about
want to
this
get some
stuff for a
money,
while.
dude. How much would someone have to pay for you to stop talking about the computer shit on stream?
Well, you could have
That's
just
the-
paid
that's
for
the
the whole
real donation,
computer on the first day I started talking about it, and
I
then I
think-
wouldn't be talking about
I
it.
think he
so
needs
much.
another 500. I thought.
Nothing, just change the topic.
Then he can cancel the order and get the better graphics.
I'm not gonna get in the midst of your topic to change the topic. That's just fucked.
There's Jeremy. Jeremy, I ordered the
Yeah, I know.
5070 Ti OC.
No, I've heard like 80 times tonight.
Jeremy,
Morning.
guess what I did?
No,
I will voice solidarity with that guy.
He's
He
muted.
bought the 5070 Ti, Jeremy. He bought the
I didn't get the
5070 Ti.
plus. The plus was $100 more. I didn't get the plus.
I heard that too. I've been here pretty much the whole time.
Yeah, but
The whole
I'm
stream,
excited. I'm very excited.
I've been here since VK. I just have not been in chat.
Yeah, you guys have been making out in a private call together or something. I noticed you both flew in at the same time.
Now, I think I'm going to be able to build it just fine, but you're going to have to walk me
Jeremy
through.
was giving him his talking points.
Because I
Okay.
was sleeping.
You're going to have to walk me through BIOS and walk me through setup.
Sleeping with blackout.
No.
I don't know how much sleep was getting done though.
Jeremy, I think, could probably tell you more about clock speeds and how important those are in your RAM and in your graphics card than I could. He's had more interaction.
No
with-
brainer.
Apparently, the 5070 and 5080 are like overclocking
no, you did.
monsters. Like you can overclock them like crazy.
Yeah, but if you, I don't know that you need to though. In all honesty.
I probably won't.
But the
Nah,
thing
the
is,
over-
you can overclock any of those things, but the second you do, outside of factory outside of factory overclocking, which your card is already coming factory overclocked, if you go and do that above and beyond that, you're voiding your warranty.
Oh shit! I didn't pay for extra. It comes with a warranty, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a new product. It's going to come with a factory warranty.
Okay.
Out of the box, you're not paying for.
Have fun signing up for that.
If they offer something additional, that's like an extended warranty that the store, the merchant.
Because like if you order it from Walmart, you can pay like $70 extra and get a 2-year, or $100 extra and get a 3-year. But
that warranty
Doesn't that help with the
is
value?
with the store. So basically, if you and actually, those are better than what the manufacturer will give you. In fact, some of those will actually cover. Some of those will cover you fucking it up. So like your overclocking and stuff like that could actually be covered by the store warranty, but the manufacturer wouldn't cover that. But the thing with those warranties are you don't have to go and deal with the manufacturer of the cards. So like if the card fucks up, you've got an MSI card, right? So if it fucks up, you've got to go contact MSI for the warranty coverage and whatnot.
Right.
However, if you would have had the warranty with Walmart when you bought it, you deal with
It just
Walmart.
makes you want to play Dead
You don't
Space.
have
Fuck.
to go to MSI and deal with them. Walmart deals with the warranty for you. It's their warranty.
Well, I'm glad that I don't believe in warranties and I don't believe in insurance. So
I really don't do those things either. But
I've never had
They're
to
always
use.
against you nowadays.
They
You know?
are better.
Well, the theory behind the warranty
It seems
is
bad to pay for something in
you
case
over it.
something bad
What?
happens. Let's just hope nothing bad
Bro,
happens.
it works for certain things, man. GameStop and like when they start coming out with these new controllers and stuff, man, I just make sure to buy the same controllers, the same color and shit, and then I can just keep
Nah, it's
using
a
the warranty to
scam.
get a $5,
every
$60
year,
game.
every year
I
I
only
just
have to pay
smash
it
my
one time.
phone. And with the Cricket deal, you
You
can
knew
just
about different
upgrade your phone
mushrooms?
for free if
Do you
you
know
break
stuff
it
about
within
other
under a
plants?
year.
Oh, I'm a
Wait,
I'm a
what?
I'm a
Goon,
herbologist,
send me the
Auntie.
deeds.
I've had a green thumb since I was a little kid. I've grown gardens in my front yard. I made terrariums when I was a
The thing with
kid.
those warranties are is it's an avoidance of a headache. Like the dealing with the merchant, that takes a lot of the headache out of having to go to the manufacturer, because manufacturers are going to give you all kinds of things that are going to pull them out of the responsibility. And even still, beyond that, you've got to ship your component to them. They're going to do some other evaluations on it before they send you back a replacement or a repaired
Yeah, nah,
component.
Cricket's got a no questions asked.
Whereas the store, you do it, you walk in, you give them your thing, and you walk out with a new one in its place.
Yeah, exactly. And they'll offer me, if I do it all within a year,
Damn,
every
well, don't
single
tell me
time
all
they'll
that.
offer me to upgrade a phone for like $40.
It's too late now.
Yeah,
Don't
but
tell me
is
all
it a
that.
one-time purchase? It's a one-time purchase, Goon, or do you have to pay
No,
monthly?
it keeps rolling over. Like, it rolls over infinitely.
Yeah.
Like, for the last,
Yeah.
3-4 years, I've only spent, upwards to $60, $70 for the newest generation of the Cricket Samsung phones.
Yeah, so sometimes
Okay.
it's not too late,
Do you
JS,
get
'cause the one thing
unlimited
you gotta
everything?
remember is
Go ahead.
there is a return policy on most of those things. So you technically,
Yeah.
at least in a lot of cases, you still have within whatever the return policy is to actually opt into their warranty coverage, because you could just return the device to them and buy the same thing and get the warranty coverage. So a lot of times they'll just honor that return policy to opt into the warranty coverage.
Yeah, but the problem is a lot of these parts that I bought are already out of return. So it's 30-day return
That's
policy.
that. I'm just saying in some of the stuff, if you opted out of it, not all of it is completely out of the option to opt into those.
I think I got insurance on
The important
my.
aspect would be is to hold the value.
I paid extra for insurance on my motherboard, my
those things. So I don't get them
case, and my
myself.
PSU.
I just want you to be educated in the decision that you make. They are better. They're not scams or anything like that. So if you opt out of it, fine. But you are opting out of a service that is actually better than the factory warranty. But
you're basically
because you opted out of those. You're just not getting it from the merchant.
Yeah.
All my laws.
Whether it does or doesn't break. Doesn't that even help the value, Jeremy, or does that change?
No, the warranty. Whether you get that extended warranty or not is not going to do anything to the value of the component.
Oh, it doesn't carry over now. Okay.
No, that warranty is not going to. If you were to get that thing and you sell it 4 months from now, that warranty doesn't go with the device. The warranty.
Yeah, to the next user. Okay, so they don't back it. That's
Well,
the warranty you'd be getting is from the.
If the
person who
graphics
sold it, not
card
from the
and the
actual maker
OS
of the-
come this week, that means you gotta be ready next Friday and Saturday night.
Yes, you don't actually need like you don't have to wait for the OS to come in. You can literally download the ISOs directly from Microsoft. I can walk you through
Windows,
the process
bro,
of creating
please.
a USB thumb drive to install it.
I don't have a thumb drive.
Yes, please,
Fucking
like,
kidding me,
because
Jazz?
that'd be the most boring part.
What
Would
do you
be
think I
like
just
the Windows thing.
think I just got thumb drives hanging out?
Everybody has at least one.
I have a USB.
I might. I don't think I do. I don't think I have. Yeah.
I'll
I got
stand with you in
a drawer
solidarity,
filled
JS.
with
I ain't got
junk.
no USB.
I don't even have a computer, and I have fucking thumb drives.
I don't think I don't think I have any thumb drive. I think I have a drawer with a bunch of wires in it, and there might be.
Actually, JS, that makes you urban and hip.
I mean, I've got like
Yeah, too. Hey, mine are from
Yeah.
culminating
This
high
is
school
JS Urban
project.
Adventures, not JS Technological Adventures.
It's gonna be an adventure, bro.
Have you grown potatoes vertically? I've never grown potatoes. I don't like potatoes are whack. What am I gonna do with a potato? Make French fries?
You can make a battery.
I don't appreciate the potatoism coming out of your channel, JS.
I grow potatoes, peppers.
Anti-potato.
I'm not potatoes. Tomatoes, peppers, onions, herbs.
Bro, you just lie to your chat like that. You say, I don't grow potatoes, and then you say, I grow potatoes.
Tomatoes. Tomatoes.
What's the difference? One's red, right?
I'm not gonna help you build your computer.
I've grown a potato before. At some point.
All right, Jeremy, you send him the thumb drive, and for a I'm gonna send him a bonsai.
I
tree
already
for
ordered
his,
the OS.
I actually have a starter
It's
kit
coming
for a
on
bonsai
Monday.
tree.
I already ordered the.
Oh, you already have the thumb drive, the USB.
It hasn't arrived yet, but I've already ordered it.
No, he ordered it. He ordered a CD. It's gonna come on a CD. But
No, I ordered the thumb drive version. I ordered Windows 11.
Yes, what's
I ordered
going
Windows
on with
11
you
Pro
and
thumb drive download version.
So, Jeremy, can I ask you real quick, because this is something that people keep on misunderstanding, right? And you'll be able to answer this question and understand what I'm asking. Is it more important for you to go after DDR6 memory stick or something like that if your CPU can't handle the clock speed, the relay time between the memory and what you're doing with the computer, versus going for like the massive chunk of DDR? Like if you can have like a 128 gigabyte DDR system, is that going to matter as much as having a 20 millisecond clock speed if that 128 gigabytes has 100 millisecond clock speed?
Yes, it depends. Well, for one, DDR6, you can't get that on systems yet. There's no consumer systems that are running DDR6. DDR5 is the best you get right now. But
Well, I thought I had DDR7.
You're talking graphics. You're talking graphics card.
Oh, right.
Or he's talking system memory. System memory, DDR5 is the best you're going to get right now. But that said, yes, there is a legitimate reason to have more memory over fast memory, which is if you're running a heavy memory intensive application, right, and you have a little bit of memory, then that's really cool. You've got really fast memory that can process little chunks of data, while what it can't use goes off into your page file, which is your storage. So having more memory that is a slower speed would be better to have a lot of it to be able to process larger chunks of data that doesn't have to page off to your disk, which is substantially slower than DDR5, DDR4, DDR3. So yes, there is a reason to have more memory over. More large memory at a slower speed than less memory at a much faster speed.
Right. So what would be, and I'm not necessarily saying less memory, I'm saying a massive difference. Okay, yeah, less, I guess. But
what do you need it to support? I think would be Jeremy's.
If you're running any of the general video games that are out right now, or any of the general applications that are out right now, most likely 60.
Potato candy.
You don't really need to go higher than that. You make an extreme.
That a thing?
But,
I don't
so
even eat bread.
once you reach the
Potato
differential,
candy is actually pretty good, Jess.
like
Potato bread is good. I didn't know
Yeah.
potato candy was a thing.
I have
Sorry,
no
guys.
idea what you're saying, Cleaner, because there's like 4 other people talking.
Sorry.
Yeah, I got it. But once you okay, so let's say that your total applications, the maximum you're going to be running is like 60 gigs of RAM, right? Okay, and you have
60 gigs of RAM.
Yeah, there are some massively huge operations and programs that can't actually utilize that much all at once.
What?
So let's say you're looking at 128 gig setup. Would it be better to go with 128 gig setup that's cheap for 100 millisecond clock time, or one
From
that's
my
like
understanding, there's like no need for over 64. There's no need for 64.
there is.
Well, I mean, I have
Terabyte, bro.
But
What are you doing, Jeremy? What do you
for
need?
most people, you're fine with 32.
32 is
32 is kind of overkill in certain cases, but 64
I got 64 and they're telling me
is
you don't
very
even need
comfortable.
64, JS.
64 is very comfortable. You should be more than fine with 64.
I'm gonna get
But you need to run a
256.
huge open world
128 is
game while you're
ridiculous
also
if you're
doing
running,
something.
like VMs and shit like that. It makes total sense to have a ridiculous amount of memory for VMs.
Right. Or if
VMs.
you're running like SQL databases.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what that means, but
Nobody's running a fucking SQL database on their consumer PC. Like, it's just not happening.
Well, I wasn't necessarily limiting it to a consumer PC, but yeah, I even on a couple of my consumer PCs, I ran. I collect.
You're not a typical consumer, Cleaner.
Okay, that's fair.
Would that work on an old? Yeah.
I don't consider myself a typical consumer when it comes to
Yorkie.
like I run fucking. I've got Docker containers and shit all over my house. Like,
what's with all these potato heads in my
What
chat?
are you using it for, though, right?
user when it comes to computers. The typical consumer
Gnocchi
is
is fucking delicious, bro. Don't knock it till you try it. Little pillowy, delicious bites of potato. Oh my god, gnocchi is bomb.
One thing I want to point out when I came up here, I came up here for one specific point, which is
Yes, sir.
you guys were talking about spraying out your, you were talking about vacuuming out your AIO.
Yeah.
And whatnot.
Yeah,
Somebody
it was
mentioned-
with aerosol or not aerosol, but
Somebody mentioned spraying
dust off.
canned air on the system.
Dust off, yeah.
Don't ever
Don't
fucking do that. That I don't know who ever came up with the idea to do that. That is a fucking bonehead thing to do. It should never even be
I know
considered
firsthand you should not do that.
because those things have liquid nitrogen in them, and as they spray that, it gets on the board and it can cause condensation to build up right there wherever the nitrogen sprays out across your board, and it can cause significant damage to your system. Never fucking do that. If you're going to blow the system out, and JS, you would be able to do this one, buy one of those. They have them. They're actually relatively cheap. They're like either mattress or pool inflatable things. They've got little.
I already got one for an air mattress. The little
Use that.
yeah.
Yeah, those are good.
That's what I pull
Yeah,
mine out
and then
with.
I don't have to worry about relapsing.
I just take off all the attachments. and plug that directly into the. Take it outside because it's gonna create a ton of fucking dust in the air.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Jeremy. I personally, I have always had air compressors because I do a lot of technical stuff. So I've always had air compressor in my house. I use the compressed air that comes from that's behind.
I got an air compressor.
It pulls all the moisture out of the air, so I don't even worry about that.
You don't even want to use an overpowered vacuum on you.
Where for air compressors, it depends on where the air draw is from because
well, and whether or not you have a dehumidifier.
There's moisture in the air as well, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying. It depends
No, like for blowing it out.
The moisture,
like the air compressor that fills your tire, right?
Right, but if you have a dehumidifier before the air compressor, before the air that's going into the air compressor, if the supplied air to the compressor has gone through a dehumidifier.
Yeah, that's like it's really about the force too.
It depends.
It does.
It depends on how you're dealing with the air going in. It also depends on how it draws the air coming out, because some of those things will draw the air from the top of the unit where the condensation builds up at the bottom, right?
Yeah, no,
This is also why you never
Well,
leave an air
I
compressor
assume his
filled with
air
air
compressor's
at
like
all
6
times,
years old.
or filled with
Right.
pressure at all times. You usually drain that when you're not using it, unless you have a big heavy industrial one that's designed in such a way
Yeah,
to
like a good old
self-regulate
fashioned one, bro.
and exhaust the moisture. Otherwise, the moisture sits at the bottom of the tank and just eventually corrodes that through with rust, and it'll just blow itself out. So,
Right. Yeah.
Can't blow yourself.
compressors are not necessarily a good option either. They can be fine, but
If you have a good setup, like I do a lot of work on vehicle computers, so my setup is 0% humidity inside the tank. So like the moisture collector at the bottom is a separate bulb. There will actually be air inside the moisture collector, and the moisture collector will be the part that ends up rusting out if anything does, because of the way it's set up. I get what you're saying, Jeremy. You're 100% right. And it was something I wasn't really thinking about when I was saying use the little air blowers. Like I was just saying you should use something to blow it out or something to clean it out, something to get that dust.
Yeah,
off,
suction.
you know?
A gnocchi's like a potato ravioli. I remember a potato dumpling.
What?
They're good.
I mean,
Yeah, you say it's not ravioli. Don't you fucking dare.
Dumpling.
the best thing he can
Yeah,
do is
kinda like-
get one of those little pull float inflator things and use off of that. 'Cause That's just regular open air. It's not heating it. It's not cooling it. It's gonna do none of that. It's just literally blowing air. The same
Yeah.
air that would be going across it anyways.
Yeah,
That looks
and
good.
even if you really want to get into it, you could even use the discharge side of your fucking shop vac to blow while the suction side is sucking it out, because it'll be the same temperature. There won't be a humidification effect on the component.
That's not a terrible idea there. Yeah.
I don't want to break my.
I'm just
Never use
saying
a
once I build the computer, I'm gonna open up this laptop because I've never cleaned it out in the 5 or 6 years that I've had it.
Yeah, never use the intake of a vacuum on a computer, by the way, ever. Using it on the
Or
intake
a
is
new
okay, but never using
console.
the computer itself.
Why not the
Because
intake?
You can have, yeah. So I'm just saying, never
I can do that on my
vacuum
own
out
consoles.
computer components, because you can easily knock a resistor or
And suck it up into the.
No. You don't.
Or just even break something.
You don't.
Sorry, when I think shop vac, I think shop vac. So that thing's gonna be like.
Well, no, I mean, just even a vacuum. You should never, ever vacuum out.
That would exceed
your
a
computer
vacuum.
case.
You
You
shouldn't
just
use.
don't.
Well, this is something I don't know about. Jeremy, can you turn up your output like maybe 10 or 15% on Discord? It's really quiet in comparison to the other guys, so I think they're not hearing you.
Click on my name and
I can hear him.
I just turned it up a little bit.
increase the volume.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's just on mine. Here, I'll turn up your user volume on mine. There you go.
No, there's a lot of people that complain that I'm lower volume.
Oh, okay.
Because you're sitting so damn far away from
It's
the mic.
something I'm learning about then, because I haven't even really thought about using a vacuum on a computer. So what actually, but wait, what could happen? Because like me with me, what I do, I just kind of move it over the surface. I don't actually touch the radiator. I
I'm
move
gonna
it over.
suck a dang piece up into the vacuum.
Can have weak connections over time, right? A lot of them are just most of them are loosely connected simply by solder joints, right? And over time, those things can generate heat and loosen themselves up, right? So now you run a vacuum on there,
What
and
can
you're
go
literally
wrong?
sucking them off away from the board, so they can go loose, and you never even know that that happened because you just sucked the capacitor or resistor or whatever right up into the vacuum cleaner. You never even noticed it happened.
Okay, yeah, I get that.
But wouldn't I rather have it sucked?
Rattling around the bottom of the case or whatever as you're blowing into there.
Wouldn't I rather have it sucked up into the containment unit of my vacuum rather than blown off into my carpet somewhere?
Well, we'd be blown off into your case. You would like literally see it like rattling and bouncing around inside your case as you're blowing in there, as opposed to you're sucking it up into the vacuum and you never even noticed it happened.
I'm trying to think if I need to bring my damn
There
dining
are
room table.
instruction manuals for cleaning your system, and I'm not even a tech guy, and I'm glad Jeremy showed to just like, that's why I didn't want to jump on it, but you did verify what I would say I learned firsthand. using these things on not even like just newer computers, but even like older consoles and devices.
I think when
And
I build
have-
this, I'm gonna put my kitchen table right here because I'm gonna need more space.
Yeah, and what I was more looking at was like specifically the radiator of an AIO as
No,
a
the radiator's
like
fine.
a,
I said you were
yeah,
fine with the
yeah,
radiator.
yeah. That's all I was like looking at is just trying to clean out that radiator.
Okay.
That's where your heat disbursement is at, right?
Well, that's where the heat disbursement from the CPU is at.
Right.
Your graphics card's going to generate a ton more heat than the CPU is generating, and that's got nothing to do with your AIO.
Right. And when you're using graphics intense utilities, so what would your recommendation be for cleaning out graphics cards?
I already stated using a full float inflator and just blowing it out with that.
Now, would you say blowing out the exhaust side or the
No, I'm saying you literally take the side of the computer or side of the case off and
Yeah.
hold the thing about maybe a foot away from that.
And just.
It's going to create a huge cloud of dust all over. So do it outside.
So you should take off if you have one of those graphics card that has a case on the card itself. You should take the card off.
It's going to do. It'll do fine for blowing that out as well. The nice thing is too is this a lot of fans. Because this is a concern a lot of people have is
Oh, I have a question.
It's going to cause those fans to spin up, and they are motors and generate electricity. A lot of them have resistors that will prevent it from sending electricity back up into the motherboard and frying components. Even the ones that don't, like cheaper ones, tend not to have those. Even those, it doesn't put enough charge into it to actually cause any damage. This has been
And maybe if you're worried about that, maybe I'm on the fan while you're cleaning it. Maybe.
You could disconnect them, but again, this is a test that Linus Tech Tips has done, Electroboom has done, and a few other YouTube channels have done, specifically indicating that back charge that that those fans do or would create is nowhere near enough to cause any sort of damage whatsoever to the machine.
Right. I get
Okay.
that. You
All right.
understand, Jeremy, why I've asked you these very point-specific and differential questions between cleaning the general radiator versus cleaning the graphics card, right?
I understand the general difference as to why.
Yeah, why I'm asking you the difference between the two and how you should clean each of the two differently.
No.
It's knowledge that
Don't use desktop.
Like, listen, okay?
Somebody needs to free that person from that basement. Somebody's got a child.
No.
Somebody's got a child locked in a
Not.
basement. I
Look.
hear them trying to get out.
Look, the way that Jeremy the way that he's done things in his life, like his
That's what I
general
said earlier.
him, this is easy, this is normal, but the rest of people don't generally understand these things correctly. So I differentiate the questions so that people can understand there's a difference, right? There's a difference between cleaning out your CPU, cleaning out your graphics card, things like this. And Jeremy has really good experience.
Yeah,
And so
that was
you
actually.
ask him
Thank you for that.
ask him the differential between them so that you know what the right way is, right? Because Jeremy, a lot of people don't know this shit, dude. Like you know this shit. A lot of people don't, bro. Really?
You're not differentiating a difference, like, because in my particular case, cleaning out both is the same process. It's just that they're different components to be cleaned out, right?
JS had
In my
it
case,
very
it's pulling both of them out using the same mechanism, the same
I
component.
get that. I get that. What
I have a
I'm saying
question.
is, okay, listen. How many times have you seen in an office environment where, as opposed to cleaning something out using a method that you proposed, they just replace the computer with a new one? You know?
Money.
Well,
I mean, you go
all
to
my
an
stuff's
office
brand
environment,
new. I'm
they don't
not.
even know about cleaning computers. They don't know anything about this.
We'll
their
figure out
IT
cleaning when that time
electronic
comes.
devices and that.
We'll
yeah.
cross that bridge when we
Exactly.
get there. But I have a question.
That is, that's actually a new trend. People in the
It
Years
is.
ago, that was a common thing. People knew to blow out their machines every once in a while and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, you just blow it out
The
with
younger
something.
generation doesn't know this,
knowledge that
Jeremy.
has faded over time.
But
The
hold
younger
on, I have a
doesn't know
question.
this. That's why I
Does
ask these questions.
does
They're going to be watching this and seeing this. They don't understand this concept that we old schoolers do because we've been doing it forever. People in our generation used to know to do that. Their generation, they came into technology. They don't understand the maintenance of the technology, the things that go into it. And this is part of the problem in the world is that people don't understand maintaining the automation, the technology, all of these things. There is maintenance behind it. So they just throw it out and get something new.
You adopted the technology. I was born into
Hey
it.
man, they make that shit to break, just like JS was about to ask a question though. But yeah,
My
I did
question
that in my
is-
360 all the time. Same thing to
My
my
question is
newest
about
Xbox.
smoking. If you smoke around your computer, is that bad?
Yep, you're gonna destroy it. Don't smoke around your computer.
Oh, because I'd rather like quit smoking eventually anyway. That's a goal, but
I mean, not really. It's no worse than
There's a
your
problem with your disc.
It's
Hold on.
still-
Jeremy's trying to
It'll
answer.
sustain your components and whatnot, but it's not gonna like fry the system any sooner than if you didn't smoke.
It may be
No,
dirty
Jeremy's
or
wrong.
damp.
Jeremy's wrong. Smoke around it. Jeremy's wrong. If you smoke around it, you're gonna fry your system immediately. You should probably just quit smoking.
that's what I thought. Yeah, the
Yeah,
correct
kid.
answer is don't ever smoke around your computer. Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
But no, it's not gonna
If you're
like
smoking, what are you smoking?
cigarettes.
All right, pause.
Maybe a little, maybe a little pot.
Everybody knows.
Change views at vape, Jeremy.
for the original
Vape or
Everybody knows smoking weed just makes your computer go to sleep.
you got like
That would be a
Like-
good. That would be a good test to do if you smoke pot every day and you blew the pot into your computer versus if you smoke cigarettes every day and you blew the cigarettes into your computer. I bet
the
smoking the
pot would mess it
pot
up.
would mess it up first because
I
it
can
would-
guarantee you, your computer will think 5,000 times faster than you when you're on pot, so you won't notice it.
Great.
whether it's high or not, it's still gonna think faster than you. Yeah.
Fusion frenzy. How about that one, good? Fusion
Yeah,
frenzy.
and your
Your
experience.
Is their computer on
marijuana
pot? Guess what?
stain or
Numbers are
does
the same.
cigarette smoke stain?
I am sleepy, Auntie. I went to work and then I did a VK and then I slept for 3 hours and then I did a V and then well my brother did a VK, but I was with him in spirit. And then I did this. And we got a freaking pay-per-view today. And I need to actually end soon because I'd like to at least make it by the prelims, but Daddy Jub said I need to watch the early prelims. I usually don't make the early prelims. That's like 4:30.
I mean, in theory, I guess if you were smoking and you blew straight into the exhaust, you might increase the temperature of the components in there by like a fraction of a degree.
Yeah, I would think that the only reason that would really overwhelm your system is if your system is already dirty as hell.
Right.
What do you think about frame gen, Jeremy? You think it
What I think about what? I'm sorry.
like frame gen, like DLS S4 or what is it? DLS. That's what it is. It's DL frame gen, like how the 50 series can do 3 fake AI frames for every 1 frame, whereas the 40 series could only do 2 frames for every 1. It's have you tested that stuff out?
No, I don't really care.
You don't know about
Nah,
that?
because it's still all using hardware to process of some kind.
It's basically like if you
Yeah, I know what it is.
You know
It's
what? Yeah,
just-
okay.
It's used to generate. Basically, it's
Fake
it's
frames.
using internal AI components to essentially guess and then generate additional frames that don't actually exist to give you higher FPS in your gameplay. I'm aware.
That's
of what it
crazy.
is.
Yeah, so you can turn
The
on
game itself has to support it and whatnot. When they first it seemed like a really cool thing, and they had really nice demos to show how it would work or how it would look, and and all those things were really awesome and all of that. But then when they actually came out with it and whatnot, it was
Fuck yeah,
a
dude.
extremely underwhelming feature that actually didn't perform at all. I don't know if that has changed. I imagine
It hasn't.
it has, but
Nah,
No,
usually most
it
people are like, the
I
4 is too much. They don't like it because it
It
gets.
hasn't. It hasn't much, Jeremy, and it's for the same. It's for one of the problems that you've probably ran into with stuff too. It's where the developer comes out with this new cool AI type technology that will software wise increase what hardware can
But
do.
in the future, it might be relevant.
Because developers of programs haven't gotten together with the developer of that software on a good basis, they haven't been able to implement that
Mhm.
into their game or program to actually utilize that software correctly.
I'd actually say in the future, it's
I'm more interested
probably
in-
gonna be relevant. It's
Yeah, the
probably
thing
gonna
I'm
If
be.
more
there is a
interested
future.
in is I forget what they call it. I think they call it like I want to say direct play, but I'm not sure. But basically, what it comes down to is
Like cloud?
they what they've done is your your graphics the data for your graphics is stored in a compressed form on your disk in order to save space, right?
Yeah.
And so while your graphics cards are fucking blazing fast at processing that and rendering you images, um, they older cards didn't have anything to decompress that image. So basically, what would happen is they would pull the data and say, "Oh, compressed," send that to the processor, and then go back to the graphics card after it's been decompressed. Now the graphics card has the uncompressed image that it can then render to you. So
Is that why you don't do backwards
even though
compatible
you
shit?
have this great graphics card, it's still throttled by the CPU simply because it can't decompress the image. However, because storage has now become blazingly fast, and with PCI Express also handling your storage component, NVMe storage and things like that, they've they've added the capability for the graphics card to actually do decompression in the GPU. Now they're adding they have added I don't know how many games are utilizing it, but they've added the capability for the graphics card to go directly to the storage and do the decompression. They're pulling the CPU out of the bottleneck. It was a major bottleneck to performance. So that's the thing I'm more focused on is when games actually
This
start
game, me,
adopting
myself, and I.
that
I'm pretty
mechanism as
interested in that
opposed
myself.
to letting your CPU be a bottleneck.
I'm just wondering. I'm going from a 1060 1660 Ti to a 5070 Ti. Do you
Did
think
not
I'm gonna
copy
be able to
during
play
Let's Get.
Dying Light 2 finally?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Fusion Frenzy?
With that 5060.
The
Are you gonna
thing
be able to play the Warriors for the original Xbox?
JS, the only thing I would say with the graphics card,
Hell no, he
look
won't.
at the manufacturer, look at the clock
Probably not.
speeds on it, because the
Unless they
differences
make
between the
Stadium
graphics
emulator.
cards, while it might be like $50 or $100, like the bigger differences are in the clock speed. If the clock speed is really high on one that you're getting and it's $50 cheaper, that may not necessarily be what you want for like the gaming that you're trying to do. You want a better clock speed so there's less heat generation overload. The bottlenecking is the big problem with CPUs and graphics cards. And this is something that people that are trying to build their own system get wrong, is that they think that, okay, well, my RAM has like 128 gigabytes, so I should be good, right? Well, it depends on what you're doing, man. If you're doing something where you need a high clock speed, like a high reception speed between the graphics card, the hard drive, and the memory interacting, then you don't want to go with something that's like 100 or 200 millisecond clock speed. You want something that has 20 millisecond clock speed. You may not need 128 gigabytes of RAM. You may only need 32, but a faster clock speed.
No, I got 64,
let's
but
go with this. It's gonna be.
I
easier
watched a
for-
review of the card that I just ordered, and it's almost the exact same system that I'm gonna build. It's the same RAM, the same CPU, Almost everything's the same. I think he had a bigger power supply, which is crazy. He had a
Yeah,
1600.
I'm gonna give you a little bit of knowledge that is gonna
Please do.
change your life. It doesn't matter what your computer is. There's always going to be something that's a bottleneck. Your computer is only as fast as its slowest component. So something on your computer is going to be a bottleneck. But the question is that bottleneck going to be?
I think the 5070 is going to be the bottom. I think my computer could handle a 5080.
Oh, good. You can handle
Well,
5090.
Yeah.
Well, Jeremy's saying, is that bottleneck going to be a noticeable difference? And
Well,
that's
no.
the,
Is it going to be a headache? Are you going to be able to
Right.
live with the bottleneck, or do you need to improve the situation of that? Only to
I'll live with it over spending $3,500 for a
You're
5090.
always going to be chasing your slowest component. You're gonna be like, this component's too
Right.
slow.
And again, thank you, King, for the support, bro. You are a fucking G, King.
And it's now the bottleneck. Is this the headache? So all you're doing
Yeah.
is getting
I owe
yourself
you for all the back
of
pain and the carries,
current
bro.
happiness, right?
Yeah, and
Right.
I intentionally got the X instead of the X3D because I'm more
Still like King pick.
I'm more interested in workstation than gaming. Like,
right.
so I need to be able to stream, multitask, edit stuff, produce stuff, music stuff, than gaming. Like, gaming is just a extra
The bigger thing you're asking
thing
is, can I play this? Can I play that? There's not a game on the market.
that I won't be able to play, and that's what I.
Now, if you want to say, can I play?
You could just see
Can I play it at 4K
in
ultra settings?
ultra
No.
settings? Maybe not. I mean, I couldn't tell
Yeah.
you. I'd have to research each.
That's
game.
why I didn't get a 4K monitor. I'm doing 2K,
But
I should
that's the
still be able to do like high settings on 2K,
Yeah,
pretty much any
There's
game.
not a game on the market you would be able to play in FHD and possibly even 1440p without any. Actually, most games in 1440p are more than fine. They don't actually, believe it or not, 1440p doesn't actually cause a significant performance demand over FHD, but 4K has a significant performance demand.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually don't like the way 4K looks. Well, at least with like TV and movies, when I see movies on 4K TVs, I kind of don't like the way it looks. It looks like fake. It looks too
Depends on the
crisp.
movie, yeah, but I agree.
Yeah, it does to some people.
Yeah.
I happen to like the crispness of it, but I don't do 4K because
It depends on what I'm watching.
the FPS tends to be lower, and I notice the jitter more than the detail. I
Yep.
would much rather not have the jitter and have less detail.
Yeah, the colors and the shades. I see that. What about what's the difference between having, like, you know, how important is going to be like download and upload speed though, especially for multitasking?
What?
Well, that's internet. My internet's good.
That
It's got
okay,
Wi-Fi
that just comes
7.
from
For a 4K stream, to stream 4K content is at max a 25 megabit connection. Now again, megabit, right?
Yeah.
Nobody has less than a 25 megabit connection.
Nobody streams at 4K.
Like, no, everybody streams all the time. Netflix has it. Amazon has it.
Oh well, I mean like
gonna say.
like streamers, like YouTube and Twitch.
Depends on the streamer. Twitch probably not, but
Most people do 720. Like still today, like
Right. Well, because the biggest thing with the people
all
who
the
are
people
streaming,
unsubscribed to you, hey.
especially on like YouTube, most phones and devices don't even have 4K presentation.
yeah.
So that's
I could
why
I'll probably set mine at 1080. But right now
For
I'm
the
at 720.
content I think you're thinking about, yeah.
Streams that we're all like the panel verse and stuff like that. Having 4K for this doesn't matter. But the big production streamers, well, I wouldn't even call them streamers because they're not particularly
More like a show.
They're shows. A lot of those are absolutely in 4K.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. The streaming platforms.
But they're not even streaming. They're like, well,
Well, no,
No,
some
no,
of
Depends on what you're
they're not
watching.
streaming.
Well, yeah, because
They're
you
still
would
putting
yeah
content out that is 4K.
right, yeah, you'd still need 4K to be able to upload that resolution and display it on your computer.
yeah. You know what sucks is when like it's when like you
Hey,
can have,
chat. When I get the new computer, we're moving from 720 to 1080. Let's go.
Yeah, I can't fucking wait.
You already do it.
I'll be able to check out all the details.
I don't. I do 7, or maybe I do. Well, then maybe we'll go to 1440. I don't know. We're gonna move.
The shitty 720p quality, man. I just can't take it.
Yeah, no, he's got 1080 if you change it in the
It
options.
just doesn't do the freaking. I'm sorry, it just doesn't do the Millennium Falcon justice. Like
Okay. Well, we'll go to 1440 then.
the beautiful tapestry in the background. I don't get all the full colors, you know.
Quality for chair, dude. Chair needs the.
I know the chair's gonna be crisp.
Bro, I want to see every crevice, like all the chips that JS just throws that chair when they.
1440 would be better. I mean, 4K would be really nice for chair, but chair needs better.
1080p, bro.
Chair needs the best quality.
My internet's fast, but I don't know if it's that fast.
Hey, I've gotta go. But listen, anybody who would offer me any support, please support JS. What he's doing here is a good thing. Presenting a space where people can talk is a fucking awesome thing, and should always be held in the highest regard. People need to talk about issues, talk about all kinds of shit. So, hey JS, you have a good one. I gotta
Cleaner, thank you.
Thanks for coming up.
Chair is providing all of this while supporting JS.
Oh, Mel's in the back. Oh shit.
Absolutely.
Look at that.
Much
Me
love
and
to
Cleaner
you.
have
seriously, thank
me and
you.
Cleaner
You
have
guys-
had
you and King helped
differences.
me find
I've
this
said
shit. Thank
I've
you.
had critiques of him. He's had critiques of me.
Mel?
We've had little beefs, but he came up and it was nice. Look at that. Isn't that nice?
What, dude?
Yes, you got Mel.
You guys stay
I'll get
safe. I'll
Mel.
see y'all later. Keep doing what you're doing.
Later, Cleaner.
Mel's on mute. I'm gonna unmute Mel, but it's not gonna be very long, Mel, because I'm about to go.
Wait, I wanted to tell Goon he sucks.
We gotta
I
fight.
probably
man.
won't be able to talk much, by the way, so just don't worry about me.
Okay.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, you
I'll mute for
transitioning
you.
to a mute?
Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it. Maybe we could talk.
Jay, it's not everybody can handle like multiple voices talking at once. Some people like get overwhelmed and like.
No, I was just. People trying to beef with me, and I don't get it. Not Cleaner, but
I got beef with you. You're not taking care of chair, bro. After you build that computer, you better like make sure chair's living good. Actually, what's more important is your puppy.
I gotta do a
I
lot
want
of
to see more of your
upgrades.
fur baby too.
I gotta do a lot of upgrades in here, and then in my bedroom.
Do some blogs,
and a
walks
new-
with your dog.
I gotta get a whip, and then chair will be replaced. So in the next, it's like
chair. Yeah.
chair is gonna be replaced within 2 years.
Flora Fauna family, bro.
It's not, you guys heard that. So within 2 years, JS is about to lose his entire chat.
No, it's gonna be a much.
You can never get rid of that chair,
It's gonna
bro.
be a much
You better
nicer
be selling it
chair.
on eBay in 20 years.
That's not chair.
Bro, that chair is
That
gonna
would
be
chair
worth.
two. We don't want chair two.
No, we don't want chair 2, right? We want chair OG.
I'm gonna show up and do a Tesla protest and like light chair 2 on fire.
You know, when I first got it, it was nice, and then it started falling apart, and I was getting pissed, and I was like, "This thing's falling apart." But now it's like over time, it's gotten stronger.
It found you, bro, and you saved each other.
It's worn into you. That's what it is. Man.
Yeah, like it stopped breaking.
Don't know any more chair lore.
It stopped breaking, and it got like stronger. I had to use some JB Weld, but you know.
JB Weld for the win. Hell yeah.
Ooh, wow.
That just tells
Looks
you.
like it
Chair's
fits
been
anything.
through some shit. You know, chair's weathered, beaten, it's still going strong, man.
But this is This is you guys' fault. You guys are always talking about chair. Now every
Nah.
time I go on my
Hey, Chair quit
Facebook,
smoking before you did, JS. Maybe you should use that. Should be your
Supported you. You
role
can't
model.
turn your back on that. It's
what's
supported you for all
the
these years.
what's the
You
chair I
can't-
want? What's the brand
Starting
chair?
bid at $100.
What's the brand, Jeremy? What's the good chair? What's the chair everybody wants? I know I can't think of it right now. Stage no.
Dermatech.
Oh no, my chair's Lazy Boy.
Lazy
Oh,
boy.
yep,
no.
Lazy Boy too.
Oh, yeah.
Dermatech and Lazy Boy. Yep, I can second that.
Secret
off of experience.
Secret Lab. Oh, the Secret Lab chair. That's what I want. It's like-
Garbage. You need to get a Lazy Boy.
no, the Secret Lab
Yep.
chair. Every time I go on my Facebook, it's like Secret Lab chair.
Yeah,
Secret
that's
Lab
what's
chair,
that's
Secret
what's
Lab chair.
advertised.
I know they're trying to tell me to get a new chair.
It's just because it's popular, JS. I promise you're gonna be disappointed.
You think?
You gotta
It's
get
like Callahan wanted
you
the
gotta-
bark box and the
That's why they're
cat box
pushing it
and paid
so hard, dude.
$20 for
I've
the
heard good
stupid
things. It looks
program.
so
That's right.
comfy.
If it's pushed like crazy, you know it's not. And of course they're gonna say all the people who bought one. they're
Yes,
gonna
red
say-
flag.
They got buyer's remorse, and they're like, well, fuck, I'm stuck with it. Might as well tell people I love it. Might as well say it's comfy. It's probably garbage, but they spent $2,000 on a fucking chair. Now they don't know what to do.
No, it's only like $500.
Yeah, and they're gonna want to justify their purchase.
It's like they got a Goku version that's
Bro,
like $600.
You're gonna,
If you're
chair
yes,
one
yes,
is gonna be
you're
worth
looking for
way more than 500.
You are looking for comfort. Seek no further than Jeremy, a man who spends most of his time in his chair. And what does he have?
A Lazy Boy chair.
Yeah.
What kind? Do you have aftermarket seats in your Nissan, Jeremy?
Are you sitting on a couch or is that a dang computer chair?
Oh, it's an office chair.
Lazy Boy office chair?
Yeah.
Is it less
They
than
still make it?
$500?
No.
Yeah, see, it's more.
No, of course not.
That's
Exactly.
electronics and comfortability. You get what you pay for. If you're gonna be cheap, you get cheap.
It wasn't much more than $500. It's like $575.
Okay, well.
But they probably got more expensive and better ones now.
But the Secret Lab chair has the Goku version.
God damn it, good.
Oh god. If you get a Goku chair, I swear.
Goku chair is awesome.
That's good.
I'm gonna unsub.
Yeah, but it's gonna be like IKEA, bro. He won't even be able to figure out how to put it together.
No, I don't like the color scheme. It's like orange and blue. But I do like the Secret Lab chairs. From what I've heard.
If it had
and,
feelings, it wouldn't like you either.
Dude, it's like memory foam. My butt would be happy.
But memory foam.
Lies.
Okay, so the problem with memory foam is it
You're gonna
takes
spill
so
one
long
beer.
for the memory foam to rebuild back. So what ends up happening is you actually make these butt grooves. I'm telling you, memory foam.
Yeah, he's gonna sit down hella hard, bust his
I
ass.
used to have memory foam. I used to have memory foam insoles that I thought were amazing until my heels wore right through them because there is no rebound in memory foam. It's just there to catch you. So like it takes forever. Like if you sit down and then you stand up, it takes forever for your chair to reposition. So like if you have to shift your seat and move, it takes a while for all that memory foam to unmemorize and then rememorize to your new position. So
Yeah, but this
personally,
chair is
like,
just regular foam. It don't even remember.
Exactly. That's the whole point. Because as soon as you stand up, you don't see your butt print. With memory foam, if you stand up and turn around, you'll see a butt print until it slowly until it slowly rebounds back. And that's at least me personally, memory foam is trash.
That's form fitting. That's NASA technology.
That's horrible technology. You need to get a purple.
A purple chair? A purple mattress, purple chair?
Yeah, well, they have purple cushions for the chairs. But no,
Yeah.
that's I don't know. My
Saying blackout memory foam is terrible.
I think Mel is
Terrible.
thinking that my chair is a recliner because it's Lazy Boy brand.
Yeah, no. What is the whole advertisement for? When do you consider your furniture worn out?
Yeah, he's not in a
that's
he's not
true.
in a damn Lazy Boy freaking couch.
Your furniture's worn out.
Well, so
when your
if it needs to
fucking
be
ass
clean,
print
also-
has destroyed the furniture.
Yeah, that's what you showed my desk before. It's just an office chair.
You got your
Which
helmet
is
on,
just
dude?
what memory foam is marketing. It's gonna do.
Yeah,
It's
but
gonna.
think about
Oh,
long
shit.
lasting, bro. Think about if you fuck up and like
Oh,
spill something cleaning that. That's memory foam is not easy to clean. It's not long lasting. You gotta find that perfect balance, right, guys? I
No,
tell
you
me if I'm
fucking
crazy,
gay
but
losers. You just sleep on the ground like the Japanese do on futons. You're weak. Get
I'm
some
actually
structure.
actually sleeping on
surprised.
the ground is better for you. So
I'm surprised this is held together because it broke once and I JB welded it, and then it broke again like 2 weeks later, and I was like, "Damn it, this is not gonna work. I'm gonna keep JB welding it, and it's gonna keep breaking." But the second time, it hasn't broke again since then.
You guys are like out
That's
here like
because
what's
JB Weld has terrible structural integrity.
dude, I wish I would have talked to
Whatever.
you, JS, before I tossed out my old
JB
Thermatake
Weld,
that lasted me
JB
like
Weld is
7 years. Damn it!
My
JB
chair
Weld
has
is
You
great.
probably just did it right the second time.
Your brain has terrible structural integrity.
I mean, a little
Only
bit,
on a bad day.
probably. Oh.
Oh, look at that lizard. Is that the one that's trying to
Only
eat
when
her
I
husband?
don't get.
It's okay, Fox.
Only
me
when I
too.
don't get my hormone.
Yeah, that's the really angry one.
Mel, what do
Too
you think
much of
about
anything's bad for us, Fox.
Mel? What do you think about giving birth and then eating your spouse?
Hell yeah, let's do it.
How old is that lizard?
I
This
think
one I
because
don't
I
know
think
because this is
I
one of my
think-
rescues.
Wait, I want to answer. I want to answer because I don't have time. I think because it's unethical to bring children into this world with climate change, it's okay to eat your babies.
Dude, Mel is just like my brother.
Right. Just
Oh,
like
can
Jason.
you go wake him up?
I bet
You
they're
guys
friends.
should be a 2v2. I say.
No, we would agree on everything.
I want to see Fox
I'm sure
and
Jason and I will.
Starfire versus maybe King.
I think
and,
Jason actually watches Mel's.
maybe Brandon.
Jason watches Mel's debates to figure out how to argue.
No, we have to get a Starfire versus
I think
JS
so.
debate. Let's be real; those two would make an amazing debate.
You're a genius,
I could.
Yes, had the character up. He had
bro.
we can
The
do that.
biggest
Do
W,
that.
Fox, right there.
Wait.
That whole clip thing. You're
You
good
could
with
do that?
filming, JS. Do it.
It would be a lot of editing, but I could do something like that.
Or you could do
Just
if you
do
really
one
wanted,
side, do the other
Yeah,
side.
that's what I'm saying. You could dress half and half, and then present left and then right side. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'd have to write a.
Two-Face.
I'd have
Like
to write a
Two-Face or
script,
whatever.
and I'd have to, like, I would change the light color, and I'd have blue, and I'd be like looking this way as
Right.
one, and then I'd record
No,
the-
freestyle it.
and then edit it so it looked like.
the best.
That's a good
You have to
idea.
get-
Or
I think
make an
the-
AI version make a ChatGPT version of Starfire.
Oh my god, we're gonna download freaking his brother's soul to a computer?
His consciousness.
It's consciousness.
Speaking of Black Mirror 7th season, pretty good. First and second episode, really good. Usually like Black Mirror, there's a lot of like fluff in there, and
Hey,
some of them aren't so great. But
Sorry to cut you off, but how do you
Like
finish
3
like,
of
the
them, I think,
gemstones?
yes.
Third episode will be the same way. You'll be like,
JS,
this
Southern Beach
no, I'm on the. I've watched all except for the last one.
Okay, this last season is the last season.
How do you know
So
that?
you know, because it's not been renewed, and it definitely the last episode came off as a series finale.
I didn't like one thing.
Hard to tell.
I didn't like. They didn't tie it into the universe. Like most of Black Mirror, from season to season and from episode to episode, there's always tie-ins to like the older seasons and the older episodes, and like it's like a universe, and you can tell that they're in the same universe. They didn't do a lot of that in the 7th season.
Yeah, I kind of have the same problem as you, JS. But mine is due to that the episodes don't correlate to one another
Black
as in
Mirror
plot-wise,
peaked at
but I
Bandersnatch.
do
I mean,
like
they
how
never
they
do. They're always Black
Well,
Mirror
no,
has
so
always
good.
been
They make fun of the
standalone
newest one. They
episodes.
make fun of a lot of really. If you can actually pay attention, like maybe even watch the same one a couple of times, you'll notice some of the shit. They make fun of like a lot of relevant things.
Oh,
At
trust
least
me, I watched
don't.
Bandersnatch a time.
Yeah, but if you're
Or
like a
did
Black
they
Mirror
make
Like
that?
fan,
experience that whole game, you have to beat it like 20 times.
you could watch season 3 and you'll see like a reference to an episode in season 1, and you'll like catch all these like a lot of things tie together, and
Is
it's
it
like
season
one
Yeah.
3,
universe.
the
I
season
don't
where
see
they
that.
have the
I see how
the
they
girl
make
that
fun
goes
of like
to the museum?
society and like how like
That
what's
was a
wrong.
good one. Yeah. And when she walks through that museum, you see
I
in
seen it
that
really love
museum
that.
like
Yeah,
artifacts
well,
and references from the other seasons. But they didn't do that
Okay,
in season 7.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
James, as somebody with
Sure,
acting
yeah.
experience, I want to
Yeah,
give you
yeah.
some pointers on Starfire for a second. It came off as very improv, and you
it
actually
started at really good, right?
it started
Shocker.
good, but then you kept on hitting like brick walls where you didn't seem like you knew what Starfire would say in that scenario. So my advice would actually be to try to be Starfire off camera and really just like
I
push the
did.
limits of.
Hell yeah,
Okay.
I
Fox.
built a whole backstory for him.
Well,
Oh
you need
no,
more
but
than
what
that.
he means is
But
like
it was-
physically like get into character and do it
Yeah, you need to
outside.
spiritually and
You
emotionally.
just
You need
all
to
you need
become
No, the more you
Starfire.
he's saying get
gotta work
be
on the
Starfire
voice.
more, right, Fox?
You gotta work on your voice and then the
Like the
consistency in which you represent the character. Like you were
Yeah.
doing great, but then like as you got drunk, like you said, you kept slipping back into just chilling, playing
like that
fucking Mario.
motherfucker that played Joker.
No,
That's
no,
the
no.
type
This
of
was
method
different.
when I'm not-
It was
we're
after
doing.
once he got eliminated, he like had troubles like holding
getting back
character.
into it because I
Yeah.
because when I came
That's
and
why
I
Fox
started playing
recommended that
Mario
to
and
you,
I
I
was
think.
like
Thank you,
I was
Fox.
like I just want to stop doing this, but then I was like maybe I'll get revived and I'll stay. But yeah, it's a work in progress. I'm working on it, so I'll take the.
Technically, I mean, in all reality, you gave up. By the end, you gave up the character. You were gone, but even if somebody wanted to revive you, had I decided I wanted to revive you, you would have had to go back, get redressed, re-prep yourself up for, like, so you gave up on the character before the show was even over.
The second
I think
time
the
I got
biggest
eliminated,
thing-
I gave up. Yeah.
Well, see, the only reason you
I
got
think the
eliminated the
biggest
second
thing-
time is because of solo.
But it was awesome though. It was, I will give you that. It was a unexpected. Like I clicked on your stream when I saw you go live, and I was like, no fucking way. I texted Jeremy instantly. I said, this is about to be fucking hilarious.
Bro,
Because
I wish
every time
Fox
you
was
do
up
your
there too.
By the way,
You needed it.
he's doing a stick before he's even on
By the way, I
VK.
think the biggest thing is that like it's I don't know if you fully see things from Starfire's point of view. So when someone says something that you're not expecting and it throws you off guard, it pretty much derails the dialogue tree that Starfire would have in your mind. So really, like I would try to imagine like what's every argument that I've heard in this space, and what would
You need to
Starfire
be
say to every single
Starfire's
line?
Rachel
Yeah.
Wilson, bro.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to do. It's tough though because a lot of times, so he would say something, and then my brain is like,
That was
well, here's the response to like, it's weird. You have to like
But I want
turn off your
you
brain and go into like retard mind.
Right, but you played the debate that you had with Bill. Other than you slipping with the voice, you did really good in that one. I have to say, like you took such weird stances that it completely stumped him. But you took like you followed the same logic the entire time. It worked out great. I was like, that one by far was one of the best because he was like,
he said shit. I don't even think people on that side would say it.
You had him stumped.
Yeah, it was a poor still
Like
person.
out loud.
My question for you is, Starfire, do you have like any streamers or anything like that you can watch as like a reference, just to kind of like put you in character as well?
I watch
You
a
might
lot
want to
of
look for somebody.
Practice in the mirror.
I watch Destiny. I watch Dean and Parker. I watch a lot of and I watch a lot of like
Bro, he said some shit.
I watch a lot of
ruined.
protest. I watch
This
a
is
lot of
good. This
protest
is good, though.
content. So I watch a lot of people who go to protests and talk to people, and
but this is good,
and so I
though.
just try to be the protester.
I know you're doing a parody, and from the
Be the
leftist point of view,
opposite.
it's pandering to the right. So it's
Can
very
you
easy.
play
I'm
the
not gonna comment
opposite
too
of
much
you,
on that.
Fox?
But if you can think of like like a caricature of Parker, right? Like what would a stupid Parker say in that situation?
Well,
And
of course. I think that's easier for.
You might find a good inspiration for what to say in situations that you haven't planned for.
Yeah, it was hard when he was going through all the topics. I was like, so he would say a topic, and then I would think of my answer to this, and then I was like, okay, so what's the total opposite?
What's
of
the
that?
opposite of it?
Yeah, like how do I just?
I feel
do
like
the-
that's easier for
the-
our side to even commit to the opposite answers. I want to see the other side do that. That would be amazing.
And then
Because-
how do I make arguments for this? And then, but I don't know.
Elder Line.
It's definitely fun. It's fun, but it's hard, and especially if you're like, if I'm wearing the damn costume was the worst part because I couldn't damn breathe with that mask on, and I have glasses. The glasses are giving me a headache because those are like real glasses. I can't see anything. And I'm like wearing a vest and a long sleeve shirt. And I'm like trying to remember to twitch. It was funny. I just wish I had more props. Like I wanted to have a rainbow flag, and I wanted to have
Get a spinny hat.
I almost bought like those Fisher Price toys where it's like a thing and there's a bunch
Also
of colored
some pins,
colored rings, and you put onto it. And I was
JS.
gonna be playing with that and like putting them on wrong and like
Let me give you some advice, right? Like if you actually want this to be like what would you call it? Like hitting, like if you want the criticism to land on the left,
switching
actually,
sides, right?
it can't just come off as like Steven Crowder wearing a wig and pretending to be trans. Like it can't just be like the lowest common denominator, easiest bar.
Actually, I think JS did a better job.
So I'm going to give you an example, right? Like Puffy.
No, the
Chris's
inspiration is actually Gavin McGinnis has
That's even worse.
Gavin McGinnis has his brother,
Let me
his
land my
twin
plane.
brother.
You gotta let me-
way.
Yeah.
It's even so. That's even
I
worse.
stole it from
Let me give
Gavin.
you some inspiration here, right? Like with Puffy the Cloud, Puffy can be reduced down to one sentence, right? I'm just a cloud.
South Park.
Whenever Chris doesn't know what to say, he just says, I don't give a fuck about that. I'm just a cloud. Clouds don't give a shit about that, right? So he always has something to say for when he doesn't have something to say, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but that's kind of different because that's an
weird.
avatar. He's got an avatar and he's
Method acting's way different than just.
Puffy doesn't try to do any real argumentation ever. It's just I piss on your crops, I do drugs, and I'm.
It's literally a troll, right, King? Yeah, I agree.
Right.
It's
Like,
not a
that's
genuine,
why-
yeah. That's like a bad one.
It's more like when
He's
Shiva
hilarious.
does the potato and he's trying to do a right wing
Using-
country boy.
It just doesn't work right.
Yeah.
But it's more like that.
Did he
But
copy my boy?
yeah,
I
Shiva's
don't
funny
know.
when he does
It's
that.
like
and
seeing
so-
an old school movie with brand new cars in it or something.
Any of these characters are great. It's just it's
'Cause
finding
he sounds
the
like
right-
he's from the 70s, but he talks like he's from like the future.
But I think
I don't know what you're talking about, Blackout. JS, the dreaded conservative, is the character.
it's just harder
But
when
yeah,
you're.
there still wins either way.
In chat at first, like when you first came on, everybody's like, okay, he's trolling, and then you like started giving real argumentation, and they're like, well, wait a minute, is this what he actually believes? And you're like, no, you fucking idiots! Like, he's playing.
Dude,
the
I woke
bit.
up to this and it was blowing my mind.
No,
It started out with the cultural appropriation one, and that one was like, there's no better top like 1v1 that Jason Starfire could have done. Cultural appropriation.
with a black man, and now I gotta like I gotta bend the knee. I gotta be like,
Dude, that was great. He didn't know how to deal with you. It was fucking hilarious.
he just kept calling me an idiot.
Yeah, bro, I want to know what would have happened.
And he
if
doesn't-
It wasn't,
and
I don't know, bro. I think he would
also-
have won if it wasn't a single vote.
He doesn't know me, so he talked to
No.
me a little bit earlier in the day, but he doesn't know me. So for all he
I
knows,
think it'd be harder if you did know you. Fuck.
that might have been like a real, might have been like a real person.
Well, that's just it. He's like, I can't even engage with this stupid fuck. You're just like, well, I
Dude,
don't.
you can't take that shit seriously, bro.
Because racism comes from power.
I go home. I'm gonna go home and suck my wife's dick or something. The girlfriend say, like, no way. He forced himself to say that shit.
You suck a
Elder,
dick.
Elder
Yeah,
Line,
if it
could
was
you
a
ever
girl.
say you're gonna go home and suck your girlfriend's
Oh
dick?
no, I thought
cut my tongue out first.
I thought it fucked people up
Bro,
when
you almost like you were almost believable that you
they
believe.
tried
You
to
made, like, I
bring
was
free
believed that
will.
you
They're
believed
like,
you
well,
could
you
do
don't
that.
even believe in free will. And I was like, of course I believe in free will.
Exactly. Yeah.
Aleister
a couple
Crowley
people-
said, do as
yeah.
thou will.
Right, a couple people in chat were like, "Oh, do the free will debate." I was like, "You guys, it's not gonna go how you think, because Jason believes in free will. It's gonna be opposite. You guys, like, ask Jason if he believes in dinosaurs. Like, it ain't gonna happen. You're gonna be wrong."
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was like, what if they bring up dinosaurs? I was like, well, I would have to say, yeah, dinosaurs existed, but they existed 600 billion years ago. And so I'd have to go into evolution and something like that. But yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, it was great. It was absolutely great.
No, the clippable moment was somebody said clip it. What did they say? They're like, would you suck a dick? And I was like, a woman's dick or something.
Yeah.
And they said, you're gay, you suck dick. And I was like, only women's dicks.
Yeah, I only go home and suck my woman's dick. Like, yeah, something like that. You're right. God damn it. But you said like you
No,
like,
you could tell when
bro.
that happened. JS knew what he was going to say immediately, but he was hesitating on saying it.
Yeah, and then you commit, bro. High five for some of the commitment.
That was fun.
Yeah, I mean,
I
the
want to see a
commitment to the
Super
bit was-
Saiyan bear.
The commitment to the bit was great when you did it. Like when they were coming up on 1v1s and they kept you had kept going into the back. Even over here, you were still
Twitching.
running the character. You didn't just break character while you're off screen.
Yeah. I thought about that. I was like, if I get kicked off and I come on my stream, should I just break character? I was like, I don't know. We got to keep it going in case I get revived.
Well,
And
no, you weren't kicked off at that point. You were just when they were in the back during 1v1s. You were still in character while in the back.
yeah, you can't
Yeah,
go
'cause that
in
was
and
another-
out.
I think he was so mad at himself for losing a vote because he didn't vote for himself.
I was.
think maybe that might have did it.
That was like what
Because if
made,
that would have done it for me, that's what have made me do that.
as soon
I'm
as
just
I
so
realized,
fucked
I
up.
was like, damn, we almost tied. Oh, I forgot to vote. If I would have voted for myself, then it wouldn't have been a tie, or it wouldn't have been that close. I think I would have won, but
yeah, it was good.
yeah, it was fun. I can't do that every time though, but
you mods, dude, you guys in chat too. you
maybe that'll
mods
be
are
like
just
a once a month,
phenomenal. I love you
once
guys'
a month
comments,
special,
especially you.
or like once, yeah, so once every.
You just like keep a rainbow flag or something in those glasses, and then every time that you have somebody that you just agree with on everything, just pull it out. Or use the devil's advocate.
Well, let me go
or
get
something.
Jason.
Yeah, if the whole panel, I need to have stuff like ready in the bathroom, and if the whole panel's agreeing, I'll just be like, "Hold on, let me go get my brother." Go and get him.
I'm telling you, you gotta like really gotta like have pill bottles, like all that, like a paper bag. You be like,
Presentation is key, dude. Yes.
Like, oh my god, hold on. Yeah, get like an inhaler.
Also,
I need an inhaler. I need
he needs a pin. You need a pin. You need a one of those like front
Bigger bag
pockets with the
needs to be like a
pins.
Starbucks bag or a Bixby coffee bag. One of those two.
Yeah.
Somebody said
where
that
you-
in my chat or something, and I was like, I wonder, do I have a paper bag? And I was like, no, I don't have a paper. But at some point, I was like, oh my god, I'm feeling anxious. I need my inhaler. I need an inhaler. There's a lot of cool props, funny props I could get.
Really cool props, yeah.
I just need to go like hit a thrift shop and just get some props.
Get like one of those watches that has a calculator on it. Put a little timer on it, so then when in the middle of your VK, have it go off and be like, oh no, I have to go pee.
Bro, I gotta take my yeah. Jingle. Oh my god, yes. Oh,
I know.
no. That sounds a little too far. I think that it might.
I've been planning it for a while, and then this morning when I was looking at the topics, I was like, okay, well, the morning VK, these are some topics I really would like to debate about. So, but then the nighttime topic, the first one on the list was gay should have kids, and I was like, oh, I can work with that, or gay should adopt kids.
Vote. Share still wins, right?
More gay kids. That was fucking hilarious. Have more gay kids, because then that will solve the overpopulation.
How do you have kids when you're gay? Unless you're not gay.
So they adopt kids, yeah.
Oh, well, only kids that were about to be aborted, right?
Gays can have kids.
Gays should only be allowed to take the kids that were about to be murdered, but they saved them and gave them to the gays, right? You know.
I think they should just, nut up and actually be a parent.
I was just like,
dun, dun, dun. That's true.
I was thinking about it, and I was like, damn, do I really want to like buy all this gay stuff? what am I work?
Dude, you could just walk up and down. Go walk by the trench, like the ditches, just like you found the glasses, man. Just recycle shit.
I need a big rainbow flag, or a trans flag, and I know. I was thinking I should put this American flag upside down. I don't know if anybody caught it, but I was like, "Oh my god, a MAGA hat!" And I threw the MAGA hat across the room.
I missed that. Damn. I woke up
like
during
the very beginning. I was like, then I had a pink light on. I never used the pink light, but I'll put it on pink.
No, but I noticed the flag was torn off the wall or hanging just on the corner.
Yeah.
Can't have that.
I literally like zoomed in and stuff with my phone. I was like, dude, if that's touching the phone, I'm gonna like verbally smack this shit out of his ass. Like,
that part got me because somebody was talking. Somebody said something in chat, and they're like, "The red hat," and they were talking to somebody else, and you're like, "Oh yeah, this thing, yuck."
Yeah. I was like, you're wearing a red hat. Is that a MAGA hat? Ah! And then Daddy Job was in my chat, and he's like, "Who took over my brother's channel?" And it.
I was wondering what was going on when I woke up. I relate to that. That's so awesome, bro.
He's like, "Who are you?" And then he took him a minute to realize, like, damn, I thought you were somebody else took over Josh's channel.
Well, what confused me is whenever I woke up, I didn't see the flag, I didn't see any of that, and then I saw what looked like your setup, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on here?" And I just went back to sleep. But
what up, dude? Whoa. Zoom in.
All right, guys. Well, it's 10. I gotta go. You guys can hang out. You don't gotta go home, but I gotta get the hell up out of here.
JS also have like a costume change for like, when you need to go beyond your limits, like a transformation, in a sense. I don't know, just an idea.
So, did any of you fuckers notice that I never typed a single thing at all through VK last night?
The second one?
Yeah.
No, it was bugging the shit out of me.
I was like, "Where's Jeremy? He's been quiet all night." But
it's not a protest. He was protesting.
Yeah, well, I wasn't protesting, dude. I was fucking pissed.
But yeah, Blackout, to answer your question, I got her as a rescue. So she was already giving eggs whenever I got her. So she's at least 4 years old, all the way to anywhere to 13 years old, because that's about as old as they live, and they lay eggs until they die. So I don't. She's a really big Chinese water dragon, so she's probably a decent age.
What were you saying you were pissed off about, Jeremy?
Curious.
Fucking Chase poked the bear, dude. He fucking riled me up. I almost fatality to you, Easy, Chris, and Chase from that jurors debate.
The what? Can you elaborate? I fell asleep during the first half.
The abolishing
day
jury.
stream.
Yeah, you cannot argue to get rid of juries
this
by
on the
replacing
Dacian?
them with a different jury.
Right.
I know. I actually thought this ran
Literally,
through
the
my
def-
head before I said it, and I was like, well, they would just say that it's now just a jury of judges. But
Right, but that's all because that's what it is. A jury is just
Merriam-Webster
a group of
definition
people who
is a
have
jury.
sworn
You're
an
just
oath.
changing who
Yeah.
comprises the jury.
It's a jury of people is just a group of people who have sworn
They
an
all
oath
have to come to the
render
same
a
thing,
verdict
right?
or not.
Well, that's the thing.
but that's
Chris
semantics.
chose
We
the
know what we're
correct
talking
to say,
about
oh,
when we
people
say a
sworn into
jury.
verdict. Yeah, well, what the fuck do you think a bunch of judges that were serving on the
A
panel
court,
to
a
do?
court
Would that
of
not be
Nothing would
judges.
ever get solved.
Yes. They specifically call it a jury of your peers.
Right.
There's that. Yes.
Yeah.
There's a difference between jury of your peers and a jury of judges. It's the
Yeah.
exact same thing.
Have you been to
But it's
jury
still
duty,
jury.
bro?
That's what I'm saying. It's still a jury. So you're not abolishing jury trials. You're abolishing jury of your peers. Because a jury, if you look at the definition of the word jury, it's just a people who have sworn an oath to render a verdict. So if judges swear an oath, which they will, to render a verdict of guilt or non in your case, then they're a jury. They would be considered a jury by every legal definition. There is no such thing as a panel when it comes to law.
That's a core. That's a semantics.
No, it
argument.
has to
You
be
know
a
what we're talking
unanimous.
about.
It has to be
The
everybody.
argument is okay. So
Eliminate
then,
your peers.
okay, yeah, I guess, yeah, the way it's worded, then yeah, sure. But we're saying 12 random people
no,
off the
how's that
street
semantics?
or six
Doesn't matter.
professionals.
Who the jury is comprised
It
of.
doesn't matter in a debate.
That's yeah. It should be the people, and they all have to come to the same
Well, no,
consensus.
but the whole point is literally the topic was to get rid of juries in totality, right?
What?
Not it was that, but that was the topic. I'm not advocating. I
Yeah.
Here, but the whole
I would
point was
hope.
the topic was to get rid of juries. JS was arguing to get rid of juries and replace them with a panel of judges, which is a jury of judges.
Yeah, right.
Oh
yeah,
my
nah.
God.
Yeah, nah. But they didn't make that argument. You weren't there.
I'm
so-
gonna go watch this. I'm not gonna take it.
You weren't in the.
I'm
You weren't in the
gonna go watch
debate.
it
You were in the
afterwards.
chat.
This is ridiculous.
I
And then
wasn't
at the end of
debating
that,
you.
Chris come out and said, "Oh no, that doesn't work because it's you've got to be they got to be sworn in to give the verdict. That's what the fuck they would be doing." And Chase is like, "No, you go look up the definition." I'm like, motherfucker, I'm on the Merriam-Webster's.
They're all stuck
looking
up
at the
fucking
definition.
professionals with
Well,
That's what it says.
fucking
you
stick up
weren't.
their ass.
You weren't on
want
the
that
panel.
person to decide your fate.
so, if the opponents would have made that argument, that would have been a good argument. But then I would have just said, okay, so it's just one high judge.
Which still would have been a jury of one judge.
What? No, that's not a body of people. That's a
Body of
person.
people can be one person.
A person is not a body
Well,
of people.
all those people have to come up
We're gonna
with,
play. We're gonna play the
agree on a
definition
decision.
semantics game. A person is not a body of people.
What is semantics? Why is it important?
Yep, one person.
But see, there is the saying that when rendering a judgment, right? They say the verdict is still out, right?
Then we flip a coin.
To render that verdict, the verdict would still be out from that jury.
We flip a coin.
Yeah, you're basically like going to RNG at that point with your
Heads,
with,
you're
if
guilty,
you're following your
tails, you're
brother.
innocent.
Quit trying to. Hey, bro, your brother's got you on that one.
I know,
Just
he's
let
I know, but-
Starfire talk about that. He
But-
can't really back him up.
No, Starfire says that there should be no there's no crimes and there's no there's
And cool. I'll make sure I can go and use all of his stuff.
he
with
would
that
also
after
be
the
against
mission.
juries because there's no such thing as a criminal.
No justice, no
Since we
peace.
all have free will, we should all be allowed to do whatever we want to do.
Freely will our
That's
actions to do whatever we want to do.
Yeah, nobody and everything's subjective, so you can't really You can't hold that against anybody.
Yeah, bro. It's just like you can't like so maybe you should try it before you judge people. So like
Then somebody says, but then
so
crimes are gonna happen.
shove a
Well, what
stick.
is a crime? What do you mean
I
by
don't know.
crime? It's only a crime in your eyes.
Depends on where you live, right?
Yeah, I actually did
Hey,
think of that. Before I even started debating it, I was like, yeah, they might just say that that's just a jury of judges, but whatever. I commit.
Why would we get rid of juries?
Yeah.
Right.
Good
What's
question.
the argument for that?
So their argument, at least the one that's usually presented, is that if you use a panel of judges, that they're more equipped to understanding law and would then render a more correct verdict.
Or even just one judge. But the idea is you're taking a bunch of random people off the street to decide the fate on some horrendous crime of some person. They don't know anything about the law. They don't know anything about
Right,
courts.
I know, but then what that does though is when you take the judges, then you negate the legal reasonable person standard, which is what law is upheld to, and that if a reasonable person can understand the law, then how can they uphold it?
I'm going Old Testament with it. We have
a star fire because my brother he defended himself and
Would you
like 'cause he
call
was
the-
jumped by multiple people's weapons. He defended himself. He like beat the shit out of all of them. Went to trial. And guess what? All those people and their parents were all goody two shoes. My brother's kind of like looked at as a punk, and it's not all like clean and high end. And so when they
threw him
voted,
under the
or when-
jail.
yeah, and they all got slapped on the wrists. And even though the evidence proved it, they all got slapped on the wrists, and my brother got felonies and shit, and it's like kind of fucked up. his
But
life
so
for a
what if
while.
you had
Hang on,
what if
wait,
you had a
wait,
group
wait.
of priests?
Let me engage on this real quick. Me, myself, and I. What
Yeah.
do you think?
Would that
your
affect
brother would
that?
have- Do you think your brother would have had more of a fair shot if the jury in that were a bunch of judges?
The judge would have done it by the evidence, yes, because the evidence showed. Yeah, because they would have went off the evidence instead of went off the fucking,
Their
the
feelings.
snooty, the fucking
Would they
snooty
be aware of
people.
the fact that he has a record and they've
They
dealt
felt
with
sorry
other
for all the.
cases?
It's
and won't
anecdotal, but it works. That's the point. Yep.
Okay.
Could,
Okay. Thank you.
Could judges be corrupted
was-
where it could lead
that's a
to an
real
unfair
thing.
decision?
But I think
Yeah.
that
Oh,
the
shit.
jury could be corrupted easier.
I think Jeremy
But
said that already.
I think it's a lot less likely for a jury to be corrupted because you have
No, juries get corrupted all the time.
But you have, I think it's less
depends on how
likely
you're raised,
because
right?
That's
you
why
have
there's
12
mistrials. And then
Yeah,
you
but
end up with a
you have
mistrial
12
and somebody
random
guilty gets
people.
let off.
Exactly. You have 12 random people versus having the same 12 or 6, we'll say 6, the same 6 judges that continuously oversee the same area and they decide the same cases.
And those people are under scrutiny. They're monitored. Everybody knows who they are. And they signed up for this. They know what they're walking into. And
Jury duties
they're accountable
mandatory
for
here.
all their
Yeah, but-
decisions.
So who's going to
Yeah,
pay
but
for all
also
that?
look what happened in New York with the judge and like the Trump trial and stuff like that. There was a lot of shit that was fucked up with that.
You guys don't have mandatory jury duty?
Yeah, well, that's why you would have the same way we have with the Supreme Court. People would be elected, and I don't know, man. I can't think about this. I'm tired.
The big thing the big thing for the reason why they do jury of your peers is to help in assisting in the presumption of innocence.
Right.
The whole idea here is the jury of your peers are people who don't necessarily know anything about you. So your history isn't going to be.
How are you my peer if you don't know anything about me?
Knowledge of you. That's one of the questions.
Yeah,
that they
fairness.
ask
It's about
when they're-
fairness, right?
When they're picking the jury, they figure out, is there a history or a connection between
My peers are my coworkers and my family,
No,
not some
no,
random ass stranger.
like
That
you.
ain't my
In
peer.
this particular case,
No,
the
just an
people who are
everyday
like
person.
you, but they're not connected to you. Like
Right.
they can't be connected to you. If they're connected to you, then that would be grounds for them to not be on the panel of the jury.
Right, because then you're showing bias.
That way,
This-
everything they know
okay.
about you comes out.
So,
in
but
the
so it's not
trial
a jury of your peers;
having
it's a
access
jury of
to
your
your history.
strangers.
The judges have access to your criminal history. They can
Jury
look that shit up
people,
all day
like-
long. Some of them may have seen you if you're one that has a record. Some of them may have actually presided over hearings that you were
You're right, JS. The
you were a
whole
defendant
topic
in.
has
And if you don't think that's going to come out in their mindsets when they're determining a verdict, you're crazy. It will.
We don't go off of what we think. We go off what we know and the evidence.
All
Not
right,
what
well,
you say. It's what you can prove,
No,
right?
history
In
would be
court. What
considered
is that
evidence
movie?
now.
maybe I have to
why-
go back to the
that's
drawing board
why-
on this one.
That's specifically why
I don't think
your
so,
criminal
JS.
record, it has to be approved to come into a trial
It
that's
does.
currently active, right?
England
Does
started
kind
this.
of balance it,
What-
right?
We left England.
Nuh-uh.
Why that's relevant to
Yeah,
No
them.
way.
You
This
can't bring
started
that
in.
The court system still doesn't hold the same as like
No,
the back
but
in like
the
before.
jury trial started in England, and we left England to get away from that.
Okay, yeah, then we have.
I didn't say that. I didn't say where it started. I just stated.
I'm saying
one of
where
the
it
main
started.
reasons that we have it is because it helps to instill the presumption of innocence. Because the jury is comprised of common people, which is where they call them your peers, who don't know you. They have no connection to you. So your
My
history,
definition of
what
peer
they
is
know of you
someone
and
I
your
grew up
history
with, kind of.
is off of what comes out in this trial.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Exactly.
you have all these snooty people as your jury duty, and then you have these snooty like all the testimony like against you are all like fucking like
Well, exactly.
you know
the juries are going to have their
fucking
biases, but their biases are
high
gonna be
status
based
in
on what
life.
comes out in the trial.
Right, and that's why it's important that a jury has to come to a complete consensus, because
Yeah,
there is so
that's
many.
true. They all have to agree. That's a good way to back.
That's a good point, Jeremy. Exactly.
Yeah, saying
It's
a
about
juror-
balance, like
saying a
checks and
juror is not
balances,
biased
right?
is a terrible thing. That's not true. Juries have biases, but they form them based on what they observe in the trial they're witnessing. Now, it could be they could factor in the appearance. So that's one of the reasons why the defendant will always dress up and things like that when they're on trial. They'll dress up. That's also one of the reasons why the defendant.
But if I
even
got tattoos on my
even
face,
if
then
the
I should
defendant-
only have.
they can't be shown in handcuffs and things like that, because that
Right.
will prejudice the jury against them saying,
What if
"Oh,
I'm a
look, they're
Crip?
in handcuffs and stuff." They can't.
I only want Crip jurors.
She made a good point. There is a balance on at the end of it. They have to all agree on the same thing based off of the fact.
They don't. But to get a guilty verdict,
To get a
to
verdict,
render a
yes.
guilty verdict to be accepted, it has to be a unanimous decision.
Yes.
If they don't come to an agreement,
That's the
for so
fail-safe,
long,
right?
then they get decided, or they get rendered as a.
I don't know. Regardless, I still did better than
judge.
I still did better than Chase did in that debate. He was piggybacking off my arguments.
I liked freaking Starfire Beaver and who was
He got first place. I got third. I got kicked
Well,
off.
I mean, my whole contention, while I disagree with your point, and I think the jury of the peers is the only way to go. My whole contention was literally the fact that you guys were arguing getting rid of the jury of your peers, only to replace them with a jury of judges.
A jury of judges.
Calling them a panel of judges.
Yeah.
Oh shit, bro! It's like
it's different.
It's not different.
just give the fur baby some love.
just giving a different
Also
word.
smack the shit out of your brother for me, Starfire. Just smack the shit out of him. Give the
Well,
dog
what
some
if it was? But see, then if it was like a priest, you'd be like, well, that's a jury of priest. Or if it was one judge, you say, well, that's a jury of
Yeah,
judge.
you change who the people are that comprise the
Well,
jury.
bit-
That doesn't change it.
Well,
from
this is
being
a
jury.
this is a
I
totality.
can't travel 20 miles or no, way farther than that with like traffic that's more
You're
dangerous
saying
than LA
anytime.
traffic. You guys
You're saying anytime there's a determination between guilt and innocence, that is a jury decision. Therefore, it's impossible to call someone guilty or innocent without having a jury. Even if it was, even if a turtle, even if you had a turtle that walked left or right and whoever they went to determines who's guilty and who's innocent, that turtle's the jury now. That's crazy.
Huh. Nah, the whole justice system.
We know what we mean
anyways,
by
so that
jury.
ain't gonna fix shit.
If you're replacing the
Got him.
jurors with a panel of judges, you're just replacing the jurors with a jury of judges. It's the same thing. Now, if
Right.
you wanna
So
say-
so
hang on, if
so
you
if
wanna
I
say
throw
we're
a
getting
blade
rid
of
the
grass in the
jury,
air and
if you're
whichever
saying
way
we're
the
getting
wind
rid of the
blows
jury,
decides
then
if
it's
you're
not a
guilty or
sounds like you're
innocent,
less
that's the
likely to
jury.
get.
then the judge
Yeah.
presiding over the entire trial would render the verdict. That would not be a jury trial.
Yes.
That one judge who's
Right.
presiding over the case or presiding over the trial itself is rendering the verdict. That's not a jury. Then.
Right. You have
That's
two
not a
people.
panel of
Yeah,
You
that
have,
judges.
defeats the
Okay,
purpose
so it has to
of
be
the
one
innocent
person.
being proven
What
guilty.
evidence
yes,
we
if
brought
you
in,
have two
who's
people, a
determining
jury.
who's determining whether or not it was a fair trial, and then determining the
All
verdict
right.
of the trial
So
at the
for
end of that.
future reference, I'll remember it has to be one person.
Well, you
One
also
judge.
gotta think
Or
about
it's
that.
not that it has
Go
to be
look
one
at the
person, it has to be
case.
one person that presides over the entire thing. Because remember, even in a jury trial, there's still the judge who presides over the trial who makes sure that the trial itself was
The
a fair
final
trial. They
decision.
Well,
determine
what
the
if we have
evidence
the judge? What if we have the judge who
How do you
watched? What if we
appeal
What if
for
we have the
another trial?
judge who tries the case and presides over the case, but then we have a priest who walks in and makes the decision?
Then that priest would be the
And there's
jury.
no point in the whole
Then that
court
priest would be the
part.
jury.
You don't
So
even
that's
need a
The priest
lawyer.
would
but
be
that's
the
only
jury,
one
yeah.
person.
Then why have a lawyer? You know, there's
The
no
priest
decision
wouldn't be a
made.
jury. The jury is a group of
They're gonna
people.
show up.
Well, the group can be one. The priest would be the jury.
The group can be one.
Sure, why could it not?
There would
Why
be
could it
no
not?
one. It would just be like their word against yours. Like, here, this person said this. Here's some evidence, and you can't give any pushback. And yet, no, there's no like.
All right, I
freaking-
said I gotta go at 20 minutes ago. I gotta go. Thank you guys for hanging out. It was fun, but we got fights tonight. We got a UFC pay-per-view, so I gotta go.
Just smack the shit out of your brother. Give the dog some love.
Mom, just get between your legs because you know you're wrong.
I'm gonna go back to the drawing board and work on this one.
Street law. Street law. I'll send a link to the
I'm
channel.
gonna figure it out. But all right,
All
have a
right,
good
man.
night, guys. Later. Thank you for hanging out. See you.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right, chat. Tonight, fight card. What do we got? We got Andrade and Juravicious. I do look tired, huh? I am tired. I also look pale because I'm not using my normal light. I used my pale light for this is the light I usually use. It's a little more, it's a mix. A little bit more of a mix between I use the very white blue light for Jason because he's a very pale guy. He doesn't get outside very often. But we got lady fights tonight. Shevchenko's fighting for the belt, and Bilal Muhammad, Jack Della Maddalena. I hope Maddalena wins. Daddy Jub thinks he's gonna win. Bilal Muhammad's a cocky. He's a real jerk. Daddy Jub thinks Shevchenko's gonna lose to Manon Fiorat. She's French. If she wins, she'll be the first French woman belt holder. And we know nothing good comes from France, especially women. She probably got hairy armpits and dang old, I don't know, sexual liberation, communism. So we're pulling for Shevchenko tonight. The Bullet, the Russian assassin, Valentina Shevchenko. Oh, I love that girl. She lost the belt. She got the belt back. She's a 2-time belt holder. She lost the belt and she got the belt back. And now she's defending her belt for the first time on her second run with the belt. Daddy Jub thinks she's going to lose to Mayon Forel. And maybe he's right, but I hope he's wrong. Jose Aldo's fighting a Hall of Famer, Jose Aldo. He's getting old. He's 32-9. Almost, this is going to be his 40th fight. Versus Iman Zahabibi. I don't know who that guy is, but hopefully Jose Aldo rocks him. So I'm pulling for Jose Aldo. I'm pulling for Shevchenko. And I'm pulling for Madalena. Those are my picks in the 3 main fights. Gilbert Burns' fight was canceled. It's been moved to next week. It's going to happen next week. So that's not happening. Bawan St. Dennis and Kyle Pro play. I don't know who they are. And then on the prelims, Jessica Andrade versus Jasmine Jasudavicius. That's going to be a lady fight. That's going to be a lady fight to watch. If there's a lady fight to watch, that's a lady fight to watch. Andrade versus Jasudavicius is going to be delicious. I'm pulling for... I think I'm pulling for Andrade, but I don't know. I think Jasudavicius wins. If I'm calling it off who I want... Nah, I think Jasudavicius got it. We're going Jasudavicius in that fight. That's on the prelim card. Mike Malott and Charles Radke. I don't know who either of them are. I don't know who these guys are. I don't know who these guys are. We're probably not going to start streaming by the early prelims, but we do got some... Daddy Jub said, I need to watch the early prelims and the prelims. Firefights all night is what he says. No big names. But big names, sometimes the lesser known guys got that dog in them. And they're trying to make a name for themselves. They're trying to get out there and mark some fools, Sometimes these bigger names start to rest on their laurels. And these young boys are out here trying to get blood. So, should be some good fights. I don't think I'll be here in time for the early prelims, but I'm going to aim. Prelims start at 6. I'm going to aim to start streaming by 6. If I say I'm going to start streaming by 6, I'll probably be streaming by 7. Just saying. Mountain time. But let's aim for 5. Then I get here by 6. Let's do that. 5, 6, 7. Same thing. Somewhere around there. And we're going to see the main card, though. Not my flavor, but we have 2 women's fight. Oh, and I didn't even mention Grasso and Natalia Silva. Natalia Silva kind of cute, and she's nice. She's a nice lady. But Grasso, I think, is going to beat her face in, unfortunately. So I'm calling Grasso. Calling who I think's going to win or calling who I want to win. Let's call who I want to win. Who I'm pulling for. I'm pulling for Grasso, Aldo, Shevchenko, Madalena. Those are my picks. That's what I want to win. Who do I think's going to win? I don't know a lot about Natalia Silva. But I don't think she's going to beat Grasso. Grasso, Zahabi, Shevchenko's gonna win. She's gonna win. I can't cast any shade. Grasso, Zahabi, Shevchenko, Madalena. So my picks stay pretty much the same, except I don't think Aldo's actually gonna win. I just want him to win. So Grasso, Aldo, Shevchenko, Madalena. Those are my picks. I don't actually think Aldo's going to win, but I'd like to see him win. That's what I'm saying. So up the left side, except for the last fight, we switched to the right side. So we will be here for the prelims, maybe some of the early prelims. Maybe we get here in the middle of the prelims, but we got fight night tonight, ladies and gentlemen, so I got to get out of here. I got to get some sleep. God bless you guys. Let me find somewhere to... Got that dog in him. Yeah, I'm going to go to sleep. Let me see if there's somewhere I can rage over to. OTW. What's he talking about? I'm going to send you over to Angry Conservative. We're trying to get his view hours up so he can get monetized. catch you guys at fight night. We will be back tonight. God bless. Thank you for hanging out. I'll see you later. Thank you for all the super chats, by the way. And big thank you to King Blackout. Graphics card is on the way. Operating system's on the way. All the pieces are ordered. Hopefully, ideally, as long as the packages come in on time, next weekend, we're building a dang computer. But I got to get out.